They Stay, a suspenseful young adult supernatural mystery. They Stay series, Book 1. Written by Claire Fraise. Narrated by Elizabeth Phillips and Tristan Fraise. 1. Shiloh. If Max doesn't put his shirt on right now, I'm going to kill him. He does this every week. The minute I fish his red t-shirt out of his drawer and tell him it's time to get dressed for t-ball practice, he starts to act up. But I don't have the energy for this fight today. Come on, buddy, I say, kneeling in front of him and trying to fit my 6-year-old brother's arms through the sleeves of his t-shirt. Please? Max wriggles away from me. I'm not going. You have to go, I say, holding his face and wiping the tears that drip from his chin. Dad won't let Max quit t-ball, but he should. He's not the one who has to pull Max off the floor, wrestle him into his uniform every Saturday morning, and promise to buy him ice cream after practice if he'd just put on his shirt already. Dad signed Max up for t-ball because Max is a shy kid, and Dad wants to break him out of his shell. What Dad doesn't realize is that Max isn't shy, he just shuts down around Dad. But Dad will never admit this, so it's all, baseball is the great American pastime, this, and t-ball will get you used to the game, that. I wish he'd let it go. Just because Dad wants Max to play shouldn't mean Max has to. But I know damn well Dad won't listen if I say anything, so I keep my mouth shut. Max sniffs a booger back up his nose. I hate t-ball. I know, I say. I'm bad at it. You just need to practice. But I don't want to. A mischievous smile creeps onto his face. This is a goddamn nightmare. The side of my mouth tugs up. Mom uses that phrase when anything inconvenient happens, like getting lost when she's driving or dropping a box of dry pasta onto the floor. A goddamn nightmare, I echo. Max had a real nightmare last night. He came into my room in the middle of the night and poked the soft part of my cheek until I woke up. I shot upright. Seeing it was only Max, relief washed over me. What is it? There was a green monster in my room. His eyes were wide with panic. It stood on its hind legs and it was tall, with blood all over its snaggly teeth. Most of Max's nightmares are about monsters in our house. Usually they sneak in when he's asleep and he wakes up to find them standing over his bed. A yawn pulled at my lips. I'd only just managed to fall asleep, but Max needed me. So with a tired groan, I scooted over and Max climbed under my sheets. I went on to make up a story about tall, leaf-eating dinosaurs to help him go back to sleep, because he likes those and doesn't think they're scary. When I drifted off again myself, I dreamed of a huge, long-necked dinosaur looming over my bed. Hot saliva dripped from its jaws and burned holes through my shirt and skin. It got closer to my face until it was an inch from my nose. I stayed still as it opened its mouth to display rows of razor-sharp teeth embedded in its gums. With a venomous roar, it bit me in half. The dream sounds dumb when I talk about it now, but it was really scary. I told Max about it when he woke me up this morning. He rolled his eyes at the ceiling. Don't be silly, he said. The big guys with the long necks are harmless. They eat trees. It's the angry ones with short arms you gotta be scared of. Back in the present, Max rubs his nose. Can I get an extra scoop of ice cream today? A laugh rises from my chest, the kind only Max can get out of me. He blinks up at me with his sad, brown eyes, and it's like a fist curls around my heart. Those eyes, man. They get me every time. Mine are the same, according to my mom anyway. She says that even when Max and I are happy, our eyes are still a teeny bit sad. Mama's picking you up from practice. I tug on his shirt. So you'll have to ask her. He completely ignores me. Can I get 3 scoops? That's a lot of scoops. He giggles. Please, can you ask Mom? Ice cream, the best bargaining tool. Sure, I'll ask her. Max shimmies his arms into the sleeves of his t-shirt. I pull on my work vest before hoisting Max onto my back and walking out into the kitchen, like I did when we went out for breakfast this morning. I'm pretty sure Mom cleaned up the broken glass from last night. but I still want to carry Max just in case she missed anything. Better safe than sorry. I don't want him to cut his foot. Wisps of gospel music weave through the hallway, hitting my ears before I reach the kitchen. At the sink, Mom is scraping egg off a frying pan. Dad has his legs propped up on his lazy boy recliner and is half watching some cooking show on the television while skimming his eyes over the paper. He looks so comfortable, content, as if nothing had happened last night. As if making breakfast could make me forget the anger burning behind his eyes, or how hard he shoved Mom's face into the couch. I jumped up from the computer and covered Max's eyes before he could see, hurrying back into his room. I heard Dad break that glass from there. I can still smell it, the scotch, simmering under the smell of bacon, like his anger simmers beneath him now. Mom cranes her neck, looks over to see us, and smiles through closed lips. Are you leaving for the park? I give her a swift nod. At the sound of Mom's voice, Dad glances over at us, lowers his paper onto his lap, and crosses the room to pull Max off my back and hold him up by the crook of his arms. There's my big, strong man, Dad says, lifting Max even higher. My shoulders shrink beside him. Dad isn't that tall, average height, nothing special, but his shoulders are broad. His arms curve and bulge out from underneath his zip-up sweatshirt, and his bicep is nearly the size of my head. He doesn't let me forget it. You know what practice makes? This is one of Dad's go-to sayings. Max has heard this many times before and offers a small, champions. Dad grins. Champions, yeah. He nestles Max onto his hip. Max looks pale. I can see in his eyes how badly he wants Dad to let him go, but he's too scared to say anything. Dad's sober now. I'm not worried he'll do anything to hurt Max, but I want Dad to put him down just the same. Champions are made at practice. He puts Max on the ground, and I take Max's hand to pull him closer to me. We have to go. Have you eaten enough? Mom says, drying her frail hands on her apron as she walks over to us. Dad scoffs at her. Are you kidding? They ate like kings this morning, especially this one over here. Dad pokes me in the ribs with his beefy finger and I flinch. He laughs as if he was being funny. I'm joking, but no, Heidi, they're fine. Please, just take a snack. Mom hurries back to the kitchen cabinets to grab small bags of goldfish for us, which have been my favorite ever since I can remember. I watch her closely. I can't tell how bad last night was for her just by looking. Sometimes I can, if I glimpse a mark beneath the sleeve of her pajama shirt, or if the light hits her neck the right way and I notice the concealer blending into her skin. There's none of that today, but I can tell by the exhausted shadows weighing down the skin beneath her eyes and the way her fingers tremble on the crinkled goldfish bags as she hands one to me and one to Max that something's wrong. My hands hang heavy at my sides. I used to hate her, especially when things with Dad first got bad. Part of me thought she deserved what happened to her because she didn't do anything to stop it, but I know it's more complicated than that. She loves him, and he wasn't always like this. There are good parts of Dad, but there's Max to think about here, and some things in life are just uncomplicated. People do unforgivable things, and when they do, it doesn't matter how good they are. That one thing shrouds the rest. This is one of those things. Because of that, I don't see it as my responsibility to protect Mom. I just have to focus on Max. I keep my eyes trained on Mom as I ask, Are you sure you can pick Max up today? I'm usually the one who picks Max up from T-ball on Saturday mornings, but Kate asked me to pick up her shift today. I didn't want to, but she's done it for me, and it was payback time. Mom said it was fine. If I wanted to take an extra shift, she would pick Max up from practice herself. Not a problem. But it still doesn't feel right. I am, Mom assures me. 1:15, right? Yes, and 3 scoops of ice cream afterwards. I grip Max's hand tighter. I know Mom is capable of picking Max up from practice, but I can't shake the bad feeling in my stomach. I like being in control of Max's schedule, so I know he's safe. But Mom will take care of him, and Dad probably won't even be home today because he likes to watch the Buckeyes play at the bar on Saturdays. I'll be home around 2 anyway, so it's okay. Max will be fine. 3 scoops, Dad says to Max. Lucky man. Mom wrings her hands. I will be there. I smile with closed lips and jerk my chin toward the door. Okay, we're going. Play hard, Dad says, wandering back over to the lazy boy and sinking down into the leather. Be good, kids. Bye, Max says as he ties his sneakers, and I grab his hand and we walk out the door. It's sunny today. It's still early September, so it's only just started getting cold at night. The sun beats down on the back of my neck and warms the blue fibers of my employee vest. I keep a strong hand on Max's as we walk. There are cars out, and I don't want him to run into the road. I fill my lungs with warm air and feel a weight lift from my chest. A lot of the time, our house feels like it's closing in around us. But when I'm outside with Max and there's just the two of us, it's like I can breathe again. On days when I feel like I just can't go on anymore, all I have to do is take one look at Max and remember that I have to pull it together. For his sake. God, if I didn't have him, I don't know what I'd do. What did the sauropod in your dream look like? Max asks. It takes me a second to remember sauropod is the word for a long-necked dinosaur. I just remember the long neck. Max furrows his brow. What else? Geez, I don't know. I try to remember. I know a little about dinosaurs because I've read Max so many books about them, but the one in my dream wasn't exactly biologically accurate. None of the long-necked dinosaurs I know have teeth like that. Maybe it had a bump on its head? It could be a brachiosaurus. He pauses, lost in thought. You know, the largest sauropods are 160 feet long and can be up to 130 feet tall. Awesome. I know, right? We make it to the edge of our neighborhood. Bethany's a small town. There's only a couple thousand people here, which is actually pretty big by Ohio standards, but I know most of the families living in these houses. It's a kind of place where everyone knows each other and has no problem getting into each other's business, which I hate because it makes the whole place feel kind of claustrophobic. Most of the houses around here look the same, one-story homes with shutters on their windows. Inside them live women in aprons and old men in overalls or suede suit jackets. If a couple is young, they're about to start pumping out kids. If they're old, they already have. The boys at my high school wear camouflage and like to hunt and fish. The girls wear dark eye makeup. It's all the same. All the houses, all the people, in a town where nothing ever happens. I pass Duncan's restaurant and pub, the gun shop, Domino's Pizza, the florist, a knick-knack store, and an epic bakery called Simply Sweet, which makes pretty sick sugar cookies. A hiking trail stretches across Route 13 and runs along the river up to the pond where Mom and Dad used to take me before Max was born. We pass the road leading to school. Because the town is so small, the elementary, middle, and high schools all operate out of a single building, the color of dirt. As we're crossing the street by the tire place, I notice one of my classmates walking towards us, her head of wild, black hair frizzing up in every which direction. Francesca Russo has an oval face with acne-covered skin and lips so chapped they flake. A dress clings to her round shoulders, which looks like it was made from an old painter's shirt. It looks like she embroidered purple polka dots on the back and is using matching purple barrettes to pin her frizzy hair out of her face. I grip Max's hand tighter as we pass. Usually when you hear rumors about people, they're either untrue or wildly exaggerated. But I know for a fact the rumors about Francesca are true. My parents were at the funeral where she burned that dead guy, straight up lit his body on fire while his widow screamed and screamed. I didn't go to the funeral. Dad let me stay home because I barely knew the guy. He just went to the same church we went to. But Mom and Dad talked about it when they got home. According to Mom, Francesca doused the corpse in gasoline and lit him on fire inside his casket. Someone put the fire out. Nobody got hurt or anything, but still. Francesca's creepy. She tells everyone she burned the guy because his ghost asked her to, but I think it's some kind of mental thing. One of those things that make you hear voices, like schizophrenia or whatever. I can't help but feel sorry for her. I heard another rumor a month or so ago that she lives in a trailer with her older brother Richie, who's a total dick. He's dumped my backpack into the hall lots of times, and he also seems to have it out for my boyfriend Miles. I glance over my shoulder and watch Francesca wander down the sidewalk. I wonder if Richie's violent toward her, too. I'm pretty sure her mom is dead and her dad remarried or something. I don't know, but it must be lonely. If the only people I had to talk to were imaginary, I'd feel pretty alone, too. But standing up for her in school would immediately brand me as a target. Even though it might make me a bad person, I don't have enough energy to deal with that on top of everything at home. Max and I reach the park. Some of the other boys have already arrived and are standing around kicking the grass or fixing small plastic helmets onto their small heads as their parents stand in small circles and chat. Max stops in his tracks. I glance down to see him shaking his head and sticking out his bottom lip. I drop in front of him and hold his arms. You have to, buddy. Can I please stay with you? I wish you could, but I have work. I flatten his blonde cowlick, but it springs back up again. The sun is really beating down today. I hope Max doesn't get sunburned. I forgot to put sunscreen on him. Mom is going to be here at 1:15, and when I get home, I will play dinosaurs with you until dinner. This seems to get him. All the way until dinner? You heard me. Before I can say anything else, Max flings his arms around my neck. I hug him back, pressing him against my chest and holding him tightly. For a brief moment, everything is right in the world. It's just me and Max soaking in the last of the summer sun outside on a Saturday. But then he worms free, and I'm jarred back to reality to see Max walking over to where Coach Bozhart is taking attendance. I love you, I call after Max. He turns around and smiles at me without his front teeth. Bye, Shiloh. I pass a plastic bag over the counter to a young girl in a band t-shirt. Have a good one. The girl flashes me a closed-lip smile and turns in a swirl of long purple hair to leave the store. There's nobody else in line, so I readjust my vest and glance up at the wall clock under the Rite Aid logo. Just after 1:15. Max should be done with baseball practice by now. A shaky breath leaves my lips. This isn't right. I should be there now, picking him up. I run my palms down my face. Dad thinks I have this job to save for college, but that's a lie. I'm not saving for college. I'm saving up to run away as soon as I turn 18. I have to get a good, safe place to live and prove I'm able to hold a steady job if the court is going to take me seriously when I apply for custody of Max. I need to show them that I'm serious. And I need to prove what Dad has done to us. Hidden in an app for private photos are pictures I've taken with my iPod of my bruises and welts, along with photos I've managed to sneak of the house after he's done ripping through it. If Mom doesn't clean up after Dad breaks plates and glasses, I take photos after they've gone to bed. I haven't dared try and film him in the act. If he catches me, it's over. I started doing this 2 years ago, so I don't have too many photos, but I will keep going for the next 2 years until my birthday. I just hope it's enough. Max is only 6. I don't want him to grow up in a constant state of fear if I can do something to stop it. I wonder if Mom is going to remember to take Max for ice cream. I'm sure Max will remind her if she forgets. An old man in a tattered tan bucket hat approaches the counter and slides his basket over to me. I scan a packet of gum and bottle of iced tea. It's the brand Miles likes. He buys it when he comes here to visit me. Something twinges in the pit of my stomach. I wonder which flavor of ice cream Max chose today. He usually opts for chocolate and gets the brown syrup all over his lips, but the last 2 weeks he's chosen chocolate chip. I'll call Mom during my break to ask which flavor he got. Maybe Brian will let me borrow his phone. Have a nice day. I call after the old guy before leaning into the counter and hanging my head. He half raises a liver-spotted hand and the door bleeps as he leaves. During my break, I find my coworker Brian in the break room with his vest unbuttoned. He unwraps a plastic from a cheese stick and peels off a fat chunk. I sit at the round table across from him and lean my forearms against the metal. Can I borrow your phone? Brian doesn't look up. His fingers punch the screen. I can see the reflection of messages in his rectangular glasses. I'm texting right now, so no. He does this every time I ask him, but it only takes a little persistence and buttering up to convince him. I lean my cheek into my palm and stick my bottom lip out, just a tad. What are you texting about? A piece of cheese falls out of his open mouth as he chews. It lands in his unbuttoned vest, and he picks it up and pops it back in his mouth. I've recently discovered evidence to suggest that the girl who was kidnapped last month was actually abducted. I thought abducted and kidnapped meant the same thing. I'm probably wrong. I only know about the girl who went missing last month because I've seen her posters on telephone poles around town. It's super sad. She was 12, I think, and never made it home from school. But she wasn't from our town. She lived in Mount Keenan, which is 20 minutes away and almost 8 times as big. Bethany is small and safe, but there's actual crime in Mount Keenan. When that 12-year-old girl first went missing, Dad told Max and me not to stay out after dark, but I could tell he wasn't actually worried. This is Bethany we're talking about. Dad knows everyone here, and people in Bethany don't kidnap each other's kids. Abducted? By aliens, Brian says, and a small sound of disbelief slips from my lips. I regret it as soon as it happens because Brian looks offended. Oh, so you think aliens aren't real, huh? Well, I'd take a hard look at yourself if I were you because our universe is so big that if you think you're the only life force out there, then your ego needs to shrink. Can I please use your phone? I plaster on a big smile. I wish Dad would just let me have one already. It would save me from conversations like these. I just need to make one call. Brian's lip twitches. He finishes what he's typing and slides his phone across the table. I run my thumb through the residue of sweat on the screen before entering Mom's phone number and holding the phone up to my ear. Voicemail. That's weird. I dial again. Voicemail. Mom's usually good about picking up her phone. As much as I don't want to, I know I should try Dad. My fingers curl around the phone. Dad picks up on the 5th ring. You've got Ernest Oleson. Dad? I swivel around in my chair, away from Brian. Dad doesn't like it when I call him unless it's important. I hope he doesn't get mad. Have Mom and Max come home yet? He doesn't respond. I can hear voices in the background and the clinking of glasses. Suddenly, he screams something indecipherable. The sound explodes from the phone and I jump at the outburst. He clears his throat before saying, Sorry, Scooter, I'm watching the game at Duncan's. What did you say? I take a sharp breath. I wonder how much he's had. Is Mom home from picking up Max? Mom's not feeling well. Dad shouts something again and terror cinches its hand around my throat. I'm picking him up. No. You should have picked him up 45 minutes ago. He's done at 2:15. 1:15. Dad's voice deepens. Your mother said 2:15, and you know she's never wrong about these things. I pick him up every week. I want to shout at him, but I clamp my teeth around my knuckles. Fighting to keep my words steady, I ask, Can you please go pick him up now? No, because I'd just be early. I promise you, Dad, it's 1:15. He's been waiting for 45 minutes already. I glance at the door. Merwin Park is on the other side of town and I don't have a car. It would take me 20 minutes to get there even if I ran all the way. Can you please just go now? Jesus, Shiloh, you're a pain in the ass. I'll go, but if I'm early. Before I can ask him to call me when he has Max, Dad hangs up the phone. I stare at the screen for a drawn-out second before Brian sticks out his palm and wriggles his fingers. Do you mind? I protect Max whenever I can, but I can't be with him all the time. Mom looked okay this morning, although usually she isn't feeling well is code for Dad's done something to hurt her. Dad didn't used to be like this. He used to actually listen to Mom, cared about her enough to let her name me Shiloh for no other reason than the fact she liked Angelina Jolie. Sure, he'd raise his voice at us every once in a while, but he never got violent or anything. That started happening after Uncle Jim died. Max was only 2. One night, Dad came home to find Max using a permanent marker to draw squiggles all over the living room wall. Dad didn't say a word. He just walked right over and smashed Max's forehead into the wall. The agony I feel when Max is in pain pierced my chest, and I raced over and pulled him into my arms, picked him up, and ran down the hallway and into his bedroom, locking the door and leaning my back against it. Dad didn't follow us. He apologized the next morning after he'd sobered up. But that day, I swore Dad was never going to hurt Max again. Not if I had anything to do with it. Take a deep breath. I assure myself. Everything will be fine. Coach Bozhart will wait with Max just like he did when I was 10 minutes late picking him up a few weeks ago. Bozhart is a good man. Deep down, anyway. He's a bit of a brick, but he wouldn't abandon Max. My shift ends in an hour. I'll be home soon. I don't like leaving Max alone with Dad in the house, but he knows to always be in a different room from Dad when I'm not home. Besides, knowing Dad, he will probably go right back to Duncan's after dropping Max with Mom because the game isn't over yet. I hand Brian his phone with a soft, "Thank you," and go back to work. I imagine Max waiting there beside Coach Bozhart after all the other boys have been picked up, wondering why nobody has come for him yet. Picturing the disappointed look on his face turns my stomach. I hate Dad for forgetting Max. I hate him for lashing out at Mom. I hate that instead of having two parents who love and protect him, Max only has me. I try my best to keep him happy, but it's not the same. I know Mom and Dad love him, but Dad is bad when he's drunk, and Mom is tired all the time. I should have been there to pick him up today. Sorry, Kate, but I'm never picking up your shift again. As soon as my shift ends, I race home. Rite Aid's about a 10-minute walk from our house, but if I run, I can make it in 5. I'm going to play dinosaurs with Max so enthusiastically today, to make it up to him. I enter through the garage and kick my shoes off onto the rack. I open the door and call through the opening. "Max, go get Trish Triceratops and tell her we're ready to play." No reply. Mom and Dad are in the living room. Mom is crumpled on the couch, clutching a quilt to her mouth in her frail, bony hands. Dad's standing over her in uniform. I wrinkle my brow. Is everything okay? A squeak escapes Mom's throat. Dad's eyes are sober, sad, and serious. Lamplight glints off the sheriff's badge pinned to his chest. "Shiloh, come over here and take a seat." Oh no. Something's wrong. He never has that look on his face unless he's done something real bad. What's happened? Max wasn't at the park when I got there to pick him up. Above his head, the ceiling fan whirs, gently tossing his hair and flattening the shoulders of his collared shirt. I don't think I understand. So where was he? Rob Bozhart didn't see Max at the end of practice. He went up to bat, then sat back down. Next minute, he was gone. The blades of the fan seemed to spin faster, slicing through the air and wobbling the rod securing it to the ceiling. So, I say, what you are saying is... He's missing. Dad cuts me off. Something happened, and we don't know where he is. Once, when I was 12 or 13, Dad pushed me down the basement stairs. I tumbled down on my side and landed on my back on the concrete floor. I lay there for a moment, all the breath knocked from my lungs, gasping for air and trying to remember how to breathe as he stood at the top of the stairs staring down at me. That's how I feel now. I'm at the bottom of the stairs and Dad is staring at me as I force air in and out of my lungs. I grab the counter to steady myself. The smooth granite is cold beneath my palm. Somewhere far away, I hear Dad's voice. He is still speaking when I run across the room and pound my fists into his chest. What did you do to him? Behind me, Mom howls in grief. The sound is so piercing it shoots ice down my spine. Dad grabs my wrist. Hard. Calm down, Shiloh. I try to pull my wrist free, but his grip is strong. Where is Max? I told you, I don't know. Dad lets me go. His voice is shaky, and a sour smell rides his breath. I guess I was wrong. He was drinking at Duncan's after all when he should have been picking up Max. None of the parents saw anything, but I have my people combing through the area. I'm about to go join them. I bend over my hands and knees. My face breaks open and I sob in gasps. I promise. Dad says over my head and I dig my fingernails into my thighs. I swear on my life I'm going to bring him home. York County Police searching for missing 6-year-old boy. September 7th, 2019. Bethany, Ohio. Bethany police need your help in locating a missing 6-year-old boy. According to investigators, Maxwell Olson was last seen on Saturday afternoon at around 12:45 p.m. in the area of 9 Long Street near Merwin Park. He was wearing a red shirt, white pants, and gray sneakers. He was at t-ball practice at the time. If you know of Maxwell's whereabouts or have any information pertaining to his disappearance, contact Sheriff Ernest Olson immediately at 740-244-5555. 2. Francesca. In the whole of my sophomore class at Bethany High School, there isn't a girl who's more odd than me. I can see it in their eyes when they look at me, the other children at school. The boy with the kind face doing the bags at the grocery store. Even my teachers side-eye me when I walk into the classroom and sink into a desk in the back in the hope it will stop everyone from staring at me. I have gotten used to the stares, but I do not particularly enjoy them. "Do you see that creepy girl?" they whisper. "That's Francesca Russo. Francesca Firestarter. 8 years ago, she burned a guy, lit his dead body on fire at his own funeral. Hey, Francesca, he was dead anyway. What was the point?" While their words are mean, it is true. I did exactly what they said I did. But what is also true, but what nobody cares to believe, is that I didn't burn him because I'm crazy. I burned him because he asked me to. I was 8 years old on the day of George R. Haggerty's funeral. The service was boring, I remember that much. George Haggerty died not long after my mother, and I remember not being pleased being back in the pews, sandwiched between my father and brother, smelling of wood polish and sanctity, and listening to strangers give speeches full of words I didn't understand. Next to me, a woman was crying silently. I watched her chest heave, saw her tears flow, and felt nothing. Death as a concept had never been elusive to me, even when I was 8. Once people die, they exit their bodies and transform into versions of themselves made of mist and moonlight. I can't touch them. Most people don't even see them. They wander the earth until they fade away and sink back into its fabric after a few years. Sometimes more, sometimes less. My friend Mrs. Lewis has lived in the cemetery for close to 10 years. But when my mother died, she faded away before I even got a chance to see her. My heart squeezed at the thought. I missed her. I wished I could still see her. Even the afterlife isn't fair. The service ended. My father knew the Haggertys quite well, so he wanted to stay for the reception. I stood beside him and trained my eyes on an old photograph displaying the 2 owners of the Eugene J. Haggerty Funeral Home. I was pretty sure George was one of Eugene's sons. It must be awfully hard having to put makeup on the dead body of your own son, I thought, as I leaned up and brushed my fingers against the glass. The embalmers put makeup on bodies for their funerals. At least that's what Mrs. Lewis told me, because she was not fond of the way they painted her face for hers. I glanced around the room. Heavy-shouldered guests passed around hors d'oeuvres and condolences. That's when I first heard the moaning. A horrible, hideous groaning, like someone was in so much pain that the sound had to force its way out of them. I checked to see if my father had reacted to the noise, but he did not flinch. The moan sounded again, louder this time. I wandered over to my 11-year-old brother Richie, who was wrapping pigs in a blanket into a paper napkin and stuffing them into his pockets. I tugged on the back of his puckered dress shirt. "Do you hear that sound?" Richie spun around. I had pulled his tie against his throat from behind as he was trying to swallow, and now he was making choking sounds of his own, almost in harmony with the groans. It was actually quite funny. I let out a shrill laugh, and heads turned. "Quit it, Frankie, for Christ's sake!" Richie's cheeks bulged from the pigs in a blanket, and he sprayed me with half-chewed bits. "I didn't mean to hurt you. Do you hear that strange sound?" "What sound?" "The crying." "Ain't no crying." I gestured to his pockets. "Does Daddy know you're taking those?" "You tell him, and I'll kill you." He jabbed his fat finger into my face and I giggled. I will. I'll smother you in your sleep. Richie walked away to go talk to his friends. I began to follow him when I heard another groan. Okay, I thought. I'm definitely not imagining this. The sound wasn't coming from the reception. It was coming from farther down the hallway, from the parlor where we'd all sat for George's funeral service. I wove through the black pants and tights stretching up around me like cauterized trees. My shiny black flats made small taps on the floor like drops of rain on an upside-down bucket. I pressed my hand against the door. Be brave, I told myself. With that, I opened the door. The parlor was silent. Had I imagined the groaning? Then it sounded again, and a shiver of terror shot up my spine. It was coming from George R. Haggerty's casket. Why is Mr. Haggerty crying? George was a lovely fellow. At church one time, a few days after Halloween, he gave me a Hershey's Kiss from his coat pocket that melted over my tongue. It was the most delicious chocolate I had ever tasted. My mother used to always tell me to love my neighbor as I love myself. Because of that, I needed to help George. Careful not to draw attention to myself, I closed the door behind me, walked down the aisle, and pried open the casket. Sound exploded from it. I dropped the lid. Slowly, I reopened the top half of the lid and leaned onto my tiptoes to peer inside. A gasp caught in my throat. George Haggerty's corpse lay in the silk-lined, padded interior. Wrinkles cut deep into his skin. Deep burns cut into George's neck and peeled the skin back across his throat. He looked healthy, almost unnaturally so, but then I noticed his makeup. Perhaps he was upset because he did not like his makeup, just like Mrs. Lewis had not liked hers. I will tell him he looks nice, I thought. Inside George's corpse was a shimmering silhouette. He was half stuck inside, fighting to lift himself out of his body, spitting and sputtering like hot oil jumping up out of a pan. George's eyes split open.
Is that little Francesca Russo?
Yes, sir. George threw his head back and screeched. I jumped at the unexpected sound, and my hands shot up to cover my ears.
You need to help me,
he said. Slowly, I lowered my hands.
This world, it never ends. I'm not supposed to be here.
I didn't understand what he meant. You look upset, Mr. Haggerty. Is everything all right?
Do I look all right?
Your makeup looks lovely, sir. This did not seem to cheer him up.
You need to kill me again,
he said.
You need to get rid of me.
To nobody in particular, he asked.
How can you get rid of me?
I'm not sure. Suddenly, he gazed at me like I was the brightest, most all-consuming light he could see.
Burn me.
Excuse me?
You have to burn me. I'm stuck in my body. If you burn my body, it will burn me.
This sounded like an outrageous idea. I stepped back. Mr. Haggerty, I'm not sure about this. George Haggerty screamed again, and the amount of misery wrapped in this sound froze me in place.
Please,
he sobbed.
Francesca Russo, you've got to help me. You're my only hope.
Love your neighbor, my mother's voice bounced around inside my head. Part of love is helping when needed. I knew I had to help George Haggerty. I kept my arms glued to my sides as he explained to me that there was a shed outside with a box of matches inside it. The Eugene J. Haggerty funeral home belonged to his father, which is how he knew where everything was, I suppose.
There's gasoline there, too,
George said.
I'm sure of it. It should be somewhere on the floor near the lawnmower.
As I walked toward the door, George cried.
And for the love of God, please hurry.
I kept my head down as I walked back through the reception and turned the golden doorknob to go outside. I hoped nobody would see me as I hurried to the shed. It was old, made of wood and full of dust and spider webs. That was fine. Many people are afraid of spiders, but I'm rather fond of them. They are misunderstood creatures and remarkable artists. I hid the matches in the pocket of my blue dress and wiped the grime off the red plastic gasoline container before wrapping it in my cardigan. The container was heavy. The beady eyes of a stuffed boar followed me as I closed the shed door and tiptoed back inside the building. An uneasy feeling sat in my stomach. I wished my mother were here. She had believed me when I told her about the souls I could see. "You're not the only person in the world who has this gift," my mother told me. "But it's rare, and you must treasure it. Remember, there's a lot the dead can teach you about the living." Mom said I was a child of God. As a child of God, it was my duty to help George and rid him of suffering. I got back to the parlor through the reception, praying nobody would notice the bundle in my arms. Nobody did. I put the gasoline on the floor and lifted the casket lid.
"Did you find it?"
George asked. I pulled the matches out of my pocket.
"Where's the gasoline?"
he asked. I took the red container from inside my cardigan. George Haggerty's voice was squeaky as he instructed.
"Unscrew the cap and pour it on me."
With shaking fingers, I twisted open the black cap. A sharp, sweet smell filled my lungs. I glanced at George for permission.
"Pour it on me,"
he said. Careful not to spill any gas, I climbed onto the top of the casket. It was closed over his legs but open over his chest. I straddled the closed part like I was riding a fat pony and looked down at George with the can poised above him.
"Go ahead, pour it,"
he urged with wide and hopeful eyes. My face screwed up into a grimace as I poured the gasoline onto George's face. Golden liquid bounced off his suit jacket. The gas ran straight through George, whose eyes were shut in gleeful anticipation. "Is that enough?"
"More."
"I can't reach your legs."
"Cover my chest, it'll be enough."
I poured until the container was empty and jumped off the casket.
"Get the matches."
My father doesn't let me play with matches.
"Put your finger on the end and press down."
"The red part?" He nodded.
"Hurry!"
I pressed my finger right up against the red-dipped end. I struck the match and a flame engulfed the tip. I stared at it through wide eyes.
"Drop it! For God's sake, drop it now!"
I had just lifted the match above his body when the door burst open and Deborah Haggerty, George's wife, or widow now I suppose, stepped into the parlor. Her eyes locked onto mine and her mouth dropped open into an O. She screamed.
"Drop it!"
George barked.
"Please, Francesca!"
The match tumbled from my fingers and collided with the brown corduroy of George's suit. It bounced once and fell flat. I leaped backward just in time for the match to ignite the gasoline and for George's torso to erupt in flames. Deborah Haggerty screamed again, louder this time. I glanced back to see an unfamiliar man wearing a suit break the glass to free the fire extinguisher against the wall. Deborah hobbled down the aisle on her tall heels with her arms out, ready to catch me. Her eyes were pinned on me. Uh-oh, she did not look pleased. My heart slammed against my ribs as I ran into the pews. Deborah's heavy heels pounded against the floor.
"What did you do?"
She swiped at me with her sharp nails. I ducked, sending her off balance. "George told me to do it," I exclaimed. Deborah was gaining on me like a clumsy giraffe. I glanced over at the casket. Fire had engulfed George's exposed torso, shooting up from him. Smoke formed a cloud against the ceiling. All of a sudden, an alarm blared from over my head and I covered my ears. It was too loud. I wanted to bury myself under the pews and hide. But Deborah would catch me. I had to reach the door. I dropped my hands and forced myself to run. I'd almost got there when a loud hissing sound cut through the commotion. I whipped my head around in time to see powder shoot out of the fire extinguisher and cover the casket. The fire dimmed and George's screams pierced my ears again. The sound was the worst one of all. He was in so much pain and I couldn't take it anymore. I clapped my hands over my ears as Deborah caught up to me and grabbed me by the wrists.
Where is your father?
I saw my father running toward us, folding his cell phone into his back pocket. Deborah saw him too. She yanked my arm up higher and said,
Your daughter is a psychopath.
I tried to free myself, but Deborah's grip was strong. George Haggerty asked me to burn him. My lip quivered. He was crying, Daddy. My father frowned at Deborah.
Jesus, Deb, I'm so sorry for all this. Get her the hell out of here!
Deborah shrieked.
I don't ever want to see her face again, you hear me?
Mom would have understood. I cried to my father on the way home, but he was stony-faced. Richie stayed silent. He looked at me like he was scared, like someone had taken his sister away and put a monster there in her place, in her clothes, in her body.
Your mother is dead,
my father said, and the words drew more tears from my eyes. The next morning, my father told me to apologize to the Haggerty family. He drove me to Deborah's door, but she came out and started shouting at him again. Or perhaps at me, I couldn't tell. But I was not sorry for what I had done. They didn't understand. George gave me the instructions. I was only trying to help. Thankfully, because I was so young, Deborah decided not to press charges, and my father never spoke of what happened again. He took me to see a specialist who didn't believe me either. And of course, everybody in town simply went on and on about it. From the moment I set foot in school the following Monday, I could see what was coming. People looked at me from the corner of their eyes like I was dangerous, like they were afraid I'd come near them and hurt them, like I hurt that man at the funeral home. But I would never hurt them. My father found anonymous notes in our mailbox threatening to drive us out of Bethany because this is a family neighborhood and no place for a girl like me. I'm used to it now, but back then it was hard. I walked home from school every day wondering where I went wrong, why everyone hated me when I had just been trying to help poor George. 6 years later, my father married another woman and moved to Columbus, leaving me with Richie in a trailer because I had turned our family into a spectacle, and he could not handle all the threats. Cranky Frankie, the kids at high school still call me.
Don't make eye contact. She'll burn you alive.
Even Richie doesn't believe me. He hates me for driving father away. He has a special name for me. Psychosis. Psychosis. Get out of my face, psychosis. What's for dinner, psychosis? We both know it's an insult, not a diagnosis. Perhaps I am a freak, I think, as I unlatch the cemetery gate and wave at my friend, Mrs. Lewis, who smiles at me from underneath the oak tree. I don't want to complain. I'm lucky to have the ghosts as my friends. But at night, when I lie awake on the couch and listen to Richie snore from the only bed in our trailer, I dream that somewhere out there is somebody like me. Someone else who's treated like they're crazy but doesn't feel crazy. In my dreams, that person assures me that my mother was right, that there's nothing wrong with me, and that I did a good thing by helping George. I hope I find that person soon. 3. Francesca. Did Psycho Russo just come in here? My hand pauses on the toilet flush. I don't have time to cover myself before Ashley Christensen's mousy ponytail smacks against the tiles as she peeps under the stall. She smacks her red lips together. Here, Tara, I got her. Ashley enters the stall next to mine. I zip up my jeans and try to open the door, but it doesn't budge. I can see Tara's white sneakers braced into the floor. She must be pulling against the handle to stop me from getting out. I know what they're about to do, and I'd rather they didn't. I slap my palms against the plastic. Please, Tara, would you just let me out? Tara, you know something that amazes me? Ashley says, ignoring me. Plastic crinkles. Dread fills my chest. Cranky Frankie was able to drive both of her parents to leave her, not just one. Isn't that crazy? Tara snickers. They must have really hated her. Her mom was so embarrassed by her that a tumor grew in her head. Ashley says. And her dad was so ashamed he left her and Richie in a trailer all alone. Tara replies. My hands ball into fists, but I stretch them flat. Do not judge those who are mean, Francesca. They could be having a harder day than you. Ashley is dating Richie. I'm not sure why. Richie has quite a lot of power at our school, and Ashley, I believe on some level, desires that. With Richie by her side, she is untouchable. But he is a lot to handle. I imagine he makes her days rather difficult. Richie tells Ashley so much about our life. Perhaps that's part of the reason she likes him. She gets juicier rumors on the school pariah, which in turn makes her more popular. She found out about the trailer when they started seeing each other 6 months ago, and instead of keeping it to herself, she spread it all through school. Over time, the rumors twisted into even more out-of-this-world versions of themselves. Richie and Francesca are homeless, Richie and Francesca live in a tent, and Richie and Francesca live in the woods behind the school. Richie and Francesca turn into wolves when the moon is full and stick their tongues into each other's mouths. There are more, but I cannot remember them all at the moment. The rumors spread so far that a school administrator called my father inquiring into our living situation. But Richie's over 18 now. He's allowed to live alone, and I am simply living with him. I quite like the trailer. My voice is softer than I'd like it to be. My father pays a visit every couple of weeks. Ashley says, "Yeah, at the end of a freaking gun." My shoulders curl inward. I don't understand why Ashley feels the need to be so mean all the time. In elementary school, she was the one who came up with the name Cranky Frankie, and she has not gotten any nicer. My mother said people are inherently good, and if they act badly, it means they are not well. But sometimes Ashley is so mean that I find it hard to reach out to her with kindness. "Are you all right today, Ashley?" I ask her. "You sound rather upset." Ashley slams her hand against the wall of the stall and I flinch. "You know what upsets me, psycho? Your ugly face." Paper rustles in the stall next door. "Richie is scared of you, you know. He thinks you'll burn him too one night when he's asleep." Before I can brace myself, a barrage of used tampons, pads, and feminine wipes falls onto my head. Next come paper towels and empty coffee cups. A banana peel lands with a splat between my shoes, and my nose fills with the sharp tang of rotten food. Ashley shakes out the rest of the trash barrel over me. "Are there any dead people in the trash today, huh? Do you see any?" I brush a paper towel from my shoulders. Ashley and Tara leave the bathroom overcome with laughter, but I sink back onto the toilet and wrap my arms around my stomach. I know it shouldn't hurt so much. Ashley has been upset with me since elementary school, but her words still pierce my chest and hook onto my heart with their little barbs. I stay in the bathroom for 10 minutes. My nose crinkling at the smell, I pick up every piece of trash and put it back into the barrel before leaving for the cemetery. Snot runs from my nose as I walk. I don't think Ashley would be as mean if I looked more like her. Perhaps she would even let me spend time with her like she does with her friends. Not only is George R. Haggerty hanging over my head, but I'm also heavier than Ashley and her friends. I wear Richie's hand-me-downs a lot of the time because Dad rarely sends enough money for new clothes. But it's all right. I do my best to make them pretty, using my grandmother's thread to embroider flowers, leaves, and bees onto my pants and hand-me-down jackets. They actually come out looking quite nice. Ashley calls me a witch because of my big nose, crooked teeth, and my bushy black hair that I can never style quite right. Every effort I made to tame my hair has failed, so I gave up on it in the end. But I quite like my hair. I wouldn't care so much about my appearance if everyone around me didn't care so much about theirs. Difference isn't something to be afraid of. It really doesn't take much to just mind your own business. The cemetery is a 15-minute walk from school. I try to steady my breathing. When I get there, Mrs. Lewis will tell me everything is going to be all right in a voice as soft as a blanket. She will warm me up. Behind the houses on the left, there's a long field of corn. Green, leafy stalks peek through the trees, starting across the road and disappearing into the distance. As silly as it sounds, I love the cornfields. I've lived here my entire life, so I'm used to being surrounded by corn, driving down straight and dusty farm roads to get into town, and gazing out across the fields through my classroom windows to a horizon you could measure with a ruler. Grain silos like ship's funnels are the only thing breaking the plains. The corn is comforting. It reminds me of autumn and the times my mother used to bring me to corn mazes, entwining her fingers with mine as we strolled among the stalks and I licked cinnamon sugar off my lips. She told me once that the corn has secrets. These fields have seen more than you ever have, and more than you ever will. I remember my mother holding a finger to her lips. If you're really quiet, you might be able to hear them whisper. I stopped chewing and listened very hard, but I didn't hear anything. After my mother passed, I used to sneak into the cornfields at night and listen for the voices, her voice in particular. But I never heard anything except the wind in the stalks. I imagine some people would be frightened of the corn, not knowing what could possibly jump out of it, but it doesn't scare me. My belly flutters at the memory. Even though people can be mean, I like it in Bethany. I don't know why, but I'm comfortable here. I like to think of it as a pocket of America that the rest of the country has forgotten about. A pocket that's collecting dust with country music on the radio and hymns on Sundays. The cornfields have a haunting beauty. The sky is big and turns the color of violent reds, oranges, and pinks at the beginning and end of each day, and the silver silos sit like crashed UFOs in the distance. Besides, all my ghosts are here, and they are my family. I will never leave them behind. I walk across town. A buggy, pulled by a spectacular chestnut horse with a white stripe down the front of its nose, stops at the stop sign. The bearded driver waves at me, and I scurry over the crosswalk before I can inconvenience him. I can see my old house now, the place where I used to live when my mother was alive, and my life felt halfway normal. I see the woven wrought iron gate that leads into the cemetery. I unlatch the gate and look around. Usually, when I visit the cemetery, everybody is milling about. Not today. They are all gathered under the oak tree. Everyone except for Jeremy Noonan, who is sitting on a gravestone watching a squirrel collect acorns. Jeremy is in his 20s and has a long face like a camel's, except emaciated and drained of blood and life. Homemade tattoos cover his bare arms and shoulders, and thin facial hair pokes out right above his upper lip and on the point of his chin. Jeremy died of a heroin overdose 2 years ago. I don't enjoy speaking to him because he makes comments that make me uncomfortable. Jeremy abandons the squirrel and weaves over to me.
Hey, Kika. You'd be smoking hot if you didn't wear such ugly clothes, you know,
he says, flashing his top teeth. I let out a long sigh. Jeremy is the only person who calls me Kika. I believe it was the name of a female dancer he once knew. How are you doing today, Jeremy? Jeremy's eyelids droop as if he were high. I know he misses cannabis more than any other drug. At least that's what he told me. I used to wonder if ghosts go through withdrawal when they die, but knowing what I do now, I doubt it. Jeremy would have complained about it.
Oh, you know.
Why is everybody standing under the tree?
They're in a meeting.
How mysterious. I tuck my hair behind my ears, but it springs free. What about?
Some guy came here last night.
Jeremy scratches his head as if his hair could itch. I have always found it interesting how the dead hang on to their mannerisms from life, fixing their hair, licking their lips.
Dude was chatting with Gus or Charlie. People are saying he's evil or something.
Hold on. Did I hear that right? A man saw Gus with his eyes? Jeremy glares at me like I'm unintelligent.
No, Kika. He saw him through his ass.
I don't believe it. Somebody else can see the dead?
Guess you aren't alone after all,
Jeremy says. Oh, how I want to believe him, but his grasp on reality can falter some days. So I leave him with the squirrel and go join the group. I weave through gravestones, memorial plaques, and tombs. There's a rock wall around the cemetery with lichen and moss growing out of the gaps in the stones. I step over a row of unmarked, crumbling graves. Because Bethany is small, death doesn't happen here often. Most of the people in the cemetery are people's grandparents, victims of farming accidents, or overdoses of opiates like Jeremy, who told me that drugs are quite a problem around here. There are a few children in the cemetery too, but children don't usually stay for long. Every ghost fades away eventually. Some can fade within days, or it can take years. Nobody knows where they go, but they no longer exist on Earth. Reverend Gesford has been in the cemetery for 20 years. He is the oldest dead person I know. I glance around for Mrs. Lewis and find her standing beside her husband, Mr. Lewis, near the edge of the group. Mrs. Lewis has shoulder-length white hair and wears a cardigan with roses on it. Every time I've ever seen her, she has been wearing the same cardigan. Mrs. Lewis smiles at me warmly. "Good morning, Francesca."
"It's the afternoon,"
Mr. Lewis grumbles. He's wearing overalls and has straw in his hair. I smile. "How are you today, Mrs. Lewis?"
"Rather spooked, to be honest."
She lowers her voice.
"A man visited us last night."
"Jeremy told me he could see the twins. Is that true?" Mrs. Lewis does not respond. Instead, she touches my face, her translucent fingers passing through my skin with a slight tingle.
"What's this on your face?"
Oh, something must have gotten on my face from the trash bin earlier. "I'm not sure." Mrs. Lewis frowns.
"Is this your blood?"
"Somebody else's." I rub the back of my neck uncomfortably. Ashley Christensen was having a bad day.
"Oh, honey."
Mrs. Lewis's mouth presses into a thin line.
"I don't know how you put up with that girl."
She is looking at me like she pities me, which makes me suddenly uncomfortable, so I drop my gaze to my feet. I've told Mrs. Lewis about the girls at school before, but the bullying has been going on for so long that the story is old now. I am happy in the cemetery. I don't want to think about Ashley and Tara here. Hating those who hate you creates rot where there could be sugar, I say. Mrs. Lewis blinks at me like she doesn't understand, so I add, "It's something my mother used to say."
"Girls can be so mean,"
Mrs. Lewis says.
"But you are one tough cookie, sweetheart. You will be okay."
I smile without teeth and turn my head to watch Reverend Gesford standing under the tree.
"Did he say anything else?"
Reverend Gesford asks the identical ivory-haired twins, Charlie and Gus, who are wearing matching green t-shirts. Reverend Gesford is a short, heavy-set man dressed in robes with a round face that gets so flushed when he feels any sort of emotion that it looks like his whole head is in danger of popping off like a cork. He told me once that he believes there's a final judgment after you fade away, where God decides whether you belong in heaven or hell. I wonder what he did for his final judgment to take so long, what with him being a man of God and everything.
"He grabbed my face like this,"
says Gus, pinching Charlie's cheeks to demonstrate. Esther, their mother, winces. The three of them, along with Esther's 7-day-old baby, had died in a house fire, along with Esther's husband, who faded away a few months ago. He was rather soft-spoken.
"Then he said, 'Not you,' and walked away. He had terrible breath,"
says Charlie.
"Just awful,"
Gus affirms.
"Did anybody else speak to the man?"
Reverend Gesford asks. 11-year-old Natalie Dorado steps forward.
"I saw the little bitch talking to Henry."
Natalie died from leukemia a year ago. Her eyes are narrowed into perpetual slits like she's already seen all this world had to offer and found it boring. Bitch is Natalie's favorite word. She calls everyone a bitch because her parents aren't around to stop her. Reverend Gesford gasps.
"What did he say?"
Natalie crosses her arms. "I don't know. I couldn't hear."
"You didn't hear anything?"
he asks.
"That's what I said, bitch."
Reverend Gesford ignores her. Everyone knows by now that Natalie doesn't mean any harm. I actually find her rather amusing. "Who else did he speak to?" I ask. "He grabbed Henry's face too," Natalie says. "He grabbed it like he did Gus's." Hang on a minute. Could this man touch ghosts too? "I'm sorry to interrupt, Reverend Gesford," I blurt out, waving hello. "How are you doing today, by the way?" The wrinkles disappear from between his eyebrows.
"I'm all right, Francesca. Thank you for asking."
I turn to Natalie. He was actually able to grab them? What, are you dumb? Natalie pushes her hair out of her face. When she first arrived at the cemetery, her head was as smooth as an egg, but now her hair has sprung back. It's usually those with most horrendous deaths who hold on to their appearances from death the longest. Car accidents, killings, and the like. Eventually, most take on the appearance they had before their death, before the marks of trauma took charge of their faces. I literally just said that. But nobody can touch ghosts. Well, this one did. What does he look like? Natalie shrugs. He was wearing a long green coat. Henry stands behind Natalie like marble. He can't be older than 12, with a crop of fiery red hair. I try to remember how he died, but come up blank. I don't know Henry well. He doesn't speak very much. Reverend Guessford leans over to meet Henry's eyes.
Did he grab you, Henry?
Everyone leans forward to watch Henry pull up the sleeve of his jacket to reveal a dark bruise on his arm. I gasp. Everyone explodes into concerned chatter.
Did the man do that?
How is that possible?
The dead can't bruise.
Is Henry hurt?
It doesn't make sense,
says a middle-aged woman with yellowing teeth and a tight braid whose name I cannot remember.
We don't know who he is, why he came, or whether he's going to come again. Do you think he's going to come back?
Nobody answers her. Without any warning, she wails.
He's going to kill us all.
Yeah, bitch, Natalie mutters. We're going to die twice.
Everyone,
Reverend Guessford calls.
Please compose yourselves.
But the voices grow louder. A cold wind slips between the gravestones and I shiver, but I don't feel cold. In fact, my chest is warm. If what the ghosts are saying is true, there is someone else like me. Not only that, but there's someone else like me in Bethany. I need to talk to this man. He might be able to tell me why I can see ghosts when no one else can. If there is even one other person like me, perhaps there are more. I may not be alone after all. But when I look over at Mrs. Lewis, a chill shoots up my spine.
Something isn't right about this,
she says, and her eyes are so intense that they appear brighter than the rest of her body.
I can feel it, honey, and I swear it on my life. Something evil is coming here.
4. Shiloh. Foggy wisps of air bleed from my lips. My hands curl around the flashlight as I trudge through the woods.
Max?
I scream. A damp, musty smell wafts up from the wet leaves on the ground as I scan the shadows for something red. A splash of color. Something. Anything that stands out against the blanket of brown. The search party has grown over the last 6 hours. Now it seems like half of Bethany has shown up in sweaters, overcoats, and scarves, holding out lamps to light up the trees in the dark ground beneath.
Max?
Miles, my boyfriend of 3 weeks, calls into the shadows. His voice is too quiet. Max will never hear it. Voices murmur behind me. 2 women. Their attempt to keep their voices low only makes them louder.
This is so sad,
one whispers.
I know,
the other hisses.
It's just like what happened to that little girl. The one in Mount Keenan. Gone without a trace. I can't believe they never found her. I'm praying this little guy just wandered off. Kids do that, don't they? Maybe he went on an adventure and couldn't find his way home.
Max didn't just go on an adventure. He would never do that. He knows to stay close to others and never to go off on his own. I taught him better than that. I remember Dad last night grabbing hold of Mom's turtleneck sweater and pressing her face into the couch. I didn't hear what he got mad about. I was watching funny videos with Max on the living room desktop when I heard Mom tell Dad to let her go, and I scooped Max into my arms and covered his eyes with my hand. I stood by the chair frozen as Dad's knuckles dug into Mom's skin. She tapped his forearm with her thin wrist like a wrestler submitting, as if begging him to let go. I wanted to do something, say something. Mom needed my help and all I could do was watch. But I couldn't risk Dad paying any attention to me and turning whatever he was feeling onto Max, So instead, I hurried Max back to his room and pressed my back against the door to catch my breath. Max had rubbed his eyes and wrinkled his brow.
Why did we stop watching videos?
Good. I didn't think he had seen anything. Because I'm tired, and I want to keep reading that book. Max's face had opened up in excitement.
The one with the agent gorilla?
That's the one. I got Max ready for bed and read him the book I'd gotten from the library about a gorilla and his friends who have to work together to find his missing dog. Occasionally, as I was reading, I'd hear Mom and Dad fighting through the walls. Dad would bark something, or I'd hear Mom's voice rise. But when Dad smashed that glass, my stomach lodged itself into my throat. I glanced down to see if Max noticed, but he didn't react. He was looking up at me as if to ask, "Why did you stop reading?" We were sitting side by side on his bed, so I don't think he could feel how fast my heart was beating. Logically, I know it's possible that Max could have run away, but I just don't think he would. It doesn't make sense that he'd do it today. Dad didn't hurt him or me, and Max and I spent every day together. If he was going to run away, wouldn't he say goodbye? Something happened to him. I know it did. A hand drops onto my shoulder. I glance up to see one of Max's teachers, Mrs. Rosenfarb, frowning at me. "Rob's getting tired, so we're going to head out." Light from Miles's headlamp glints off Mrs. Rosenfarb's glasses. "I'm so sorry, honey." I tense but keep my mouth shut. Everyone in the search party keeps trying to talk to me. They just want to comfort me, I know, but I wish they'd just leave me alone. They look at me as if I'm going to dissolve into a puddle of tears. Maybe they're worried I'll melt into the leaves and disappear too. Once Mrs. Rosenfarb realizes I'm not going to say anything, she and her husband walk away up to Mom and Dad, leading the group at the front. Dad is still in his uniform. Even though he's no taller than 5'11", his shoulders are so broad that they look as if both Mom and me could fit inside his ribcage. Dad's the sheriff of York County, and he's well liked by everyone in Bethany because people seem to think of him as the town's protector. I know why. The image of him in everybody's heads is the photo he slapped on his campaign ads. The one displaying his flinty eyes, the confident set of his jaw, and that sense of all-American youthfulness he had when he graduated from Ohio State, where he had played football, joined a fraternity, and driven home every weekend to visit Mom, his chemically blonde high school sweetheart who soon became his wife. In those ads, he looked like the before photo of a soldier heading off to war, all swagger and buzz cut, without any of the grief lines he'd gotten after his brother Jim died carved into his face as if with a chisel. People still see him as the before photo. Dad comes from a long line of farmers right here in Bethany. He cares about this town. It's our community, he tells us. And according to Madeline Carter, who owns the bakery on Main Street, he has a smile that can melt butter. Melt her too, apparently, judging by how giggly she gets when Dad goes in there to buy Max and me apology cookies. In the eyes of Bethany, Ernest Olson is close to God. It's a load of crap. From beside me, Miles clears his throat. "Is there anything I can do for you, Shiloh?" I glance over at him from the corner of my eye. He could stop trying to talk to me, that would be helpful. Instead of replying to him, I scream out into the shadows. "Max!" This is all my fault. I told Max not to talk to strangers. I told him never to go with anyone who wasn't Mom or me. I didn't want him to be alone with Dad just in case anything happened. But we practiced this. I told him this. I'd given myself one job, to protect Max. And I couldn't even do that. I gripped the flashlight so tight pain sparks through my knuckles. Dad's strides are long and confident, as if Max isn't missing. As if he hadn't been late. As if Max is going to come running out of the shadows completely fine and announce he'd gotten lost. I wish something had happened to Dad instead of Max. It would serve him right. Dad glances back at me and slows his pace to fall into stride with me. "Scooter, it's time to go home." I struggled to wrap my mind around his words. No, we can't go home. We have to keep looking. Dad's attention darts back to Mom, who's wrapping a shawl tightly over her thin, trembling shoulders. Then he looks back at my disbelieving face. "Your mother is getting tired, and it's getting late." I gape at him. But we can't stop. Dad gestures back at 2 other police officers walking a few paces behind me. Brendan and Scott will keep looking with me. We can take it from here. Dad touches my back and I squirm away from him. I know it feels wrong, sweetheart, but you can't do anything for him now. You and your mother need to rest so you can keep helping in the morning. He sounds so condescending that I bristle. He looks sad and exhausted, but he doesn't look at all guilty. It's like he doesn't believe this was his fault. If he'd been on time to pick Max up, this would not have happened. I'm not a child, I snap. What if Max is out here? If he's out there, we'll find him, Dad assures me. When my eyes drop to my shoes, Dad reaches over me to shake Miles' hand. Good night, son, and thanks. Miles nods at him. Good night, sir. Dad tugs his hat low and gestures for me to follow him. Come on now, he says. I'm walking you and your mother home. Fighting Dad is going to get me nowhere, so I trudge after Dad as Miles calls out goodnight. I wave back at him. I don't have the energy to say it back. My feet drag against the ground as I follow my parents back to our house. Dad wraps his arm around Mom and pulls her along as she cries. Wiping my own gummy nose, I wonder why I'm not crying. I haven't cried since Dad first told me the news. I don't know what's wrong with me. My entire body is numb. If someone were to drop a coin into my chest cavity, it would fall straight down to my diaphragm and land flat. Dad opens the mudroom door and Mom hangs her shawl on the hook. On my way inside, I throw my shoes onto the rack. There is a clatter as they tumble off and fall onto the floor. Dad glares at the discarded sneakers. Shiloh, put your shoes away. Keeping my eyes on him, I pick up my sneakers and line them up on the shelf. Dad nods, satisfied. He goes to the kitchen, takes a glass out of the cabinet, and pours himself a drink over the fireplace. I watch him lower himself onto the lazy boy recliner. Is he serious right now? He's drinking? I usually stay quiet around Dad, but this is absurd. I have to say something. I thought you were going back out there, I say, wiping my sweaty palms against my pants. I brace myself for his response, but he only takes off his hat and places it on the side table, stretching his feet out in front of him. I'm stressed right now. I'm going to sit for 5 minutes. He holds his index finger up. 1 drink. I should just shut up. Mom is upset. I don't want to make things worse for her. But he can't force us to come home and then sit here doing nothing. He has to go back out there. My voice is louder now. You're acting like you don't care about him. Mom takes my hand and begs. Please, Shiloh, just don't. Anger flashes in Dad's eyes. Watch your tone with me. Cold sets into my bones. Dad had been drinking before going to pick up Max. Did you do something to him? I ask, my voice trembling. Did you hurt him? Without warning, Dad smashes his glass onto the floor. Shards fly across the wood and onto the carpet. I jump backward to avoid them, glad he didn't throw it at my head. A fluttering sigh escapes from Mom. Dad points at me. I would never do anything to hurt him. He is my son. That hasn't stopped you before, I think, but I don't say it. I don't move. I can see Dad trying to restrain himself. His chest moves up and down with effort, as if there's an invisible sandbag weighing him down. You don't understand, he says finally. There are no leads. Nobody saw where he went. There has to be something. Without warning, Dad steps over the glass to where I am standing and wraps his arms around Mom. She flinches at the touch. Her arms stay by her sides. I'm sorry, hun, he says, his voice muffled through Mom's thin hair. He cups his hand around her head and her mouth tenses. I'm sorry I was late to pick him up, but there are no leads. I'm trying everything. Mom's voice is thin. You're doing everything you can. Yeah, Dad pulls backward and cups Mom's face. The gesture is so intimate I have to look away.
I promise I'm going to bring him home. I just need a plan.
Dad walks back into the living room, and Mom walks over to get the dustpan out of the closet. Dad splashes more scotch into a new glass before turning on the radio and sinking into his recliner with a creak, leaning his head back into the leather and closing his eyes. After Mom throws the pieces of broken glass into the trash, she kisses me on the head. "Be kind to your father," she says, her hand trembling like a frightened bird. "He may not show it, but he's struggling to keep it together too." I don't care, I want to tell her, but I just don't have it in me. Mom retreats to her bedroom. A dull ache reverberates through my chest as I watch her go. Her words bounce around my head. Be kind to your father. I spend a lot of time trying to figure out why she stays with him, and I think a lot of it comes down to just that. She still sees him as someone who's small and hurting, someone she needs to take care of. I also think part of it goes back to the town. Given the choice, would the town choose to be on her side, or would it be on his, their protector, their great Ernest Oleson? Dad will make up lies to cover his ass, and where will that leave Mom? She will be a liar, someone trying to ruin Dad's life. So will Max and I. To her, I think staying is easier than putting herself through that. The part of me that still hates her doesn't let me follow or comfort her. I go to the kitchen and lean across the cold granite countertop, stretching my arms out in front of me and pulling on the blue rubber bracelet on my wrist. Max gave it to me last year. It was part of a goodie bag he got from some kid's superhero-themed birthday party. He asked me not to take it off, and I promised I never would. Pressing my thumb into the Wonder Woman insignia, I let out a shaky breath. Dad groans from the lazy boy. It takes me a moment to realize he has fallen asleep. I pause. Should I wake him up? He's supposed to go back out there and search. But I can't bring myself to move. I press my cheek into the smooth granite. I'm decomposing. My bones are brittle and dry like desert twigs, like they'd flake under the slightest pressure. My muscles are rotting and peeling from my bone, and my skin is fusing to my pants, growing through them to the wooden seat beneath them. Under the table, I peel off my socks. A spring creaks under Dad's weight, and my eyes shoot over to the recliner. In our living room, there's a portable silver radio with 2 bulging speakers sitting above the fireplace. Every day after work, Dad turns on a local country station and falls asleep in his lazy boy recliner with an empty beer can on the table beside him. He has played the same radio station ever since I can remember. The same host, too, Rodney Jackson on WCKO. I've never seen a picture of Rodney's face, but I imagine he has a square jaw and wears worn jeans and a baseball cap that makes him look young, but not younger than Dad. In the picture in my head, Rodney's a good old boy living deep inside his southern comfort zone, even though we don't live in the South, who thinks Dolly Parton is for chicks but listens to her anyway. Mom doesn't like WKCO. When she makes dinner, she uses the radio to play one of her gospel CDs because it reminds her of her own mother. Whenever I hear Rodney Jackson in the living room, I know Dad is home, and my stomach gets that heavy feeling. It doesn't matter how friendly Rodney sounds. I'm never happy to hear his voice. Dad is sound asleep in the recliner, snoring over Waylon Jennings. His bald spot is just visible over the top of the leather chair and rises and falls out of time with the song. He always sets the volume high enough that I can hear it from every corner of our one-story home. But neither Mom nor I can lower it. Even 5 points would wake him. I shrug off my employee vest and toss it on the chair next to me. Every part of me wants to walk over to the mantel, pick up the radio, and smash it into Dad's head so hard that it splits the skin covering his skull. I need to leave before the temptation grows. I'm standing up from the stool, slinging my vest over my shoulder, when I get an idea. I glance over at the basement door. Dad converted the basement into his office 4 years ago, and Max and I aren't allowed to go down there now. Max has never tried. He's afraid of the dark. I tried once, soon after Dad made the rule, because Max was missing his old plastic dump truck, and I had a feeling I'd left it in the basement while I was bringing his toys upstairs. I thought Dad was out, and that he'd never know. But when I made it to the top of the stairs with the dump truck, Dad saw me and got so angry he pushed me backwards, making me fall down the stairs back to the bottom. After I had regained my breath, I remember thinking it had been a pretty dumb way of keeping me out of the basement. Dad spends hours down in his office on weekends. His computer down there has remote access to his work computer, and all police records. There's no way Max disappeared without a trace. There are always parents milling around baseball practice. Parents with cell phones. Somebody had to have seen something. I don't think Dad would do anything to hurt Max. He's violent and has a quick temper, but he's not evil. But what if something did happen? What if Dad knows something he isn't telling me? If he is, I have to know. I stand up and cross the living room. I turn the basement doorknob, and the door opens with a click. Dad stays asleep. Relief blooming in my chest, I slip around the door and close it behind me. The stairs don't have a banister. I keep my hand on the wall as I walk down them, aware of every creak under my feet. The wood is stained and splintered from years of use, and the stairs are steep. As I step onto the ground, my feet land in a pile of dirt and dust. A damp, musty smell hangs in the air, and the dust clogs my lungs and makes me cough. I feel around for the light switch. In the dark, every jar and box takes on a different meaning. Something scary, something out to get me. Stupid. I'm stupid. Monsters aren't real. Not monsters like that, anyway. I glance over my shoulder at the closed basement door and hope Dad doesn't wake up. My hand finds the switch and the naked light bulb flickers to life. The basement looks different from how I remember it. Its shelves used to hold food, laundry detergent, counter cleaner, and other household items. But all the shelves are gone now, and the walls are bare. A bookcase and a tall refrigerator sandwich Dad's desk. There are 2 photos taped to the fridge, a Christmas card of our family from last year, and one of Dad and his brother Jim holding a trout when they couldn't have been older than 20. Jim hung himself when I was 12. I don't know the whole story because Dad never talks about it, but I know from Mom that Dad blames himself for it. On the desk is a tip stack of manila folders and an old computer plugged into the wall. Dad doesn't let me have a phone because he says social media is damaging, and I can't have my own laptop either. The only computers in the house are the family desktop in the living room, which I use to do my homework, and this one. The theory behind this is that the desktop is in a high-traffic part of the house so that he can always see what I'm doing on it. This doesn't actually prevent me from looking up anything. He's at work when I get home from school, and Mom doesn't care what I search for. I usually just use the school or library computers to browse the internet. I wiggle the mouse, and the monitor asks me for a password. I don't know what his password could be, and I'm scared of getting it wrong in case it locks the computer long enough for Dad to figure out somebody was down here. Max hasn't been missing long enough for Dad to have a paper file down here. I don't think he's even been in the basement since this afternoon. But since I'm already here, I still want to have a look around. I reach over a cluster of empty beer cans to pick up the top folder on the stack of folders, an arrest report for a man charged with a DUI 6 months ago. Another folder catches my eye. Careful not to knock anything over, I pick it up. It's dated to a month ago. Printed above the date is the name Poppy Rooney. I pause. Poppy Rooney. That's the name of the missing girl. I open the folder. At the top, it summarizes what happened to her, that she got off the school bus at approximately 3:15 p.m. but never arrived home. My eyes pause on the name of a witness. Edward Meddy. I lower myself onto Dad's chair. The notes under the report say that Lieutenant Vaughn discarded Edward Meddy's testimony because of his cognitive impairment and contradicting descriptions of what he had seen. I read the polite description of Meddy and his Alzheimer's diagnosis. I can only imagine the words Dad and the other meatheads he works with were using to describe him. Pigs. I hold the file up to the light and start to read. Edward Meddy claims he saw Poppy get off the bus and wait at the intersection before a young man picked her up in his car. She went willingly, Meddy reported. She waited for him and went. Meddy's daughter, who was interviewed after him, was with Meddy at the time and saw nothing. Poppy's school photo is clipped to the inside of the folder. I trace my finger over the girl's black and white smiling face. Blonde braids frame a face full of freckles. She is grinning through braces that are trying to hold back too many top teeth. Something warms in my chest. Her smile looks as if she has gathered up all the beautiful things in this world and is sending them back out to whoever would stop to look at her. Something creaks above me, and I put the folder down. Rodney Jackson's voice cuts off mid-sentence, and I throw myself across the room to shut off the light. Darkness falls over me. I listen for Dad's footsteps. "Please don't come downstairs," I beg. Everything is still. I cup my hands over my nose and mouth. The footsteps sound again. The basement door opens. I drop behind a cardboard box under the stairs. My knees crash into the dirty concrete, and I clamp my teeth onto my lip to prevent myself from crying out as each stair bends under Dad's weight. He switches on the light. I lower myself even closer to the ground. A spider twitches upside down under my nose. I must have crushed it with my knee. Out of mercy, I flatten it with my thumb and watch its legs scrunch up. Fear freezes my bones into place. I can't breathe. I can't move. I imagine Dad's nostrils flaring as he stalks through the office, pausing, sniffing the air like a predator. Something snaps under Dad's boot. He's close to me now. I press my forehead into the ground and pray he doesn't see me. Dad turns off the light and climbs the stairs, slamming the door behind him. I listen to him stomp across the hardwood above me in his heavy boots before he grabs his keys and shuts the front door. A choked breath rattles from my lungs as I fall onto my side and hug my knees. He left to rejoin the search, I tell myself. He isn't going to find me. After my breathing slows, I tuck Poppy Rooney's case file into my sweatshirt, sneak back upstairs to my room, and sob into my pillow. Detective Lieutenant Scott Finnegan. Can you tell me about Ernest Olson's relationship with his children? Sandra O'Leary. My cat got out once, scampered up a tree, and refused to come down. I called the police. I didn't know what to do, but Ernest answered the call. I remember he had Max along with him that day, and Max sat in the grass as Ernest climbed the tree to get my Missy back. Jacqueline Orr. It's a tragedy, and I still pray that Max gets home safe. I have nothing more to say on the matter. Mrs. Rosenfarb. I can't say I'd seen them interact more than my other second graders. Max was a quiet kid. Is a quiet kid. I mean, you know how kids are. I knew he was getting picked on. I had a conversation with Ernest and Heidi about it. Quite frankly, Ernest seemed more worried than she did, which isn't usually the case. It's usually the mothers. Robert Bozhart. He's a good guy and a decent parent. Yeah, he was late to pick the kid up that day, but he never did anything to raise any eyebrows. Nicole Yu. I have never seen a man be more loving with his children. I remember one time when they were small, my husband and I were at their house for the 4th of July. 4th of July at the Olsons' place was a blast. We go every year. But one year, Ernest did this Johnny Cash impression that wasn't half bad, and it made the children giggle. Burning Ring of Fire he was singing right there at the barbecue. He held the grilling tongs in his teeth and doing the do-si-do. He was laughing. Heck, we were all laughing. Everybody at that party had a grand old time. After we ate, he stood up from the dinner table and transformed into this version of himself. I recall he called himself the Cuddle Monster to chase the kids around the yard. Oh, and the way he talked about them. He was so proud of them, especially Max. He showed my husband photos at all of our dinners. Mark Yu. The Cuddle Monster? Yeah, I remember him doing that. Fred Riddle. This has nothing to do with the Olsons. Pedophiles are taking the children. There was a girl in Grafton. Her body turned up in a ditch 3 days after she disappeared, and you know what? She'd been raped. The DNA was all over her. There ain't nothing some guys won't do. Stop going down rabbit holes and start doing your goddamn jobs. Adonica Kordelski. Oh, you can't possibly believe Ernest could have anything to do with this. I've worked for the man for 20 years. Ernest wouldn't hurt a fly. Detective Sergeant Kyle Babin. Ernest Olson has an alibi, Scott. Kirshner has him at Duncan's. Why are we still talking about this? 5. Shiloh. I tap my bare foot against the living room carpet as Mom walks back in with a mug in each hand. She hands one to Detective Babin, who takes it with a smile and says, "Thank you, Heidi." Mom gives the other to Lieutenant Finnegan, who nods his thanks. Both men are sitting in the armchairs to the side of the fireplace. Finnegan adjusts himself in the leather of the lazy boy, springs creaking under his weight. Dad never lets anyone sit in that chair, but he hasn't said anything to Finnegan. Given the circumstances, Dad will let Finnegan do pretty much whatever he wants. In these cases, statistically, it's someone close to the child who's involved. That's what Dad told us this morning. Babin and Finnegan are going to ask us a few questions, but that doesn't mean we're in trouble. They know none of us would hurt Max. I remember Dad smashing Max's head into the wall. The memory rises in my throat like sour bile. Mom sits beside me, resting her frail palms over her knees. I notice how much sadder she looks, even since yesterday. I didn't sleep at all last night. As soon as there was even a sliver of light, I pulled myself out of bed to find Mom and Dad both still awake, too. We drove to Merwin Park and walked down every side street, through the woods, along the winding road beside the Sullivans' farm, weeding through the brush to try and find a scrap of clothing, a shoe, anything. When we returned to the house, we found Babin and Finnegan already parked outside. I wondered if they had bad news, and it was like all the life drained from my body, but they just needed to talk to us. I know they need to talk to the family, but I didn't expect it would make me feel so dirty, like they think I could have done something. Detective Babin strokes his jaw. "We just want to have a conversation," he says, "to understand the timeline we're working with here." Finnegan glares at me through beady eyes. I cross my arms over my chest to try and push down how uncomfortable I feel. Dad tells him his timeline. Just after noon, he arrived at Duncan's to watch the Buckeyes. He sat there, ordered a drink, you know how it goes, until I called him around 2 to remind him Max needed to be picked up, and he drove straight to the park. By the time Dad arrived at 10 past, Beauhart was standing in the parking lot waiting for him to tell him that Max was gone. Finnegan and Babin take notes. They ask Dad whether the Buckeyes played a good game. I keep my jaw clamped shut, but I want to scream. They don't ask why Dad was 45 minutes late. They don't comment on how irresponsible that was. "You left earlier than you expected. I take it you were clear, to get behind the wheel?" Babin asks. Dad raises his brow like Babin said something offensive. "Absolutely." He lies through his teeth. When I got home, I smelled the booze on his breath. "You know me, Kyle. I love my kids. I'd never do anything to put them in danger." This seems to satisfy them. Is that it? I'm not saying I think Dad did anything, but they don't know that yet. All it takes is for him to say he loves us and they will just move on. I hope they go harder on the others they interview. They turn their attention to Mom. What was she doing this whole time? "I was asleep," she says in a quiet voice. "We had a bit of a late night the night before," Dad adds, which is true. Mom stayed up late cleaning up the Legos Dad dumped onto the floor in a fit of anger that the house was never clean. "The two of us, we got into a bit of a disagreement. Stayed awake to talk about it, fix things and all that." They ask where I was. Dad tells them I was at work until 5 o'clock and that they can contact my manager to confirm. Before Babin and Finnegan arrived, Dad told me not to talk. I asked him why. It's not as if I've got anything to hide. But it's dawning on me that the reason he wants me to keep my mouth shut is so that I don't say anything about him. I wouldn't do that. If I had wanted others to know what he's done to me, I would have already told someone. No, I don't want anyone to know because I'm afraid that if they do take Max and me away, they will separate us. I can't let that happen. At least at home I can protect him, and I can run away and take him with me as soon as I turn 18. In foster care, I wouldn't know where he was. I can't protect him if I'm not with him. I don't want Babin and Finnegan finding out about any of that. But judging by the easy questions they've asked Dad so far, they won't find anything. On their way out, Babin shakes Dad's hand. "We're talking to every parent who was there at pickup to figure whether someone saw something. If they'll let us, we're going to try and talk to the kids. One parent saw a man they did not recognize. says Finnegan.
But we don't know enough about him to investigate,
Babin adds.
They didn't remember any distinguishing features, only that his sweater was black. One of those North Face Patagonia types. Kind of odd because it was a warm day.
He claps Dad on the shoulder.
I'll give you more this afternoon.
With that, they leave. Outside, I spot a news van parked across the street. Seeing movement, the reporter stands up from where she's leaning against the side, but Dad shuts the door before she can make it to our lawn.
He lets out a sharp sigh. Nobody respects people's goddamn privacy anymore.
Mom rubs my back, but I push her arm away and walk back to my bedroom, where I slam the door behind me and crawl under my sheets. Someone saw a suspicious man at the park. Most of the parents know each other. If there was someone there who they didn't recognize, he probably wasn't one of the parents. He was someone new. I glance over at my closet, where I stashed the folder with the information about Poppy Rooney last night. I need to put it back soon because Dad might want to check for coincidences or links himself, and I don't want him to know it's gone missing. I sat in the closet last night, poring over every word, balancing the folder on my knees with a flashlight propped up on my shoulder. The police already talked to the bus driver, Poppy's mother, her classmates, teachers, and friends. Someone working at the farm genetics plant by their house saw her walking to the bus that morning during a smoke break. There's a photograph of Poppy's stepfather, but underneath it someone had written that the photo had been taken by a security camera at a gas station in Utica, which means that he couldn't have been anywhere close when Poppy got off her school bus. Someone had also written sexual motive, pedophile, on a separate page, but it didn't seem to connect to her stepfather. It was clear they were trying to narrow down a list of people who could have done it, but they didn't have much to go on. The only person who offered any sort of clear picture of what happened to Poppy after getting off the bus was Edward Meddy. In one report, he said Poppy got into a truck. In another report, he said she got into a car. He said a man was driving, then he said a woman was driving. But in every report, Poppy gets into some kind of vehicle. I know this doesn't say much, but if Poppy did get into a car with someone, it probably means she must have known them, or at least trusted them enough to get into their car. Unless they were a cop, I guess, but cop cars are unique, and Edward Meddy might have at least mentioned that once. It isn't a lot, but it's a place to start. Poppy only disappeared a month ago. In one of Edward Meddy's reports, a man drove Poppy away. She and Max both disappeared in the middle of the afternoon in towns right next to each other. Could the suspicious man someone saw at t-ball practice have taken Poppy too? I go to the closet and pick up the folder. The word pedophile swims in front of my eyes, and I rub them to dispel it. I need to tell Dad about this. I don't think Babin and Finnegan are considering it, but there's no way to explain how I know about Edward Meddy without admitting that I snuck down to his office. I clench and unclench my fist. He's going to be so mad. But if the same guy who took Poppy also took Max, they can use parts of what Edward Meddy said to figure out what this guy could look like and ask the parents at practice if it was the same guy they saw. It's stupid. Is it stupid? Dad is going to think I'm stupid. And yet, I picture Max somewhere dark where dirt and shadows mix with the tears running down his cheeks. I can't just sit here while he's out there somewhere in pain. I can't let anything Dad could ever do to me stop me from getting to Max, because that's what big sisters are for. I need to rehearse what I'm going to say. In fits of anger, Dad has shoved report cards into my chest and told me I'm not smart enough to amount to anything, and I can't even apply myself in sports. I'm a nothing. I have never told anybody that before. Only Mom knows about it because she heard Dad say it. She consoled me afterwards and told me he didn't mean it. But I remember the look in his eyes, and I know she was wrong. Dad might have been drunk, but he believed it. I know Dad has his own issues, but I also know that deep down, he's right. I do get bad grades. I've never been any good at sports. But I have Max. And if all I do right is keep him safe, then I'd say my life is damn well spent. I have to find him. It's still morning and Dad's going to be out there searching, so he'll at least be sober. After I have rehearsed what I'm going to say a few times in the mirror, I walk out into the kitchen. Dad? Mom is on the couch and cranes her neck back to look at me. Your father isn't here. Oh. Did he go into work? Mom gives a swift nod and returns her attention to the reporter on television. He went into the office. Crap. I wanted to talk to him now before we go back out to the search. When is he getting home? After dinner, Mom says. Or later, maybe. I can't wait that long. I need to talk to him now. Going back into my room and grabbing my bag, I tell Mom I'm going to see Miles. Your boyfriend, Miles? She asks. I nod, although I don't know what other Miles she could be talking about. Mom straightens. All right, just be back by 2 for the search party. I will, I tell her. Promise? Of course I'm going to come home to search for Max. I don't know why I have to promise, except that Mom has pills the doctor prescribes for her, and she doesn't take them often, but when she does, it's like she's on another planet. She's probably on some now, given the circumstances. I promise, I say. This seems to please her, and with that, I leave. Because Bethany is so small, the sheriff's department is located in Mount Keenan, the next town over, which is about 20 minutes away on the bus. I pull out my iPod and listen to the opening from Les Miserables sputter to life through my headphones. I close my eyes as the bus heads out on Route 13. I have other albums downloaded from other soundtracks, but I haven't listened to any of them recently. I haven't actually seen Les Miserables, but the whole story is told in song form, so listening to the soundtrack all the way through is almost as good. I don't know why I love this soundtrack so much. Maybe part of it's because people in musicals seem to be able to show profound emotions without shame. If they are happy, they tap dance and wave their hands. If they are sad, they sing through their tears and die of broken hearts. Most characters in Les Miserables, from the prostitutes to the revolutionary boys, experience raw misery and find hope embedded in their suffering. Young Cosette dreams of castles while sweeping the floors. Enjolras hopes for a more just world as he dies on top of the barricade he built. Even when Enjolras didn't know if the city would rise to join him in his fight, he and the schoolboys revolted anyway. I hope if I ever had to, that I could sacrifice my life for such an uncertain cause. Sometimes I worry that I'm not brave enough. Jean Valjean dedicated himself to God. I could never do that because going to church reminds me too much of Dad. Man, I used to love going to church with him. He would let me sit on his lap in the pews and clasp my hands inside his while we prayed. Every night he prayed with me before bed, and I waited to hear what he would say with my eyes squeezed shut so that I could repeat it. I wanted to be like him so badly back then. A big person, a brave person. Someone who protects people. The bus pulls up in a hiss of air brakes, and I walk down the steps and onto the street. A sharp fall wind brushes against my skin and blows my hair into my face. I pull the hood of my jacket over my head. I can feel the case file in my backpack. I can imagine the look on Dad's face when I tell him, his expression somewhere between a laugh and a scowl. I can feel hot shame rise up my throat. Don't back down now. Don't be a baby. Remember Max. You have to do this for Max. I'm only a few minutes away. Cars speed down the main road. I turn up the volume in my headphones and walk over the moss, band-aids, and crinkled cigarette butts on the concrete. Maybe it's because I live in Bethany, I don't know, but Mount Keenan feels big. Strangers pass me on the road, glaring at me from under the brims of their hats. I'm not going to lie, Mount Keenan scares me a little. It's filled with people I don't know, and it's also a hotspot for the state's opioid problem, which keeps Dad and the other officers on his service busy. I reach the end of the long driveway and stare up at the building. The sheriff's department looks like it was made of shoeboxes, some stacked on top of each other and some lying flat. The exterior is made of chipped, weathered, and worn red bricks, and the windows are small. In the glare of the sun, I can't see anything through them, but I know my dad's in there somewhere, controlling it all. An American flag stands out front next to a row of black police cars parked in the driveway. The cars look like polished pillbugs with sun glinting off their exoskeletons. Pulling my headphones down around my neck, I push open the door and walk up to the front desk where Adonica, the bleary-eyed secretary, sits behind a pane of glass. I rub the snot dripping from my nose with the back of my hand. I'm here to see my dad. Adonica raises her head. She peers at me with delayed recognition, probably because of the infrequency of my visits. Oh, you're one of Ernest's little ones. Gee, hon, I'm so sorry to hear about your little brother, she says, and I try not to scowl. I come to this office once a year in December for the holiday party that Dad always drags us to. I hate it. At least I did when Max was a baby, because I always ended up standing by myself holding him as Mom took long sips of whatever alcoholic concoction Adonica had contributed to the potluck. The drink is different every year, but Mom's enthusiasm for it stays the same, just like the subsequent car rides home and Dad's building frustration with the way she conducted herself at the function. The ultimate expression of that frustration usually leads to me keeping Max in my room all night, sitting on the floor and letting him grab my toy horses with his sticky hands and bang them against the floor, because it's the only way to make him stop crying. As Max got older, the two of us stuffed our cheeks with Christmas cookies and snuck into the office supply closet to make chains of paper clips and superhero capes out of printer paper. Adonica points a long, pink nail at the glass bowl of candy sitting on the counter.
Care for a butterscotch?
No.
They have healing properties, you know. I ordered them direct from Peru. The website said they soothe your throat.
She touches her throat as if I don't know what a throat is. I'm good.
Please, take a butterscotch.
The longer I stare at her, the more I start to realize she might not let me see my dad if I don't take a butterscotch. So with careful fingers, I pick one out of the bowl. The plastic crinkles as I remove the yellow sphere and pop it into my mouth. Adonica's face opens into a smile.
Aren't they just divine?
She smacks her lips together.
I'll call your daddy and have him come get you.
I turn the butterscotch over my tongue as I sit down in a chair to wait. Minutes later, Dad opens the door and walks out.
Hi, Scooter,
he says, walking up and pulling me into a hug. I hug him back stiffly. Over his shoulder, I notice the two women wearing matching jackets the color of blue pen ink passing Adonica's desk. One of them, who wears a tight brown ponytail, meets my gaze. Her eyes are cutting. Only when they walk out do I notice the letters on their backs. FBI. I didn't know the FBI was here. Thank God Babbitt and Finnegan aren't the only ones in charge. Dad lets go of me.
I didn't know you were coming in today.
I need to talk to you, I say.
'Kay.
He squeezes my shoulder and snatches a butterscotch from the bowl. I follow him into the bullpen. York County's small size and relatively low level of crime outside Mount Keenan means that it only merits a department force of 15 officers, including Dad. They're all long-term career officers, which means I've known the other 14 pretty much all my life. There's the famous Babin, who was at the house earlier and looks like the second knuckle of someone's thumb. If Country Fried Steak were a person, it would be Finnegan. He looks like he's made mostly of gristle, even his face. Brandon, the youngest, goes by his first name and is not that interesting, as I have yet to have a conversation with him that isn't about Buffalo Wild Wings. Each man is huge. Each man is dull. Each man could snap my neck with a quick squeeze of his hand. But then there's Connie. Cornelia Vaughn is York County's only female detective, and her desk appears to glow like a moth lamp among the others. I spot her wild red ringlets wrestled into a bun at the base of her neck. Connie doesn't have kids of her own, but she makes an effort to talk to Max and me at the holiday parties. She's the one who showed us where the office supply closet was in the first place, putting her finger to her lips to signal not to tell Dad. She's cool, and I like her. I don't know her all that well, but she's one of those people you feel like you've known for a long time when you haven't. She's just friendly and confident. She looks up and sees me. Her mouth falls open and she stands up from her desk so fast that a red ringlet falls out of her bun.
Oh, honey.
Connie barrels up to me and hugs me tightly, trapping my arms on both sides of my body. I'm not expecting the touch, so I stiffen, but relax just as quickly. It's Connie. She's one of the good guys. Connie's voice is husky but smooth. She lets me go and smacks Dad on the arm.
Ernest, you rat.
Dad chuckles.
Why didn't you tell me Shiloh was coming in today?
Dad smiles.
I didn't know it myself, Connie.
I look away from him and over to Connie's desk. Steam billows out of a raccoon mug resting beside a framed photograph of Connie pressing her cheek against a woman who looks so similar to her that she could be her clone. They have the same crazed red hair. She must be Connie's sister. She could even be her twin.
I was going to stop by and see you today,
Connie tells me.
I couldn't believe it when I heard. I didn't stop crying all of last night. How are you holding up?
I search for a word to describe how I'm feeling, but I can't find one. I don't want to overshare, so I settle on Fine. As soon as I say it, Connie shoots me a look that says, yeah, right. I'm here for you if you ever need to talk about anything. Your dad can give you my number.
That I can,
Dad says. Excellent. A smile stretches over Connie's wide mouth. I spot a piece of lettuce jammed into her gums. Call me anytime. I don't know her well enough to call her, but I smile with closed lips to thank her anyway and follow Dad into his office and park myself in the chair closest to the door. Dad's chair has a tall leather back. He stretches his arms out before bracing them behind his head. Not a thing in the office is misplaced, unlike his office in the basement. Beside his keyboard sits an empty lowball glass. Drops of condensation cling to the outside, running down and wetting the cork coaster.
What do you want, Shiloh?
He says now that we're alone. I twist the Wonder Woman bracelet around my wrist. I think you should go interview Edward Meddy again. I'm surprised at how confidently that came out. Dad's eyebrows lift.
How the hell do you know about Edward Meddy?
With slow fingers, I pull Poppy's case file out of my backpack. Dad sees it. His face darkens.
Where did you get the report?
Realization creeps onto Dad's face, and he narrows his eyes.
The basement. How many times have I told you not to go down there, Shiloh?
I know he's messed up in the head.
Guy has Alzheimer's.
Alzheimer's, yeah, but there are some parts of what he said where he gets stuff right. I open the folder and turn to the page with a summary of Edward Meddy's interview. I turn it around and show Dad. There, you see? Dad looks like he's buying it. Every time Edward says someone picks up Poppy, he says that she gets into the car willingly.
Meddy doesn't know a truck from a station wagon.
I know he mixes some stuff up, I say. But the part about her going willingly never changes. Poppy knew or trusted the person who kidnapped her. That could give us some clue as to who took Max. Dad rubs his eyes.
We don't know that.
Poppy's disappearance happened only 7 miles away from Max's. They may be connected.
You're quite the detective, aren't you?
Dad says. It's not a compliment.
Edward Meddy doesn't know squat.
But
even if they are connected, Meddy won't lead us to Poppy. He's got no good information.
But he saw Poppy get into the car.
Shiloh?
Dad warns. My voice is getting louder. I could talk to him for you. You wouldn't have to do anything. Dad swipes his arm across his desk and sends his stack of paper files clattering onto the floor. I freeze. For a drawn-out second, Dad stares at the scattered papers before he sinks back into his chair, hanging his head and pinching the bridge of his nose.
Do me a favor, Shiloh, yeah? Shut up. Just shut up.
A drop of sweat runs down my neck. But I can help.
You can't do anything.
Dad raises his head. His eyes are beady and I can feel my chest deflate like a balloon someone released before they had finished blowing it up.
Just focus on helping your mother and let me do my goddamn job.
My legs do not move. Curled over his desk like that, Dad looks helpless. It strikes me that despite his air of confidence, he has no idea what he's doing. He slams both hands palms down on the table.
Go home, Shiloh. Get the hell out of my office.
Swallowing hard, I shove the case file into my backpack and walk out the door. I clench my jaw as I storm back to the bus stop, Dad's voice bouncing against the walls of my skull.
You can't do anything.
I walk faster from the ugly shoebox monstrosity Dad works in. I walk faster from his ugly shoebox mind. I'm used to him saying I'm stupid, but I thought that because this was about Max, it would be different. Of course it isn't different. Dad only cares about himself and his pride. But this is bigger than him. This is about Max. All that matters is finding Max, and none of it is about this power stuff Dad is so obsessed with. I didn't ask him for much, only to talk to one guy. I didn't question his authority or say that he's dumb. I just made a suggestion. Who cares if I'm wrong? Going to talk to Edward Meddy has to be worth trying. Just as I reach the bus stop, I realize something and pull my backpack straps tighter over my shoulders. Maybe I don't need Dad's permission to go talk to Edward at all. Maybe I can go by myself. It's not like going to talk to an old man alone is going to be dangerous. What's he going to do? Spit on me? I cross the street and walk into Panera with my heart pounding. Soft elevator music plays as I sink into an aluminum chair by the window and pull the case file out of my backpack, laying it flat on the table. I touch my finger to the top of the page. There. It has Edward Meddy's address on it. I take my iPod out of my bag and connect to Panera's Wi-Fi before looking up the address in maps. I zoom in. He doesn't live that far from here. A 45-minute walk, tops. I can't go now. I promised Mom I'd be home for the search party, and if I don't come home, she'll panic and tell Dad. I don't want Dad to figure out what I'm doing. I need to be careful. And besides, I don't know anything about Edward Meddy, apart from where he lives. I don't even know what I'm going to say to him. If I'm going to get the right information out of him, I need to make a plan. Dad joins the search party after a few hours, because he had some things to finish up at the office. When he arrives, he walks right up to me and puts his arm around my shoulders. I wasn't expecting him to do that, so I flinch.
I'm sorry for what I said to you,
he says, softly enough that I doubt the man behind us can hear.
It was out of line.
Of all the things he said to me, this wasn't that bad. It's fine.
It's not.
He stops walking and spins me around to look at him. Other members of the search party brush past us. I'll bet they're thinking I'm having some sort of breakdown and Dad's comforting me. I'd probably think the same in their shoes.
It's just that I want to protect you, Scooter Girl. We don't know who took Max, but it could be someone dangerous. If you got involved and something happened to you, I could not live with myself.
It's just a conversation with an old guy, I think. But then I realize it's much more than that. If I get something out of Edward Meddy, I'm going to follow up with it. I'm not going to stop looking. Not until Max is home. Dad is standing so close to me that I'm uncomfortable, but I don't want to anger him by moving.
I need you to promise me something.
Okay?
Promise me you will focus on helping your mother,
he says.
If we are dealing with a dangerous criminal, I don't want you anywhere near him. You're going to leave that up to me, you understand?
I swallow, although my throat is dry. The part of me that's still 12 years old wants to tell him that I do understand, that he's absolutely right, that I trust him enough to handle this, that I'll stay out of it if it makes him happy. If it stops him from pouring himself a scotch in the early afternoon, or from hurling the glass past my head and leaving me wondering whether he meant for it to hit me. If I was 12, all I'd want is for him to love me. But I realize something, looking at him with the afternoon sun shining against the back of his head. I realize that I don't need that anymore. You don't throw glasses at the people you love or tell them they aren't capable of anything. What you do for the people you love is you find them when they're missing, even if it means lying to people who scare you.
Please, Shiloh,
Dad says.
Don't get involved tracking Max down. Let me handle this.
I force my voice to stay steady and hope it sounds convincing. I promise.
Good.
His brow furrows and he squeezes my shoulder.
I'm going to fix this. I'm going to find Max and bring him home if it's the last thing I do.
As we walk to catch up to the search party, I think, me too. 6. Francesca. I am going to find this man. I am resolute. He is the first person I have ever heard of other than me who can see the dead, and he may know others. Given how many people in Bethany heard about the occurrence at the funeral parlor, I'm fairly certain that if anybody else in town possessed the same ability, they would have mentioned it to me. I don't know how anybody with such an ability could watch the way others treated me afterwards and stay silent. This means this man is a traveler. He doesn't come from Bethany. He is either new to town or simply passing through. But he appeared to have come to the cemetery looking for somebody and he didn't find them, so I doubt he would have moved on yet. Nearly everybody in the cemetery offers a different description of the man. Esther tells me he had ears the size of dinner plates, which I tell her is not possible. It would make his head too heavy. Mrs. Lewis said she noticed satin gloves that stretched all the way up to his elbows. As far as I can tell, the children all got the closest look at him, so I listened to them more carefully. Gus says he had teeth sharpened into points. Charlie says Gus is lying, but Gus swears it's true. Henry won't speak to me, which doesn't come as too much of a surprise. Natalie tells me the bitch drove a pickup truck and offers the most peculiar detail of all, that he was wearing a long green trench coat the color of clover that went all the way down to his ankles. It was kind of hard to tell, because it was night and everything, but yeah. Natalie says, "It was ugly." A coat like that is unique. I don't think I've ever seen a man wearing a coat so brightly colored and long. I'd surely have noticed that if I'd seen him walking around town, especially if he was wearing satin gloves. But if they went all the way up to his elbows, like Mrs. Lewis said, he would have had to be wearing them outside his coat sleeves so she could see them, which would have looked quite odd. I cannot just sit around downtown and hope he wanders by. I have to go somewhere to look for him. If he is a traveler, then, naturally, a gas station would be a good place to start. There is only one gas station in Bethany, and luckily, it's close to the cemetery. I tell Mrs. Lewis I'm going to inquire about the man. Natalie eavesdrops and invites herself along. "I'm telling you, Francesca," Natalie says, swinging her arms at her sides as we walk. "This dude's a crazy bitch." "You don't know that," I say. In fact, nothing this man did would suggest he is crazy. All anybody knows is that he visited the cemetery, he could see the dead, and he squeezed a bruise up on Henry's arm. "You may have a point." "Damn straight," Natalie says. But it could have just been an accident. If he had purposefully smashed poor Henry's face against a tree, that would be a different story. Bruises appear on my arms all the time at even the slightest knock. The human body works in mysterious ways. Natalie snakes around a telephone pole and then between my legs as I'm walking. I can walk through her, but I feel like she's going to trip me just the same. When she moves this quickly, she looks rather like a cloud blown by a mischievous breeze. "Careful there," I say. "I can't wait for you to find him," she replies, "so we can kill him." Nerves tickle my chest. I don't understand where that came from. I never said anything about killing the man. In fact, that isn't my intention at all. I only intend to talk to him. "Yeah, then we kill him." A wide, toothy grin stretches across Natalie's mouth. "At the gas station, I'm going to distract him, and you're going to come up behind him and say, 'This one's for Henry,' and snap his freaking neck." Natalie twists her arms around to imitate snapping a neck, and I have to look away. I don't want to even imagine harming the man. I don't know anything about him. And he might be my first ever ally in this town who's actually alive. Natalie is a child. She doesn't know how the real world works. It's a relief she can't touch the man, even if she wanted to. "Then you can kick him like this." Natalie kicks the air in front of her, somewhere around groin height. "And punch him like this." She carries on until we reach the gas station, where I have to start pretending she's not there. It's a small station, and only one woman stands underneath the canopy. One hand is fisted on her hip, and the other curls around the gas dispenser as she fills up a shapeless SUV. Everyone in Bethany seems to drive a car like that, unless they drive a truck, I suppose. I don't know who the woman is, but her eyes follow me from underneath her cloth visor as Natalie and I enter the main building. A small silver bell clangs against the door as it closes slowly behind us. It's much colder in here than it was outside, and I wrap my arms around my stomach. It doesn't seem like anybody else is in here, with the exception of a young man with patches of facial hair clinging to the rim of his jaw. He is sitting on a stool behind the checkout counter, his nose buried in his cell phone. Orange curls spring out from the sides of his camouflage cap. I offer a wave. "Hello there. How are you today?" After a delayed moment, the young man glances up.
"Oh, hi. I'm good. Can I help you?"
I move closer to read his name tag. Eric. "Hello, Eric. I'm here to inquire whether you remember seeing a man travel through here sometime during the last several days." In my periphery, I noticed Natalie lean down to the rows of candy bars stretching in front of my knees, It occurs to me that she does not get away from the cemetery often. Seeing this seemingly ordinary reminder of the time she was alive must be exciting for her, or perhaps frustrating as she cannot physically eat any of the candy in front of her. Natalie tries to fit her mouth over a Hershey's bar and bites straight through it. She snorts in amusement. I glance back up at Eric. He looks me up and down as if he's trying to figure out where he knows me from. I'm starting to wonder if I need to repeat my question when he says,
"We get quite a few people come through here. I don't remember."
This man has a particular look to him. Natalie lets out an excited chirp, but I keep my eyes trained on Eric. He may have been wearing a long green trench coat.
"Sorry,"
Eric says, shaking his head and turning his mouth down at the corners.
"Can't help you."
"Hey, Francesca!" Natalie calls from behind me. I know I shouldn't look, but I can't stop myself. I glance over my shoulder to see Natalie inside one of the refrigerators, pressed between bottles of pop and the door. Her face squishes against the glass. "I can fit in here now, see?" I want Eric to help me, so I don't want him to think I'm strange. I force myself to disregard her and reattach my focus to Eric. "Please, Eric, it's extremely important that you try and remember." Natalie is beside me again and moves her chin to gesture at Eric. "Ask if he remembers a guy driving a truck." That's not a bad idea. "Do you recall seeing a man driving a truck?" Eric blinks at me.
"Everybody around here drives a truck."
"You should ask Eric how he thinks we should kill the bitch." Natalie leaps over the counter and whirls around Eric's hair, as if she's trying to make it blow. "Ask if he likes my neck-snapping idea." I rub my temples. Natalie's jumbling my thoughts. "Please be quiet." I tell her, and Eric scratches the corner of his mouth.
"I didn't say nothing."
"I'm sorry." "Focus, Francesca. Please don't mess this up." The man I'm looking for was driving a pickup truck and wearing a green trench coat. I believe he might have stopped by sometime in the last week or so to fill his truck with gasoline. Unexpectedly, Natalie pokes her head through Eric's torso and makes a face at me from about chest level, and it's all I can do to stop myself from wanting to scream. "I like my neck-snapping idea," Natalie remarks, grinning as if she doesn't understand how distracting she's being and is just feeling goofy. "You aren't that strong, so you'll have to kill the bitch real quick." "Natalie, get out of there!" My eyes travel back up to Eric's face. I don't want him to think I'm disturbed, so I try and keep my voice steady. "Please, Eric, it's really important that you help me." Eric's expression changes. He gestures to me with his pointer finger.
"Hang on,"
he says.
"You're Richie Russo's sister, Frankie the fire starter."
I take a step back. This won't be good. Eric stands up from the stool and immediately he's taller than me, all lean and bony, peering down at me like an ostrich, tilting his head to the side and drawing his head back like he's going to peck me with his beak. I struggle to find a way to respond, but he seems to take my lack of response as a response of sorts because a laugh explodes out of him.
"I'm right, aren't I? That's who you are."
I press my back against the door as Eric calls to the back of the store.
"Carl, get out of the can. Cranky Frankie wants to know if we've seen a ghost come through here."
"He is not a ghost. He's alive," I say, but Eric is laughing too hard to listen. Another larger young man joins Eric behind the counter and starts laughing too. I feel exposed under their eyes, like they can see through my clothes.
"We haven't seen a man come here. Want to know why?"
Eric slaps his knee.
"Because ghosts aren't real."
This is pointless. I usher Natalie to my side and she rushes over, hiding behind me. "Thank you for your time," I mutter to Eric as I hurry outside. I can still hear them laughing after the door closes. I fill my lungs with the outdoor air and hold my breath for a second or two. Eric's reaction shouldn't surprise me. I should have known better than to ask for any help when everyone only sees me as whatever nickname they prefer and always will. Something hot simmers through my chest. I just wish this would go away. The living are haunting me like the dead do in scary stories. I wonder how Eric knows Richie. I have yet to encounter any friend of Richie who is kind. As I walk back across the gas station forecourt to the sidewalk, Natalie winds around my legs and a chill travels up my spine. I'm sorry. Natalie blinks up at me and sticks out her bottom lip. I know I was annoying. I was just excited to be somewhere else. She had been a bit annoying, but I still say, you did nothing wrong. If I can't find the man by asking others for help, I'm going to need to figure out a way to draw him out of hiding myself. 7. Shiloh. I sit up in bed with a start, grasping the blanket with sweaty palms. Nothing's there. I flip on the light and rub my eyes as they adjust to how bright it is. I'm in my room. There's no one here. No one's trying to kill me. No Max. I saw him in my dream, huddling on the dirt-caked floor in the back seat of a car as I smashed my hands on the closed window trying to get to him. His hair was drenched with sweat. His face was streaked with dirt and blood. It wasn't real, but I don't know that. I swing my legs off the bed. The bare soles of my feet stick to the wood as I cross the hallway into Max's room and flip on the light. Everything is exactly where it was that morning. His dirty clothes from Friday on the floor and his plastic triceratops on his nightstand where he likes it. Dust clings to the air. I can almost smell how empty it feels. His stuffed teddy bear sits by his pillow over the crinkled comforter I pulled half tight and didn't tuck in because we were in a rush. Teddy's head is cocked to one side. I crawl over the foot of the bed and hug Teddy to my chest, curling up around him and burying my nose into his fur. The smell of Max hits me immediately, like I'm holding him to me with my face in his hair. I'm going to find you, buddy, I tell him, even though I know he can't hear me. I promise I'm going to bring you home. I hope Edward Meddy tells me something I can use. The fear of returning empty-handed keeps me awake until the first hint of sunlight comes in through the shutters. I need to focus today. I need to be sharp and methodical if I'm going to get anything useful out of Edward. And to do that, I'm going to have to get rid of all this fog clogging my brain. As soon as I walk into school, the chatter dies down. Elbows are nudged, conversation falls away. This is going to be hard. I side-eye Brittany Krasinski, who has replaced her usual judgmental eyebrow tilt with a pitying frown as I open my locker. I don't know why I wasn't expecting this, but I don't need anyone's pity. Brittany doesn't even know me. I think we talked once in 6th grade and that's it. But it isn't just her. It's everyone peering at me, whispering about me. I'm glad when class starts and Mr. Clark's optimistic, please engage with me tone drowns it out. In study hall, I do some research on Alzheimer's using the school computers. The first article I read just talks about the disease, but I find another post on a forum written by someone whose mother had Alzheimer's. According to the article, the mother used to have a cat named Boots who she adored, and no matter how much else she'd forget, seeing Boots would always make her happy. Even when Boots died and they got another cat, the mother was just as happy to see it and called it Boots. I guess I could make Edward comfortable by talking about the things he likes. I run another search on him. By the looks of it, he's had a pretty boring life. All I can find on him is a Xeroxed Bethany Citizen article from 1977 about a state fair where he won 2 blue ribbons for his rabbits. There's a picture of him smiling, holding one of the rabbits out in front of him. Rolls of fat bulge off the rabbit's face and neck, or maybe rolls of fur, I can't tell. Maybe I should buy a rabbit for him, like the girl in the forum post bought a cat for her mom. The side of my mouth quirks up. No, that girl getting a cat for her mom was sweet. Getting a rabbit for a stranger would be just weird. I'm going to go to Edward's house after school, but I don't want to go alone. So as soon as the final bell rings, I head to the newsroom to find Miles. The door closes behind me. My eyes dart around the computer lab. Miles always comes here after his last period because he's the editor of our school paper. Every day, he stays here for hours because he needs to oversee every word, photo, and illustration that's going into every story. It's a lot of work. I don't know why he likes it so much. I spot him putting his messenger bag down in the back of the room, and I weave around the desk to get to him. He doesn't notice me at first, so I pull one of his headphones out of his ears and he jumps.
Shiloh, you scared me.
I need your help. Miles is a tall, gangly boy with light brown skin and too many elbows and knees. His curls are combed and gelled neatly out of his face, and his brown, curious eyes are magnified through the lenses of his thin, wire-framed glasses. He kisses me on the cheek.
What can I do for you?
I've been dating Miles for around 3 weeks now, ever since he asked me to be his girlfriend right after we finished watching The Empire Strikes Back in his basement. We ate Twizzlers, and he talked through the entire movie, and when he kissed me goodnight, his lips tasted like strawberries, and I had never felt so happy and safe in my entire life. Something about Miles makes me comfortable. He's kind and thoughtful and tries his best to make me laugh. He loves Star Wars and can talk about it for hours without repeating himself, referencing it so much that I had to watch every movie to understand half the things he says. I met him over the summer. Well, officially met him anyway. I knew who he was long before then because Bethany is small and we've been in the same classes since elementary school. Sometimes I wonder what people do in this town when their relationships end and have to see their exes all the time, in stores and in school, and eventually with someone new. I guess I'm going to find out eventually. It's not like I'm planning to marry Miles. I honestly don't see myself marrying at all. But I like spending time with him. Miles had a summer job at the bookstore and came into Rite Aid every day to buy Gatorade, or sometimes iced tea. While checking out, he recited poems and told me I looked pretty. I don't know how he's going to respond to this, but I ask anyway. Do you want to come to Mount Keenan with me? Miles looks confused.
Why?
Remember Poppy Rooney, the girl who went missing last month? I ask, and he nods. I did some digging, and I think whoever took Poppy also took Max, so I want to talk to the person who last saw her in Mount Keenan. Miles' smile disappears. His eyebrows knit, and he falls into a chair which rolls back into a desk.
Excuse me, what?
I'm going to Mount Keenan because...
No, I got that part, but it's a terrible idea.
Oh. Why?
Because it's dangerous? You don't know who took Max. It could be someone really bad. Someone who could hurt you.
I'm just going to talk to an old dude with Alzheimer's. How dangerous could that be?
I'm just saying you shouldn't go after Max's kidnapper yourself because what if they find you? What if they're one of those psychopaths that likes to skin people alive or something?
I try not to picture it, but a sick feeling lodges in the pit of my stomach. Are you saying Max is going to be skinned alive? Miles' eyes shoot open as he realizes what he said.
What? Jesus, no, of course I'm not. I'm just...
His voice trails off as he squeezes his eyes shut and reaches out to take my hand. I pull it away.
I just don't want you to get hurt.
I can handle myself. His face softens.
I know you can, but this is your dad's job.
Miles doesn't know about the drinking or the violence or the fact that Dad doesn't know what happened to Max. If the police find Max, it won't be because of Dad. And they're completely ignoring Meddy. My dad isn't doing anything.
Hasn't the police already talked to this guy?
They scared him.
Shiloh.
There it is, a flash of pity. I want to hit him in the face. Before he can complete his thought, I pull out a stapled copy of the 1977 article on rabbits. Miles stares at it.
Have you taken a sudden interest in rabbits?
I roll my eyes. Edward Meddy's rabbits won first place at the Ohio State Fair 10 years in a row. Can you believe that? For 10 years, he had the best rabbits in the entire state. Miles's expression is blank. I wait for his brain to catch up, but it doesn't, so I keep talking. The detectives who talked to him were angry and rough with him. No wonder he got flustered. If I talk to him about rabbits, then he will be more comfortable around me because he likes rabbits, and I can get more information out of him. Miles frowns. His top lip is thin. Its wide Cupid's bow looks like the top of a heart that somebody sat on.
Shiloh, I understand you don't want to talk about Max, but I'm worried about you.
Don't worry about me.
Shiloh.
Stop it. I notice a William Wordsworth quote on the cover of his composition notebook. The quote reads, "To begin, begin." I gesture to it. See, even Wordsworth believes in me. Miles throws his hands in the air. This is insane. It's just one conversation. What if you get hurt? You can protect me. He shoots his gangly arms out to the sides of his body. He kind of looks like a stick insect, but in a cute way. With what? I smiled cheekily. With your big muscles.
Do you think this is funny?
His face is getting flushed with the effort of keeping his voice down. He's told me before that even the thought of a reprimand from the newspaper advisor would make him break out in hives.
You're going after a dangerous criminal.
Disappointment pricks in my gut. I really thought he would help me. I stand up. Miles knits his brow. I can see the cogs in his brain spinning as he rolls the seam of his sweater around in his fingers, looking like an animatronic robot malfunctioning. I'm going to have one simple conversation with this old man today. I say, I'd really appreciate it if you came. I know you have some stuff to finish here, so I will wait for you at the upside-down tree for 1 hour. Miles opens his mouth, but doesn't say anything. Instead of waiting for him to respond, I walk out of the newsroom and go straight to the weeping willow just outside the school gate. People call it the upside-down tree because in the summer, when it has leaves on it, it looks kind of like the end of a giant mop, and in the winter, the skeletal branches look like roots reaching into the sky. During the long summers when school's out, the branches reach the ground in every direction, and people hide in there to smoke and make out and whatever because no one can see in from the outside. Today, there's nobody in there. I'm alone. I pull myself onto a low-hanging branch, swat an ant on my pants, and nestle into a crook in the branch with my back against the trunk. I'm pretty sure Miles is going to show. We've only been dating for 3 weeks, so I'm not completely sure, but I don't think he's going to let me go alone. It's a relief when he pushes through the branches exactly 45 minutes later with his thumbs hooked into the straps of his backpack. I let out a deep breath and hop down from the tree. I didn't know how badly I wanted him to come with me until he showed. You came. Miles shrugs.
I won't make you go alone.
You're the bomb.
I still think you're insane.
I put my arms around him and lean up to give him a quick kiss. I'm tall, so I don't have to lean up far. Noted. On our way to the bus stop, he holds my hand. I'm still not used to the gesture, or to someone just reaching out and touching me so comfortably, but I like it. It's a beautiful day out and sunny. Hay bales have been stacked near the bandstand to welcome fall. Because Bethany is so old and prides itself on its history, most of the old brick buildings have not been updated since their construction. The town's buildings are flat, reflecting the geometry of the surrounding farms. As we walk, we pass Ethel, who owns a bake shop near the bookstore, and Carl, who is childhood friends with my dad. I can see it in their eyes. There's Shiloh, poor Shiloh, still no word on where her brother's gone. Oh, that poor family. I grip Miles's hand tighter.
Did you see Ethel started making dinosaur cookies?
Miles asks, swinging my hand between us. I try and remember how much I've told him about Max and his dinosaur obsession. Max would love cookies like that. She did?
If those cookies taste as good as they look, I'll bet no other cookies can triceratop them.
I glare at him. That was horrible.
Sorry, you're right. It was terrible.
I elbow him in the ribs, trying not to laugh. Ethel and Carl are still watching us like the town's conscience. Do you see Shiloh Oleson with that boy, holding hands and laughing like she didn't have a care in the world? Her poor brother hasn't even been gone 2 days.
I dino what to tell you.
Miles laughs at his own joke.
Do you think Ethel would give me free cookies if I told her some of my puns?
I'd kick your ass right out of the store.
Well, you have no sense of humor, so that's not saying much.
We sit toward the middle of the bus. On the way, Miles shows me a poem he wrote for that Friday's edition of the paper. I'm not that into poetry, but everything he showed me so far of what he's written is actually pretty good. The poem he wrote this week describes watching the sun rise from the back deck of his house seeing the nighttime gray lift from his neighbor's rooftops as steam billows up from his tea. I'm pretty sure transcendentalism is the thing he likes, and he said he likes to use poetry as a way to convey the beauty of nature and the unique and individual power of human consciousness. I don't really remember. I like books, and I know how powerful words can be, but sometimes when he talks about the mechanics of language, I stop paying attention and just listen to him talk like he's singing a song in another language. It's a beautiful song, and he has a nice voice, one I enjoy listening to. He's always giving me poems written by old dead dudes, but I prefer his poems. They feel like gifts. Presents from his brain to mine. Climbing off the bus, he takes my hand again. Edward Meddy lives about 45 minutes away, near the edge of Mount Keenan, in a small red and white house with rusted roof tiles and splintering columns holding up its wraparound porch. Miles and I stand on the sidewalk in front of it, staring at it. I drop his hand. "Do we knock?" Miles asks. "Obviously we're going to knock. It's what you do when you go to a stranger's door." Swallowing my nerves, I unlatch the front gate and walk up the steps until my sneakers are on the welcome mat. Here goes nothing. Knock, knock, knock. I step backward so as not to crowd whoever comes to the door, but I don't hear any footsteps. Is anybody home? I lean closer and try to listen for some movement. Maybe a voice, but there's nothing. I glance back at Miles, who jerks his chin at the door. Knock again. Before I can, the door swings open and a woman wearing an orange cable-knit sweater stands there. "Can I help you?" she asks, raising her eyebrows at me. She's young. Well, not young, but younger than Edward Meddy looked in the most recent photograph of him I found online. There are 2 holes in her orange sweater, big ones, big enough for me to fit 2 fingers through. "Hi, is Edward Meddy home?" I can tell the woman is nervous as her fingertips are white where she's gripping the edge of the door. "Who's asking?" "My name is Shiloh Oleson," I say, reaching out my hand for her to shake. "I don't know if you heard, but my little brother went missing 2 days ago. I was wondering if I might be able to talk to Mr. Meddy. Just ask him a few questions about the day Poppy Rooney disappeared." She glances down at my hand. "I'm sorry about your brother, but my father's already spoken to the police. I'd really like the opportunity to talk to him again. Is he here?" I smile and raise my eyebrows just a little, because Mom said it makes me look less intense. "Please, it will only take a few minutes." The woman's mouth twists to the side. She looks almost like she pities me, which actually might work out in my favor. "I'll go see if he's awake," she says before closing the door. I let out a long breath and wipe my sweaty palms against my pants. Miles nudges me with his elbow. "You sounded good, confident, and professional." I start to say thanks when the door opens again and I whip around to see the woman standing there with a smile. "All right, come on in." She shakes our hands as we enter the house. "I'm JoJo. Take off your shoes if you don't mind." I wrestle my sneakers off with my toes and follow JoJo into the living room. Sitting on the end of a couch in front of the television is the oldest and most wrinkled man I have ever seen in my life. His skin looks like the surface of a white party balloon that touched a light bulb and burst. Dressed in sweatpants and a buttoned pajama shirt made of thick checkered fleece, Edward Meddy stares at a cartoon on the television. Bugs Bunny is leaning against a tree smoking a carrot while Elmer Fudd looks in the wrong direction. JoJo takes a remote and turns the sound down to a whisper. Next to Mr. Meddy's right arm is an IV pole, and clear solution drips into his arm. He doesn't look up when we walk into the room. He just carries on watching Bugs and Elmer. "Dad?" says JoJo, picking up an empty mug from the coffee table by his legs. "These are..." JoJo glances at us. "Shiloh," I say, "and this is Miles." "Shiloh's brother went missing 2 days ago," JoJo says. Hearing someone else say the words tugs at my heart like a confirmation of bad news I was hoping I was only imagining. "She wants to know what else you remember about that missing girl, the one you saw on the street corner." Edward does not seem to hear her. His attention is glued to the television against the wall. I glance at the cartoon on the screen. From where I'm standing, the amorphous blobs of color look like hippos. On the wall hangs a portrait of a fat rabbit, kind of like the one in the news. I wonder if it's the same one. Is that one of your rabbits? He doesn't have them anymore, Jojo says, clenching her hands around the mug she's holding. Edward's eyes move over to me. A gasp catches in the back of my throat. They're sunken in, and his irises are colorless. Edward's face becomes animated. He glances over at the frame and says, "That's Pip." Pip. I tuck my hands beneath me and sit beside him, crushing the faded pink quilt hanging over the back of the couch. A sour smell clings to my nose. I can't figure out what it is. Pip's a good-looking guy. Edward doesn't reply. I haven't talked about the rabbit enough, I don't think. If I talk about Pip a bit more, Edward will feel more comfortable enough to talk with me about Poppy. I narrow my eyes at the massive ball of fur, feeling my head tilt to the side. I can't ask if Pip won a blue ribbon, because if I do, Jojo will know that I stalked Edward online, and nobody likes an internet stalker. What kind of rabbit is Pip? A French lop. His ears are super long. I try to think of something else to add. They're so floppy. No response from Edward, who doesn't look any more at ease than he did before, and just looks like he'd rather be watching his cartoon than having this conversation. I glance back over my shoulder to see Jojo shifting her weight between her feet. I should just get to the point. I don't want to overstay my welcome. Mr. Meddy, I say, hoping I sound more confident than I feel. I read that you saw Poppy Rooney get into a car at the end of the street. I try to gauge his reaction, but he just keeps looking at the television. Do you remember what kind of car it was? Jojo? Edward's voice sounds like a handful of stones tossed around a laundry machine. What's this girl talking about? I glance back at Jojo, who says, The girl who went missing, Dad, remember? Edward's mouth twitches. What happened to that little girl? She's still missing, Jojo says. Missing? He has good days, Jojo says, almost like she is embarrassed. The ceiling fan flattens her flyaway hair to her skull. Some things he remembers better than others. I hope he's having a good day today. Please, God, let him remember. Do you remember anything about the car she got into? Edward Meddy's bottom lip quivers. A bubble of saliva pops from his mouth. An indecipherable groan escapes his lips. He looks far away, like his mind is floating up and out through the top of his skull like a helium balloon. He doesn't look like he's going to respond. I ask, was it a black car? It's a random color, but I hope it jogs his memory. Instead of replying, he returns his attention to the television. A gentle hand falls onto my shoulder. I glance up to see Miles standing over me with a wrinkle in his brow, as if he's telling me it's time to go. It can't be time to go yet. We just got here. I want to try asking him again. Maybe if I can phrase my questions the right way, Edward will remember. I try something new. In one of your interviews, Mr. Meddy, you said that Poppy got into a truck, and next time you said she got into a car. Could you tell me whether it was a truck or a car? The answer he gives could be a tiebreaker and push one answer over the other. I wait for him to say blue car or black truck. At least then I'll know what type of vehicle to look for. But he still doesn't answer. I wish I could reach into his brain and pull it out of him. I want to beg him to tell me, to drop on my knees and clasp my hands and sob until the disease eating his mind takes pity on me and gives up the information. I know it's not Edward himself who's trying to keep it from me. He just can't remember. But I need him to give me something. Otherwise, I'll be going home with nothing, and the best thing I can do to help will be combing over the same stretch of woods we've already looked through 10 times before. The thought of doing that makes me shudder. I can't do that. I need Edward's help. Was the driver a man or a woman? Shiloh, Miles says. I think we should go. No. Miles tugs on my hand to pull me off the couch, the sweat in his palms slick against my skin.
Shiloh.
No! I wrench out of his grip and fall back onto the couch. My arm collides with something soft. Edward shrieks. I glance over and realize I've landed half on top of him. Oh no. Oh God. I scramble to my feet. Edward rubs his arm. Jojo rushes over to him, glaring at me. I'm so sorry. I stutter. I didn't mean to hurt you. I just wanted... Get out. Jojo spits and I flinch. Get out. I'm serious. I don't want you in my house. There's a moment of complete silence, broken by the television, which says, "What's up, Doc?" in a tinny voice. Guilt grips my chest. I'm so sorry.
Come on, Shiloh,
Miles says with a twinge of disappointment in his voice. I didn't mean to hurt Edward. I can't believe I did that. I shouldn't have pushed so hard. Thank you for your time, I say. I'm really sorry. Heart pounding against my breastbone, I let go of Miles's hand, grab my sneakers, and hurry out onto the porch. The door slams behind me, and in my periphery, Miles comes up beside me, balancing on one foot as he tries to pull on his boot. I try to steady my breathing. Looks like Dad was right. Edward didn't remember anything. Even if he did see Poppy get into a car, nothing he could tell me about it would help me find the car, or the driver. I'm right back where I started, and I've basically assaulted an old guy. I hope I didn't hurt him. God, I'm such an idiot. I should go back in there and apologize, I say, my words thick in my throat. Miles rubs his eyes.
You already apologized. 3 times. I was counting. You didn't fall onto him very hard. I think you just spooked the guy.
I really thought I was onto something. I don't know where to go from here. Miles arches his brow in concern.
Are you all right?
I'm just trying to figure out what to do now.
Hold on,
he says, straightening his shoulders.
Put on your shoes. I want to show you something.
8. Shiloh. Where are we going? I ask. Miles won't say. We ride the bus back to Bethany, but instead of walking back to my house, he leads me to Dairy Queen. Inside, the air conditioning roars with such force that I feel like I've jumped into a cold pool. This is what you had to show me?
We're stopping at Dairy Queen because I'm hungry, but it's not the final destination,
Miles says, shaking his head as we get in line. Miles loves Dairy Queen, even though he's lactose intolerant, and most menu items upset his stomach. He loves milkshakes so much that he endures the pain. Life is just too short.
Dairy Queen is not your surprise. I'm more romantic than that. Go order your fries.
I can't think of a surprise I'd like more than Dairy Queen, to be honest, but I do as I'm told and ask the girl behind the counter for an order of large fries that Miles pays for. He orders chicken strips, and we eat our food from greasy paper bags as we cut across Main Street toward the community park. I shove fries into my mouth 2 and 3 at a time. They warm my chest. After I finish, I suck every trace of oil and salt from my fingertips. Miles doesn't talk much on the walk, which is weird because he usually doesn't shut up. He'll comment on how beautiful the black-eyed Susans are, or how much he wishes he had a mailbox shaped like a birdhouse like that house over there does. He asks me whether I think a decent song could be made of a medley of sounds from ordinary life, like lawnmowers and sprinklers and sinks and car alarms. I tell him no, but I'm sure some pompous dude in a turtleneck has probably already done it. I can imagine the dude in his little black beret introducing his creation like it's a work of art in front of scholars, nodding along just like they did about those paintings that turned out to have been done by monkeys. It's kind of funny. By the time we turn onto the road leading to the park, beads of sweat have formed on my forehead. This is not the way to either of our houses. It's kind of in the direction of school, but if he's going to school, it wouldn't be the quickest route. We cross the street toward the long road that leads to the church my family used to go to. Before we reach it, though, we turn onto a hiking trail. Are you going to murder me? I ask.
No.
You could, you know. We've only been going out 3 weeks. For all I know, you could date girls and kill them at the 1-month mark before you get bored of them.
I'm not going to murder you.
It would be pretty messed up of you to murder me right now, with everything else that's going on.
Shiloh, I'm not going to murder you.
A smile dances across his lips.
Would you stop talking about it?
I try to think of all the places he could possibly be taking me. As far as I can tell, surprises aren't Miles's thing. Part of his charm is that he's predictable. He always says hi to people. He sets an alarm for 5:30 every morning to watch the sunrise before school. At least that's what he told me. He likes to read poetry in the mornings. Says the earth is at its most peaceful. Being able to predict his behavior makes me want to be around him more. I've never heard him raise his voice about anything, so I don't think anything I could ever do would set him off. The most upset I've ever seen him is when I asked to visit Edward Meddy. The trail has gotten narrow. Before I can ask again where we're going, we step into a meadow of long prairie grass. I stop and shield my eyes from the sun with my hand. Where are we? I notice an old telephone pole in the center of the field, and realization settles in the pit of my stomach. Oh, Jesus. Of course he brought me here. Is this the labyrinth? Miles's eyes sparkle with a hint of worry.
Yes?
You have got to be kidding me. I should have guessed this was where we would go. Miles has not shut up about this stupid labyrinth since I met him. He came here in June at the recommendation of his AP English teacher, who believes the labyrinth has magical qualities. Magic isn't real, but I'll give him this much. The labyrinth sure is beautiful. Entering it is like entering a hidden world. Not quite paradise, but something that's different from the rest of the town. Even though the sun is setting, everything is buzzing, and bugs and bees whir among the grasses, and birds cling to the tree branches over our heads. Through the trees, the river gurgles, and the sky is deep blue and cloudless. The setting sun casts an orange light onto Miles's face. A slow wind pushes through the long grass, flipping Miles's gelled-back hair into his face.
Isn't it cool?
He says, beaming at the meadow. I notice the walking path and sign indicating where to enter.
Ready to go through it?
Not really. Miles points to a sign not 2 feet from where he's standing.
The Oren's Field Labyrinth was created by Abraham Oren, who owns the farm past those trees.
He nods to some trees.
He believed the ground contained some kind of old, deep energy.
Is it a maze? He looks excited that I asked.
Nope. Labyrinths aren't like mazes. They're unicursal, meaning there's only one path, so it's impossible to get lost.
Then what's the point of this thing?
The journey you take.
Miles presses his finger onto my chest.
The closer you move to its center, the closer you move to your own spiritual center.
Miles drags his finger over to my heart. I push it away, a small laugh igniting in my chest. Miles chuckles too.
I'm kidding. It's not magic or anything, but I like to come here because it's a good place to think, and it's supposed to give you a realization.
What kind of realization?
The spiritual one. Makes you realize something about yourself or your life.
Oh boy. He pretends not to hear me.
Want to start?
I stare at the pole in the center of the labyrinth. It towers above us, and long shavings of wood peel off the sides. Miles looks at me expectantly. I really don't feel like going on a spiritual journey right now, but I can't say no to him when he's looking at me like that. Fine. With a smile, Miles walks to the entrance, and I follow him. We pass the sign, but it says nothing about Abraham Oren or his farm or any kind of deep earthly energy. It says, "No talking, please. The labyrinth must be traveled in silence." Dry leaves crunch under my sneakers as I follow Miles through the path. It's only wide enough for one person to walk at a time, which is annoying because I have to follow him like a toddler in trouble or his pet dog. This whole thing is weird. Walking the labyrinth isn't like walking a hiking trail or just going in circles. Every time we get close to the center, the path takes us back to the edge. I want to look at my watch because it feels like we've been walking forever, but I'm worried Miles will get mad if he catches me. So I just accept the fact that this will never end and that I'll be trapped in here forever, walking in circles until I drop dead. When we reach the center, I collapse on the ground and lie sprawled out on my back, staring up at the sky. Miles sits down, leaning against the pole.
Are you really out of breath from that?
He asks. I raise my brow at him. Is he serious? It's not like you're the king of fitness.
Neither are you, apparently.
He laughs. Then he gets serious.
How was that for you?
I prop myself up on my elbow. How can I tell him I didn't feel anything magical happen when he's looking at me with such wide and hopeful eyes and his lip jutting out like that? I can't, but I can't lie to him either. So I crawl to where he's sitting and tug on his jacket sleeve. He's very still.
What are you doing?
Trying to hug you.
Oh.
He opens his arms and I crawl inside of them, resting my head on the inside of his shoulder. The angle is awkward. Miles's elbow digs into my skin and I let out a yelp. He's so skinny. The skin is stretched over his bones, making him look almost skeletal, like a tree after it has lost its leaves in the winter. A bird calls above us. I glance up to see it on the very top of the pole, shaking out its ebony feathers. I pull Miles's arm closer to me and try to focus on the way he feels holding me. But all I can focus on is how Edward Meddy looked into the emptiness in front of him, as if trying to find something that wasn't there.
Did you have a spiritual awakening?
Miles asks. I don't know how to say no without saying no, so I dodge the question. I mean, did you?
I did.
He pulls me closer and says,
That's a bummer. I really thought that was going to work for you.
Spiritual stuff like that doesn't exist.
I know. I don't believe in any of that stuff either. But it's more of a placebo effect deal.
Huh?
The field itself doesn't have any magical powers, but if you believe it does, then you can bring yourself to have a realization. It tricks your brain.
What did you learn about yourself?
Telling you would defeat the point of the entire thing.
I pull away from him and fall back onto my haunches. This has been fun, but it doesn't stop the fact that I royally messed up back there with Edward Meddy. My ribcage is tight. I grasp my shirt. Miles seems to notice the change on my face.
Shiloh, what's wrong?
I don't know how to move forward, I say.
What do you mean?
I mean, I don't know where to go from here. I rub my eyes. I didn't learn anything from Edward. All I know is there was a suspicious guy in a Patagonia vest hanging out at T-ball. But what am I supposed to do with that? Miles scratches his temple.
You could join the search parties.
I scoff. Mom and her friends can search just as well as I can. I need to look for Max purposefully, not aimlessly, but I don't know where to look next.
Maybe make posters?
Yeah, whatever. I don't need to talk to him about it. I'm about to ask whether we can go home when he says,
But I know you'll figure it out.
How are you sure?
Because you love Max.
Miles says with a small smile.
So you aren't going to give up on him.
I don't want to keep talking about this. I curl back inside Miles's arm, where it feels safe, where it feels like everything will be all right. I have to remind myself that everything won't be all right if I can't find Max. Miles is just a distraction, safe or not.
Sometimes,
Miles says finally,
when I'm writing an article and trying to make a specific point that the evidence just doesn't seem to be pointing toward, it helps me to take a step back, figure out what the piece is really about.
I try and wrap my brain around what he's saying. This is about finding Max.
Right, but figuring out whether the person who kidnapped Poppy Rooney was driving a car or a truck might not be the most important thing here. You might be able to talk to other people, approach things from a different angle.
A different angle. But what if I can't think of anything else?
Just give it time. Something will come to you.
A bloom of heat opens inside me, and I can't help but smile a little. Do you think I can do it? I ask, then clarify. Keep going with this, I mean, and find him?
I do.
He's looking at me like he means it, and I sit up a little taller. A smile grows across Miles's face as he makes his voice deeper.
The everlasting universe of things flows through your mind.
It takes me a minute to realize where that's from. You mean the Force?
The Force is strong with you, young Padawan.
He touches my forehead with 2 fingers. Everything in my brain feels like it's twisted into a coiled knot, but the longer Miles looks at me and the longer he holds his fingers there, the looser the knot gets.
You're going to find Max and punch the bad guy in the mouth, just like...
He demonstrates with the sound effect from the movies that's made when the good guy punches the bad guy square on the jaw, and I laugh a little through my nose.
Just like that.
It's getting dark now, and the moon looks like a yellowed fingernail in a royal blue sky. I can feel the heat leaving the earth, and I tuck my hands into my sweatshirt. Dust seems to have collected around Miles's head, golden specks of shimmering light suspended in the air as if time has slowed. It's giving him a sort of mystical quality, like it's a halo and he's a fairy or spirit or reflection of himself in the water. Something flutters in my stomach. I reach up to push a strand of soft hair out of his face. Feeling like I'm falling off the top of the telephone pole, I crane my neck up and kiss him. His lips are warm and soft against mine, amazing since the rest of him is so angular and bony. Seconds pass as he absorbs the kiss, before he takes my face in both hands and kisses me back. Many of the poets in the poems Miles likes to read to me describe kissing as fire, but this doesn't feel like fire. It feels like a hot water bottle, the kind of heat that makes you want to press into it more. I shift closer to him, my hand shooting out for balance. As my palm comes in contact with the grass, there is a loud crunch. Pain shoots up my arm and I break away from him.
What's wrong?
After confirming there's no blood on my hand, I look down to see a bird's foot. No body in sight. Decomposing skin peels from the bone, and the talons curl in on one another like the claw in an arcade game. Miles grimaces.
What is that?
A bird's foot. I smirk at him. I double dog dare you to touch it. When he refuses, I pick up the foot and drop it on Miles's lap. He jumps to his feet and exclaims, "Shiloh!" I'm laughing, belly laughs that fill my entire chest. He starts laughing too and kicks the foot at me. When I dodge it, he barrels up to me and pulls me into his arms, and the 2 of us stand there laughing until Miles tells me it's time to go home.
York County scanner updates, September 12th at 6:02 a.m. Bethany Police and Fire, 179 Cleveland Road at 7 a.m. Meet with officers regarding missing 6-year-old to set up a search party. Kathleen Stefanski.
Please let me know if we can help in the search. Praying he is found safe and quick.
Nicole Mayfield.
Hoping they find this child very soon. How scary.
Julianne Toth.
Do you need more volunteers to search?
Mark Bagunick. I know people willing to join the search. Haven't heard an Amber Alert yet.
One reply.
Barbara Geralds.
They only issue an alert if a child has been kidnapped and there is a description of the person or vehicle.
9. Shiloh. I'm getting my geometry book out of my locker the next day when I hear a loud thud from down the hall. Shrugging it off, I close my locker to reveal Jonah Weatherby standing too close to me with his arms crossed over his chest.
Stay away from Miles.
He growls. You have got to be kidding me. I don't feel like dealing with him right now. Go away, Jonah.
No.
Jonah Weatherby has been trouble for as long as I've known him, but for some reason, he's been Miles's best friend since middle school. Ever since Jonah dropped a pencil and Miles picked it up for him, or some annoying rom-com cliche like that. Jonah's an ass. He's notorious for sniping inappropriate comments at teachers, spending most Saturdays in detention, and picking up girls by offering to read their palms. I'm pretty sure he stole Melissa Mulvey's underwear after they had sex in the boys' bathroom last year. Rumor has it he keeps a collection, as I've heard accounts of missing underwear from a few girls in our year. Rumors have told me he's on probation for something. I'm not exactly sure what. Could be theft or something to do with drugs. I'm pretty sure he's a supplier. What makes it worse is that, all things considered, he's not bad looking. He's over 6 feet tall with pale, blotchy skin and shaggy hair that he never seems to comb. He dresses socks to skullcap in black. Only his eyes break the color pattern. They're blue, bright blue, the color of slushies you get at the movie theater. He's hot in a way that makes you catch yourself looking at him and then hate yourself for it. He's like meth. It makes you ugly.
Miles mentioned you're looking for the missing girl.
Jonah says.
I'm sorry for what happened to your brother. Really, I am. But leave Miles out of it.
I can't tell if he's serious. When his face stays static, I'm not sure whether to get defensive or laugh. I pull my headphones down to my neck. I can still hear the overture from Les Miserables playing, as if from far away. This has nothing to do with you.
Miles is my best friend.
He's my boyfriend.
Of 3 weeks.
What's that supposed to mean? Jonah twists the beads on his necklace.
Listen, Shiloh.
He over-enunciates like he's talking to a child, and it makes me want to hit him.
You haven't known Miles for long, but I have, and he's the best person I know.
Get a room, buddy.
You're guilting Miles into following you with your sad eyes.
He says, as if I hadn't said anything.
Back the hell off. He doesn't owe you anything, and you're putting him in danger.
Miles can take care of himself.
No, you can take care of yourself. Miles can't. Not around you, anyway.
What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know what's gotten into him, but I've never seen him get this way about a girl. Not that he's dated many.
I can smell the smoke clinging to the fibers of his t-shirt, probably interwoven with the spots of ketchup or whatever else made those stains.
Miles is the only good thing in my life. I'm not about to have him go get hurt hunting a serial killer just because some girl asked him to.
The words serial killer hit me square in the chest. You don't know it's a serial killer.
Well, it sure as hell isn't a saint.
Who does Jonah think he is, telling me what I can and can't say to Miles? I get that he cares, but being that protective of your buddy is weird, whichever way you spin it. My brother is missing, I say. Miles agreed to help me because he's my boyfriend, so if you don't mind. I look at Jonah as if to say, get out of my way. And don't talk to me about Max again. When Jonah doesn't move, I raise my eyebrows. What doesn't he get about moving out of the way? Behind me, a girl giggles. Hi, Jonah. She titters, and it takes all my self-control not to roll my eyes. Jonah's smile at the girl doesn't meet his eyes. I don't have time to prepare myself before he grabs my shoulders and leads me around the corner to the divot in the hallway in front of the bathrooms. I shove him off. Don't touch me.
You're looking for the wrong guy,
he says, and it takes his words a second to hit home. What did you just say?
The guy who picked up Poppy in his car, the guy your old guy saw,
he says, and a chill shoots up my spine.
He didn't do it. You're barking up the wrong tree.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. I narrow my eyes at him. You're telling me you know who picked up Poppy and you didn't say anything? He averts his eyes, which gives me all the confirmation I need. Why didn't you go to the police?
Because I can't.
Why not?
My friend made me swear not to tell anyone, but I'll say again, he didn't do it.
My hands curl up into fists. I want to push him against the wall and bash his stupid emo face in for knowing this entire time and not saying anything. But that won't solve anything. Jonah knows. He could take us to the guy who saw Poppy last. You've got to take me to him. Jonah steps back out into the hallway and raises his hands as if I'm pointing a gun at him.
I don't have to do anything.
Please, Jonah. I follow him, dodging an oncoming kid with his nose buried into his cell phone, not looking where he's going. Please, tell me who it is. I promise I won't tell the police. Jonah gives me a disbelieving stare.
Your dad's, literally a cop.
He doesn't even know I went to talk to Edward Meddy.
I'm not going to tell you.
Jonah continues walking. I grab his arm and pull back hard. Please. Jonah spins around and yanks his arm away.
I'm not going to tell you who it is, okay? Just call off this whole dumb Scooby-Doo act and let your dad do his damn job.
Jonah walks down the hall, and I stand there, my legs frozen in place, watching him go. How was Jonah so sure his friend didn't know anything? Even if his friend didn't hurt Poppy, he could have seen something or know something that could help lead us to her. I need to convince him to talk. Begging him didn't seem to work. So I need someone to beg him for me. Someone he would actually listen to. As soon as class is over, I race to the AP English classroom and intersect Miles just as he walks out the door alongside some redhead in glasses. I need you to talk to Jonah, I say, and Miles blinks at me. I realize I probably need to elaborate, so I add, Can I talk to you alone? Miles says sorry to the redhead before following me down the hall. I try to keep my voice down. I don't want anyone to overhear. You never know who knows who in this town.
Did Jonah do something to offend you?
Miles asks. One of these days, Jonah will do something that doesn't offend me. When that happens, we'll ring the town bell, Miles. I offer him an unnecessary dramatic pause. He doesn't look amused. Jonah says he knows who picked up Poppy Rooney, but he won't tell me who it is. A crease appears in Miles's brow.
He knows?
I asked if he could take me to him, and he said no because his friend didn't do it, and he doesn't want to go to the cops.
If Jonah says his friend didn't do it, he didn't do it. He'll have a good reason for not going to the cops.
I don't know how much I believe that. I wouldn't normally ask you to talk to him, but it's for Max.
I understand.
I swear I won't go to the cops.
I mean, from Jonah's perspective, I get it. Your dad's a cop. It doesn't get any more going to the cops than that. But I'll handle it.
Miles says, offering a close-lipped smile before kissing me on the cheek and leaving to walk down the hall. Sparks of excitement prick at me all through the afternoon. Even if Jonah's guy didn't kidnap Poppy, which I'm still not convinced of, he might have been the last one to see her. That's a whole new period of time opened for us. Maybe something in what he says can shed new light on what happened to her. After the bell rings, I'm on my way to the upside-down tree to wait for Miles to be done at the paper when Jonah slams into me out of nowhere and pushes me against the brick wall. My body goes limp. The bricks are hard against my spine. Jonah leans in close to my face and drops of spit spray from his mouth when he says,
If you go to the cops, I will hurt you.
Feeling his strong fingers on my arms, I try to keep my voice steady when I say, I'm not going to tell anyone anything, least of all my dad.
I'm only doing this for Miles.
A greasy strand springs free of his hair, glinting in the sun. He smells of dirty laundry and stale smoke. God, I don't understand why girls like him so much. He lets me go and takes a couple steps back. I'm only asking for help because I want to find my brother.
Nothing my friend knows is going to help you find your brother.
Jonah snaps.
This is also freaking pointless.
I guess we'll see.
I don't like you.
I'm not in love with you either, Jonah.
I swear to God, this better go well.
I don't understand. He looks almost scared. Jonah takes a cigarette out of his pocket and clenches it between his teeth until the butt goes all out of shape. He glares at me for a second before shaking his head quickly and walking away, back around to the front of the school. I realize that I got what I wanted. But something about the casual way in which he walks, like he's annoyed that he's had to do this and not like 2 kids have gone missing, makes me want to run up behind him and pull his hair out in fistfuls. You know, smoking is bad for you, I shout. It's so stupid, but for some reason it's the worst thing I can think of to say. Jonah gives me the finger over his shoulder without turning round. Idiot. I should go thank Miles for convincing Jonah anyway. Judging by the way Jonah reacted, it couldn't have been a pleasant conversation. Hooking my thumbs around the straps of my backpack, I walk back into the school and through the hall toward the newsroom. Miles? I ask, pushing through the door. A girl in chunky tortoiseshell glasses looks up at me, a scowl forming on her face as she raises her finger to her lips. I glance around at each computer but don't see Miles. That can't be right. He's always here. I lower my voice and whisper, Miles? He isn't here, says the tortoiseshell nerd. For some reason, I'm glad it's not the same redhead he was polite to when I saw him earlier. Someone once told me, it could have even been Mom, that as soon as a guy gets a girlfriend, every other girl suddenly finds him more attractive. Maybe he went home. I purse my lips and leave the newsroom, trying to ignore the way my heart sinks as I push through the school's back doors and walk out onto the soft grass. September's sun beats down on my bare arms and neck, pricking the pores on my skin and making them sweat. If Miles went home, I might as well go to work now. Be a little early. I'm almost at the front of the school when I glimpse Miles's messenger bag on the asphalt over by the dumpster. My heart lodges in my throat. Miles? I call, running over to his bag. Miles! I whip around the dumpsters and stumble to a stop. The soles of my sneakers catch on the pavement. Richie Russo turns his thick head to look at me. Behind him stands Davy Green, a backwards hat flattening his blonde mullet, and another boy named Skip or Scotty or something. Miles has his back pressed back against the dumpster and his eyes are as wide and round as saucers. Keeping his eyes on me, Davy leans over to Richie. We can't do nothing to her, Rich. Her brother's missing. Richie curls his lip. Get out of here, he tells me. Let him go. Get the hell gone, Skip says. I cross my arms. When I don't budge, Richie shrugs. With a, suit yourself, sheriff's kid, he grabs my hair and pushes me over next to Miles. A smile flattens his puckered lips and exposes his yellow teeth. His face is not proportionate. His lips are too big, his nose is too small, and his eyes are beady. Muscles bulge underneath the skin of his arms as he crosses them over the gray graphic on his tank top that's pulled tight over his belly. Dark hair tumbles out of the back of his foam snapback. His pants hang so low that I'll bet if he turns around, his ass crack will show. There's an expression of dull stupidity in Richie's face. I was just telling this faggot, Richie cocks his head at Miles, that I read his poem in the paper. You learned to read? I scoff, smiling as if to say I'm unafraid. Say hey for small miracles, Richie. He ignores me. Have you read this? I glance over at Miles. In all the commotion with Jonah this morning, I forgot to read Miles's weekly poem. Richie clears his throat and puts on a lisping feminine voice. You can never get over the smell of nature. It stirs something inside you. Davy hoots behind him. It's so goddamn gay. I can see the waves of anger pouring out of Miles, like he wants to clock Richie square in the face, but knows Richie would snap him in half. I think the poem is beautiful, I say. Richie's face falls. He put you up to this? He jabs his thumb at Miles, who is pale and rigid like a Roman statue. I can't even tell if he's breathing. You put her up to this? Miles shakes his head. Richie takes a step forward. Something catches the light in Davy's hand and I freeze. Miles makes a noise resembling a rubber chicken. Is that a knife? A snicker forms across Richie's mouth. You're so dead. Before Richie can do anything, I swing my backpack around so it hits Skip or Scotty or whatever his name is, full in the face. He lets out a yowl of surprise and I grab Miles's arm, pulling him after me as I run past Richie and Davy. But my arm tugs backward and I spin around to see Richie pinning Miles's arms behind his back. Davy raises the pocket knife. I scream at them to stop as he pulls Miles's sweater up, exposing his bare stomach and sunken hip bones. He rests the tip of the knife against Miles's skin. Skipper Scotty recovers and grabs hold of me as I throw myself at them. Blood blots his mouth and it makes me feel good. Davy drags the knife across Miles's skin. "Get your hands off him!" I shout. "I will kill you, Richie!" Before Davy can get any farther, a voice behind us says, "Richie, stop it." Richie freezes. I crane my neck to see Francesca Russo standing behind us. She doesn't run. She doesn't even seem to move. But one minute she's calling him from a few yards away, and the next she's stepped between Miles and Davy, looking Davy straight in the eye and watching the fight go out of him. I don't think I've ever heard Francesca speak before, at least not to say more than "present" during classroom attendance calls. "Boo!" Francesca says suddenly, raising taloned fingers to Davy's face. Davy flinches, and Richie lets out a laugh that's a long way from humor. "Leave them alone, Richie," Francesca says without turning to look at him. Richie shoots an uneasy look over at Davy. "Be careful, or I'll burn you alive." Francesca doesn't move her head, so it's hard to see who she's speaking to. But Skip or Scotty wipes his lip, smearing blood on his cheek and making it look worse. Francesca doesn't move. Richie's lips flatten into a line as he considers his options, and then he shakes his head and lets Miles go. Miles stumbles forward, and Richie pushes me so hard I fall over. Davy takes 2 deliberate paces forward, raises his pocket knife to Miles's face, and closes it inches from his eyes. Miles leans against the dumpster and lets out a shaky sigh. I walk up to him and take his hand before turning to Francesca, who is rubbing her arm and standing awkwardly a few feet away from us. "Thanks," I say. Color flames on her cheeks. She gives me a shaky nod and scurries back around the dumpsters and out of sight. As soon as she's gone, I touch Miles's cheek. "Are you okay?" Miles pushes his glasses back up the bridge of his nose and pulls up his sweater where Davy had pressed the knife. A small smudge of blood has bubbled up on his skin. Davy's cut was shallow. Miles smears the blood across his stomach with his thumb. I lean down to pick up the newspaper that dropped on the ground. "Your poem was beautiful." I didn't know Richie knew how to read. It's a day of surprises for us all. The way Miles says it is so matter-of-fact that I can't help but laugh. I see them before I reach my house. They see me too and spring off their van with newfound energy, grabbing their microphones and rallying their buddies. "Can you tell us what Max said to you the morning he vanished?" a woman with neat brown hair says as soon as I'm in earshot. The van carries the name of a news station I vaguely recognize, and I drop my head and walk faster. The woman follows me. A man points his big camera in my face. Out of the corner of my eye, it looks like a shiny black bug. "Please, we'd just like to ask you some questions." I slam the front door behind me, cutting the woman off mid-sentence. Mom glances up from where she's standing over the kitchen table and pushes her glasses up through her thin hair. She must notice the wild-eyed look on my face because she asks, "Isn't it terrible?" "How long have they been out there?" I ask. "Since this morning," she says, lowering her glasses back onto her face and rearranging a few slips of paper on the table. "The Citizen called the house. They want an interview." I don't remember there being such a media circus when Poppy Rooney went missing. "Why?" "Because of your father," she says, and my immediate thought is, of course. "He wants as many people looking as possible." I deposit my school bag on the stool and walk over to see what she's working on. Strewn all across the table are photos of Max. Everything from his school photos to Christmas card photos to some that Mom must have randomly snapped on the playground. There are probably more on her phone. I have some on my iPod, too. "What's all this for?" "The poster," she explains, and I notice the red rimming her eyes, betraying her silent tears. 10. Francesca. I do not drop my gaze from Reverend Gesford's eyes. I will not leave. Reverend Gesford clutches the cross sitting atop his breast. It's gigantic. I'll bet when he was alive, it was made of gold.
It's too late for you to be here. You need your rest.
I know the Reverend is right. It's past midnight, and I have never stayed at the cemetery so late before. But I am going to stay here every night until the man comes back, if that's what it takes to find him. He has to come back eventually, and I want to be here when he does.
I have a bad feeling about all this.
A shudder passes through him.
I strongly urge you not to follow this character.
I stretch out my legs in front of me. I've been sitting against this tree for hours, and my body is starting to feel the effects. My muscles are stiff, like stale toffee. I should stand up and walk around, but my eyelids are drooping, and I must save my energy for staying awake. Once again, he did nothing to signal he's dangerous.
Henry's arm was
an accident. I finish, despite knowing that was not how the Reverend intended to complete his sentence. I bruise all the time from less. Mrs. Lewis appears beside Reverend Gesford with her arms folded over her chest and her lips pursed.
Are you talking about our mysterious visitor?
She asks, and Reverend Gesford nods.
Francesca, honey, you were not there. I promise you, he was up to no good.
You don't know that. I'm surprised at the sudden intensity of my voice. I don't usually raise my voice at anyone, especially not Mrs. Lewis. You don't understand. Light from the street lamps glints off the flashlight I stole from Richie and reflects through Mrs. Lewis and the Reverend. Mrs. Lewis twists her lips to the side, and if I'm not mistaken, I think I catch a glimpse of disappointment in her eyes.
I'm only worried because I care, and it would just kill me if anything happened to you.
I think about telling Mrs. Lewis that she's dead already, but I believe it would be hurtful. I don't care if anything happens to me. Nobody who cares about me is alive anyway. I'm staying here. Both of them look at me as if I'm something to be pitied. I want to get away from their gaze, so I push myself to my feet and trudge through the gravestones to the back of the cemetery, hoisting myself onto the crumbling rock wall facing the forest. I kick my heel against the wall in the hope that it will help keep me awake. I'd counted on staying up all night, but I hadn't expected the exhaustion to pull down on my arms and legs and eyelids so hard it's making them ache. I still can't believe I spoke to Shiloh Oleson today. I knew I shouldn't have gotten in Richie's way like that. It was easy enough to frighten Davy. His skull is thick enough to believe all the rumors. If they'd been tormenting anyone other than Shiloh, I wouldn't have spoken up. But Shiloh has always struck me as someone whose soul is closer to mine. Just as lonely. I suppose she isn't as lonely now she's dating Miles Barote Renault. In another life, perhaps, she might have been someone I could have called a friend. Goosebumps rise on my arms. It's cold. Colder than I anticipated. I should have worn a bigger jacket. I should probably resume my post under the tree. Reverend Gesford and Mrs. Lewis are not waiting for me anymore, so I will hopefully not be subjected to more lectures. But just as I swing my legs over the rock wall, I catch a glimmer of movement in the trees. I squint through the shadows, trying to make out what the light could be. I'll bet it was a small animal, a mouse or squirrel scuffing up the leaves. A wisp of bright smoke wraps up and around a tree and startles me. Except it isn't smoke. It's a soul. The smoke gathers into an undeniably human shape. Tears well in my eyes at the sudden brightness. Whoever it is brighter than any other soul in the cemetery. Clearer, too. I notice the gleam on the loafers on his feet, the neat folds of his dress pants, and the texture of tweed on his suit. He glances over his shoulder and readjusts his glasses over the bridge of his nose. I cannot move. I recognize him. He looks different from the last time I saw him. Less disturbed, and not on fire. But it's certainly him. Mr. Haggerty? If George hears me, he pays me no mind and wanders deeper into the trees. I don't understand. It's not possible. Not long after the burning, when I still hadn't seen George at the cemetery, I asked Reverend Gesford whatever became of him. The Reverend told me George had faded away after only a few days. Nobody comes back after they fade away. It's not possible. I slide off the wall and follow George into the trees, walking in a carpet of soggy leaves. "George Haggerty?" I call, stumbling closer to him. "Is that you?" George glances back at me. When he meets my eyes, it's as if someone pours a bucket of cold water over top of my head. I shudder and George snakes away from me. Why is he running? "George, wait!" But he doesn't wait. I run after him. I try to move fast, but my boots are too big. They snag every root and rock, threatening to send me to the ground with a single misplaced step. George is a beam of light in the shadows. I chase him like a beacon, bringing me home. "Why are you here?" I ask. "George, please!" I reach out to him, but something catches my boot and my knees smash to the ground. Pain shoots up my legs. I roll onto my side, grab hold of my shin. I glance up at where George Haggerty had just been, but he's gone. The sun is coming up as I reach the trailer. I drag myself upstairs like each leg weighs 100 pounds and rest my shoulder against the door as I twist the doorknob. It doesn't budge. "Richie?" I call, pressing my ear against the door to listen for movement. I can't hear any, so if he's in there, he's probably fast asleep. I check my pockets for my keys, but they aren't there. I must have left them indoors when I went out. Please, dear God, have Richie be home. He likes to sneak out at night to meet Ashley, but he is usually home by morning. He is only human after all and has to sleep before going to school. "Richie, please open the door." I'm so tired I want to yell, but I don't want to wake up the neighbors. Lights are off in the trailers around us, except for one across the road, where a woman with purple hair tied up off her neck is bouncing a silent baby on her knee. She meets my gaze and scratches her scalp. School starts in only a few hours. I bang my palm against the door and raise my voice. "Please, Richie, please." The door flies open and I fall forward into our trailer, past Richie, who has his face twisted into a scowl. He slams the door closed behind me.
"Where have you been?"
he asks. I push myself to my feet and tip over onto the couch, resting my cheek against the rough fabric. Because he's the oldest, Richie claimed the trailer's one bed long ago. But I don't mind. It was fair. The fabric on the couch is rough, but the cushions are comfortable enough. I start to melt into them when Richie asks again.
"Huh?"
"I was at the cemetery." Richie scoffs. He walks back over to the bed and the mattress sinks under his weight.
"Don't wake me up again."
"I forgot my keys." He makes another noise like he doesn't believe me and turns over to go back to sleep. I notice the food lying out on the counter and a bowl of mac and cheese lying half-eaten beside my foot. Sharp perfume stings my nose. Ashley. My fist curls around the couch cushion. "You were mean to Shiloh Oleson at school yesterday." Richie doesn't miss a beat.
"We gave her an out."
"She would not abandon Miles." Richie snorts.
"Those people don't care about you."
His words cut me. If I'm being honest, I hope they do care. I know Mrs. Lewis cares about me, and so does Reverend Gesford, but a small part of me yearns for someone who is alive and can touch me to care about me. When I was small, my mother would stop walking to curl her fingers around every flower she found beautiful. I asked her things why, and she told me it was important to notice things that were beautiful, because if you don't, the things that aren't can overwhelm you. My voice is barely a whisper. I think they do.
"Just shut up, will you?"
Richie pulls the blanket over his head.
I'm going back to sleep.
I pull the blanket over me and curl up on the couch, keeping my eyes wide open. I wonder if that really was George R. Haggerty I saw in the cemetery, or if the exhaustion was making me see things. I'll bet it was the latter, and sometimes I think I see too much as it is. But I wonder how much I still don't know about the dead. If they can't come back after they fade away, why hasn't my mother come back for me? 11. Shiloh. The reporter's voice floats down the hallway as I walk into the kitchen, grabbing an apple from the counter before I head for school. Dad's sitting on the couch, and Mom is on the carpet, crouched in front of the TV, watching the same shiny-haired brunette who parked in front of our house yesterday as she addresses the camera. It takes me a second to realize the house in the background is ours. I put the apple back in the fruit bowl and walk over to the couch, wrapping my fingers around the soft cushions behind Dad's head. Mom doesn't register me. Dad cranes his neck back, but doesn't say anything. On the screen, the video cuts from the reporter to a clip of us, standing on the front porch of our house last night. Dad forced me to do it with them. I stand between them, looking pale and sickly as tears streak down Mom's face and Dad begs,
Please, if you have Max, let him come home.
The clip changes to Earl from down the street, the sun speckling his graying face through the tree above him.
As time passes, the likelihood of recovering him becomes less,
he says. It changes again, this time to one of the teachers at the elementary school whose name I don't remember. Having your child disappear has to be the worst thing you can possibly imagine happening to somebody. Now it's our neighbor, Mrs. Peterson.
I just hope he's with somebody who will take care of him.
What's that supposed to mean? Before I have time to react, it's back to the reporter. Multiple parents picking up their children from Little League T-ball practice that afternoon reported seeing a man acting suspiciously hanging around the field. A sketch fills the left corner of the screen showing a man with tight-cropped curls and eyes stretched all the way open. The reporter keeps speaking, but I tap Dad on the shoulder. Do you have a suspect? Dad stands up with a groan and walks over to the mantel to splash some scotch into his tumbler.
It's garbage. Cynthia Christensen said he was blonde and wore an army jacket, and Mary gave him those black curls. No one knows what they saw. It's all just garbage.
Mom utters a soft, "Really, Ernest? Starting already?" To which Dad shoots her a stern glare. I take this as my cue to start my walk to school. Even though Dad said the sketch was garbage, its eyes sear into my mind. I wonder if those were really the eyes Max decided to trust that day at baseball. I wish I could have reached through the screen and torn them right out of the guy's face. All day, I count down the hours until the final bell rings. When it finally does, I race to the upside-down tree and find Jonah and Miles already waiting there for me. Jonah has a nasty scowl etched onto his face. It doesn't matter, I tell myself as the three of us walk to the bus. He doesn't have to be happy about it. All that matters is he's helping. Where are we meeting your friend? I ask.
Don't ask me questions.
Jonah bites.
I'm doing this for Miles, not you.
I shut up. His mood seems to lighten up a bit once we're on the bus and moving. I sit by the window and Miles sits beside me, close to Jonah, who's holding on to the loop for support and leaning over us.
I'm telling you, Miles, I'm never going back.
Jonah flashes him a grin.
She was beautiful. She was sophisticated.
He elaborates every syllable as if it's the most hilarious joke. Miles looks amused.
Exactly how old was she? Old enough. Told me she had a daughter in middle school. So around 40. Still had everything in its rightful place, though.
He knocks elbows with Miles, whose cheeks flush pink as he glances at me. If he notices the disgust burning behind my eyes, he doesn't show it. Don't objectify her, I say to Jonah, but Miles cuts me off.
Where did you even find her? Duncan's.
Jonah says, then to me he adds.
They don't card me there because I do Polly's driveway when it snows. Oh, and Kirshner's too,
Miles adds. No way in hell Jonah picked up a 40-year-old at Duncan's. Well, actually, now that I think about it, I guess Jonah's greasy enough to look older than he is. In the dark, in the back of a car, while drunk. I can't believe Miles is actually playing into this whole sexist bragging, but I bite my tongue and force myself not to comment. I don't have to like Jonah. I just have to put up with him long enough to learn what he knows. We get off the bus in front of Chipotle. Behind it in the parking lot is a Goodwill and some kind of after-school club for kids called Giggle Butts. A truck whizzes by us as we stand on the sidewalk, and I tuck my flyaway hair behind my ears as I ask Jonah, "Where to?"
Walmart.
Jonah jerks his chin down the street.
He told me to meet him after his shift, and he'll talk to us on his walk home. How do you know this guy?
Miles asks as we walk down the street and up the hill to the supercenter. By the time we reach the top, my lungs are burning, and I hate myself for it. At least Miles looks similarly flushed.
We've got the same probation officer,
Jonah says. So the rumor mill was right.
What did you do?
Jonah doesn't respond. Steal top-shelf magazines of old ladies? Miles snorts in laughter, which gives me an inkling of satisfaction. What did your friend do? Jonah shoots me a sidelong glance as if to say, can it? I guess it's best not to make him angry going into this. We walk inside. I glance at the pale, distorted version of myself on the security camera as Jonah looks around with a pinched brow. He moves a beaded bracelet out from under his long-sleeved shirt. It's got beads of every color in the rainbow, with black string tying them together. I gesture to it. Cool bracelet.
It heals my chakras.
Is that what you say to all the girls?
Yeah, Shiloh, exactly that.
He holds up his hand.
Both of you wait here. I'll be right back.
Miles claps Jonah on the shoulder, and he walks off down the household appliances aisle. I wonder who this friend is going to be. Jonah barely told us anything, so I don't know what to expect. Someone taps on my shoulder, and I glance over to find Miles holding up a t-shirt hanging on the rack beside him. Printed on it is a photograph of Beats with the caption, "My heart beats for you." Miles raises his eyebrows at me.
What do you think?
Nope. Miles's hand clutches his chest.
But my heart beats for you.
Warmth spreads through me. Even in the artificial lighting, he looks so happy that it makes me want to melt into the floor. The shirt's terrible. At the reference to his pun, a wide grin spreads across Miles's face. I catch a glimpse of Jonah walking toward us and look up. Next to him is the biggest human being I've ever seen. His legs are small, but his upper body spills out of his vest. His head is round. He must be well over 6 feet tall because he towers over me and Miles and even Jonah. Black peach fuzz clings to his face, and a small pair of glasses with smeared lenses sit on his acne-covered nose. When he gets closer, I read his name tag. Zach. Jonah gestures at Miles and me.
This is my friend Miles and his girlfriend. It's nice to meet you.
Miles says, extending his hand for Zach to shake. Zach doesn't take it. Sweat soaks through his armpits. When he looks at me, I can feel in my bones what he's feeling. It's a fear I'm familiar with. I'm Shiloh, I say. Thank you for talking to us. Zach looks at Jonah with crazed eyes.
I don't want to talk here.
His voice is deep and smooth.
Okay,
Jonah says.
That's fine. We'll walk.
As I follow Zach out of the sliding doors, I remember what Jonah said about Zach also being in juvenile court and wonder if that's part of the reason he doesn't want to take whatever he knows to the police. At the bottom of the hill, Zach spins around to look at Miles and me.
You aren't with the cops?
It takes me a second to realize he means it as a question. No, I say. We aren't with the cops. Jonah gives Zach a reassuring nod. Zach starts walking, rubbing his palms together and pushing his glasses up his nose. Only after we've crossed the street does he start to speak.
I met Poppy last summer,
He says.
when she came into the store. She dressed like a boy, and she was staring at the feminine products like she had no clue what to do. I guess I was staring at her because she looked over and saw me, and she looked pissed. "What are you looking at, lard ass?" she said. I wanted to tell her I didn't mean anything by it, but she was walking away with her basket bundled in her arms like she was carrying something important. I looked at where she'd been, and it hit me that she'd been shopping for, that stuff. I guess she was embarrassed.
Zach gives me a look like he's expecting me to understand better than Miles or Jonah, and I do. I give him an encouraging smile.
I forgot about it, swear to God.
He continues.
But she came back a couple of days later and said sorry she called me lardass. She came in almost every day after that, and she'd talk about her mom, stuff she was going through in school, things about her life. I'd be working and she'd find me, and we'd start talking.
Zach stops. Jonah asks,
"You good?"
Beads of sweat pricked Zach's forehead.
"I don't know, man. She made me swear not to tell anyone this stuff."
Poppy needs your help. I cut in. Max needs your help. I want to add, but don't. It'd mean nothing to him. Zach winces like the words are physically painful to say.
She had a terrible mom and no dad. Mom worked at the laundromat down by the genetics lab. Cropland, I think it's called. Stuff for farms, They lived right there, and her mom did heroin. Sometime in the summer, her mom started seeing a man named Neil. Poppy didn't know where Neil worked. Before he met her mom, he was living in a tent city in the woods behind the laundromat, and he did junk.
I pull a face. Junk?
It's what Poppy called it,
Zach says.
It's what her mom and dad must have called it whenever they were kids, 70s or 80s or whatever. Poppy said Neil did so much junk he couldn't afford a house anymore. She hated Neil. Around the time she went back to school, she started talking about how he scared her. And that's the thing about this whole thing that pisses me off. Everyone on TV talks about her like she was the sweetest kid in the whole goddamn universe. But people were mean to her. Why else would she hang out with me, Soon after that, she told me she thought she had a stalker. I thought maybe it was someone at school who liked her, or that maybe she was being dramatic. She was dramatic a lot to get attention. She told me about a dream she had once about Neil, where he sawed off her hands and feet and chained her up by the neck in some basement.
A shiver creeps up my spine. It sounds like the sort of dream I'd have.
Poppy didn't come in the next day, or the day after. I worried when she didn't come on Friday, but she was back on Monday, her face all twisted like she was going to throw up. She told me it was Neil. He was stalking her. She was sure of it. I told her I'd take her out for ice cream the next day. I couldn't that day because I was working all afternoon. But she told me where to meet her, and I picked her up after she got off the school bus, trying to figure out how to handle the whole situation. I couldn't go to the cops. My record, And then there's my grandmother. She's not in this country legally. I couldn't get involved. I don't know nothing about restraining orders, and I don't know who would listen if this girl said she had a stalker but couldn't prove it. We ate ice cream, but then I got a call from my sister.
Zach sniffs snot back into his nose.
My grandmother collapsed. I didn't know what to do. I had to leave Poppy. She said she'd be fine. She was going to go to the arcade and then go home.
That was the day she went missing? I ask. Zach nods.
My guess is that something happened at the arcade.
I wonder if Neil could be our guy. Maybe he's some kind of child molester. I'm about to ask Zach about him when I remember Poppy's case file. All of Poppy's family members had alibis. I wonder if they'd lie for each other. Zach is so broken up, a sharp ache twists my heart. I'm sorry about your grandmother.
She was okay.
Zach chokes out and wipes his eyes with the base of his palm. We reach the end of Zach's street, and he says he has to go. Thank you, Zach, I say. What you did means a lot." Jonah says goodbye to him, and Miles offers a little wave. As Jonah follows Zach away from us, Zach's words sink in, and I realize something. He said Poppy went to the arcade. I know that arcade. Dad took me there once when I was around 12, and I swore I'd never go back. Not after what he did. But something could have happened to Poppy at that arcade. So now I have no choice. 12. Shiloh. Jonah follows Zach down the street away from us. He catches Zach up and they stand, whispering, and Zach's giant shoulders begin to shake. Watching them, I'm struck by a twinge of guilt. Turns out Jonah did have a reason for hiding what he knew about Zach. He just wanted to protect his friend. I glance over at Miles, who's wringing his hands together. "We need to go to the arcade." Miles's eyes fill with concern. "Right now?" I grab hold of the ribbed neckline of my t-shirt and nod. It's getting dark. I catch a hint of pink over the roofs behind Zach and Jonah, and I notice that the sky has turned a deeper, more royal blue than before. I told Mom I was going to Miles's house after school, so I can probably stay out until after dinner without her worrying. "Do you think Jonah knows how to get there from here?" "Jonah knows how to get everywhere," he says. "It's just that it's getting pretty dark, and I didn't tell my mom I'd be out this late." "You can go home if you want." "I'm not going to leave you." "I can go by myself. I don't care." Fingers brush against my wrist, and Miles presses his lips into a thin line. "Are you all right?" I pull my hand away and say, "I'm fine." I know he's only trying to help, but sometimes I wish he'd just shut up. Dread rises in my stomach like bile in my throat, reminding me how small I felt last time I was at the arcade. I just need to get this over with. Steel myself up and just be in and out. "You look upset." "I'm only upset that we're not on our way to the arcade." I snap, and Miles doesn't say anything until Jonah comes back. "Is the arcade close to here?" I ask Jonah, who stares at me for a second before giving me a nod. "Not far. We could walk. You want to go now?" "Yes." Jonah turns to Miles. "Call your mom. Tell her you'll be out a bit later." "I will," Miles says while still looking at me. "Cool, let's go." Jonah starts walking and glances over his shoulder. "Come on, Scooby." "Stop calling me that," I snap before following him. Jonah leads the way. I follow him and Miles with my lips sealed tight, listening to Miles's phone conversation with his mother, and then Jonah's boring questions about what Miles's mom is making for dinner tomorrow night, because from the sounds of it, he's eating there tomorrow. I knew Jonah was Miles's friend, but I've never noticed how the tightly coiled knots in Miles's brain seem to loosen when he's around Jonah. Miles swings his arms at his side with more disregard than usual and laughs harsh, choking laughs that contort his face and curl his shoulders inward. I'm starting to realize Jonah isn't just this steely womanizer I thought he was at school. He's animated, smiling even. I guess that's what happens when you've been friends with someone for so long. You start to see that person as an extension of who you are. Like nothing you ever did could make them pull away from you. Watching them, I'm almost jealous. But even the thought of letting someone get that close to me turns my stomach. I try to focus on what Zach said, parsing through his story like I'm trying to find something in a field of long grass. Why did Poppy want to go to the arcade? In my memory, it's a haunted, twisted place. Definitely not a place I'd go to have any kind of fun. By the time we reach the arcade, the sky has turned an inky blue, and the street lamps are on above our heads, bathing everything in an unhealthy sodium glow. At the sight of the sign, I leave the sidewalk, walking along past the closing storefronts of the strip mall to reach the double-glass doors of the arcade. I push through them. Inside, my eyes fight to adjust. The arcade is sparsely populated, and the whole place smells of smoke and pretzels, an accurate representation of the two age groups the establishment seems to cater to. Its name, the Fun Palace, makes it pretty obvious that the owners meant for it to be a place for kids and not a strip club. But this arcade doesn't look like the sort of place any kid should be left alone in. There are adults I wouldn't want to leave alone here. From what I can tell, only 1 or 2 kids are here right now. It's better lit than I remember, less gray. I didn't remember the place as a whole. In my memory, there are just fragments. I remember the narrow lanes between the games and the air hockey tables pushed up against the wall. I didn't remember the bar, nor did I remember so many adults sitting with their elbows on the bar or leaning back on their stools. A scruffy old guy in a fluorescent orange beanie peers at us through bulging, bug-like eyes before returning his attention to the beer in front of him. A carnival song plays over the speakers as if from far away. Why the hell did Poppy want to come here?
Place gives me the creeps,
Miles says, rubbing the back of his neck and casting a sidelong glance over at the bar.
What are we looking for exactly?
I'm not sure. Poppy had to have come here for a reason. We just need to find out what that reason was. I pass the token booth, manned by a tattooed woman chewing gum with her head resting in her hand as she flips through a magazine, and move on through the rows of games. I look around. I really look, trying to put myself in Poppy's shoes. Poppy was upset. Why? Because she was scared somebody was stalking her. Did she come in here to hide from him? I stop walking and stare at the face of a joker pressed against the wall. It's big and boxed in by the arcade game around it. When I was 12, I thought it was a clown, but it's definitely a joker with a long white face and slicked back, ink-black hair trailing down the back of its head. Black paint rims each eye, matching the color of its lips, which are wide open, framing a gaping mouth and a sharp red tongue that's sticking all the way out. The aim of the game is to throw as many balls into the Joker's mouth as possible. I played it last time I was here. Breaking off from Miles and Jonah, I walk up to the game and stand in front of it, looking into its eyes. If I didn't know better, I'd swear they were staring back. A hand falls onto my shoulder.
Should we talk to the people here?
Miles asks. I shake him off. No, just look around for things that seem weird.
That clown face looks pretty weird to me. A little creepy, not going to lie.
Be serious, please.
Sorry, I didn't mean...
I peel away from Miles before he can finish speaking and walk around to the row of games against the wall. I grip the Pac-Man console. Now that I'm here, it's like I've shrunk 2 feet and I'm back in my ripped-up running shoes, holding Dad's hand as we walked in through the door. He picked me up from school that day for the first time since Uncle Jim's funeral. It was only a few weeks after it. He bought me a giant stack of tokens that were heavy in my hands. I wandered into the rows of games to find something to play. Even then, I was too old for this. None of the games looked fun to me, and I just wanted to go home. A boy screamed beside me after losing a game. I backed away from him and straight into the legs of an older woman who glared down at me. Where was Dad? He told me not to bother him until my tokens ran out. I walked over to the ball pit and sat inside it, covering my eyes with my hands. Back in the present, I lift my head and see the ball pit in the corner. Every multicolored plastic sphere sits idle, but tense, like they could burst into movement at any moment. I walk over and stretch my palm over them, feeling the crackle of static. After using all my tokens, I found Dad sitting at the bar, throwing back his head in laughter and slapping the table in time with another man sitting beside him. I was tired. It was time to go home. Dad? He looked down at me, and his laugh flattened as he reached down and grabbed me under my arms. He was rough as he tried to pick me up. I squirmed away, but that only made him hold on tighter. He hoisted me onto his lap, and I sat, stiff as a board, as he dug his fingers into my hair right where it joined my scalp.
Having fun?
He asked, rubbing his pointer finger in circles at the base of my skull. I adjusted my training bra. He was touching me a lot. He didn't usually touch me this much. Can we go home? He frowned.
Here.
He leaned over to fish his wallet out of his back pocket. Taking out $5, he handed them to me.
Go buy yourself some more tokens.
I jumped down off his lap. Can we go home afterwards? He had already refocused on the television.
I'll come find you.
Slam! I whip my head up. What was that noise? Out of the door marked Employees Only walks a gangly man with a collared shirt tucked under his overalls. He walks with a limp, like his legs are different lengths. A green army jacket hangs around his shoulders. He starts down one of the aisles. The top of his head sticks out over the game consoles, bobbing up and down as he limps. Careful not to draw attention to myself, I follow him. The man walks straight down the aisle. He looks like a farmer, rugged with large buttons on his overalls and mud staining the rough fabric. He glances down the aisles like he's looking for something, or someone. He reaches the end of the row and turns into the next one. What is he doing? I'm close to him. I'm about to reach out and tap him on the shoulder when he opens the door to the men's room and the door swings closed behind him. With a glance over my shoulder, I push through the door and walk inside to find Jonah drying his hands on his pants. He stares at me.
Wrong bathroom.
I look down the row of stalls, but every door is open. There's nobody in here besides Jonah and me. Did someone just come in here?
You?
Not me, Jonah. I just followed a guy in here. He couldn't have just disappeared. I glance into each of the empty stalls. When I reach the handicap stall in the corner, the air leaves my lungs. I can hear Dad's voice rumbling in my ear like an approaching train.
It's okay,
he says, the stubble on his jaw scratching my cheek as he moves, sliding the stall's latch closed behind him.
Don't tell your mother. This is just between us.
I press one hand onto the fiberglass door and grip my throat with the other. There's no air in here. I can't breathe. I push past Jonah to get out of the bathroom. He follows me.
What's going on with you?
When I don't reply, he runs out in front of me and gets in front of my face.
You look sick.
I need to get out of here. I stammer. I can't be in here anymore.
Okay.
Jonah takes hold of my elbow, and I draw in a deep breath through my teeth.
It's okay, Shiloh. Come on, let's get you outside, then I'll go find Miles.
Jonah walks beside me out the bathroom and through the red exit door. Clean, cool air fills my lungs, and I gasp for more, pressing my back into the concrete and shutting my eyes. For the first time, I can feel the cold of approaching fall. I hope Max is warm. I hope Poppy is warm. I hope everybody in the whole wide world is warm because I'm not. I start to shiver as Jonah tells me he's going to get Miles. I sink to the sidewalk, pressing my head between my knees and wishing that the invisible hand that's clenched around my throat would loosen and fall away. Someone touches my shoulder, and I look up to see Miles. I stand up and wrap my arms around him in the neon light in front of the Fun Palace, and it's all I can do not to cry. 13. Francesca.
This is my sentence that has nothing to do with the story.
A piece of bark digs into my back as I sit against a peeling tree. Jeremy lies beside me with his hands tucked behind his head, staring up at the starless sky.
His hair was red,
Jeremy says, although I'm only half listening. I'm focusing on the empty road in front of me with my thumb resting against the on button of my aluminum flashlight, ready to turn it on at the slightest sign of movement. Jeremy doesn't seem to mind that I'm not responding to him. He just carries on speaking.
Kind of like lava it was, but darker. Sometimes it was white when he bleached it, but in my opinion, it was most beautiful when it was red.
I imagine it's getting close to 3 a.m. I don't have a clock, but I do know it's late because my body feels heavy. This is only my second night doing this, and already I can feel myself fading as if I'm dead as well. Something scurries over my boot in the darkness and my leg twitches. Jeremy curls his lips into a frown.
Are you listening to me?
I shake my head, and Jeremy huffs.
John wrote poetry on the back of receipts, and he gave one to me once.
Do you think you can come back after you've faded away? I ask, picturing George Haggerty and how brightly he shone in the shadows last night.
Do you think you can stop asking dumb questions?
Please humor me. Have you ever heard of anyone, coming back? Jeremy explodes with laughter. His teeth jut out like the front teeth of a horse as spit sprays from his mouth.
Nobody comes back, Kika.
I shift my weight on the grass. Jeremy has said many things, but he has never lied to me. I suppose he's right. Nobody comes back. I must have simply been seeing things. I have a habit of getting carried away. With the exception of crickets and frogs, there are no sounds in the cemetery. The dead don't sleep, so the nights here are filled with soft conversations and souls lounging against gravestones, in trees, or against the rock wall on the right-hand border. They don't feel the discomfort or the cold, but shedding human habits can be difficult. Mrs. Lewis sits with her arms around Mr. Lewis, who looks closer to fading away than he ever has before. Perhaps Mrs. Lewis realizes he'll be gone soon. She pulls his overgrown hair out of his face as he shuts his eyes. The gesture is so fond and intimate that my heart can't help but ache a little. Gus and Charlie, the twins, are full of energy, chasing each other around their mother Esther and her 7-day-old infant daughter. Esther catches me looking at them and shrugs as if to say, "What can you do?" The baby should disappear first, if innocence is the reason souls fade. We will have to be there for Esther when that happens. Natalie Dorado takes the infant out of Esther's arms and bounces the baby until Esther takes her back. Somewhere down the road, a car engine groans. I cannot tell if it's coming this way or driving on the main road until yellow headlights flash over the gravestones.
So anyway, John's poem ended with, "My love, my light, my sparrow, endless yearns for endless."
Jeremy, hush! Behind the gate, a pickup truck slows to a stop with a frightening creak. The driver turns off the lights and I stay absolutely still as somebody climbs out of the driver's seat. In the moonlight, the figure's shoulders appear broad. He is undeniably male and tall. He opens the latch on the wrought iron gate and enters the cemetery, leaving the gate swinging open behind him. His strides are long, as if he knows where he is going. My eyes have long ago adjusted to the darkness, but not quite enough to make out the color of his coat until he emerges from under the trees. It's green, emerald green, like fresh clovers. My mouth goes dry.
"Stop being so rude,"
Jeremy says, entirely unaware of what is happening. This must be the man. I cannot imagine who else it would be. Nerves prickle in my stomach as I try to recall what I plan to say to him, but all the words have flown right out of my mind. A cool wind billows his green coat behind him like a cape. He whistles as he walks. I don't recognize the tune, but it sounds slow, like the song was intended to be more spirited. Others have started to notice him now. Their conversation has fizzled out to a few anxious words that fall like drizzle against a tin roof. The man isn't whistling, I realize. He's singing. I only start to understand the words when he gets closer.
"Hickory dickory dock."
He swings a burlap sack around in his hand.
"The mouse went up the clock."
He walks like he is not in a hurry until Reverend Guessford steps into his path and demands,
"What is your business here?"
For a moment, the man looks lost, like he's actually forgotten why he came here in the first place.
"I'm, looking for a little girl."
His voice is deep, and his accent has an unfamiliar twang to it. Reverend Guessford rubs his chin.
"Who are you looking for?" "One little girl,"
he says again, shifting between his feet and holding up his index finger to communicate the number 1.
"Goes by the name of Natalie."
Ice shoots through my veins. I can see Natalie standing over by the wall. Natalie's mouth opens in an O. Reverend Guessford is very still. When seconds go by without an answer, darkness falls over the man's features.
I said, where's the Natalie girl?
Natalie does not move. The man pivots and scans the faces shining through the shadows until he spots her. He does not smile.
Come on, Natalie.
He beckons for her to come over.
Time to go.
Natalie crosses her arms. Get out of here, bitch. To my surprise, the man hangs his shoulders as if in defeat. There's something not right about him. Something that raises the hairs on the back of my neck. I don't think I want to speak to him anymore.
You listen to what I'm saying, girl. It's time to go.
He says, as if Natalie didn't just speak.
You need to come.
I'd rather die again, you whore. The side of the man's mouth twists up, then falls flat. He drops his gaze to the ground. I hear him murmur something. I lean forward to try and make out what he's saying when he explodes into motion and runs toward Natalie. He runs like an uncoordinated puppet, his arms flinging out haphazardly from his sides. Natalie starts to run away from him, but he grabs her arm and holds her up like a caught fish. Natalie kicks the man's chest. Her leg dissolves on impact.
It's time to go.
The man repeats, dragging Natalie toward the gate. My heart surges. No. Natalie kicks at the turf and screams at the man to let her go, but his hand does not budge from her wrist. The other ghosts throw themselves at him, but they bounce right off. A hand waves in front of my face as I glance over at Jeremy.
Do something,
he says, his eyes wide with actual sincerity. It's the first time I've ever seen that expression on his face.
Come on, Kika, go!
He's right. I need to do something. Jumping up to my feet, I charge at the man from behind and throw my entire weight into the arm holding Natalie. My arms close around her and we tumble to the ground. Sharp cold shoots through my chest and makes me cry out. My head crashes into the turf and dull pain rushes up my shoulder. I let go of Natalie and she scrambles out of my arms. Did I really just touch her? I don't have time to think too much about it because the man is standing before me, staring with his arms hanging at his sides. Moonlight glints off something fixed to the lapel of his trench coat. It takes me a moment to make out the most extraordinary brooch in the shape of a crocodile pinned to the fabric. Clear crystals line the crocodile's back and head, which is tilted up like it's trying to look me in the eye. It's the most beautiful piece of jewelry I have ever seen.
You are alive,
says the man. He looks innocent, rather like an overgrown child with his big ears and thin hair that's been tossed in haphazard directions after chasing Natalie. He's nothing to be afraid of, and yet he steps toward me and I step back.
Why do you run?
He stutters. I don't see any emotion in his face. My desire to talk to him, get to know him, to understand who he is, flies out of me. He reaches for me. I scramble away, but not fast enough. His long fingers curl around my wrist, and he begins pulling me toward the gate like he did Natalie. I kick at him like she had. Even though my legs collide with his torso, his grip does not budge. Where are you taking me? I ask, but he ignores me. I don't want him to take me away. I don't trust him. In a house across the road, a light comes on. If I were to scream, maybe they'd help me. I open my mouth and sound bursts free. The man stops pulling me and grabs me by the shoulders, shaking me so hard my neck flies back.
Quit screaming!
I scream again.
You stop that,
he says. When I continue to scream, the man cups a calloused hand over my mouth and drags me over to the oak tree. He buries my fist into my hair, pulls me back, and smashes my forehead against the bark. My vision flashes white and I crumple to the ground. Seeing that the man is going to lift me up again infuses my muscles with the energy I need to stand and run away from him just as fast as I possibly can.
Why do you run?
He shouts after me. The world sways from side to side, but I keep running. I hear heavy footsteps behind me as I push myself forward through the gate and down the lane, not letting myself stop until I've reached the main street and I'm sure he's not following me anymore. Gasping for air, I tumble into an alleyway behind the pizza palace and climb into the dumpster to hide. Pulses of pain course through my brain. I press a greasy napkin to my forehead to stop the blood, but I don't think there is any blood. Is he going to open the dumpster? I dig through the garbage bags and pull them over me to hide myself from view. My eyes water from the smell, and something moves underneath me. Normally, I don't mind rats, but I'd rather not have them here now. I wipe my tears with a napkin and try to stop myself trembling. From far away, an engine starts. I sink deeper into the bags and feel the world pull away from me. The man's empty eyes stay with me until morning. 14. Shiloh. I turn over, pulling my pillow over my head and pressing it against my ear. In my dream, Max is covered in dirt, crawling on his hands and knees across the floor. He lifts one hand in front of his face. The hand falls sideways from the wrist as if severed, and blood spurts from the stump and runs down his forearm. He buckles over in pain as the other hand disappears too, followed by both of his feet, sending blood pouring out onto the carpet. "Help me, Shiloh," he says. "Hurry!" I open my eyes, but there's still nothing there, so I slowly pull the covers back over my head. Every time Max threatens to come back, I push him away. "You're not real," I tell him. "You aren't really here." At least it's just Max now. When I first tried to go to sleep, it was Dad's face in the handicap stall, his hot breath in my ear raising the hairs on my neck. Being back at the arcade stirred something deep inside me. The memory of that day stays with me like a muscle ache, but actually being back in that bathroom was a sharper pain. Jonah had been helpful yesterday. He didn't have to come to the arcade, but he did anyway. Maybe there's more to him than I thought. I pull myself out of bed before my alarm clock rings. I need to make a list of the people who work at the arcade so that I can try to figure out who would have been there on the day Poppy went missing. I'm pretty sure one of our neighbor's sons works there. Once, when he was over at our house during some get-together or another, he found a dead bird in our yard and brought it inside, pulling out its feathers and throwing them one by one into the kitchen garbage can. He was creepy as hell. He'd be the type of person who'd want to spend their waking hours in a place like that. I think, as I emerge into the kitchen, where Mom is already awake, perched in front of the television like a meerkat on watch. "Hey, Mom." She doesn't say anything. I unwrap the foil from a Pop-Tart and crane my neck to look back at her. She still hasn't moved. "Mom?" I notice that beneath the blanket, Mom's shoulders are shaking. With my stomach sinking in realization, I put the Pop-Tart down and walk over to rest a hand on her shoulder. "You okay?" Mom looks up at me with red, swollen eyes. Pointing to the television, she says,
"They found her."
I glance at the television. On the screen is a male news anchor with solemn brown eyes. "Found who?"
"The little girl."
"What?"
"That little girl, Poppy Rooney."
Hoping more than anything Mom is wrong, I walk around the side and sink into the couch beside her. The newscaster disappears and a girl's school photo fills the screen.
No, no, no.
From behind Poppy's face, the news anchor says, "We are learning disturbing new details about the couple who kidnapped 12-year-old Poppy Rooney and kept her captive in their home." A clip plays. Poppy looks bonier and more disheveled than she did in her school photo. In the clip, Connie, in her uniform, carries Poppy down the front steps of a one-story brick house, kicking and screaming at the top of her lungs. The anchor continues. Norton Dorado and his wife, Agnes, kept the girl in the bedroom of their deceased daughter, Natalie. Then Dad is on screen, standing behind a podium and pulling his lips back into a smile. I'm thrilled to be in front of you under these circumstances. As of today, the 11th of September 2019, the Mount Keenan Police Department has found 12-year-old Poppy Rooney alive and reunited with her mother and stepfather at Mount Keenan Children's Hospital. The newscaster comes back. But the joy of finding her alive has been obliterated by what investigators have learned about the circumstances under which she was detained. Norton Dorado not only held Poppy captive, but he brainwashed her into believing that she was in fact their 11-year-old daughter Natalie, who died from leukemia just last year. A new clip of Poppy. On video, she pushes herself from Connie's arms and runs to the reporters, screaming into the cameras. I'm Natalie Dorado, not Poppy Rooney. Please, you have to believe me. Beside me, tears spill onto the blanket over Mom's knees. It's not fair. She lets out a muffled wail, and my spine stiffens. They found Poppy, alone, which means I was wrong. Her disappearance wasn't connected to Max's after all. When I leave for school, a reporter is standing in the driveway like a vulture. I don't want to hear her ask me how I feel about Poppy, whether I have any message for those out there looking for Max, so I ask Mom if she could drive me. The school hallways could be covered in insect glue for how difficult it is to walk. I get to my homeroom and slump in my desk, resting my head against my arms. Miles rushes over to me after first period. He takes my hand and tells me it's going to be okay, but I don't want to talk about it. Later, Jonah meets my gaze from his locker and frowns in what looks like genuine concern. I don't frown back. If my face mirrors the intense misery I feel, I don't need to frown to convey that to him. In biology lab, I have a hideous thought that cuts its way through my brain like the knife Davy cut Miles with. I wish Max was dead, so that this can be over, and I could just grieve for him. I know I can't think like that, but as hard as I try to push it away, the thought is back by the end of class. 15. Francesca. I blink at the first sign of morning cutting through the dumpster. There's a line of light where the dumpster lid doesn't fit right, and it's getting more defined as the sun rises higher in the sky. I spent the entire night in the dumpster. Somehow, I managed to not fall asleep, but also not be awake at the same time, my pounding head submerging me into a half-conscious state that felt like sinking into a bath of table syrup. With heavy limbs, I push off the spongy garbage bags so that I can rise to a sitting position, rubbing my eyes in the hope it will make me feel more awake. I cannot believe that I was so wrong about the man. I had been certain he would speak to me, or at least understand me. Why would you try and hurt somebody you understand? There had been something burning behind his eyes that I had not understood, and I can't put my finger on what it was. Pain runs up through my ankles as my feet find the bottom of the dumpster. But I push up the lid, climb up the unsteady bags, and tumble out the black container and onto the pavement. The sun has only barely risen, so it must be early. None of the shop owners appear to have arrived yet. I wander out onto the sidewalk. Only 2 cars are in the parking lot. I use my hand to shield my eyes and peer into the bakery window, and a clock on the wall tells me it's almost 6. The bakery is closed, but I hear muted conversation from inside. I can smell bread baking, overlaid with something sweeter. Sugar for donuts, maybe, or cake. I don't feel well, but I don't have the strength to make it back to the trailer without eating something, so I sit on a bench across the street to wait for it to open up. Just after 6:30, a lady with curls tumbling out the back of her vibrant red bandana locks her station wagon and goes to open the florist across the street. She combs through her keyring and pulls up her loose-fitting jeans before finding the right key and disappearing inside. 10 minutes later, the door opens and the woman carries out a bin filled with sunflowers. They are rich yellow with ebony centers, and they look like the biggest faces I have ever seen. They are easily the size of road signs. The woman retreats inside and returns with a box of swollen poppies. Each head of crimson petals squashes against the other. There are too many to fit in the box. As it gets closer to 7, more people begin unlocking the stores. Lights turn on and people flip their signs to open. The bakery opens right at 7. Digging 2 crinkled $1 bills out of my pants pocket, I stand up from the bench and cross the street to enter, filling my lungs with the hot, sticky, and sweet smell of fresh muffins and warm cookies. I wrap my arms around my stomach, close my eyes, and breathe in deep. I want this smell to consume me, to sink deep into my pores and cling to me. I want it to hold me like my mother did, with all the love in the world. Someone gasps and I open my eyes.
Oh, honey, what in heaven's name did you do to your face?
Behind the counter stands a small woman gaping at me open-mouthed. She's wearing thin-rimmed spectacles and a pair of clean white overalls with the name of the bakery written in cursive across the front. My face? I touch my forehead and feel a tender stab of pain. In my most contained voice, I ask, "May I please use your restroom?" The woman ushers me through a door around the back, and I lock the door behind me before walking up to the mirror. As soon as I see my face, it is my turn to gasp. Dried blood covers my nose. There's a welt on my forehead, and my bottom lip is split open. I run my tongue over the swollen skin and grip both sides of the sink as my vision swims. I'm reaching for the soap when a sick feeling settles in my stomach. The cemetery. I need to go to the cemetery and make sure the ghosts are not feeling too frightened. The man gave everyone quite a scare. With measured movements, I wash the blood from my skin and walk back outside to where the spectacled woman is handing someone a coffee. I offer her my $2 bills. "May I buy 1 sugar cookie, please?" The woman's eyes linger on the cash.
Is there somebody I can call for you?
"I'm all right," I say, although just as I say it, the room pulls out from under my feet. I press my hand against the glass counter to steady myself, and the woman rushes to get a stool. I lean my pulsing head against the wall as the woman picks a sugar cookie out of the display case. The soft dough folds over my fingers. I hold the greasy parchment in my hands and nibble on the corner with all the resolve of a mouse testing a cardboard box. I turn my attention to the news story playing without sound on the television in the corner. On the screen is a picture of a girl who apparently went missing last month. She has been found. Her family must be so relieved. I wonder if they are going to find Shiloh Oleson's brother. I hope they do soon. I take a bigger bite of the cookie. A photo of a man and woman appear. Underneath the picture are their names, Norton and Agnes Dorado. I sit up from the wall. "Would you turn the sound up, please?" While the woman searches for the remote, I do my best to piece together what's happening from the captions on the television. "This is the one," exclaims the woman, brandishing a remote and using it to raise the volume to a discernible level. The sound comes on just in time for the reporter to mention the couple losing their 11-year-old daughter, Natalie, to leukemia the year before. "Thank heavens for Sheriff Oleson," says the bakery woman, smiling up at the screen. "That girl's parents must be so happy." The Dorados are Natalie's parents. From what Natalie has said about them, they seem like good parents. I didn't think they would be capable of something like this. The reporter starts talking about how the couple brainwashed Poppy into believing that she was their daughter, Natalie. On the video, Poppy begs the police not to take her away.
"Get your hands off me, bitch!"
She shouts at the officer, leading her out of the house to the ambulance sitting in the driveway. She even sounds like Natalie. Oh my goodness. Natalie. I have to go see if she's all right after last night. "Whoa there," says the woman, balancing me with a careful hand on my shoulder. "Where are you off to?" I stumble out from behind the counter, holding the cookie up in the air. I appreciate your help. I put my $2 on the counter in front of her.
But you really don't look like you're in any condition to go.
I weave through the early morning patrons and out of the bakery.
Which way is the cemetery? I cannot think properly. It's like my brain is full of fog.
I hurry down Main Street, quickening my pace to a run. When I arrive, all of the ghosts are huddled near the gate. I spot the flowers and Mrs. Lewis's cardigan in the crowd and rush over to her.
What's going on?
I ask. Mrs. Lewis glances at me and doesn't seem to notice my face.
You'll need to see it to believe it.
Believe what? I walk through the ghosts into the middle of the circle. I don't know what I'm looking for, but then I see it and all the blood rushes from my face. There, sitting on a tree stump next to Reverend Gesford and looking up at me with profoundly disturbed eyes, is Poppy Rooney, who is very, very dead. Poppy looks just like she did on television. Hollowed out face, mangled knots in her hair, and dirt caked onto her neck and under her fingernails. The morning light makes the girl's skin look like wax paper. Dark circles hang under her eyes, and a bruise mars one of her sunken-in cheeks. She blinks up at me with wild eyes drained of all color.
I don't understand,
I say, my lungs constricted from running here.
I saw you on television this morning, alive.
Saliva drips from Poppy's quivering lip.
Leonard killed me.
I cast a questioning glance at Reverend Gesford, whose heavy hand is resting on Poppy's shoulder, as if to guard her from any past or future harm. I keep my eyes on him when I ask, "Who is Leonard?"
A man?
Tell her what you told me.
Reverend Gesford prompts, keeping his hand on Poppy's shoulder. Poppy swallows.
He kidnapped me 32 days ago.
Poppy says each word like it is an effort, as if every word requires the careful pronunciation of each letter.
I went to play some games, and he was hiding in the ball pit. I saw a ball move and looked at it, but he jumped out and grabbed me.
Clear snot drips from her nose. She wipes it away, and it dissolves into the fog surrounding her.
He kept me somewhere dark, where there was hay on the floor. He said he was rescuing me, told me that where I was going was safer than where I came from.
Poppy coughs into her elbow. The sound is thick and phlegmy. She lowers her arm, and another cough tears through her. A small feather shoots through her lips, and it dissolves too. Do you remember anything about where you were? I ask.
The trailer smelled like circus animals.
I try and remember the television in the bakery. Poppy had shouted with such conviction when telling the police the Dorados were her parents.
Get your hands off me, bitch!
Poppy had shouted. A shiver thrills up my arms as I turn to Reverend Gesford. Where is Natalie? He hangs his head.
That vile, vile man stole her away.
Was anybody else with you? I ask Poppy. In the trailer, were there any other children with you? Poppy gulps.
Just Max.
I tell Mrs. Lewis I have to go and take a few steps back away from them all.
Wait,
Mrs. Lewis starts.
Francesca, honey, your head. Are you all right?
I'm already running.
It is not possible. It cannot be. But if the man could touch ghosts, who's to say he couldn't do something like this?
The closer I get to school, the more I know deep in my heart that I am right. I must find Shiloh Oleson. 16. Shiloh. I walk out of biology. Beside me, my lab partner clutches his binder to his chest like it's the last known copy of an ancient religious text. He's saying something about homework, but I'm not paying attention. I want to keep walking through the hallway, out of school, and into the woods, not stopping until my legs give out and I collapse onto the leaves, my body twitching, my energy draining away as I wait for a coyote to find me, or something else with teeth. My lab partner peels off somewhere along the hallway. I'm almost at my next class when a hand lands on my shoulder. I spin around to find Francesca Russo bouncing on the balls of her feet, glancing over her shoulder like she's the one the coyotes found. She looks like she's working up the nerve to say something. "You good?" I ask. I don't know what else to say. It's not like we're friends.
"I do not wish to alarm you,"
she says, her voice breathy and thin.
"But I may know where your brother is."
It takes a second for her words to sink in. What did you just say?
"I can't tell you here. You never know who could be listening."
Francesca glances over her shoulder. Her lip is split, and a dark welt is forming in the middle of her forehead. I've seen enough of those to understand what it takes to make one that looks like that, and I hope she's okay.
"Follow me."
She starts walking down the hallway, and I hurry after her. What does she mean she knows where Max is? How would she know that? Francesca exits through the side door and hurries across the lawn into the trees. I cinch my hood tightly over my head to protect it from the drizzle that broke out early this morning. Francesca has pushed her sleeves up to her elbows, and goosebumps speckle her bare, hairy forearms. Once we're hidden from view of the school, she spins to face me. Through small puffs of air, she says,
"I know where your brother is."
I swear if this is some joke or crazy thing you dreamed or something.
"I was watching the news in the bakery this morning, and I could feel that something wasn't right. Do you ever have feelings like that? Where you know something but you just can't explain how?"
"Where is Max?" I say louder.
"Have you heard of Poppy Rooney?"
The sound of Poppy's name reignites the disappointment in my chest. Max wasn't with Poppy.
"On the television this morning, Poppy was saying a lot of bad words. Do you remember Natalie Dorado who died last year?"
Her parents took Poppy.
"Not exactly, but Natalie is their daughter, and she also enjoys saying foul words."
What do you mean, not exactly? Francesca continues as if she didn't hear me.
"Natalie lives in the cemetery over on Watson."
Jesus Christ. I should have known this would have something to do with ghosts. Francesca knows nothing about Max. She's just as crazy as they say. I don't have time for this, I say, turning back towards school. If she wants to play games at Max's expense, I swear I'm going to lose it with her. She grabs my arm. Wait! I'm not expecting the touch, and I freeze, looking down at where Francesca's fingers wrap around my wrist and then up into her eyes. She takes the hint and lets go.
"I visited the cemetery this morning, and Poppy Rooney was there. She was dead."
I don't understand.
"Poppy told me that a man named Leonard kidnapped her and kidnapped Natalie. He killed Poppy and brought Natalie back to life inside of Poppy's body."
I stare at her. What?
"The girl they found this morning is not Poppy. It's Natalie."
What Francesca is trying to say suddenly clicks into place, and my hand clenches into a fist. A naive part of me hoped she would actually know, but of course she doesn't. She's just trying to get attention, and she's using Max to do it. Get away from me, you crazy bitch. Francesca laughs a high-pitched laugh.
"You sound just like her. Natalie, I mean, not Poppy. And I'm not crazy. I promise. I spoke to Poppy this morning, and she told me Leonard was keeping her in the woods and that Max was with her. If we can get Poppy's help to retrace her steps, we can save Max before Leonard kills him too."
Francesca saying the word kill makes me seriously consider it for a second. But then I remember what she said about talking to dead people, and I want to smash her already broken face in. I back away from her. Don't talk to me again.
"Please, you have to believe me,"
she says, following me. God, I knew she was a creep, but I never thought she'd try to pull something as heartless as this. What's funny is that I've always felt bad for Francesca. People were mean to her because she lit that guy on fire. She's weird, but they're unnecessarily cruel. I can't believe Francesca would get my hopes up like this, and it makes any sympathy I have for her vanish. Shiloh, Max is going to die. Don't say his name, I snap, pointing a shaking finger at her face. Don't you say his name. Francesca tries to step in front of me, but I go around her. Poppy can lead us there. She's a bit traumatized at the moment, but I'm sure I could talk to her. Or Reverend Guessford can talk to her, or... I grab her by the shoulders. She's hot, feverish almost, and she shuts up. Do you think this is funny? But I'm telling the truth. She stammers. I release her shoulders and grab fists of her oversized black shirt in both of my hands. I pull her in until we're nearly touching. She smells of something sour and old, like yesterday's garbage. My nose is inches from hers, and I can feel her hot breath against my skin. Don't you ever talk to me about Max again. The weird thing is that Francesca's not backing down. Whatever's going on, she must believe it herself, like some kind of delusion. Her voice quivers. But Max will die. If you tell any more stories about Max again to anyone, I will kill you. I shove her away from me, and she stumbles backward and catches her balance against a pine. I mean it, you hear me? I run back into school. I can hear her begging me to stop, but I don't care. I hate her for talking about Max. I hate her for thinking I would listen to her crap. She shouts after me. I walk faster. If I turn around and see her crumpled in the leaves, I might be tempted to go back and kick her until she shuts up. By the time I arrive in my history class, the lecture has already started. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence, Miss Oleson, says Mrs. Carpenter, my batty old teacher who talks about as slowly as her class seems to move. Her eyes lie deeply buried in her skull and pass over her students like she's a gigantic toad deciding which of us she wants to gobble up. Sorry. I sink into my seat and cross my arms over my stomach, squeezing to try and press the feeling down. With a long sigh, Mrs. Carpenter carries on where she left off. I guess I'm lucky the Poppy Rooney story broke this morning. Poppy Rooney was found, but poor Max Oleson is still missing. Shiloh must be heartbroken. Give her a break. Class goes on. I dig the point of my pencil into my notebook and watch the graphite flake. Poppy Rooney is alive, Francesca Russo is insane, and ghosts aren't real. Francesca doesn't talk to dead people. She talks to herself, and she needs serious psychiatric help. I wonder how long it will take for Francesca's brain to break in half and for her to end up in an asylum somewhere talking to the walls. I press the pencil down harder until the tip snaps. I need to break something. Do something. I go looking for Jonah as soon as history ends and find him leaning against a locker talking to some blonde with hair that comes down to her waist. I stop behind the girl and wait for Jonah to see me. He does. The girl glances over her shoulder and a frown forms on her face. Can I talk to you for a second? I ask him. Honestly, he looks just as surprised to see me there as the girl does, but he tells her he'll find her later and she leaves. He cocks his head to the side. Everything okay, Scooby? No, everything is not okay. But if I talk to Miles, he will give me some well-thought-out reasons why I should give Francesca a chance and why I shouldn't be mean to her. But I'll bet Jonah thinks Francesca's a whole world of crazy. And I don't want well-thought-out reasons right now. I just want someone who will agree with me. I want to smoke. I can roll you a joint, Jonah says, and I shoot him a look like he's dumb. He lowers his voice and hisses. Meth? Damn, Scooby. I don't have any hard shit, but I know a guy with a decent bedside manner who can hook you up. Cigarettes, I say. Obviously cigarettes. Smoking is bad for you. I remember saying the same thing to him a day or so ago, but I'm not in the mood right now to smile. I know you have cigarettes, so how about you get them and we smoke them right now behind the school? Jonah studies my face like he's trying to figure out if I'm serious before he reopens his locker and pulls a pack out of his backpack.
Let's get this over with,
he says, gesturing for me to lead the way. I've never smoked before. I always thought cigarettes were gross because I associate the smell with Dad and the way the smoke clings to his clothes and the inside of his car and how it billows backward into his face and out the window while he's driving. I swore I'd never be a smoker. There are lots of ways I don't want to turn out like Dad. But right now, I don't care. I head straight for the upside-down tree because I've seen kids smoke under there in the fall when there are still enough leaves to hide them from administrators. Now, some of the leaves have turned orange, but most are still green and all of them are still on their branches. I push through them to get inside. Jonah follows me.
You know, people can still see us in here, right?
I reach out my hand, palm facing up. Hit me. Jonah pulls the pack out of his pocket. He flips open the lid, takes out a cigarette, and places it in my open palm. I turn it over in my fingers. I know I have to light it, but do I light it while it's in my mouth, or do I hold it at a distance until it burns? I don't want to look dumb. Jonah replaces the pack in his pocket without taking one for himself. I ask, aren't you joining me?
I quit.
Since when?
Since a week ago.
He hands me a lighter and jumps up to grab a tree branch. I can see the definition of his back through his t-shirt. I didn't know he'd quit. It's going to be weird if he just stands there and watches me smoke. Why do you have these if you quit?
Leftovers.
He hangs from the branch.
Need some help lighting that?
No. Jonah hands me his lighter, and I hold the cigarette between my teeth as I press the lighter's safety down. It takes me a few tries before the flame jumps out. I hold it to the end of the cigarette until smoke rises from it. Careful not to drop it, I lift the cigarette and close my lips around it. When smoke fills my mouth, I inhale and my lungs contract. It takes a real effort to exhale without coughing. This isn't so bad. I start to inhale again, but this time my lungs burn like I dropped the lighter down my throat. My eyes shoot open. Why is it burning? Jonah shrugs.
It does that.
I crush the end of the cigarette against the tree and throw it on the ground. It lies still, a little white tube covered in dirt. Jonah bursts out laughing.
You choked so hard.
Don't tell Miles.
What, that I got you hooked on cigs?
Miles would be upset if he found out I'd smoked. His grandfather died of lung cancer, and he's told me loads of times to never give in to peer pressure. Miles is too good for me.
Miles is too good for anyone.
Jonah muscles himself up onto the branch.
The best we can do is enjoy him until he realizes that and leaves us poor bastards behind.
I pick up the discarded cigarette and roll it between my fingers. I can feel Jonah's eyes on me before he asks,
"What's going on, Scooby?"
I look up to where he's sitting in the tree. His torn-up combat boots are swinging beneath him. Shadows of the branches and leaves streak his face and make him look like some kind of botched painting of a Victorian prince. If I were a self-destructive romantic and hated myself just a little more, I could see why girls like Melissa Mulvey like him so much. He's got a bit of a James Dean thing going on, like Rebel Without a Cause, only scruffier.
Why the sudden urge to go all apeshit?
Oh, he's going to get a kick out of this. You know Francesca Russo?
Cranky Frankie?
I nod. She told me this morning she knows where Max is. Jonah looks surprised, like he just learned that chocolate milk is made by chocolate cows.
You're kidding.
Said a ghost told her.
What?
Poppy Rooney was killed this morning by a necromancer who used her body to bring the Dorado's daughter back to life. Jonah falls silent. His silence feels loud, so I keep talking. I told her she's deranged, I say. I told her she's an asshole too, because she is. I pause. Isn't she? Jonah doesn't respond. I mean, ghosts aren't real. Jonah brushes dirt off the peace sign on his shirt.
How do you know?
Of all the things he could say, I wasn't expecting that. You can't be serious. He kicks his legs into the tree and crosses his ankles over one another. Light cuts through the leaves and glints off the multicolored beads of his chakra bracelet.
I mean, how do you know ghosts aren't real? Crazier things have happened.
Name one.
My tarot card readings have always been accurate.
Do they say you will become rich and famous?
Yeah.
He says.
Because I will be.
I drop the cigarette back on the ground. There's this voice in my head wondering what would happen if she was right. She sounded so convinced. It's like those guys who say they see Jesus standing at the end of their bed or in the shower or whatever. I mean, you know they're crazy, but what if they aren't? Jonah jumps down from the tree. He takes his hands out of his pockets and looks at me without a trace of humor on his face.
I don't know, Scooby. I'm pretty sure my sister's house was haunted. Doors closed by themselves, and she heard voices and stuff. Once when my mom visited her, she burned a sage wand and did some other random things to expel the spirits, and she said the spirits left. Catherine's never had a problem since.
I can't believe he's actually taking this seriously. Of all people, Jonah is the last person I expected to think anything Francesca Firestarter says is true, not even for a second. Are you saying you believe in ghosts?
After what happened to my sister? Yeah, I do. There's something out there. Some energy we don't understand.
There are lots of things we don't understand, but that doesn't mean ghosts are real.
My mom said something else that made sense. She said that magic is just science that hasn't been discovered yet. But if you don't want to believe that, look at it logically. You can't keep looking for Poppy and hoping she will lead you to Max because the police already found her. Nobody at the arcade kidnapped her because if the police are right, that crazy couple took her, and if Psycho Russo is right, that weird dude would have taken her, and he doesn't work at the arcade.
He pauses.
Do you lose anything by believing Cranky Frankie?
I think for a second. My dignity. Jonah glances down at the discarded cigarette butt.
What dignity?
I guess it's possible that there could be some truth in what Francesca's saying that doesn't rely on ghosts being real. I say. Max could be in the woods.
Talk to Miles.
Do you think he'll believe this?
The kid's whipped. He'd follow you anywhere.
Music plays, as if from far away. I look around and realize it's coming from Jonah's headphones, which are still hanging around his neck. What are you listening to? Jonah takes the headphones off his neck and hands them to me. I hold one up to my ear. Is that classical? Jonah takes them back and nods.
I like it.
I don't think I've ever heard him listen to anything but heavy metal. Classical music is the last thing I expected him to be into. Do you like musicals?
I'm not exactly a jazz hands person.
You should listen to Les Mis, I say, hooking my thumbs into my pockets. It's not a jazz hands musical. It's filled with suffering. Jonah gives a half shrug.
Perfect for when I'm in my feels.
Something rustles behind us, and I whip my head around in time to see Call Me Bill Medina, our vice principal, push through the branches. He braces his hands on his hips and frowns.
I thought I saw you two come in here.
He waves his index finger like he's disappointed in a child.
What are you crazy cats doing?
Bill is an overweight, round-faced man with a crop of thinning brown hair, an ever-present smile on his face. He's shorter than both Jonah and me and wears his ID card around his neck like a first-time sleepaway camper. I almost expect his card to say, "Hi, I'm Vice Principal Bill. How may I help you today?" But it just has his name on it. I glance at the cigarette on the ground, then back up at Call Me Bill. Sorry?
Someone's doing something naughty,
Bill says.
I expected this from Mr. Weatherby here, but not from you.
For some stupid reason, guilt twists my stomach like a wet towel. Jonah rolls his eyes to the sky.
Sorry, Vice Principal Medina.
Please, he says, a wide smile stretching across his face.
Call me Bill.
The smile is gone just as quickly as it appeared, and behind him Jonah is stifling laughter.
Shiloh, have I told you just how sorry I am for what happened to your brother? It breaks my heart. I've been joining as many search parties as I can and praying hard for him.
I'm sorry too.
I can't imagine what you are going through. So I'm going to close my eyes for 10 seconds, and when I open them again, I will pretend I saw nothing, because there won't be anything or anyone to see. Sound good?
With theatrical flair, he shuts his eyes.
1.
Jonah walks out to the branches.
2.
Jonah beckons for me to follow him. I don't want to leave the cigarette on the ground, so I pick it up.
3.
We're out of earshot by the time Call Me Bill reaches 4.
What a nerd,
Jonah says as we walk through the back doors into the school. I have a free period now, so I don't need to make another walk of shame into a classroom.
What are you talking about?
I say. I think he's super hip and cool. We both laugh, and Jonah bangs his shoulder playfully into mine. I push some pasta onto my fork. Dad chews loudly at the head of the table. Dad swallows his food.
This is good.
Mom murmurs in affirmation. I'm not sure who brought over the lasagna. So many people have been bringing us food, but whoever made this did a good job. After another bite, Dad says,
I miss Max.
I glare at him. Mom keeps her eyes on her plate and says, I miss him too. Dad's words tumble out in a hurry.
I'm doing everything I can, Heidi. I'm killing myself.
Mom sniffs as she nods, and she wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. Chair legs shriek against the wood as Dad pushes up from the table with an, Excuse me, before closing the door to the basement. His footsteps are heavy on the stairs, and my eyes linger on his empty chair. Mom whimpers. My fist clenches around my fork. That night, after Dad shuts the television off and follows Mom to bed, I lie still. When I'm sure they are asleep, I cinch my hood tight around my head and open my bedroom door with a tiny click. Every creak in the floorboard sends my stomach up into my throat. But I make it to the living room and pull up a chair to the desktop computer, scooting close to the desk and wiggling the mouse to wake up the monitor. It hums and engulfs me in its glow. I open a search window and pause before typing real ghost sightings into the search bar. A bunch of things come up. I click through a few photos claiming to have captured ghosts, but they look staged. This country has a whole bunch of haunted hotels and even more frightened tourists. I decide to ask the internet whether ghosts are real, but I get mixed results. One article I read interviewed a psychic investigator who believed ghosts appeared after a major trauma, causing disruptions in the energy field. Another source suggests that when people die, there is a transfer of energy, and that energy transfer can, in some instances, result in ghosts. I can't find any record of people who say they can see ghosts like Francesca can. Nothing supports this idea, but nothing disproves it either. Was Jonah right? Do I have any other options? Back in my room, I can't sleep. Every creak in the floorboards makes me clutch my blanket tighter. After midnight, my closet door creaks open. All of the windows are closed. There's no wind. Nothing touched it, but the door moved anyway. First thing the next morning, I find Francesca walking into the girls' bathroom and follow her inside. I want to talk to Poppy, I say. Francesca turns around. She's out of the black clothes she was wearing yesterday and is dressed in a long denim skirt. She styled her hair with multiple thin braids in the front of her face. 3 freshman girls fixing their lipstick in front of the mirror steal a glance at us and giggle. Francesca smiles. Really? Not the dead one in the cemetery or whatever. Those freshmen are looking at me like I smell. I pretend to lunge at them and they flinch, then scamper out of the bathroom with their eyes glued to the ground. I return my attention to Francesca. The girl the police found. That's Natalie. I try hard not to roll my eyes. Whatever. I want to talk to that girl. I need to know if you're making it up." As I'm walking away, Francesca calls after me.
"You won't be sorry."
17. Shiloh. Francesca is already waiting for me when I get to the upside-down tree. When she sees me, she stands up on her tiptoes and waves. I can't believe I'm doing this.
"Poppy told me that her mother works at a laundromat in Mount Keenan,"
Francesca says as we walk to the bus. I don't want her to get too excited. I still haven't decided whether I'm going to believe her.
"She said she used to go there after getting home from school to do her homework, so I'll bet that's where Natalie will be."
You think her mom would be back at work? I ask. I mean, she only just got her kid back.
"Judging by the way Poppy talks about her mother, I don't think it will make a difference,"
Francesca says, and my heart aches a little for Poppy. Poor kid.
"But if she's not there, we'll come back until she is."
Cool. We wait for the bus in silence. I sit on the bench, bouncing my knee, and watch Francesca, who's standing, facing me. She's pale, almost sick-looking. It's probably an Ohio thing. We don't get a lot of sun.
"Did you have a good night?"
Francesca asks. We don't have to talk.
"I suppose that's true."
She's only quiet for a second before she says,
"Silence is often the best way to relieve tension."
God, she's so weird. She doesn't say anything the whole ride there. We're the only ones on the bus apart from one old woman who smells like chestnuts and a young man with dirt on his face. He grins at me as I walk past him, displaying a row of front teeth that stick out at various angles. Francesca pulls out a printed map as we get off, which she's using to lead the way to the laundromat. I don't know when she's had time to get a map. Maybe she was planning to go regardless of whether I believed her or not. Which I guess is good because it would mean she's not just lying to get attention. I recognize this route. It's the same one Miles and I took to Edward Meddy's house. Oh God, Miles. He called me last night and I forgot to call him back. I haven't told him about Francesca or this whole ghost thing. I guess Jonah will probably tell him. Miles is going to think I'm insane, but I can't worry about that now. As we walk, Francesca tells me everything Poppy's ghost supposedly told her in the cemetery. I'll give it to her. If she's making this up, then she's committed.
"According to Poppy, Leonard believes he's doing something good,"
Francesca says, rotating the map as she walks.
"From what Reverend Guessford told me, Poppy has had a hard life."
I remember what Zach said about Neil and about Poppy's potential stalker. It sounds about right.
"Leonard believes that death will protect her. He said he could send her someplace safer than where she was living."
Francesca pauses.
"I'm led to believe that Leonard is targeting children with difficult lives. Did Max have a difficult life?"
I'm not about to tell her any of that. Max was fine.
"Max had me." "I believe you."
Francesca's logic doesn't make any sense. In the eyes of everyone in town, Max doesn't have a hard life. Maybe some people suspect that he does. There are days when Mom doesn't show up for school meetings or the societies she's in. Neighbors would be dumb not to consider the possibility. But people are dumb. I've always found that when you expect the worst from people, that's pretty much exactly what you get.
"Be prepared that Natalie says the B word a lot."
Francesca interrupts my thoughts with the tone of someone telling me something awful.
"It's rather shocking."
I'm pretty sure she means bitch, but I don't care enough to ask. We arrive at the laundromat and stare at the door. The awning above the entrance is teal. Someone once told me that teal is a color that goes with everything, even dirty laundry, I guess. A neon open sign hangs in the window, flashing at passers-by. The shop is small, tucked all the way at the end of this road. I doubt it gets much traffic. A cool wind blows my hair into my face, and I tie it off my neck.
"Do you think it's odd if we go inside without anything to wash?"
Francesca asks. I hadn't thought of that. I don't know how much it matters, but I guess it wouldn't hurt. I noticed the old white paint clinging to the fibers of Francesca's jacket and used the collar to tug it off Francesca's shoulders. Use this.
Fantastic idea,
she says with a smile.
First, let me empty the pockets.
She reaches into the deep pockets and hands me a handful of coins, some colored hair ties, and a thimble, although she has no needle and thread. I notice that she doesn't have a bag with her, not even a purse. I wonder how she carries her books to school as I tuck her stuff into a spare pocket in my backpack. A bell jingles as I open the door. The lights are dim, but the wooden benches are clean. The dryers make horrible banging sounds as they tumble, and there are 3 machines running. 2 people sit in front of them like figures in a painting, as if hypnotized by the rotating drums of clothes. Behind the desk is a skinny woman sitting with her legs tucked under her on her chair. She rips off a piece of Hubba Bubba bubblegum tape and pops it in her mouth, chewing with her mouth open and making the bubblegum rotate in there like the clothes in the machines. Seeing Francesca and me floating by the door, the woman drops the bubblegum package onto the desk and pulls her flannel shirt over her graphic Coyote Ugly tank top. "Help you?" she yells. Francesca holds up her jacket to display the paint.
"We're here to wash my jacket."
The woman blinks at her and shrugs, pointing to her left and saying, "Change machine is by the front, prices are on the wall."
"Thank you so much,"
Francesca replies.
"Have a nice day."
I walk over to the change machine. I only have enough change on me for the bus ride home. Not enough to wash the jacket, but this is a good place to talk. The laundromat is laid out in an L shape, with a waiting area occupied by a few plastic chairs and a chipped coffee table with year-old magazines on it at the front. Thanks to the banging of the washers, I doubt anyone would hear us. We turn the corner, and my breath catches in my throat. Sitting on a bench next to the window is Poppy Rooney. Oh my God. I've spent so much time looking at her photo that it feels like I'm finding someone famous. But in a weird, seeing the victim of a famous serial killer I recognize from a documentary way. Poppy has the same corn-colored hair and layer of freckles splattered across her face as she had in her picture, but her skin is as sunken in as it had been on TV. A red bandana keeps her hair from falling into her face as she bends over a Mad Libs book. She doesn't look all there. I can't believe her mom isn't paying attention to her. If it were Max who came home, I wouldn't let him out of my sight ever again. Yet Poppy's mom is sitting around the corner not paying attention, just letting Poppy sit there waiting for someone to come by and grab her. Poppy glances up at us. Her face seems to brighten in recognition, and all the blood drains from Francesca's face.
"Oh my God!"
Poppy says, jumping up from the bench and throwing herself into Francesca's arms. Francesca catches Poppy and staggers backward into the woman at the counter's line of sight. I glance back at the woman who must be Poppy's mother to see if she's noticed the 2 strangers talking to her kid, but she's too preoccupied in her magazine to look up. Poppy, still holding Francesca, mutters,
"Took you long enough."
Francesca lets Poppy go.
"Natalie? Who else?"
Poppy snaps.
"I watched that bitch kill her." "Do you mean the man from the cemetery?"
Francesca asks. It takes me a few seconds to realize that Poppy is referring to a man.
"He killed her and did something to me, and the next thing I know, I wake up like this."
Poppy glances up at the woman behind the counter and lowers her voice.
"Poppy's parents are keeping me prisoner. They never let me leave this place or the house. They're watching me always, those bitches."
Poppy seems to notice me for the first time, and she crosses her arms over her chest.
"Who's she?"
"This is Shiloh," Francesca says. "She goes to my school." Poppy narrows her eyes into slits.
"You don't believe me, do you?"
I don't say anything, and she huffs.
"Figures."
Poppy grabs Francesca's hand.
"You have to get me out of here."
"I can't."
"I don't know where my parents are."
"In jail, I think, but don't say." Francesca tucks Poppy's blonde baby hairs back into the bandana.
"What do you remember about the man?"
Poppy swats Francesca's hands away.
"He kept me in a bag."
A bag you couldn't break out of? Yes. How did he bring you to your family? Bitch dropped me off at the end of my driveway and I ran down into the house. I didn't know what my parents would say. I was scared, but when I opened the door, they told me we were leaving. They were acting weird. It's like my mom couldn't even look at me. Probably because I looked stupid. I didn't realize I looked like someone else. I hadn't seen my reflection or anything. And everything hurt so bad, like my whole body was burning. But I just thought I was alive again, and I was home. She breaks off for a while, and I noticed moisture pooling in her eyelids. I don't know what happened. I thought I maybe dreamed the whole thing. I was in the hospital and felt like I was floating, and then I woke up again and followed my parents home, then to the cemetery. But, I thought maybe I dreamed it because I was alive again and my parents could see me. Tears spill over her eyes onto her cheeks, and red stains her concentrated on the tip of her nose. But then I went to the supermarket with my mom, and somebody must have recognized whoever Poppy Rooney is because the police came to the house that night and took me away. And now I'm Poppy. Poppy pinches the skin on her forearm and pulls. The skin stretches. This body hurts. Every time I walk, it's like I'm getting stabbed by needles. I'm sorry, Francesca says. Poppy sinks back onto the bench. Her eyes fall on the book of Mad Libs, and she swipes it onto the floor. It tumbles over and lands with its pages splayed out beneath its spine. I hate Mad Libs. I can't even think like I used to. I can see the conviction in her eyes. As crazy as it sounds, I don't think she's lying. I try to think of something only Poppy would know. Something that Natalie Dorado wouldn't know and would answer wrong. Can I ask you a question? I ask. Poppy kicks the book and the pages bend beneath her shoe. Whatever. Was there a young boy in the trailer with you? I don't remember much. That bitch took me out of the bag and then I was all woozy when I woke up. Another idea pops into my head, a better one. Have you seen Zach since you came back? Who's Zach? Poppy looks up at me, and my feet root me in place. I have no idea who you're talking about. The bell bangs against the door as I burst out of the laundromat. Francesca calls behind me. Wait! I grasp the telephone pole. Staples dig into my palms, but they don't hurt. Poppy knew Zach, but she said she doesn't know him. I guess she could be lying, but I don't know why she'd lie about something like that. A hand rests on my shoulder, but I shrug it off. I know it's crazy, Francesca says. How can any of this be true? It just is. How are you not crazy? Most crazy people aren't crazy, They just see the world differently than you do. Shut up. Just shut up. If Francesca is telling the truth, it means that Max is going to be killed too, and there's going to be another kid walking around in his body, pulling at his arms because they don't belong to him. The kid would smile, but not the way Max smiles because the kid wouldn't know how to move his mouth the way Max does. My stomach churns. I just make it to the garbage can before I start throwing up into it, gripping the gum, clinging to the bottom of the rim like an anchor, and staring down at the banana peels and empty soda pop cans. I run my tongue over my teeth and think of Les Mis. Those barricade boys rose up because they believed with their entire hearts and souls that the rest of Paris would rise alongside them. They sacrificed themselves in the name of blind faith. The people of Paris did not rise. But what if they had? Can we talk to Poppy? I choke, wiping the sour taste from my lips with the back of my hand. Francesca glances over her shoulder back at the laundromat. Again? No, I mean Poppy. The one that's dead. Francesca's face lights up. You believe me? She says, but she says it so happily that it makes me clench my fists. She looks like she's won a goldfish at the county fair, and I can't look at her anymore. I curl my fingers around the trash can and cough up bile into an empty Coke cup. Find Max Oleson. Community. Heidi Oleson, September 12th at 1:30 a.m. Please don't give up on us. Call me at 740-267-8896 with any information about the whereabouts of Maxwell Oleson. Last seen 5 days ago at Merwin Park wearing a red baseball uniform. Melissa Orr. Prayers that someone comes forward soon and gives you the answers you deserve. Hugs for comfort. Paul Huffnagel. Is a search party still going out tomorrow? Where can I find information about that? Barbara Gerals. Please, if you have any information, even if it seems to be insignificant, contact Ernest Oleson at the Sheriff's Department. Load more. 18. Shiloh. Miles sways a little on his stool. I prepare to rush forward and catch him in case he falls off.
Do you hear yourself?
A girl stops behind the checkout counter, and I scan her bottles of nail polish as she scuffs the toe of her sneaker into the carpet. I hand her a bag with her purchases in it. Have a nice day, I say, and the girl takes her bag and hurries away. Miles clears his throat.
Do you realize how insane you sound?
Miles, this girl had no idea who Zach was.
Shiloh!
He hisses as Brian passes by, winking at me as he straightens his vest. I wrinkle my nose in disgust.
I hate to break it to you, but ghosts aren't real.
Another man walks up to the counter. I flash him a smile and pull his shopping basket closer.
Francesca just proved they are, Miles. But you hate Francesca Russo,
he says.
You think she's nuts.
I plaster a big grin to my face as I hand the man a plastic bag with his items. Have a nice day. The man looks at the two of us and curls his lip as he takes his bag and leaves. Now that there are no more customers, I spin to face Miles. I thought she was, but there's something weird going on here. Poppy didn't know who Zach was.
Francesca could be lying to get attention.
Miles pushes his glasses back up the bridge of his nose.
Or to make friends.
You can either believe me or not, but Francesca is taking Jonah and me to the cemetery to meet Poppy tomorrow. Miles pauses.
Jonah's coming?
He actually believes me. We're meeting Francesca at the cemetery tomorrow morning at 6.
You told Jonah before you told me?
I hold my chin high. I did. Miles mutters something under his breath. And he took it way better. Miles stares at me for a moment, then he lowers his head. His shoulders curl into themselves before he stands up from the stool and picks up his messenger bag. I'm going home. Whatever, I say, and he trudges out of Rite Aid like he's going to face a firing squad. I watch him through the windows until he walks past the last one and out of my sight. He doesn't look back. A twinge of guilt cuts through my chest. I probably shouldn't have done that. I was mean when I didn't have to be. For some reason, it feels important that he comes tomorrow, and I don't want to do this without him. I should probably go apologize. I'm about to step out and go after him when another customer approaches the counter, and I sigh before slapping on a smile and greeting them. After my parents go to sleep, I sneak back to the desktop computer to search for cases of people who have gone missing and been found thinking they were somebody else. I find one in Colorado from 5 years ago and one in Nebraska in 2000. Both of them were kids. In my sleep, I go to the cemetery. Standing in the fog between the gravestones is Max in his zipped-up black raincoat. Shiloh? Max sniffs. His cheeks and nose are red, bright red. Black circles are eating at his eyes, and blood drips from his temple and clings to his blonde hair, making it stick up on one side. Can you hear me? Max! I push through the fog to get to him. Before I reach him, a masked man appears behind him and pulls a long knife out of his jacket. He presses it to Max's neck. No! Before I can get to him, the man runs the knife across Max's throat and blood showers out, running down over the front of his coat and onto the grass in front of him. I dive onto Max's feet and hold his ankles as he collapses. The metallic smell of blood pricks my nose as I grip Max's head in both of my hands. "Please, Max," I say. "Don't leave me." Blood splatters onto my arms and legs. As his legs begin to twitch, I look up to see the masked man tuck the knife back into his jacket and run into the forest. Max gurgles like he's trying to form a word before he falls still. Color drains from his face. I scream. I sit up in my bed, my body slick with sweat, as I scramble to turn on my reading lamp. My alarm clock says it's 4 a.m. I try and fall back asleep with the light on, but it doesn't work. Not that it matters. I'll have to leave for the cemetery in an hour and a half anyway, so I might as well get up. I pull myself to my feet, peel the pajamas off my body, and lie back down on the blankets to dry off before it's time to leave. By the time I reach the cemetery, the sun is rising. It's humid, sticky, one of those headache days when thunder isn't far away and the huge sky presses down on you like an unfulfilled threat. The air is thick enough for me to feel its texture in my hand. It smells like rainwater and electricity. I stand by the gate for a few moments before Francesca walks up to me from behind the gate. Jonah arrives soon after. My eyes linger on the mouth of the road that heads off into the distance, but there's no sign of anyone else. I picture Miles drinking tea on his back porch as he breathes in the morning. I don't like the feeling of knowing he's mad at me. I can look for Max without him, but I like the feeling of having him here. He makes me feel safe. Jonah follows my gaze and elbows me in the ribs. He's wearing his peace sign shirt again today. I'm starting to suspect he only owns 3 shirts and wears them in a rotation. "Waiting for Godot, Scooby?" "Did Miles say he was coming?" I ask. The smile disappears from Jonah's face. "No idea. He's not talking to me. Maybe because of this." He waves a general hand at the cemetery. Francesca pays no attention to us as she unlatches the gate.
"There isn't much time before we all have to walk to the school, so I will speak to Poppy now. You are welcome to come and watch, if you would like."
"That's the reason we're here." Lips pressed tight, I turn away from the street and follow Francesca through the gate and into the humid mist that reminds me of my dream from last night. The mist is warm, like Max's blood. Because I'm a normal person, I have only been to the cemetery once before, for the memorial of one of Dad's childhood buddies. There's nothing special about it. There are gravestones. A few have flowers on them, celebrating birthdays and anniversaries. The grass is mowed. A large oak tree sits next to the gate, pressed up against the rock wall that borders the plot. Francesca stands beneath the oak tree, her face cloaked in shadow. I don't want to crowd her, so I hang back, and Jonah does too. Francesca begins speaking to the tree. Not to the tree, I remind myself. To the people beneath the tree. She waves her hands as she speaks. I thought coming here with her was going to make me believe she was telling the truth, but watching her just makes me think she's even crazier than before.
"She looks like she's talking to trees,"
Jonah mutters under his breath, and I snort in laughter. I'm so caught up in watching Francesca that I don't notice the hand on my shoulder until it's been there for a moment. I glare at Jonah. "Stop messing with me," I say, but both of his hands are in his pockets. My throat closing, I whip my head around to the other side of me to find Miles standing there, with his untidy hair sticking up straight and his glasses fogged up from the humidity. I could jump up and down right here and now for how happy I am to see him. "You came," I whisper as not to distract Francesca. "Thank you." Miles's entire body is coiled like a slinky sitting at the top of a flight of stairs. One wrong move, and it would tumble all the way down.
"If ghosts are real to you, they're real to me,"
he says stiffly. Most of the time, I'd have wrinkled my nose at a corny comment like that. But heat radiates through me instead. What is this I'm feeling? I don't know. but I want to wrap my arms around Miles and squeeze him.
Do you think she's talking to someone?
Jonah interrupts. Miles pulls the neck of his sweater off his chest.
If she isn't talking to someone, she sure is convincing. She'd make a good mime if we had a club at school,
Jonah says. You should start one, I say.
I'd make a terrible mime,
Jonah says.
If I was going to fake my death, I'd need someone to stab me. People would line up to do that.
Miles laughs. I nuzzle my head into his shoulder, and Jonah averts his eyes. Once Francesca is done speaking to Poppy, she fills us in on everything Poppy said. Leonard kept her in a trailer and brought her sandwiches twice a day. Francesca tells us, her eyes glassy and darting between things in the air in front of us that only she can see. Or people, I guess. I wonder if there really is something there, and a shiver creeps up my spine. He lived in the trailer too, and it smelled horrible. Before he killed her, he kept telling her how much happier she was going to be where she was going compared to where she had been.
Jesus,
Jonah says. Francesca smiles a little, as if happy to have just been acknowledged. Poppy believes Leonard is choosing to kill kids with hard lives so as to reduce the amount of pain he causes when he brings others back. Francesca scratches a booger out of her nostril. I notice Miles's lip curl in disgust, and I shoot him a look. I'm not going to let him be mean to her. Francesca might be weird, but it's obvious she cares about Poppy and Natalie. And she told me about Max knowing there would be a high chance I'd say she was nuts, which is exactly what I did, and which a part of me still believes. It takes a decent person to do what she did. Although this all seems rather backward to me, killing is still killing. Did she remember anything else about where the man was? I ask, desperate to turn the subject away from Max's hard life. There wasn't very much, Francesca says, flicking the booger into the grass. Poppy appears traumatized because she would hardly speak, but she did say she thinks the trailer was in the woods somewhere, as she could hear a stream gurgle at night when Leonard was quiet, and she remembered running through a campground on her way back to Bethany. Oh, and there was a name of a circus printed on the trailer's exterior. Seems like Poppy remembered a lot, all things considered. What was it? I ask. The Durand brothers? Something like that, she says. Poppy said there were posters of performers on the walls, and she believes the trailer was used to keep the animals because of the iron cage. An image of Max claws itself into the front of my mind, and I grit my teeth. Poppy said she looked around for one day to find Bethany, so I guess Leonard should be someplace within a day's walk for a child. So he's close. Francesca shrugs. I'd say so. Is it the Coshocton River? That's big enough to be loud.
The Coshocton River is 57 miles long and flows through the county,
Miles says in the same tone he uses when answering questions in class.
It would take too long to walk alongside it.
I don't understand how the guy got a trailer into the woods, I say. Did he drag it in there? Jonah shoots me a dark look.
He's a man, Shiloh, not a bull. Maybe it was magic?
Miles offers. Francesca blushes and shakes her head. Don't be silly. Magic is the stuff of stories. I buy a map of Bethany on our way to school. Miles says he'll look up a map of the river online to see if there are any details about falls or rapids that might sound loud, but I want a physical copy I can write on. What Poppy told Francesca about the trailer's location isn't a lot, but it's some place to start. This man would have to be hiding someplace tucked away, where hikers or joggers couldn't easily find him. He probably wouldn't stay close to the road in case somebody heard a scream and went wandering close. Poppy mentioned a campground. There are some campgrounds on the map. There's one on the map near the river, but it would be a long way for Poppy to walk. As my English teacher drones on about some book or other I should have read, I flatten the map on my desk and circle pieces of woods big enough to hide a trailer. It's hard to know how far a ghost could walk. She didn't have to carry any weight, but she was just a kid, and also traumatized, so she probably wouldn't have taken the most direct route. I draw a 10-mile radius of the cemetery. The closest campground falls outside of it. I'm still staring at the map by the time school ends. I'm in the newsroom waiting for Miles to finish working on an article. I rest the top of my ballpoint pen on the campground. Do you think Poppy could have made it from here to the cemetery? Miles finishes scribbling something down and looks at where I'm pointing on the map. When he replies, his voice is straining with the effort to be quiet.
Seems kind of far.
He could be in Mount Keenan. Jonah offers from where he's sitting on the other side of me, balancing a pencil between his teeth. On the table in front of him sit 2 messy paper airplanes. From the looks of it, he's making a third. Because that's where he found the girl. I need to stop thinking about this for a minute. I lean my head onto my cheek and catch a glimpse of the headline on Miles's computer monitor. Second 2-headed sheep born to Davis family farm, it says.
Second one this year,
Miles says like he's proud.
Of course it was back in May in the lambing season, so it's not exactly news. This piece is a feature on the farm and why they think the mutation keeps happening.
I ask him to scroll down to the photo. The inner eyeball of each lamb's head overlaps the other. They look almost like a double yolk egg. A shrill voice breaks the silence. Miles! I glance over to see Beatrice Kang, an overzealous freshman and the photographer for the school paper. She looks like a bug with her reflective glasses and shiny exoskeleton hair. Come over here for a sec. Miles kisses my temple and says, "Be right back," before pushing his chair away from his desk and leaving. I narrow my eyes at Jonah, who is folding back the corners of a piece of lined paper.
"Stop staring at me,"
he says. "You aren't very good at making those."
"You aren't very good at minding your goddamn business."
I wonder why he's annoyed. Do you think Poppy could have made it here from past the campground? Jonah rubs his temples as if to ward off a headache. The sky outside hasn't let up, and there's been no storm yet. So I guess the whole world has a headache today. My eyes are gritty from lack of sleep. He gets up from his chair and walks over to where I'm sitting. A few seconds of silence go by as he looks over my shoulder. The fold chain on his belt strap clinks. Why is he wearing that? It looks dumb. Without warning, Jonah's finger reaches down to touch the open map, and I sit up with a start at the sudden movement.
"Here,"
he says.
"Here's where Poppy lives."
He presses a tip of his index finger into the table so hard it turns white. I shoot him a look. I knew that already. I'd circled Poppy's house earlier in black pen.
This guy had to notice her somehow, right? Out of all the kids in the neighborhood, I mean.
I guess that makes sense. Why do you think he noticed Max? Jonah shrugs.
All I'm saying is this is all we have to go on. Places close to where you live and places close to...
His voice trails off as he slides his finger up to a large patch of green right between the laundromat and the river.
This.
I suddenly remember something Zach said. Is that the tent city?
What?
The place Zach talked about. You know, the place where Poppy's mom's boyfriend came from? Where people live in tents? Jonah rubs the back of his neck.
Yeah, that's it.
Do you think Leonard would hide where a bunch of coked-out maniacs are running around?
They're people, Shiloh.
I'm just saying. Exhaling sharply, Jonah stands up and tucks a paper airplane into his back pocket. Did I say something to make him mad? I didn't mean to. Where are you going?
To smoke.
For some reason, his words send a twinge of anger through my chest, like he's done something to betray me. I thought you quit.
Guess I didn't,
he says before walking out of the newsroom. I scoff. Whatever. It's his funeral, I guess. I return my attention to the map. Jonah might be onto something. The tent city is close to Poppy's house, and it's near the river, too. I don't see the connection to Max, but it's a place to start. The tent city isn't a campground, but judging by the name, I'll bet it has tents. 19. Shiloh.
I think we need a name.
Miles remarks as the four of us walk to the bus stop from the upside-down tree the next afternoon. I wanted to go to the tent city yesterday, but Francesca had already gone home, and none of us knew where she lives. I wanted her to come because she was the only one who could talk to Poppy directly. Besides, none of this would be possible without her. What Miles says sinks in, and I snort. A name?
You know,
Miles says, like I should know.
a name. For the four of us. For the group.
Francesca shoots him a meaningful glance. It's probably the first time she's been included in anything like this. Or anything at all. Why?
It would be funny. You know, it would make us feel like a team. Like a squad.
He pauses to think and readjusts his glasses.
What about the Ghostbusters?
It's been done, I say, jerking my chin at Francesca. She ain't afraid of no ghosts.
The Ghost Hunters?
He suggests. I catch Jonah's eye roll in the corner of my field of vision. It's Francesca's turn to frown. But we don't hunt ghosts. The dead are our friends. After a moment, she offers. What about the ghost helpers? If we need a name at all, which we don't, I guess the ghost helpers would be fine. But Jonah looks disgusted.
What are you, 12?
He says.
I hate you all.
His comment prompts an unexpected smile from Francesca. Miles sits next to me on the bus, and I look out at the cornfields. If I were to stand out in the middle of one and scream, the sound would carry forever, rolling over the plain to the hills, winding through the trees, and raising hairs on the backs of people's necks as they went about their days. I know it doesn't work like that. Max could be screaming his throat raw right now, and I don't hear anything. I pull my jacket tighter around my shoulders. How long has it been since Max disappeared? I have to count the days on my fingers because for the first time I can't remember. 6. I try to picture him in my head. I try to remember what it felt like to fold my fingers around his entire fist, what it felt like to get splashed by water spraying up from puddles he jumped into. I try to hear his laugh. Not the small one he does when he's thinking about something else, the huge one he laughs when I throw him over my shoulder or wrestle him to the ground. My fingers curl around the armrest. I don't remember. I remember him laughing, but I don't hear him anymore. It has been 6 days, and I'm already forgetting him. Miles nudges my knee.
What are you thinking about?
I let go of my breath. Nothing.
You look upset.
His voice drops to a whisper.
Are you thinking about Max?
Something about the way he says it, like it's pitiful to be thinking about Max and feeling the way that I am, makes me pull away from him. He notices and looks hurt.
You know, you can talk to me about your feelings, right? I'm here for you. I won't judge you no matter what you're feeling.
I can see from his face how much he wants me to talk to him, but putting my thoughts into words will make my feelings real, and then I would have to face them. No part of me wants to face the possibility of never finding Max, so I focus on the rolling miles of corn that extend to the distant horizon and say, I'm fine. Miles sighs, but he doesn't ask again. When the four of us reach the entrance to the tent city, we pause to stare at it. Miles zips up his jacket, the wind brushing his hair out of his face.
Are you sure that people actually live here?
He looks at Jonah for confirmation.
They do,
Jonah says, staring right ahead.
They won't be happy about people invading their space then, will they?
Miles asks.
What happens if they try to attack us?
They won't attack you, Jonah says.
Just stick to the path and don't go into their camps.
Something in Jonah's tone sounds weirdly sad. I turn to look at him, but he keeps his eyes trained on the entrance. If I didn't know better, I would say he looks scared.
Also, the trailer won't be near the road. The man wouldn't want anyone to hear him, so he'd be farther back.
I get scared too sometimes, says Francesca. I guess she's picked up on it as well. But just because you're afraid of something doesn't mean you cannot do it.
I'm not scared. Jonah snaps. Chances are this dude's not even here, but it's close to where Poppy lives, so it's worth checking out anyway. You good?
Miles asks him. Jonah starts walking into the woods without waiting for us. I exchange a glance with Miles and follow him. I step over some rusted metal poles I assume used to be part of a gate and walk into the woods. Spindly branches cast dark shadows onto the ground. Clouds combined with the thickness of the trees around them block the light. My foot sinks through a rotten log. Rocks and roots stick out of the dead leaves like claws, ready to hook onto pant legs, shoelaces, or anything that might send its wearer tumbling to the ground. The air is sharp, tangy. I can hear the river. It gargles, like someone gargling saliva while getting ready to gobble you up. Francesca walks beside me with her hands in the deep pockets of her denim jacket. Miles and Jonah are walking out in front, just out of earshot for me to hear what they're saying. A plastic bottle sits just off the trail. Not far away, a toothbrush is sticking out of the dirt. I guess people really do live here. I stop walking, crouching down to pull the toothbrush out of the ground. An empty can sits near it, sunken into the leaves a few feet off the trail. I step off the trail to pick that up, too.
Don't go in there,
Jonah warns. I don't listen and take another step forward. Crack. I freeze.
Stop walking, Shiloh,
Jonah hisses.
I mean it. Just keep still.
I follow Jonah's gaze to the blue canvas poking out from behind an evergreen. I inch forward to see better, try to figure out what it is, and Jonah glares at me, holding his finger up to his lips.
This is someone's home,
Jonah whispers.
Leave them be.
He's right. This isn't a trailer. It's a tent. I glimpse the river through the trees and walk over to the bank. It's wide, but shallow enough to wade through. Closer to Bethany, the water moves more slowly, but here its ripples race over rocks. Dad never let me swim in it. He used to tell me the river looks calm on the surface, but there are strong currents beneath it, ready to pull you onto the sharp boulders covering the riverbed, where the weeds will wrap themselves around your ankles and hold you there until your last breath bubbles to the surface. Strong white water is a lot less scary than the opaque, still depths of a sluggish river, where the menace is silenced by the illusion of calm. For once, I can see what Dad means. I look both ways at the trees that overhang the river and block the view from the other side. On the map, the woods stretch off in both directions. I don't know which way to go. We need to split up, I say. 2 of us go left and 2 of us go right. Miles appears beside me.
Are you sure splitting up is a good idea?
I don't know why he needs to disagree with me all the time. He might be a nerd, but it doesn't mean he has to talk to me like I'm stupid. We're trying to find Leonard, not attack him, I say. If we split up, we can look in both directions at once and don't have to choose.
I'm down,
Jonah says.
So long as you stay quiet. I mean it. If you find Leonard, you don't say a word.
I won't.
Leonard can't know we know he's here,
Jonah says.
If he's here.
Miles adds.
Yeah, if he's here,
Jonah repeats.
I'll go with you,
Miles tells me. Go with Francesca, I say, because he's annoying me so much right now that I can't look at him. I just know that as soon as I'm alone with him, he's going to start asking me more questions about how I'm doing, feeling, or holding up, and I don't want to talk about any of it. With Jonah, I won't have to talk. Go, ghost helpers, Francesca exclaims in a near whisper, but nobody smiles.
Be quiet,
Jonah says to Francesca and Miles, who nod.
Don't be a pain in the ass and don't disturb anyone.
Be back at the gate in an hour, I say, and with that, we all split up. 20. Francesca.
Something stirs behind me. I turn around, but there's nothing there. It's bizarre. There is something very peculiar about this place, but I cannot identify what it is. All I know is that I can feel something in the air. Something palpable that makes the air around me thick and sour in my lungs. Something dark. Miles hasn't said a word since the group split up. His hands are hidden in his pockets, like he doesn't want them to get cold, even though it's warm outside today. Is everything going on with you all right? I ask. I don't know how Miles will react. I know that Shiloh would be frustrated with me for asking that question. She often acts frustrated at things she can't control, which makes me sad for her. There's a lot of anger boiling beneath her skin, but I don't sense the same kind of anger from Miles. Miles hangs his head, rubbing his warm brown hair with one hand.
I'm just frustrated, sorry. It has nothing to do with you.
What are you frustrated about?
His voice trails off as he notices a garbage bag caught on a root off the trail. He walks over to pick it up and adds it to the collection of trash in his arms he has picked up since we started walking.
I like to leave every place I visit in nature in better shape than it was before,
he told me when we first started our walk.
Shiloh is closed off with me, and I don't know how to get through to her.
I had noticed that.
Shiloh is going through unimaginable pain.
I know that,
he says.
But, I'm trying to be there for her, and she won't talk to me or let me in.
He picks up another scrap of plastic.
I want to fix things for her.
You cannot fix this for her. It's too big.
I know. I just wished I could.
You really care about her. I can see it in his face, his eyebrows pinched together like he's in pain, physical pain, for Shiloh. From what I have heard, that is part of being in love. The pain your love experiences pulls you in with them. Miles shrugs and doesn't respond. I shift my attention back to the woods. Immediately, the chill returns. I hope for Shiloh's sake that what I'm feeling is the presence of Leonard, but I'm not so sure. There's this feeling tugging at me, like we are doing something wrong. I could never tell Shiloh, but I believe I can understand why Leonard thinks that he is doing good. Doing a form of God's work, I suppose. Poppy's mother doesn't seem to pay attention to her even after she has been found, and at the cemetery, Gus and Charlie seem to never leave her side. Natalie was in pain during her last weeks on Earth, but in the cemetery, there was none. If it weren't for the way Natalie spoke at the laundromat, like she was a prisoner trapped in a body that wasn't her own, or for the way Poppy's hands had still not stopped shaking since her arrival, I might even be on Leonard's side. But I do not believe he sees the consequences of his actions, or even thinks about them very much. At least Poppy's mother doesn't know it's not her daughter behind Poppy's eyes. Shiloh would know if it happened to Max. Even imagining the pain it would cause her makes me walk a little faster. I believe it would be a good idea to speak to somebody. I tell Miles, I don't want to bother anybody in their home, but this is important. If Leonard is here, somebody must have heard something out of the ordinary that could lead us to him.
Jonah didn't think that was such a good idea.
I'm about to insist when I hear what sounds like a sob from very far away. I stop walking. Did you hear that? Miles stops too.
Hear what?
There is another sob. The sound is unmistakably female and heartbroken. My heart hurts for whoever is crying like that. I listen hard. Which direction is the sound coming from? I rush forward in one direction, but the sound comes from behind me, so I turn the opposite way. Hello? I call out to the sound at the top of my voice. Where are you?
Francesca.
Miles grabs my arm.
Jonah said to stay quiet.
I can hear someone crying, I say. I believe someone is hurt. Jonah scares me, but this is important. I've never heard a sound imbued with such misery. Not even George Haggerty sounded so sad.
I think it's coming from over there. I run towards the sound. I can hear Miles's shoes crunch behind me, and I know he is on my tail. I see the tarp before I reach the campsite. The sound is loud now. This must be where it's coming from. I run up to the tent, and after a few seconds, I notice a woman bundled in fleece coats and lying on her back in the leaves. Her inky hair is splayed out over the ground behind her, and her head is hanging to one side. She is dead. Recently dead, because her soul is only half raised from her body and sitting up inside her torso. Her head is buried in her hands as she sobs. Miles catches up to me. When he sees the woman, he gasps.
Jesus, is she dead?
I get down on my knees beside the body and reach out my hand to the woman. Are you all right? The woman lifts her head, her wild hair falling to frame both sides of her face. I heard you crying.
It happened so fast.
Her chin jerks down at the needle that has fallen out of her body's left hand. The tip is brushed with dirt. I don't know why she has a needle. Is she ill?
I didn't mean for it to happen.
I press my fingers to her corpse's neck and find that it is still warm. How long ago did this happen?
I just woke up.
She pauses.
This means I'm dead, doesn't it?
I give her a solemn nod. The woman reaches her hands out in front of her to look at them. Both her hands are trembling. My body fills with an excruciating chill. I need to comfort her somehow. Without thinking, I reach out to take the woman's hands, and instead of passing through them, my fingers curl around them. Liquid ice shoots up my arms, through my shoulders, and up to my temples. I wince in pain and let go, staring down at my red palms. But the woman is crying. I need to do something. I gather my strength and reach back out to take her hands in mine. I can feel her squeezing them. The increased pressure intensifies the pain, but I force myself not to let go. Slowly, I push the woman down toward her body. Her eyes shoot open.
What are you doing?
Trust me. My voice and my body is surer of myself than I feel. I lower the woman until she is lying inside her corpse, where she shines like a shadow made of sunlight. I hold her there as the cold intensifies, before being replaced by something hot, burning. Don't let go. An invisible voice whispers to me. Hold her still. I grit my teeth, feeling the heat burn through my organs as the woman dissolves into the fleece of her body's coat. After she is gone, I let go of her and fall onto my haunches on the leaves.
We need to call the police.
Miles's voice drifts in my periphery.
Francesca, help me. What do you do when you find a dead body?
My vision swims. What have I done to her? I lean forward and press my fingers against her neck, feeling a slight pulse.
Francesca!
She isn't dead, I say. Because of me. I brought her back to life. A violent shiver travels through me, replaced by deep exhaustion that I feel in my bones.
Then we have to get her to the hospital.
I glance around the camp. There's nobody else here. I stand up and immediately stumble into a tree as blood rushes from my head and pulls the world away from me. I open the front of the tent. 2 sleeping bags and piles of belongings litter the floor. The woman lives here, along with somebody else by the look of it.
Help me pick her up,
Miles says. We manage to get the woman into a sitting position. My muscles strain under the effort. All strength has left my body. I don't know what's wrong with me. Beads of sweat have appeared on Miles's forehead.
We need to get Jonah,
he says.
You stay here, I'll go find him.
I nod and grip the woman's hand as I would a life raft as Miles disappears into the woods. 21. Shiloh.
Help! The sound cuts through the silence around me, and my blood runs cold. I know that voice. I'd know that voice anywhere, because it belongs to Max. Max! I shriek, my voice pinching in my throat and breaking off. Max, is that you? He screams again. Help! It's him. It's definitely him. I leap off the trail and run towards the sound. Shiloh, wait! Jonah is behind me, but I don't stop running. I'm lucky it rained earlier today, so the leaves are moist enough not to skid out from under me. Max! I call. Help! Calls the voice. My lungs are on fire. It feels like they've melted in my chest cavity, dripping like molten metal through the gaps in my rib cage. I run through a gap in the trees and see him, and my hand crashes into the tree beside me as I stop. He's standing in the trees, his feet hidden behind a tall, fallen log. A blue long-sleeve shirt hangs over his bony shoulders. There's a tear in the shoulder of the shirt, and I can see his skin through it. A choked sob bursts from my throat. It's him. It's really him. And he's alive. I made it in time. Max! I cry, stumbling toward him. He glances up, stares at me for a moment, and then runs away. I don't understand. Where is he going? Max, wait! I run after him. Max is small, but he's fast. He jumps over logs and around trees, but my legs are long and I keep up with him. Stop running, Max, it's me! He glances back. Terror flashes in his eyes. I've almost caught up to him when something slams into me from behind, pulling me to the ground. My chin hits soft tufts of grass. I jab my elbow into my attacker's ribs. There's a yelp and I scramble to my feet. Where did Max go? Ow! Jonah says, holding onto his stomach where I hit him. What are you doing? I look past him to where Max was just a few seconds ago. I found Max. That's not Max, Jonah says. Yes, it is. It has to be. The boy stares at us from behind a tree. He focuses before my eyes, and my heart sinks. Jonah is right. The boy has brown, tangled hair, and he's tall, taller than Max. Why would Max run away from you? Jonah asks me. I don't know. I hadn't thought of that. You need to shut up, Jonah snaps. Because you're making a scene, and if Max is here, the man could have heard you. The boy blinks at us with terrified eyes. I must have scared him so much. My chest shrivels and I back away, gripping a tree to keep my balance. I hold a hand up, palm outwards towards the boy who isn't Max. Jonah walks over and drops to his knees in front of the boy so they are at eye level. You okay there? The boy's voice is barely a squeak. I want my mom. What's wrong with your mom? She's hurt. Jonah's face widens in a way I've never seen before, and he springs up to his feet. Where is she? The boy gestures for him to follow. Jonah glances back at me, as if to tell me to follow too, and I force my aching legs to move. We run after the boy through the woods, ducking under branches and darting around trees until we reach a campsite and stop. Mom! The boy calls out. A body leans against a tree. Standing over it is Francesca. She's alive, Francesca says. Miles went to look for you both. Jonah shoulders Francesca out of the way and presses his fingers against the woman's neck. We need to get her to a hospital. Jonah lifts the woman into his arms, shifting to catch her limp limbs as they threaten to pull her back down. With a grunt, he hoists the woman over his shoulder. I reach for the boy's hand, and he doesn't pull it away. Go find Miles, Jonah barks at Francesca, and meet us at the hospital. Francesca scampers out of the way as Jonah carries the woman out of the campsite. Grabbing a quilt from the ground and wrapping it around the boy's shoulders, I lead him after his mom. 22. Shiloh. A sitcom I don't recognize plays silently on TV in the hospital waiting room. I train my eyes on the grainy people with animated faces and exaggerated gestures and try to follow what's going on. 2 characters are fighting. Who knows what they're fighting about? But right now I'm pretending it's about what color they want to paint their living room. It's dumb, but anything is better than thinking about the woman in the emergency room, or looking at Jonah sitting across from me rapping his knuckles against the arm of the waiting room chair. He's white as a sheet, and he looks like he's about to throw up. It's just the 2 of us now. The kid, Liam, sat with us until the social workers arrived. I gripped his hand, more for my sake, I think, than his, but I couldn't let him go. There were 2 social workers, both women dressed almost identically, with cardigans buttoned over their chests and a few hairs falling out of their tidy pins. Cardigans are a good choice for social workers. They make people seem warm. The women scuffed up to us, and the taller of the pair crouched down in front of Liam. I stared at the heel of her shoe. It was the width of my thumb. If I wore shoes like that, I wouldn't make it out of the house without splitting either the heel or a bone in my ankle. "Hi, Liam." The social worker's voice was warm, like a towel fresh out of the dryer. "How about you let go of this nice girl's hand and come with me?" Liam's hand slipped out of mine, and a shaky breath rattled through my lips. He marched after the social workers on stiff legs. I take my eyes off the TV and sink back into my chair, wrapping my arms around my stomach as I look up at Jonah. "Do you think they're going to take Liam from his mom?" Jonah doesn't look up. "They do that." I guess that's a good thing. I remember the canvas tent and sleeping bags inside it. In a few weeks, it's going to get cold. Living like that would suck for a kid. Jonah digs the toe of his boot into the linoleum. "Foster care's not a lot better." "Some people just aren't good parents." An unreadable expression crosses Jonah's face. The white light above our heads casts an antiseptic film over him, draining his face of color and making his black hair look even darker. It falls over his forehead and into his eyes. I remember the way he looked at the edge of the trees before we walked into the tent city. He looked scared, like he knew what was waiting for us behind those trees. "Was today your first time at the tent city?" I ask. Jonah rubs his eye. "Yep." He's bouncing his knee like he's nervous, and he won't meet my eyes. I'm not exactly good at dealing with feelings. I don't get feelings the way Francesca seems to, but I can tell there's something wrong. "Jonah," I say. He looks back at me with his clear blue eyes. Something sharp aches in my chest. He's sitting across from me, his feet kicked out in front of him. Flecks of paint splatter his boots. If I moved my sneaker an inch or so to the left, it would touch his foot. "Why were you scared?" Jonah's eyes soften. He doesn't look angry at me anymore, just kind of sad, like Liam did. I reach my hand out to him, but he shoots to his feet, shoves his hands in his coat pockets, and says, "I'm going to call Miles and make sure he's coming." Heat races to my cheeks. I sit back in the chair, hide my hands under my thighs, and try to play it off. "Good, yeah, sounds good." He leaves through the sliding doors. I slouch down in my chair and shake out my hands to try and rid myself of the sticky feeling that has come over them. I can't believe I just did that. What was I going to do? Hold his hand? Stupid. I'm so stupid. I should ask the nurse if I could borrow a phone and call Miles too. Or maybe not. Calling him while he's on the phone with Jonah would be pointless. Jonah still hasn't come back inside when I hear a vaguely familiar voice. I twist around to see Connie speaking to the nurse behind the table, and relief crashes over me. Her curls are impossibly red in the bright hospital light. I jump to my feet and race over to her, tapping her on the shoulder. Connie pauses her conversation with the nurse and turns around. Warmth pours out of her smile like honey from a jar. "Hey, sweetheart, what are you doing here?" Finnegan's standing a few feet away. His beady eyes glare at me as he reaches down to adjust his badge. He's strutting, puffed up with his own sense of self-importance as he side-eyes the nurses. I don't want to answer that question here. Anything I say in front of Finnegan will go straight back to Dad. But I think Connie would be more discreet. Can I talk to you alone? I ask her. Connie glances at Finnegan. Is there something wrong? I need to tell you something. Alone. All right. Connie leads me away with a hand on my back, out of earshot from Finnegan. We stop against the wall, away from the other people sitting in the chairs. She opens her mouth to say something, but I beat her to it. I know what happened to Max, I say, and I might know where he is. Getting some help in our search would help us comb through the woods faster. Connie is a detective. She could tell Dad that Max could be in the tent city, and he wouldn't have to know I was the one who found that out. Connie's voice rises in pitch when she says, You what? I mean, I don't know where he is exactly, but I'm pretty sure a man is keeping him in a trailer somewhere in the woods, probably close to the Coshocton. My best guess right now is near the tent city in Mount Keenan. Connie takes a moment to digest this. Who do you suspect has done something like this? I know this is going to sound dumb even before I say it. A guy named Leonard. How do you know about Leonard? Connie blurts out. What am I going to tell her? Oh, some ghosts told me? Well, not me exactly, Francesca Russo. Yeah, that Francesca Russo. No, she's not crazy, but she's been talking to ghosts. Connie will think I'm nuts. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm onto something and I need help. I can only cover so much ground alone, and I think if police get involved or direct search parties through here, we could find out if Max is in there. Connie gives me a too quick smile before dropping her gaze and shifting between her feet. I hate to break it to you, hun, but I can't just go marching into the woods with a goon squad without a reason. But I just gave you a reason. I'm sorry, but I just can't help you. I narrow my eyes at her. She's looking at me with skin crinkling at the corner of her eyes, the kind of look you give someone you feel sorry for. I can't believe she's dismissing me so fast. I thought they'd be looking for all the help they can get. Unless, I realize, there's a reason she wouldn't want to look in the woods. Is there something you're not telling me? Connie shakes her head swiftly. I can see it behind her eyes, that thing she isn't telling me. I'm sorry, hun, I need to go. Some poor woman just overdosed, and Scott and I need to talk to the kids who found her. Just as Connie says that, the doors slide open and Jonah walks through them. I gulp and say to Connie, That would be us. Connie's eyebrows shoot up. She beckons Finnegan, who seems to be examining a scattering of dead flies trapped in the panels of light above his head, to come over. Did you get Miles? I whisper to Jonah. Yeah, he's on his way. Good. Connie and Finnegan take us to a room a little bit farther down the hallway. They sit on one side of the table while Jonah and I sit on the other. My chair swivels. I bounce and twist it to the side as the springs creak beneath me. Finnegan pulls a spiral notebook out of his jacket and flips it open on the table. Am I to understand you found this woman? He asks Jonah. Jonah leans back on the chair like he isn't bothered by the whole situation at all and could be talking to a reporter from the school paper for how little respect he has for Finnegan and the uniform he's wearing. It's annoying Finnegan, I can tell. But Jonah answers the questions truthfully enough. Finnegan's not asking me anything, which pisses me off. What a sexist pig. What were you doing in the woods with Sheriff Olson's daughter in the first place, Mr. Weatherby? Finnegan sneers with a note of familiarity, like the two of them go way back. Was she there by her own consent? Shiloh, what brought you to the woods in the first place? Connie asks me in a kinder tone of voice. She already knows the answer to that question. With a sinking feeling in my stomach, I open my mouth to reply when Jonah cuts me off. We were on a hike, he says, glancing confidently between them. With our friends, who will be here soon and back me up, Detective Finnegan. Connie doesn't buy it. A hike? Finnegan rubs his bald head. Sure you were. Do you often hike so far away from home? I used to live over by there, Jonah says, not rising to Finnegan's unspoken accusations. I know the area well. I knew it. Jonah did lie to me. but the way he says it sounds like he doesn't want to say it, like they've cornered him and he has to give it up. Maybe that's why he looks scared going in there. Maybe he met someone scary in there once. Woods are scary enough as it is without people living in them. God, I hope this whole thing doesn't get back to Dad. Even if he doesn't connect it to my search for Max, he isn't going to like me running around with boys he hasn't met. The interview ends. Connie sends me a troubled glance, but she and Finnegan leave, and Jonah and I head back to the waiting room. Jonah's watching the television when I kick his leg. You can't lie to the police like that.
Finnegan's a dick. Anyway, I didn't lie.
You said we were on a hike.
A hike is a walk in the woods.
Why did you lie about living by Tent City?
It's none of your business.
From behind me, someone calls.
Oh my God, Shiloh!
I swing my head around to find Miles rushing over to me through the double doors with Francesca trailing behind him. He barrels up to me and pulls me from the chair, wrapping his arms around my shoulders like I just came back from the dead.
Are you okay?
He asks, his voice muffled in my hair. I nod against his shoulder and he lets me go. 2 stray curls have fallen out of his gel hold and they bounce as he talks.
About time you made it,
Jonah says, and Miles claps him on the back.
You get lost? I got kind of disoriented in the woods. You know how it goes. Like how you need a GPS to find your way to school?
Jonah asks, grinning like it's easy and he didn't just look sick 2 minutes before. Miles glances over at me, heat flooding to his cheeks.
He's lying. I don't actually. Don't be embarrassed.
Jonah laughs.
It's better than following a homing pigeon or dropping pebbles like a tween from a fairy tale.
Miles rolls his eyes, and I drop my eyes to the floor. I can feel the energy draining through the bottom of my feet, replaced by the ache of worn-off adrenaline, and I just want to go home. I'm leaving.
I'll come with you,
Miles says. I'm not really in the mood for company, but I'm too tired to fight, so I pick up my jacket, wrap it around my shoulders, and leave Francesca and Jonah in the waiting room with Miles trotting after me. On the walk to the bus, Miles asks me if I'm okay, and I say I'm fine. He continues to ask me questions, but I stop answering them, and eventually he gets the hint that I don't want to talk. I wonder why Connie wouldn't help me look for Max. She was acting kind of weird, and there has to be a reason for it. Dad hasn't mentioned knowing anything, or any suspects they might be looking into. The drinking's still starting in the morning, and I don't think it would be if he didn't feel so utterly powerless. But maybe he doesn't. I don't know how his brain works. Either way, Connie has nothing to lose from listening to me. With every day that passes, Max is in more danger.
Can I ask you a question?
Miles asks. His voice sounds far away, like I'm underwater, and he's standing on the edge of the pool. I clear my throat a little. Sure.
Did I do something to make you mad?
No, I'm not mad at him. There's no reason to be mad at him. When did Jonah live near that tent city? Miles's lip twitches, and he averts his eyes.
He lived in the tent city.
I wasn't expecting that at all. In it?
Yeah, or at least he did until his mom OD'd and moved to Florida. That's why he's in foster care.
Oh, I didn't know he was in foster care. That must have been why he looked so sick at the hospital and why he didn't want to go into the woods. I can't believe he didn't say anything. I would never have asked him to come if I'd known something like that. When did she OD?
I don't know, a while back. Elementary school, before Jonah and I met. Went to the hospital too and got separated from Jonah. She sold a ring she wore and took the first Greyhound out.
God, I can't even imagine. That must be how they became friends. I don't remember knowing Jonah in elementary school, but if he looked anything like Liam, I'd see why Miles would want to be his friend.
I hope he's doing okay.
Miles continues.
What happened with that woman? That would have been tough for him.
I'm a giant idiot. All that stuff I said about foster care being better, I had no idea. I chew on my nails and listen to a toddler scream behind me. An old man with a long gray beard sits in front of me. He turns at the sound of the baby crying and our eyes lock. I can't tell if he's looking at me like he wants to kill me or kill himself, but then I realize he's not looking at me. He's looking at the toddler behind me without an ounce of compassion. Liam looked so lifeless trailing after those women. When things with Dad first started getting bad, I used to have a recurring dream of being rescued by social workers. When Dad smashed my grandmother's handmade vase, or I caught him slamming Mom's head onto the counter of the porcelain bathroom sink, I would calm myself down by closing my eyes and imagining knocks on my front door. Mom would answer to one man and one woman standing on the welcome mat. Dad would be on the lazy boy. After saying something indistinguishable, the officers would walk calmly into the house to where Max and I were playing dinosaurs on his bedroom floor. The woman would take my hand, and the man would pick Max up in his arms and carry him out. Dad would scream outrage. Mom would cry, but I would only smile as Max held his plastic T-Rex by the tail. In my dream, we always stayed together. But even back then, I knew it wouldn't happen. I couldn't take the chance of them splitting us up. Besides, Dad is too charming, too well-liked. And he's the sheriff. He'd smile, curl his fingertips around my shoulder, and say, "Kids, am I right? Heidi just fell in the bathroom, didn't you, honey?" Mom would nod because he has such a tight clasp on her throat that she's forgotten how to breathe without his hand there. "Now, if you'll excuse us," Dad would say, "I need to get my wife to the doctor." Every time I've begged her to leave him, she has simply cried, begged for my forgiveness, and gotten a bag of frozen peas from the fridge to put on my face, or her face, or Max's face. If Leonard is targeting kids with hard lives, I wonder how he could have known about Max, or who he could have gotten the information from. "Can I talk to you about something?" Miles's voice jars me out of my daze. I drive my knuckles into the back of the seat until they leave white marks on my skin. "Okay?" "I feel like you're being a jerk to me, and I don't understand why." He doesn't say anything else, and it takes me a second to realize he's waiting for me to say something back. I didn't realize he felt this way. Honestly, I've been so focused on Max that I haven't been thinking much about Miles's feelings. "Sorry. You're distant and dismissive of me, and I'm trying to be understanding because I know you're going through something, but I need to tell you that it's hurting my feelings." Max is missing. I understand that. I'm trying to find him. I want to be there for you. He takes my hand. "But you need to let me in." Need? I bristle. I don't need to do anything. "Shiloh, come on." The bus stops. We're only one stop away from downtown. It's a 30-minute walk to my house, but I don't want to sit here and talk to Miles about my feelings. I don't understand what he wants, and there's static playing in my brain like it's a broken television, and it's roaring too loud to let me think. I stand up. Miles asks, "Where are you going?" "Home." "This isn't our stop." "I'm walking the rest of the way." I step over his knees and climb off the bus onto the side of Route 13. With a long hiss, the door closes and leaves me standing alone beside a long, empty field of corn. I use my hand to shield my eyes from the sun, squinting up at the water tower looming over the trees. Downtown isn't far. I can walk. So I start. I don't want to go home. It's only a matter of time before Finnegan tells Dad I was in Mount Keenan. During buddy talk. Or I want to be your buddy talk. "Hey, Ernest, I got something to tell you, buddy." Guilt begins to settle deep in the pit of my stomach. I shouldn't have said that to Miles. Why do I do this to him all the time? It's like the second I actually consider opening up to him, letting him see the parts of me that I don't like or even scare me, something in my brain shuts down. Like I don't even know how to do that. But at the same time, when I look at him looking at me and see the kind crinkle of his eyes that's so open and honest and giving, I want to lose myself in him. I want to touch my hands to his face and run them over the cupid's bow of his upper lip and into the dimples that form in his cheeks when he smiles. I want to press his skin to mine, to close my eyes and feel it, feel him, and let everything else in my mind just slip away. But I can't. If I do that and let myself fall out of reality, there's a chance it would feel so good that I wouldn't want to come back. But then Miles would say something in that sympathetic tone, or ask me to talk about my feelings, and suddenly I wouldn't even want to be in the same room as him. Which is good, I guess, because I can't let myself get lost in fantasies. I'm too tired to figure out whether that makes any sense. I'm so confused. I don't know how we're ever going to find Leonard by just wandering around in the woods. There has to be a better way to narrow down potential places he could be hiding. Could I find the answer by just learning more about him? 35 minutes later, I'm walking up the steps of the library, an outdated beige building which hasn't been renovated since the 60s that has a flag and brick columns out front. I pull out the chair in the computer lab, sink onto the rough cushion, and click the mouse a couple of times to wake up the monitor. Francesca mentioned the name of the circus. I rub the heels of my hands into my eyes as I try to remember, and when I do, I type the Durand Brothers Circus, Ohio, Leonard into the search bar. There are actually a few results. I don't know what I'm looking for, but I open the one at the top of the results, which takes me to a website called thecircusandthesideshow.com. The website looks amateurish, like a kid cobbled it together for a school project. The website's background is black. The text is red and written in a curly font I find hard to read, but it seems to have cut and paste entries for a host of different sideshows, documenting their histories and showing a collection of photos from their performances. I find an entry for the Durand Brothers Circus and click to see more. On top of the page, there's a poster displaying peacocks, cobras, and clowns with white faces. Circuses creep me out, but I didn't have any good reason for being scared of them until now. I start reading the description. I don't know who wrote this. Something about the font makes this website seem untrustworthy. The Durand Brothers Circus is an American circus that toured from 1923 to 1944. The circus was founded by Joseph, Malcolm, and Elias Durand, the sons of a French immigrant. Malcolm was in the auction business. He followed circuses closely, taking advantage of the crowds they attracted to sell to. While following the Kellogg and Clark Circus, Malcolm was captivated by the big-footed girl, Mavis Mills, who performed in the circus's freak show. He told his brothers of Mavis, captivating them and inspiring them to start a circus of their own. Joseph, Malcolm, and Elias pulled together $5,000 to buy animals and equipment. Joined by big-footed Mavis Mills, a bearded lady, and the human frog, they opened in Cincinnati, Ohio in 1923. Joseph Durand managed the show, Malcolm was the treasurer, and Elias acted as a general agent. After a successful first season, the brothers pooled their life savings to expand, bringing on more freaks, including the famous lobster boy, Landry Hilton, and a pair of conjoined twins, Audrey and Aubrey Miller. In 1925, the brothers had enough money to purchase their first elephant. By the 1930s, the Durand Brothers Circus became one of the most successful in the country. Who wrote this, a 12-year-old? On the left side of the screen, there's a picture of big-footed Mavis Mills. Each of her legs is as wide as her torso. Each foot is as big as 3 of her heads. The caption on the photo spells Malcolm's name right. In 1938, Malcolm added an act to the freak show. The act featured an 11-year-old boy, the necromancer, who could bring animals back from the dead. Crowds amassed to watch the boy strangle small animals, usually chickens, squirrels, or rabbits, with his bare hands and then bring them back to life. As the boy grew older, he killed larger animals. He reanimated goats before moving on to cats and dogs. After Joseph Durand's death in 1941, Malcolm and Elias loaded a ship with the circus in San Francisco and set sail for Australia. The Australian tour took a turn for disaster when an infectious disease, glanders, spread throughout their animals. The Australian government quarantined the animals that did not die, causing the Durand brothers to lose their entire menagerie. Upon their return to the States in 1942, they had to purchase new animals and needed financial assistance. Malcolm proposed selling the circus to Barnum and Bailey. Elias did not want that to happen and proposed another plan for attracting more spectator attention. In 1944, Elias volunteered his youngest daughter, Evangeline, to the Necromancer's Act. A tragic turn of events led the 17-year-old necromancer to fatally strangle her during the show. The necromancer, Leonard Galis, was found dead in a stable car later that night.
Malcolm, alongside a grieving Elias, sold all interest of the Durand family to Barnum and Bailey later that year.
I scroll down to the bottom of the page to find a photograph of Leonard the necromancer Galis. The poster shows a teenager kneeling over a dead goat, holding a circular ball of light in both hands. Each of his hands has only 3 fingers. I run another search for Leonard Galis and find a photo of him standing in a group of other sideshow performers. Francesca has seen Leonard before at the cemetery. I print the photograph out to show her. This has to be the Leonard who kidnapped Max. But how can that be true if Leonard died 75 years ago? I search for Evangeline Durand death, which pulls up an article from the Cincinnati Enquirer in 1944. A black and white photo shows a young girl who looks no more than 15 with her arm around a balding man who must be her father. Blonde ringlets frame fair, symmetrical features. An enormous bow sits on top of her head. After getting the photo from the printer, I know I can't put off going home much longer. The image of Leonard's 3-fingered hands is glued to the front of my mind. I can't stop thinking about them. I wonder if he was born like that, and that's why he ended up in the freak show to begin with. I hate freak shows. Maybe I have a weak stomach, and maybe this makes me a terrible person, but body mutilations make my skin crawl. In school, I remember learning about a guy from London called the Elephant Man. I saw a picture of him once and couldn't sleep with the light off for days. I'm the same with videos of surgery. I have to watch them through my fingers. I walk down the library steps, and cold wind licks at the warm spots beneath my chin and the base of my neck. Just as I turn the corner onto Main Street, I catch a flash of green on the opposite side of the road. I stop. Across the street, walking past Stratford Guns, is a man wearing a long green trench coat, emerald green, not army green, bright and vibrant like grass in a crayon drawing. He walks with long strides, with his arms swinging at his sides. I glance down at his hands. 1, 2, 3, 5. He has 5 fingers. He turns the corner. I consider following him when the whoop of a police siren sounds right next to me, and my heart lodges in my throat. I clutch the straps of my backpack as Dad rolls down the squad car window.
Get in the car.
The red and blue strobes are flashing and cut my eyes. Dad's elbow hangs out the driver's side window, and he pulled his sunglasses down off his eyes to look at me. He doesn't look happy with me. Finnegan must have already told him I was at the hospital. But Dad cuts me off.
Get in the goddamn car. Right now.
I get in the passenger seat. He takes a long drag at a cigarette and flicks it onto the pavement, pulling away from the curb with an unnecessary screech of rubber. He's bigger than I am. So much bigger. My shoulders shrink away from him in shame, but I force my spine to stay straight. We stop at a red light, and he peers over at me from under his wide-brim hat.
When we get home,
he says, and goosebumps rise on the back of my neck.
I want you to take your clothes off.
I know what that means, and my stomach rolls, sending a spear of dread arcing up through my chest.
Chapter 23. Jonah. On the walk back, it starts to rain, as if this day could get any worse. I pull my hat deeper onto my head, but Psycho Russo turns her face up to the sky and sticks her tongue out. She tries to eat raindrops for a second before clapping and bending over in laughter. "Rain is the best," she says. "Don't you think?" This girl's on something strong, but I don't know. I don't know why, but I actually believe her and her whole ghost thing, so I manage, "Sure." "May I ask you a question?" she asks, skipping beside me. "Go for it." "Do you actually believe in the dead, or are you only pretending to so that you can impress Shiloh Oleson?" I glare at her. She blinks back at me with huge eyes, like she isn't expecting anything, but is still interested in what I'm going to say. I want to say I'm not trying to impress Shiloh, but I think Psycho would know I'm lying. All that time getting left out of stuff has made her good at noticing things, I guess. I believe you.
I wasn't able to tell, she says. You can be quite hard to read.
I guess that's a good thing. I tilt my face back a little so it points up into the rain, and drops run down my face like cold tears. Psycho's onto something. This feels kind of good. Cleansing, almost.
I believe we're a little bit alike, you and I, Psycho says. Kindred spirits in a way.
I want to tell her I don't see it, but I stop myself. I don't want to be a dick to her. What she did for Shiloh took courage. I stop walking because it's time for me to turn. This is me. She salutes me with 2 fingers.
See you later, alligator.
For some godforsaken reason, I find myself replying, "In the light of the moon, raccoon." Psycho giggles.
That isn't the response.
It's mine. Technically, my sister came up with it, but Psycho doesn't need to know that. She waves goodbye. I wave back before walking away. Psycho's weird, but she's growing on me. I guess I shouldn't call her Psycho anymore. Habit, I guess. The rain starts coming down harder, making the pavement slick and wet, and making the air around me smell like steamy asphalt. I hang my head. I shouldn't have gone back to the camp. It was dumb. I knew it was dumb before I did it, but I did it anyway. Can't fix stupid, Aunt Mo, my foster mom would say. In this case, she'd be right. Seeing that woman overdose didn't help. And her son? Man, if I keep thinking about it, I'm going to end up at Duncan's instead of Mo's, which would make Mo take my head off at the shoulders. I didn't tell her I'd be back from school so late. I also told her I'd clean the yard this afternoon, and that didn't happen. Can't seem to do anything right. Why did Shiloh ask me so many questions? If I stayed in the waiting room for a minute longer, I would have told her about my mother.
Shiloh just doesn't let up. She knows what she wants, and I just can't say no to her.
By the time I get to Mo Street, the rain's already soaked through my jacket and hat. I brush the ends of my hair out of my eyes. It's getting long. Mo keeps telling me I have to cut it. I said no, but I think she's right. A burner phone buzzes in my pocket, and I give it a quick glance as I'm walking, just to see that it's Rachel. You around? No. I tuck it back into my pocket without responding. Rachel's hot. It's not like there's anything wrong with her, but after this afternoon, I don't want to see her. I don't want to see anyone. Down the street, a dog's barking. As I get closer to Mo's house, I realize it's her pit bull, Bessie, standing as rigid as a board in the front yard. Bessie sticks her fat nose through the fence when she sees me, her tag clinking against the silver chain around her neck. What's up, Bess? I scratch her head through the chain link wrapped around the front yard, still covered in Kaylee's plastic slides and toys. I only live a 20-minute walk from Shiloh, but she lives where the folks with money do, in the houses with the pools. Mo's house is on the edge of town, and the kind of shithole you don't have to go inside to know it needs some work. It's small and ugly, with white paint chipping off the sides and a yard of yellow grass speckled with small amounts of dog shit concentrated by the fence. Mo used to have me pick it up once a week or so, but she hasn't asked me in a while, and I don't care enough to remind her. Bessie's cloudy eyes dart around. She smells something, then barks again. Rainwater runs down her fur. I twist around to see what Bessie's barking at, but there's no one there. Bessie's nose is pointed at the house across the street. What are you looking at, huh? In the house's upstairs window, a light turns on. I stare at the window for a second. I'm about to look away when a girl appears, staring down at me. My eyes squint through the heavy rain to see her better, but she disappears just as fast as she appeared, and the light turns off. Okay, so that was weird. I wasn't lying when I told Shiloh I believe in ghosts. I believe in them because my mom does, which is ironic because I don't believe much of what she says anymore. I'm supposed to go to Florida for Thanksgiving this year. Jury's still out on whether that will happen. Doubt it. Last time I saw my mother was 3 years ago, when she took me to McDonald's, let me buy all the food I could eat, and told me she was clean. She'd gotten a place in Florida, near the good schools, where you could walk to the beach. Told me I could learn to surf. Like I would want to. Catherine, my sister, was 21 at the time and glued to her boyfriend in Columbus, so she was a lost cause. But I could go live with Mom. That night, Mo and my mother got into a shouting match so bad the ceiling shook. Mom ran up to me and grabbed me by the shoulders and promised she'd come back, steal me away in the night, and bust me out of here. Mo drove her out of the house, but I waited at my window for her to pull up until morning. She never showed. She sends me a postcard a few times a year, telling me she's visiting or I should make plans to come down. But each time I've actually hoped to go, she's called to change her mind. So I don't get my hopes up. It makes me feel like kind of an asshole, you know? Dealing when my mom's a junkie. But I always stayed away from hard stuff. And now, I'm done with all that. I don't want to mess with my probation, and the way I see it, there are some things in life that just aren't worth it. Deadbeat mom or not, Catherine's house was definitely haunted. She was hearing voices, floorboards creaking, all of the classic poltergeist shit. I can tell Miles doesn't believe in any of this. I'm surprised he's putting up with it at all. I didn't realize how serious he was about this thing with Shiloh. Shiloh. I grip the fence links until my knuckles turn white. What am I doing? Miles is the one friend I've got, and he's the one who shows up for me. But no girl has asked me questions like that before. I turn towards the house across the street. I haven't looked at it close up. It's just a house. Tall and narrow, with a covered porch and a rocking chair. It's probably nothing. I've been spending too much time with Psycho Russo. Francesca. Frankie, that's what it is. Even so, I glance both ways and cross the street. I climb the house's porch steps. To my left, something twinkles, and I look over. Hanging from the top of the porch is a bunch of wind chimes. It takes me a second to realize why they look weird. Some are made of beads, others are pieces of glass. Some of the chimes are forks, spoons, and even seashells, which is weird because we're pretty far from any beach. Miles would like these. He's into weird shit like this. I touch one of the keys. When I take my finger off, it clinks against another, ringing like a tiny bell. All at once, the keys stop moving. The other chimes are still ringing. Behind me, the front door opens with a creak. I turn around to see an old lady standing in the doorway. I don't move. The woman is small and bony, with black hair that's almost all gray. She hangs onto the side of the door like it's the handle of a cane as she peers out at me through a large monocle. It magnifies the eye it's over and makes it look bigger than the other one. I lift my finger. How did you know you were out here? Her voice sounds thin, like parchment paper. It's not every day that I find kids lingering outside my house. She shuffles onto the porch and tightens a cinch on her bathrobe. I can't tell if the robe is purple or brown, but it looks like a bat's wing. Do you like my chimes? That's one word for it. Sure. Slowly, the woman moves over to the chimes. When she gets there, she reaches out her wrinkled hands to touch the keys. Even before her fingers reach them, they start to move again. I point. How'd you do that? There are things you can't see, she says, adjusting her monocle and looking at me through it. The lens is thick. Thicker than Miles's glasses, and Miles is pretty much blind. It looks like a camera lens, twisting back and forth as if to get me in focus. Her giant brown eye darts around, looking at me, looking over my head, and looking to each side. All around us. Wait. I lower my voice. Are you talking about ghosts? Things are not all they seem. I remember the girl I saw in the window. Do you live alone? She offers a small nod. It can get lonely in this old house. Her eye settles on something next to my head, and she smiles, exposing horrible yellow teeth. There's a long pause before her smile disappears, and she says, I need to go. She must be talking about ghosts. That silhouette in the window? It has to be. What are you talking about? The woman goes back inside. I try to follow her, but she slams the door in my face, just inches from my nose. Damn it. I'm pounding my fist against the door when Aunt Mo's guttural voice yells my name. Jonah Alexander! I turn around to see Mo standing on the porch, balancing her 1-year-old daughter Kaylee on the hip. Have you lost your damn mind? Knowing I have no choice, I walk back across the street. Sorry. Get inside. I do as I'm told, and she shuts the door behind me. A frown etched deep into her face. Aunt Mo is not my aunt. I only call her Aunt Mo because that's what she told me to call her when we first met. It's what everyone calls her. She knows everyone because she never stops talking, and everyone calls her Aunt Mo. She's stocky and no more than 40. Her ponytail's so tight that it pulls back the skin on her scalp like a facelift. Dark eye makeup clings to her lids, and a blend of perfume and cigarette smoke sticks to her black zip-up sweatshirt, covering her tattoo sleeves and holding in the gut that would otherwise spill over the front of her jeans. What am I gonna do with you? She says, bouncing Kaylee, whose face is red from screaming. I'm used to this from her. I don't take out the trash. What am I gonna do with you? I don't take Bessie outside and she goes on the carpet. What am I gonna do with you? Kirshner at Duncan's needs to bring me home because I'm drunk and professing my love to strangers in the bar. Okay, I guess I deserve that one. I mean, seriously? What are you doing going and bothering poor Miss Ruggles like that? I shrug. Mo jabs a finger at me. Don't you go shrug at me that way. She moves the finger closer to me, and I step backward. The couch trips me behind the knees, and I sit down. Don't do it, I mean it. I'm up to here with your shrugging. Mo's always been tough. But ever since I got put on probation last summer, she's been busting my ass for even the smallest things. But I'm not complaining, really. As far as state care goes, I know I could have gotten a lot worse than Mo. Sorry. Did you show your counselor your career center application today? I rub my face. I was supposed to do that after school, but we went to the camp instead. Mo narrows her eyes. You promise you do that today? I forgot. You can get a damn good job coming out of there. I know this, but what Mo doesn't get, and what I can't seem to get through her thick head, is that they aren't going to let me in. It's not like the application committee is going to smile when they see my record, or my grades. Have you talked to Officer Groves about it? Talking to my probation officer is not going to help. No. Do that tomorrow. Shit. I forgot she's coming over tomorrow afternoon. Nothing seems important compared to all the stuff going on with Shiloh. Sure, Mo. Don't you sure Mo me. You're a smart kid. You could do so well if you just applied yourself. Mo nuzzles her nose into Kaylee's, ignoring the baby's screams. Jonah is being a big idiot boy, she tells her. Kaylee continues screaming. Yes, he is. You want me to clean the yard today, right? It's raining cats and dogs out there. Do your homework first. I'm not going to do homework now. I'm on my way to the backyard when Mo calls. You know I bug you because I care. I slip on my shoes and walk out the door. As I pick up Kaylee's plastic bucket and shovel, I take one final look at the house across the street. In the upstairs window, the same girl as before stares down at me through the pouring rain.
24. Shiloh. Dad puts the car into park. I drag my feet up the front steps as he says hello to our neighbor, Mrs. Peterson, who's opening her umbrella as she prepares to walk her small, scruffy dog. I catch a glimpse of her neighborly smile as she makes an offhand comment about the weather, and I go inside. I close the door, cutting Dad off mid-laughter. Natural light seeps through the window, casting a shadow over the countertops, the dinner table, and Mom, who's sitting on the couch with a knitted quilt pulled around her shoulders. "Mom," I say, but she doesn't move. With every passing day, she seems to get more and more lifeless. She was barely alive when Max was here, and I think his absence is killing her. She walks for miles with the search parties, and every time she comes back from the woods, it's like she's left more of herself inside of it. I wish I could scream at her, shake her shoulders, and force her to wake up from this daze by telling her that I know where Max is and that I'm going to get him back. But I can't. The door clicks open and Dad walks into the house. He slides off his boots and leaves them by the door before pointing at my feet.
"No shoes in the house,"
he says, brushing past me to take a seat in the lazy boy, groaning and stretching his arms over his head like a bear settling in for hibernation.
"Go on,"
he says.
"You know what to do."
Mom glances from Dad to me. The sadness in her eyes tells me that she knows what's going to happen, and she can't do anything to stop it. Or that she isn't going to do anything, which I guess makes her complicit. What she could do to stop it is leave him, or take the gun he keeps in their closet and tell him that if he touches me, so help her God, she will blow his head clean off. But I know she won't do that. I pull off my sneakers, line them up beside Dad's, and walk down the hallway in my socks, pushing open the door to the master bedroom with a creak. The room is colder than the rest of the house, which is already cold because that's how Dad likes it. I unbutton my pants, slipping my icy thumbs through the belt loops and sliding them down my hips. I pull my sweatshirt over my head and then my t-shirt until I stand in just my socks and cotton underwear, pressing my toes into the hardwood floor. I force my joints to bend as I sit on the edge of the bed. Every part of me wants to run. I catch a glimpse of Dad's belts hanging from hooks on his closet door. The buckles glint, even in the dim light. Heavy footsteps sound from down the hall, bending the floorboards beneath Dad. I turn onto my stomach. The door opens and he huffs.
"Good girl."
My stomach churns at the words. I stay still as he walks behind me. Belt buckles clink against each other.
"Scott told me about your hike."
I knit my hands into the comforter. Of course Finnegan told him. I knew he would.
"Why were you in Mount Keenan?"
My friends and I wanted to go.
"You're lying."
The footsteps get closer. I don't dare look back at him because I know he doesn't like that. I hear him breathing. I can feel him standing over me.
"You're a liar."
I'm not. Before I can finish my sentence, he brings the belt onto my back. Pain cuts through my skin. I clench my teeth and stick my face into the down.
"You can never lie to me."
He hits me again.
"Scott said you were with a boy."
He says.
"Jonah Weatherby of all people. I know that kid on a professional basis, Shiloh. And you know I don't like you running around with boys."
He stops speaking. I know why he doesn't like me hanging around with boys. It's because somewhere down at the bottom of it all, I'm still Daddy's little girl. And these boys, like Jonah and Miles, threaten that. The belt brushes against my back like a caress. It's all I can do not to shiver in revulsion and fear. But right then, he seems to realize what I was doing in the woods, because the next words out of his mouth are,
"You're trying to find your brother, aren't you?"
I don't respond, and his voice twists into a horrible thin version of itself.
"You are. I know you are. You promised me you were going to stay out of it. Keep yourself safe."
Even though I know he doesn't like it, I crane my head around to look at him. I'm not a kid anymore. I know what I'm doing, and if you would just listen to me.
"I have it under control."
Now he's the liar. The cops have no idea where Max is, and they're never going to find him. Dad, Ghosts are real. I can just picture Dad's face, the contempt in his eyes. He would laugh me right out of the room. You're useless, I mutter.
What did you just say?
When I was little, I looked up to Dad. Right now, Max needs him. He has built his reputation protecting this town, but he does a piss-poor job of protecting his family, and I want him to know that. I want him to know how pathetic he is in my eyes. I flip onto my back and stare at him. Knowing what he could do to me, I should be scared of him, remembering what he did to me at the Fun Palace. But suddenly, I'm not afraid of him anymore, and I know why. It's just me and Max against the world, and now Max is gone, so there's just me, and I have nothing left to lose, except for my fear of the person standing over me. The top buttons of Dad's dress shirt are unbuttoned. His eyes travel down my body, lingering on every pucker in my stomach and tracing the curve between my hip bones. I said, you are useless. Dad's jaw bulges. He shoots out his arm to flip me back over, but I kick him before he can. His soft gut squishes under my toes. He steps backward. I push off the bed and lunge for the door, but he grabs my ankle. I crash onto my knees and kick out as hard as I can. Let go of me! His grip on my ankle is immovable. He bends down to grab my other leg. With all the force I have, I drive my foot into his groin. He howls, letting go of me and cupping himself between his legs. While he's bent double, I kick him in the face as hard as I can, so hard it hurts my foot. And now he doesn't know which part of himself to hold. He's got one hand over his balls and the other over his eye, and he's hopping to keep his balance. I claw myself to my feet and run down the hall.
Shiloh Oleson, get your ass back here!
I make it to the kitchen. I glance around for something to protect myself with. I can't run out of the house because I'm still naked, although I guess if I screamed loud enough, Mr. Peterson might call the cops. Who would call Dad? So that would be useless. Shiloh, honey, don't make your father upset, Mom whines. You know how he gets when he's mad. Dad hobbles down the hallway with one hand over his eye, his nostrils flaring like a Jurassic Park dinosaur. He glares at me through the angry slit of his other eye, and all I can see is a picture of the Minotaur in Max's mythology book. Dad transforms before my eyes. He's no longer Ernest Oleson. He's a beast, half bull, half child eater. He swings his belt like an axe and digs his feet into the wood like he's preparing to charge. My blood runs cold. When he smiles, his incisors are long and pointed. He runs a hand over his cropped hair.
I'm going to count to 3, and I want you back on that bed.
I dig my feet into the ground and root myself into place.
1,
he says. I don't move.
2,
he says. I glance at Mom, who's looking at me from the couch. The light goes out behind Dad's eyes.
3.
Ernest, don't hurt her, Mom says. It's as close to support as she's ever going to give. Dad rushes at me. I run over to the kitchen counter and pull a knife from the block, holding it out in front of me with both hands. Don't come any closer to me. My voice is cold, hard, and steady. Dad stops. I can taste salt in my mouth, and I guess I'm probably crying. Dad inches forward and I shake the knife. I will put this right in you.
Shiloh,
Dad says, lowering the belt and reaching out his hand. He's smiling, but it's not his usual confident grin. I wonder if he's even a little scared.
Scooter, what are you doing? Put the knife down.
I shake the knife, harder this time. Don't come any closer to me.
This is crazy.
Dad laughs, looking over at Mom, who is still staring at us. Overwhelming hatred for her burns in my chest. How can she just sit there?
Heidi, come on. Tell your daughter she's crazy.
Mom stays silent. I point the knife at her. What is wrong with you? My voice breaks on the words, and I know I'm definitely crying now. Why are you just sitting there? You know what he does to me and to Max, and you just sit there. Dad steps forward, and I point the knife back at him. Stay back.
Put the knife down,
Dad says. I guess he may have confronted criminals like this before, although he'd probably turn tail and run. Sheriff Oleson prefers his victims weak. You know what he does to me, I yell at Mom, who stands up from the couch. And you let him. You might as well be doing it too, and you still won't leave him. God, I hate you. I hate you both. Dad comes closer. I'm gripping the knife so hard my knuckles turn white. He reaches for the knife.
It's okay,
he says.
Come on, Shiloh. Hand it over.
He touches my hand. Something inside me snaps. Get off me! I scream as I drag the knife across his forearm. Dad stands still, like a statue. Oh God, what did I just do? The knife sliced through his sleeve, and the fabric peels back to reveal a gash in his skin. Blood starts to seep into the fabric and drip to the kitchen floor. It drops onto the linoleum like raindrops on a plastic roof. Dad clamps his hand over the wound, his face twisting in pain. I loosen my grip on the knife handle. Dad, are you okay? Before I have time to register what's happening, Dad slaps the knife out of my hand and grabs me by the shoulder. His face swims before me as he pulls his fist back and smashes it into my nose. I scream in pain. He punches me again, and once more in the stomach, before throwing me to the ground. My arms and legs fold over themselves like I'm a broken puppet.
You are nothing.
Dad spits, gripping his arm where I cut him.
You will always be nothing.
Tears well in my eyes. I'm not nothing. Dad grabs me under my bare arms and pulls his hand back to clock me again. But before he can, there's a deep thud, and Dad stiffens against me, dropping me and stumbling to the side to reveal Mom standing behind him holding a frying pan by the handle. She stares down at me, her eyes wide and wild like she can't believe what she just did. Dad looks up at her slowly and clutches his ear where Mom hit him. A roundhouse blow with the pan. We have a heavier pan. If she'd used that, he wouldn't be getting up.
How dare you?
He says. She stutters as she tries to find an answer, and Dad yanks the pan from her hands and brings it down on her. She raises her arms to defend herself, but he's stronger than she is. He hits her once, twice, then stops and pushes her buckled-in body to the floor like she's a doll he doesn't want anymore. Dad turns to me.
Go to your room.
Go fuck yourself. I want to smash his head in. I want to cut him deeper. But I know right now that it's over. Mustering all the strength I have, I push myself into a sitting position and pull myself to my feet. The room sways and I grip the counter. I walk over to where Mom is curled up on the floor and shake her arm. Mom?
Go to your room.
Dad repeats. I ignore him. Mom sits up too, her eyes watering but lit with a fierce intensity I haven't seen before. I help her to her feet and pull her arm over my shoulders to keep her standing. I start walking with her towards my room. Dad calls from behind us.
If I catch you involving yourself in this investigation further, I'm going to make you sorry, Shiloh. I mean it.
I glance back at him. He's still holding his arm, and in the dim light of the kitchen, he doesn't look so scary anymore. He looks diminished somehow, and sad. Believe me, Dad, you couldn't make me sorrier than I already am. I close my bedroom door and Dad doesn't follow us. My arm falls away from Mom as she climbs onto my mattress, pulling my fleece blanket over herself. I lie down next to her. Pain reverberates through my skull, pulsing like rocks are being dropped rhythmically into my brain. I'm bleeding, and my nose might be broken. Dad's face flashes before my eyes. I knit my hands at my sides.
Next time,
I whisper to Mom.
next time he touches me or you, I'm going to make him pay.
This makes Mom sob harder. She grabs hold of my hand and squeezes, shutting her eyes against the pillowcase. 15 minutes go by. I listen to the television's soft chatter in the living room as I stare at the evening through the window and watch the light bleed out from the day. Mom's breathing is shallow but steady.
I'm sorry.
She whispers finally, like it's a secret she and I share.
I'm sorry, Shiloh. I'm so sorry.
I don't reply because it's not okay, but Dad's the one who should be sorry. 30 minutes go by. I pull my comforter over my naked body and touch my nose. It feels swollen, but I think the bleeding has stopped, and I can't feel any breaks in my skin. I don't think it's broken. The television turns off. I wonder if Dad's going to try to come in. He pauses outside my door on his way to his bedroom, but after a few seconds, his feet shuffle off again. He's not a dinosaur anymore, or a bull, more like a wounded bear. After he's been gone for a while, Mom climbs out of bed and leaves my room, creeping back a few minutes later to bring me a glass of water and putting it on my nightstand with a soft clink. She touches my hair, kisses the side of my head, and then leaves. Nobody in the house stirs. Air trapped in the heating pipes rattles as the radiators battle the autumn chill outside. Stay warm, Max. The glass of water feels good going down my throat. By some miracle, I manage to fall asleep around 9, but just after 1 in the morning, the ache in my body pulls me awake. I want to be held, but not by anybody here. I want to feel safe, and I don't in this house. Pulling on my pajamas and tucking my hair into my hood, I creep out of my bedroom, slip on my sneakers, and sneak out the front door. "25. Shiloh. Miles's house is tall and gray, with ivy climbing up the chimney and shutters on each side of the windows that don't open or close. It's the kind of house I dream of buying for Max one day. A house that feels like home, with a white picket fence wrapped around the front and the smell of roses hanging in the air. Both of Miles's parents are college professors. His dad teaches French because he is French, the kind of French who has a thick accent and reminds me of a detective in an animated movie who strokes his mustache with a baguette when he's thinking. His mom teaches something to do with brains. I like them both. Even though Halloween is not for another month, they've already decorated for it. Spiderwebs cling to their bushes and fake ghosts hang from trees. In a way, I hate Miles for having a family who decorates and a father who does not snap his 12-year-old's wrist for forgetting to put the dishes away or touch him where he's not supposed to in a public arcade bathroom. I trudge through the wet grass to the back of the house. I keep my shoulder against the side of the house to avoid triggering the cameras or the motion sensors. Miles's bedroom is on the ground floor. His curtains aren't closed all the way. I lean close to the glass and peer inside to see Miles stretched out on top of his blankets with his arms stretched up over his head. He looks so innocent when he's sleeping. Who am I kidding? He looks innocent all the time. I check my reflection in the window. I'll probably have some bruises tomorrow, but for now I look fine. At least fine enough that I don't think Miles will notice anything is wrong as long as he keeps the lights off. I tap on the glass. He rolls over, and I tap again, louder this time. Miles sits upright. Seeing me in the window, his eyes shoot open. He gets out of bed and turns on his lamp, but instead of coming to the window, he walks down the hall. Weird. I'm still considering my next move when he comes back and strains to push open the bedroom window.
Sorry, I just had to turn off the alarm,
he says. There's a heartbeat of silence, but then he breaks it.
What are you doing here?
I realize he might still be pissed at me for this afternoon. Yesterday afternoon, I guess, since it's after midnight. It feels like a week ago.
Can I come in?
I whisper. Miles hesitates. After a second, he pops out the fly screen for me to pull myself through the window. Walking over to his bed, I collapse onto my side and pull the sheets over myself. Miles sits on the edge. He isn't wearing his glasses, and he looks younger because of it. A white t-shirt clings to the bones of his shoulders and ribs. Underwear with red and white stripes hugs his legs, making them look like candy canes. He's so much skinnier than me. Sometimes I forget how skinny he is because he's so tall.
What are you doing here?
Miles sits on the side of the bed. Maybe lying down with me would be too much to expect, given the way I treated him earlier.
It's 2:00 in the morning.
He's sitting too far away. I pat the bed, and Miles slowly lowers himself beside me. I roll onto my side to look at him. He's handsome. Really handsome, in an angular sort of way. Are your parents asleep? I ask. He looks at me, curled up in his bed like I've been here much longer.
I hope so. They went to bed hours ago, because like I said, it's 2:00 in the morning.
I focus on his eyes, his ears, the way his collarbone juts out of his t-shirt. I touch his smooth, clean-shaven face. His jaw sits in my hand. Holding his face feels like I'm holding Mom and Dad's wedding china, like if I move too fast in one direction, something will shift and break. The wrinkle disappears from Miles's brow. His voice is a whisper when he asks,
"What are you doing?"
Keeping my hand on the sharp bones of his face, I shift closer to him, look him in the eyes, and kiss him. At first, our lips barely touch. I don't remember the last time I kissed him. Before Max went missing, probably. Or maybe at the labyrinth. I'm not sure. I can feel his lips against mine, warm and soft like small pillows. I try to gauge whether he's pulling away, and when I'm sure he isn't, I kiss him harder. His lips part as his long fingers curl around my head, guiding him to me like he wants me. Warmth fills my chest and radiates out into my fingertips. I need to catch my breath. I pull away from him and gasp. Miles's eyes shoot open.
Shiloh, what is happening right now?
I shake my head to clear it. Just kiss me. I mumble, pulling him back over to me. His lips crush mine, closing all space between us. All the sadness and pain melt away every time he touches me. I melt away myself like soap in hot water or butter on the stove. He rolls on top of me. I hold his face with both hands to keep it right where it is, with me, bringing my body back to life. His hip bones dig into my thighs as he slides his hands down my sides. A whimper snags in my throat as his finger passes over where the belt hit me, and he draws back.
Are you okay?
My cheeks are burning hot. Yes. His breath brushes against my skin.
Are we going to talk about our fight?
I don't want to talk. I want to touch him. I want him to touch me. I want to destroy the memory of what Dad did earlier and in the Fun Palace, and wash away the grime beneath my fingernails. Dad is not here, and he can't stop or control me. I am my own person. Mine. I slide my hands underneath Miles's shirt, running them down his back before hooking my thumbs through his waistband. My thumb brushes over a pucker of tissue above his hip, and he flinches. Is everything okay? Miles glances down at my hand.
I've never done this before.
We don't have to.
No, I want to. I don't look like Jonah does.
Making sure not to hurt him, I pull his t-shirt up over his head and toss it over the edge of the bed onto the ground. The air catches in the back of my throat. I knew Miles was skinny, but I've never seen him without a shirt on. His hip bones protrude and I can see every one of his ribs under his skin. Miles looks at me looking at him and grimaces self-consciously.
I know, I'm sorry.
His Cupid's bow is flat, and I touch it with my thumb.
Miles Barot Renault, you are breathtaking.
A wide smile spreads across his lips. He starts pulling up my shirt. I remember the welts on my back, and I hold it down.
Can I keep it on?
Miles stops immediately.
Oh, yeah, of course.
He kisses me again. Every part of my body feels alive. For the first time since Max went missing, hell, maybe even for the first time in my life, I am filled with honest and undeniable desire. I want more of Miles, more of this feeling. Deep down, I've always been afraid of others touching me. I was afraid that even when I felt ready, I wouldn't be able to stomach anyone touching me because my only experience of someone touching me there had eaten a hole right through me. But all I want now is for Miles to touch me more. I pull at his candy cane underwear. Miles quirks up his eyebrow.
Are you absolutely sure you want to do this?
Heart pounding in my ears, I nod.
Do you have any,
Miles stands up, walks over to his closet, and retrieves a small box with such purposeful excitement that I can't help but giggle. Somebody's prepared, I say.
Yeah, the eternal Boy Scout. What can I say?
He flops back down on the bed with a cheeky grin.
I'm a planner.
I laugh harder and cup my hand over my mouth to stop the sound so as not to wake up his parents. Miles lowers himself onto me, and I wrap my arms around him. Miles falls off me and onto the mattress. I lie still, listening to his rapid breathing as he wipes sweat off his forehead and props himself up on his elbow to look at me, his curls falling into his eyes.
Was that okay?
He asks. I utter a choked, yes, but I don't want to move. What we just did dawns on me, and as the adrenaline fades away, the places where Dad hit me fill with blood, start to ache, and fuse my skin to the sheets. I run my tongue over my teeth. There's a bad taste in my mouth, and I wonder if Miles can smell it.
Can I get you a tissue or something?
Miles reaches down to grab his shirt and uses it to mop the sweat from his brow. He lowers his voice.
Did you, is there any blood or anything?
There's no blood. He curls around me like a blanket, and I breathe heavily into the pillow. I can feel him bury his nose into my hair, and I squeeze my eyes shut, focusing on his arms and his skin touching me, and not on the dawning realization that now that the adrenaline is wearing off, I don't remember why I came over in the first place.
Your hair smells good.
Miles curls a dirty strand around his finger.
You smell good. Everything about you is perfect. You're like the perfect girl.
I don't think that's true. I think of all the cheerleaders at school, the ones with hair as perfect as their lives who eat boys up and spit them out in chunks. As much as I want to think I'm that powerful, I'm not. I feel disconnected from my body, like I'm floating up and I can look down and see it lying underneath Miles's plaid comforter. I should be happy. Miles is holding me and nothing bad is happening. But something heavy sits in my stomach, pressing down and eating away at its lining like battery acid. My voice is barely there when I say, sometimes I don't know how to be a person. Miles shifts away so he can look me in the eye. I turn around so I'm looking at him. His cheek presses against the pillowcase so heavily that I can almost see the fabric wrinkling his skin. Our faces are inches apart.
What do you mean?
He whispers. Hard things seem easier for other people. I know Miles wants me to open up to him. He's been trying to get me to talk since Max went missing, but I don't know if I'm saying this right. I've never talked about this before. Like, Some people are born with being a human for dummies already downloaded in their brain, you know? They just know how to do things. I dropped my eyes to the ribbed neckline of his t-shirt. I don't know who I am.
I know who you are,
Miles says without missing a beat. He must see the disbelief cross my face because he says,
I do, okay? You're the most obdurate person I know.
My eyebrow quirks up. No idea what obdurate means, but I don't feel like asking.
I've seen you with Max. You would do anything for him. Even though you don't like to show it, you've got a heart the size of a planet, and it's obvious from the way you protect him. And I've never met someone who's brave like you. You're walking out of the back of the wardrobe straight into Narnia, believing Francesca even though she hasn't proven anything, and you're just putting yourself at the heart of it and trying to find the person you love. You knock me out, Shiloh. I'm just amazed by you.
I know what he's saying is nice, but it's just making me feel sticky. How can Miles say I protected Max when I so clearly didn't? Miles touches his fingers to my lips and nose, like he's making sure they are still there.
But there's something guarded about you,
he continues,
and I can't figure out how to get past it. I don't know what it is you're guarding, but whatever it is, I want to know.
I pull the blanket up to my chin. In the darkness, Miles's Darth Vader nightlight cuts into his hips and the indentations of his ribs and collarbones. I wish I were stronger than I am.
It is ridiculous how strong you are.
That's not what I meant. I'm talking about the kind of strength that can catch Dad's arm before it touches me and throw it back. Suddenly, Miles laughs. The gesture takes me by surprise and my stomach leaps to my throat. He quiets down.
I'm sorry,
he says, still smiling.
It's just that when you're with me, I get physically happier, like I can feel it in my body.
He presses his nose to my nose, and it's all I can do not to flinch or let the pain of the contact show.
I don't know what's happening to me. You walk into a room, and even if you're stressed or angry about something, I don't want to be around anybody else. I knew this afternoon. I knew you wanted to be alone, but I still wanted to be with you. I deserved what you said. I was being annoying. But I want to be with you even in the bad parts. I've never felt like this before.
His arm is bony and uncomfortable to lie on, and I adjust my head so that it doesn't hurt as much.
Do you know what I mean?
I don't think I feel the same way. Sometimes when I walk into a room and Miles looks at me with those eager eyes, I want to be somewhere else.
Shiloh.
A disbelieving look crosses his face.
I think I love you.
I laugh. The thought is so ridiculous that he's got to be kidding. He's kidding, right? Do you joke about stuff like this? He's not smiling. I pull away from him and sit up on his bed. Oh, God. He's serious. No, you don't.
I do.
He sits up and takes my face in his hands to stare into my eyes. His eyes are beautiful. So big, so open.
I love you.
But I fight for words. You don't even know me. He drops his hands.
What do you mean?
You wouldn't love me if you knew me.
I want to know you. That's what I've been saying, all of the stuff we've been talking about.
We've only been dating a month. If he's never felt this way about anyone, how does he know it's love? He doesn't.
What made you panic when we went to the Fun Palace?
He asks.
How are you holding up with Max being gone?
I don't want to talk about this.
But I do.
Miles takes my hands in his under the covers. I take in a shallow breath and Miles lowers his voice.
I know there are things that hurt you. Tell me about them. Staying silent about the things that silence you gives them power.
Miles's eyelashes flutter as he blinks at me, waiting for a response. I love you, the words echo. My heart tightens and quickens, and I need to get out of this bed. Miles has no idea what he's talking about. Love is a stupid promise and just another demand. To love him back. To be this person he thinks he loves. Where the hell are my pants? I bend down to pick them up and hear Miles gasp.
What's that on your back?
He asks. My hand shoots out to pull my shirt down. The fabric presses down into the welts of red skin. Nothing.
Nothing?
Miles's voice is so high it almost breaks. Help me find my pants. I stand up to walk over to the other side of the bed, and he follows me with his eyes. His mouth is wide open in an expression of unmasked horror.
Who did that to you?
I find my pants under the bed, put them on, and pull the drawstring tight. Miles takes my wrist. He curls his long fingers around it.
Shiloh, talk to me.
He begs. I can feel how much he wants me to stop moving, to tell him I love him and start to cry as I explain that Dad is a monster and I'm stuck in a labyrinth with him, running, always running away from him, and I don't know how to wield a sword well enough to stop him. But I can't tell Miles anything. The thought of doing so makes me want to run until I end up in a cornfield somewhere on my back in the middle of nowhere, looking up at the vast emptiness at the sky until dawn breaks and the crows come from my eyes. I don't know what's wrong with me. He loves me. I should be happy. He's looking at me like he's waiting for me to unravel before him like a flower blooming in slow motion, revealing every piece of my soul for him to observe like some rare species, or dissect like a worm in biology lab. There's a ringing in my ear. As I listen to it, I realize it's not ringing. It's a voice, telling me that if I unravel in front of him, if I let him see the person I really am, the person who wishes I could have plunged that knife into Dad's chest and twisted it with all my strength, Miles wouldn't still love me.
You need to talk to me,
Miles says, leaning off the bed to take my hand. I look down at where he's holding my fingers. Please, don't touch me. I yank my hand away. I don't love you, and I don't need to do anything.
You don't love me?
I don't love you, and I don't need you. I don't need anyone. I'm about to climb out of the window when he says, in a voice so small and defeated that I can barely hear him,
I love you, but I don't know how if you won't let me.
I glance back. He's sitting on the edge of the bed, still naked, pathetic. Hot tears press against the back of my eyes. Just don't. My feet crash onto the hard turf outside his bedroom window. I run through the front gate and make it to the end of the street before tears spill over my cheeks. What just happened? How did that all happen so fast? I just went to see Miles because I was upset and there wasn't anywhere else to go, but I didn't mean for this to happen. I didn't think he would tell me he loved me. How was I supposed to respond to love? I don't know what that feeling is. A painful, constricting sob fights its way out of my stomach. I grip the pole of the stop sign at the end of Miles's street and cry so hard it's almost a scream. 26. Shiloh. I wake up the next morning in so much pain. I don't want to get out of bed. As long as I stay where I am, I don't have to think about Max or Miles. I can pretend Max is in his bed across the hall. Mom cracks open my door at 6:30. Honey, are you awake? Her voice quivers when she asks the question. I want to tell her no, but don't want to lie, so I just don't move. Your father made breakfast, Mom says. Can you please come eat with us? She can't be serious. I prop myself on my elbow and glare at her. Pink silk pajamas hang on her bones like they're hanging off hooks. Why do you stay with him? Mom recoils at the question. Something behind her eyes darkens, and she lowers her voice when she snaps. Everyone has baggage, Shiloh. Now come to the table. I remember what she looked like last night, curled up across from me, damaged and discarded on top of my bed. At what point does it become enough? Is she ever going to say that it's enough? Or is she going to keep taking it until one day Dad kills her? Out of nowhere, I remember something Miles said last night. Staying silent about the things that silence you gives them power. I'm done giving Dad any power over me. I sit up in my bed and straighten my spine. I can hear Dad humming along to the radio in the kitchen, so I lower my voice.
2 weeks after Uncle Jim died,
I tell Mom.
Dad took me to an arcade in Mount Keenan and made me touch him. My throat narrows around the words, but I swallow hard and force myself to be specific in my description. I don't want to leave anything up to her imagination. He put my hand in his pants and asked me to touch him, and I did it because he said it would make him happy. He made me promise not to tell you, and then he drove me home. Mom digests this. Her fingers wrap around the doorframe as she raises her other hand to cover her mouth. I don't want to look away or back down. I want her to hear me. I want her to look at me. What's it going to take, Mom? She opens her mouth to say something, but with a trembling lip, she shakes her head and walks down the hallway back into the kitchen. A breath rattles out of my lips, and I fold over my knees, gripping them until Dad calls,
"Shiloh, breakfast!"
from the kitchen. I haul myself to my feet. I slide into a chair in the kitchen. Did I make a mistake telling Mom? I can't read the expression on her face as she sits across from me at the table. She drums her fingers across the tabletop like she's playing a repetitive song on the piano, and she has pulled her bottom lip between her teeth. It's bright this morning. Early sunlight slices through the windows at a low angle, filling the room with light. Last night, the shadows were sharp, and the night closed in around us. But today, an outsider would never guess anything like that could have happened here. I look for the knife I used on Dad. I can tell it's been through the dishwasher because the wooden block on the countertop is full of handles with no gaps. Dad is at the stove, an apron tied around his waist. He moves his hips in time with the gentle hymns rising from the radio, using tongs to transfer bacon onto a plate beside him. Taking the plate in his hand, he spins around. He sees me and holds up the plate.
"I made bacon."
"Because you're a pig," I think. He's made more than just bacon. A plate of eggs sits in front of Mom, beside a plate of French toast and a jug of maple syrup. The smell of cinnamon and melting butter hits my nose, and I start to salivate. Dad makes good French toast, but it doesn't change what he did. Dad puts the bacon down in front of me, and I notice a strip of gauze poking out from underneath his shirt sleeve.
"I'm sorry for last night,"
Dad says, reaching his arm around me and hugging me from behind.
"I lost control of my temper."
I train my eyes on the bacon. Drops of grease cling to the top of each piece and the fat glistens. Dad squeezes me.
"Can you say you did too?"
Lose control of my temper? I didn't. I'm tired of living in fear of him. I know he blames himself for Jim's death, although I don't know why. But Jim's death definitely wasn't Mom's fault, or mine, or Max's. When Dad realizes I'm not going to reply, he drops my shoulders with a sigh. His chair screeches the wood as he pulls it back and sits down. Mom pours coffee into my mug, and I notice the stream is shaking as her hand trembles.
"I just can't do anything right,"
Dad mutters.
"Is it too much to ask to have a nice meal with my family?"
Mom looks at me. The skin on her forehead has split where Dad hit her with the pan, and a purple bruise is growing there. I imagine my face looks just as bad, but I haven't looked in the mirror yet. Dad glances between us and then lowers his head into his hands before letting out a hard breath. Then he looks up and plasters a smile onto his face and gestures at the food.
"Here, dig in, everyone."
Dad forks a piece of bacon onto my plate.
"Shiloh, come on, eat some bacon."
I raise a piece of bacon to my lips and let the grease cover them like balm. Dad moves 3 pieces of French toast onto his plate.
"Heidi, can I have a glass of water?"
Mom gets up to get him one. On her way back to the table, the glass slips from her hands and shatters all over the floor. Dad tells Mom to clean up the glass, and I take advantage of the commotion to sneak off to the bathroom and sink onto the toilet. I wrap a strip of toilet paper around my hand and slowly touch myself with it, chomping down on my lip as I do so. It stings. I raise the tissue out of the toilet. Blood covers the top.
I've heard that some girls bleed after their first time, but I didn't expect it to hurt so much. My skin feels like it's been ripped apart. Folding the toilet paper, I shove it in my underpants and stand up, wash my hands, and finally work up the courage to look at myself in the mirror. My hands curl around the edges of the sink. Where Dad punched my nose, there's a small break in the skin, but my right eye is where the real problem is. Underneath my bottom lid, it's purple. Dad's not going to let me go to school like this. I open the drawer and rummage through it, hoping to find Mom's concealer. Dad usually doesn't hit me in the face. He's careful like that. I check under the sink but don't see any concealer. Mom must have some in her own bathroom. God knows she uses it. But before I can open the door to check, I stop myself. No. Screw this. I shouldn't have to cover it up. If Dad is ashamed, so be it. I'm done making myself smaller for him. Mom's face is worse, and he's cooking us breakfast like nothing happened. I press my hand against the door. I can still feel Miles's hands on me in the dark, sliding over my ribcage. Part of me wishes it had felt weird when he touched me, and that I wouldn't want him to do it again. But it felt so good. His touch was kind, safe. I want him to touch me again. I want to lose myself in him and forget myself while I'm doing so. But he wants more. He loves me, and I don't know what love means. I know I love Max, but the way I feel about Miles is different, and Max will always be more important to me than Miles. I press myself harder against the door. I don't want to go to school today, but at 7 o'clock, Mom drives me there. I thought Dad would stop her after seeing my face and all, but he didn't. He did tell us to go make ourselves presentable, and Mom did, but I refused, and Mom didn't have the heart to make me. Dad wanted everything to seem normal, I guess. Every couple of minutes, she turns her head to look at me, and I think she's going to ask me a question about what I told her, but she doesn't, and turns her attention back to the road. The hum of the engine fills the silence. I don't know what I expected when I told her, but I expected her to say something. It's weird that she's so silent. She pulls up to the curb and I unbuckle my seatbelt. I'm getting out of the car when Mom says, "Are you sure you want to go in like that?" I know immediately she's referring to my eye. I have nothing to be ashamed of. Mom pauses and nods. I might be wrong, but I think there's a hint of pride in her eyes. "I will be here to pick you up at 2:45. Okay. I take a deep breath of crisp fall air before closing the door and walking up to the doors. The few first leaves are coming down, and if I were Francesca, I'd probably want to catch them. But I'm not. Hanging above the entrance is a flashy banner announcing this weekend's homecoming dance. I pause to look up at it. With everything going on, I'd forgotten all about it. The banner is purple with gold squiggly letters spelling out, "We belong together," which must be the theme of the dance. I think of Richie Russo and Ashley Christensen, and I think of Mom and Dad. Yeah, right. School dances are dumb, especially ones with romantic themes. My parents met in high school. I imagine they went to the homecoming dance together and swayed to the same romantic music with their hands on each other. And look how that turned out. Miles probably likes these kinds of corny things, but I doubt he's going to ask me to go after last night. As I turn the corner to get to the homeroom, Jonah falls into stride beside me. "You got a second?" he asks. His blue eyes are bright against his black coat. A frown curves the side of his mouth. "Who did that to you?" He asked who did that, not what happened. I can't say I walked into a pole or something stupid like that because he'd see right through it. And even though I'm not going to cover it up, I'm not ready to talk about it. So I ignore his question. "What's up?" "I'm pretty sure my neighbor can see ghosts." Of all the things he could have said, this is not what I was expecting. "How do you know?" "I don't think she sees ghosts like Frankie does." Jonah makes a circle between his thumb and pointer finger before holding it up to his eye. "She wears this monocle, right? And I'm pretty sure she can see ghosts through it." I try to picture a monocle in my head. Those one-eyed glasses things? I think of old men in soldier uniforms and black and white movies. Jonah gives a quick nod.
It was a rich person thing that was big in the 1800s, so I don't know why she had it. But the thing is that she wasn't looking at me. She was looking at things around me while she was talking to me.
I snort. Jonah's funny. So you're telling me you found a monocle that lets people see ghosts through it because your neighbor couldn't focus on you while she was talking to you?
Exactly,
he says. Couldn't the reason she didn't focus on you be that you are, how do I put this? I pause for emphasis. Boring? Jonah looks so flustered, I almost want to laugh.
It wasn't that.
Maybe it's because your face looks like a donkey's ass.
I'm hot.
Keep telling yourself that, buddy.
We should go talk to the lady.
This is stupid, but I appreciate his enthusiasm. I underestimated Jonah when I first met him. He's actually turning into a decent friend. I want to find Max, I say. Not more people who can see ghosts. I'm perfectly happy with the Francesca we have, Jonah. And I have to go. With that, I enter my classroom and leave Jonah standing out in the hallway. I'm walking to my next class when I get approached again, this time by someone I wasn't expecting.
Shiloh Oleson,
says Call Me Bill, walking towards me. Oh crap, what's this about?
Principal Orr wants to have a little chat.
My mind immediately goes to Max. Have the police found something?
Oh, it's not about your brother. I'm sorry.
His face is so round, like a tennis racket. He jerks his thumb over his shoulder.
Ready to go?
Call Me Bill is smiling at me in a way that makes me think I don't have a choice, so I follow him down the hall.
Are you going to the homecoming dance?
He asks, swinging his arms beside him as we walk. No. Bill's face falls.
Why not?
I'm about to tell him I think dances are stupid, but then I realize it's not even my honest answer. As stupid as I think school dances are, if Miles asked me to homecoming, I would want to go. Because I don't think my boyfriend is going to ask me. Bill looks almost disappointed.
Why do you say that?
I focus on the tiles beneath me. I haven't seen Miles yet today, but I know he has AP French right now, which is on the other side of the building. It's not like Call Me Bill is going to tell Miles or Jonah my answers to these questions. He just wants to be everybody's friend, so I might as well just tell him the truth. My boyfriend told me he loved me, and I said I didn't love him back. Bill pauses for a second.
Did you mean it?
I don't know. I glance over at Bill and see he's already looking back at me with a hopeful look on his face. He says,
Sometimes I lash out when I get uncomfortable, but usually it's a sign I'm about to grow.
Before I'm done digesting the idea that somewhere in some parallel universe, or maybe inside of the Death Star, Call Me Bill would actually get mad about something, we reach Principal Orr's office door. Bill hooks his fingers through his lanyard.
Ready?
I guess. He opens the door for me to walk inside, and I find Principal Orr lowering herself into her chair.
Miss Oleson,
she says in a high-pitched, raspy voice. Her voice is classically feminine, but domineering. She's someone you don't want to mess with.
Please.
She motions to the chairs in front of her desk. Take a seat. She nods her thanks at Bill, who leaves. Principal Orr is a tall woman with black hair pulled back into a bun. She has stern, pointy features that look like they've been trained to spot misbehavior. She has no patience for children acting out of line and doesn't hesitate to send students to detention if they speak out of turn. Her sharp attitude has always scared me, but in the way you're scared of people you respect. You don't want to disappoint them. Principal Orr has never called me to her office before. I've always kept a low profile in school. I don't get in trouble. I lower myself onto the chair. Principal Orr folds her hands on the surface of her desk before leaning forward and pressing her lips into a thin line.
I don't know how to phrase this, she begins, but I'm coming from a place of concern. I'm aware of the personal issues you have been facing in the past 2 weeks, and for that, I'm sorry. Nobody should have to go through what you are going through.
I try to figure out what this is about. I haven't been paying attention in class because I have been preoccupied thinking about Max. Could she be mad about that? My heart quickens with every second of silence. Principal Orr clears her throat and asks, "How are you holding up?" "Oh, you know." I gesture at nothing and don't know what else to say. "I'm sorry, did I do something wrong?" "One of your classmates approached me this morning, concerned you might have gotten into some kind of trouble last night." She's talking about my eye. She has to be. I try hard not to touch it and fight to keep my voice steady as I ask, "Trouble? Are you comfortable telling me how you hurt your eye?" I should have used the concealer, I knew it. I also knew this is my moment to tell her, to accuse Dad of what he did. But my mouth just can't form the words. What's she going to do? Call the cops? Even though I didn't cover the black eye, Dad is still charming and people still won't believe me. And even if Principal Orr does believe me, even if every person in this town believes me, there's still a part of me, as much as I hate to admit it, that doesn't want to put Dad through the humiliation. And if Dad finds out I told someone, God, I don't even want to think about what he would do to me then. "I fell," I say. Principal Orr raises her eyebrows. It's obvious she doesn't believe me. "I'm not coming to you as your principal. I am coming to you as a resource," she says, leaning back in her chair. "If you are in some kind of trouble, I can get you help." I don't know what kind of help that would be. Regret pricks my chest. I was wrong to draw attention to myself like this. "I don't need help." "I understand why you're hesitating," she says. "It's all right. I'm in no rush. I'm happy just to sit here for a while until you feel comfortable talking to me." I don't really want to sit here, but I guess sitting in here is more comfortable than sitting in class with everyone staring at me, so I sink back in my chair. It's been about 5 minutes when I realize, Miles. Maybe whoever reported me thinks that quiet, smart, poetry-writing Miles Barot Renault finally lost his mind. If Call Me Bill hints to Principal Orr that Miles and I got into a fight because he wouldn't invite me to the dance, Miles would be the next one in here. "I want a word with you, Mr. Barot Renault." "It's nothing to do with Miles, if that's what you're thinking," I say. "I swear on my life." Principal Orr looks at me for a few seconds before she reaches forward and crosses something out with her pen. The silence stretches out. This chair is pretty comfortable. Principal Orr pushes her spectacles up her nose with her thumb and wakes up her computer, transferring her attention to the monitor on my left. She doesn't have a big office. It looks like a lot of the other office rooms in our school, with maroon fabric chairs, a dark oak desk, and a bookcase stretching up to the ceiling. In the bookcase are books, what a surprise, as well as folders, stacks of papers, and a pair of gold theatrical masks. One mask is twisted into a painful smile, another into a grimace. They're pretty creepy. She didn't strike me as a kind of person to be into theater stuff. I wonder if she used to be a theater kid. I point up at the masks. "What are those?" Principal Orr lowers her spectacles and twists her head around over her shoulder to check them out as a smile grows on her face. "Those are the masks of comedy and tragedy, representing the Greek muses Melpomene and Talia." She was definitely a theater kid. She looks way too excited about them. "Why do you have them?" "I used to teach drama," she says, and I huff in satisfaction. "I picked those up on a trip to Italy. Actors in classical times used to wear them so the audience would know whether to expect good emotions or bad. Gives a new meaning to the term two-faced, don't you think?" Interesting. I fall silent, and Principal Orr returns her attention to her computer. Behind her head in the bookcase, I notice a framed photograph of her looking a little younger, standing with the young toothy boy and grinning into the camera. The boy has uneven teeth and looks a few years older than Max. Another picture of this boy hangs on the wall. This one is just of him, not of Principal Orr, and looks like it was taken in the park. The boy's hair is combed neatly, and he is wearing a collared shirt with the top button undone. He looks kind of like Max in a way, albeit a little older and tidier. No matter how much I brush Max's hair, his cowlick doesn't flatten like that. I could keep it in place for a while with gel, but it always springs back. My chest warms. Is that your son? Instead of smiling the way she had with the masks, her face falls like a pale imitation of her tragedy mask. She takes off her spectacles again, and they hang from a bead necklace around her neck. That's Louis. Louis? My grandson. Principal Orr turns back to her desk. I notice that the tip of her nose has been brushed with pink. He went missing 3 years ago. Even though I never knew him, I can feel my heart shrink. Louis's smile looks even more like Max's than I remember. I don't want to be insensitive, but I really want to know. What happened to him? Principal Orr stares at me for a drawn-out moment. She must take pity on me because of my eye, or feel some kind of camaraderie because Max is missing, and I would understand her pain, because she says, "He drowned. My son took him swimming in the Coshocton. She pushes her glasses back up to dab the moisture collecting under her eyes. She looks like Mom has ever since Max went missing. Only Louis has been missing for 3 years. Does it get better? I wonder. I can't imagine holding on to this for 3 years. If I can't find Max, I don't know what I'll do. An unexpected pang of appreciation for Dad warms my chest. It was Dad who told me never to go swimming in the Coshocton. He was looking out for me. It also makes me understand, in a way, the families that Leonard reunites. Losing Max would bring so much pain, and if there was a way to get him back, as much as I want to believe I wouldn't, I would want to bring him back too, no matter the cost. He was only 10. We never found him. I'm sorry. I say, meaning it. Was he your only grandkid? She nods. Just my Louis. Principal Orr exhales sharply, wipes her eyes, and shakes her head. I'm getting emotional. I'm sorry. This is inappropriate, especially given your circumstances. It's okay. I miss him every day, says Principal Orr. And every day, all I look forward to is the day I get to hold him again. The words bounce off the walls of my skull. Hold him again. I immediately think of Leonard and get a chilling thought. Could Louis be the kid Leonard is trying to bring back? If he's been missing for 3 years, I doubt he's alive. They must have just not found his body. I glance back up at Louis's picture. He looks like Max. They have the exact same dimpled smile. I straighten my spine and search Principal Orr's eyes for a glimmer of darkness, some hint she might know more than she's letting on. Principal Orr must see the change on my face because her eyebrow quirks up. Are you all right, Miss Oleson? When I swallow, my throat is dry. How do you deal with it? I'm afraid I don't understand. Louis being gone, I say. It must be so hard. I think about him every day. In what way? I think about the day he will be with me again. My heart is pounding against my breastbone. I'm probably making it up. I want to find Max so badly that everyone looks suspicious to me. Principal Orr, can I ask you a question? Of course. Do you believe in ghosts? Something shifts behind her eyes. Something that raises the hairs on the back of my neck. But then the look is gone, and she's smiling again. You would be amazed at what's possible when you are certain that the people you love will come back to you. She says, God has ways of surprising us all. 27. Shiloh. I'm standing at the curb outside of school when Mom pulls up in her minivan at 2:45. I climb into the passenger seat as she flexes her fingers on the steering wheel, pulling her bottom lip through her teeth. Mom? I'm taking you somewhere, she says. She's still wearing her silk pajama shirt, but with her nice coat over the top. If I was wearing an outfit like that, she'd make me change out of it before I set foot out of the house. Where? You're not to speak a word, you hear me? Mom's knuckles are white on the steering wheel. There are splotches of red on her cheeks, and a simple ponytail keeps her hair out of her face. She does not look well. Not a word. I don't know who I'd speak a word to, but I nod anyway. She shifts the car into drive and pulls out of the school parking lot with a sense of purpose. Something is boiling beneath her skin. I try to figure out where we're going from the roads we turn down, then how long we stay on Route 13. We're headed in the direction of Mount Keenan, heading the same way we usually go to the grocery store, but she's acting weird, so I doubt we're going shopping. 15 minutes later, she turns down a narrow road I don't recognize into what looks like a business park full of near-identical beige buildings. She turns into one of the driveways. I try and read the sign, but she's driving so fast it disappears before I can. One sign across the street is for a chiropractor's office, and another is for an establishment called Tender Foot Care, whatever that is. Oh God. Maybe she found out I had sex with Miles and she's taking me to a doctor. I don't know how she could have found out. Not to be dramatic or anything, but if that's what we're doing here, I'd just about die of embarrassment. She swings into a parking spot close to the door. Leave your things, she says, gesturing at my school bag. She's starting to scare me. I'm about to ask where we are when she slams the door shut, leaving me no option but to hurry after her. She punches in a code into a keypad next to the doorway and lets herself into the building. The smell of disinfectant and something weird, chlorine maybe, hits my nose as we wait for the elevator. This feels like a doctor's office, or a hotel maybe, but I notice mailboxes along the wall, which would be unnecessary if it were a hotel. On the 3rd floor, we pass numbered doors until we reach the end of the hallway and Mom plugs a key into the knob, opening it with a click. She holds the door open for me, and I take the cue to walk inside. I stop and look around. It's just an empty room, with wall-to-wall shag carpet, the same beige as the building's exterior. I can see dimples in the carpet that suggest there was once furniture there, but there's no furniture now. I turn around to see Mom with her back pressed against the closed door, the same crazy guilt still darting around in her eyes. What is this? I ask her. Don't say a word, she says, and then it hits me. This is not a hotel or a low-budget golf course motel. This is an apartment. Whose apartment is this? I don't want to jump to conclusions, but above all, I don't want to be wrong. He can't know, she says, and I can't help it. A sharp, broken laugh bursts from my throat. When did you do this? It's her apartment. It's true. It's happening. It's real. I think of the small amount of money I have hidden in my bedroom from my Rite Aid job, the plans I have to go somewhere with Max the moment I turn 18. But I won't have to do that now. Mom's leaving Dad. I walk deeper into the room, tracing the outlines of the furniture with my eyes. There was a couch here once. There's a wall mount in the corner for a flat-screen TV. How did you pull together the money? I put down the deposit today. She's not smiling, but it doesn't matter. She keeps talking about the 2 bedrooms, the tennis court, the pool. I wouldn't have to change schools, and if we find Max... When we find him, I correct her. Then you will have to share a bedroom, she says. I race down the apartment's internal hallway into the smaller of the 2 bedrooms and press my palms against the floor-to-ceiling window that opens onto a balcony looking out over pool water bluer than the Caribbean, framed by concrete and a halo of lounge chairs. When are you going to do it? Not yet, she says.
I want to know about Max first. You can't say a word, Shiloh. I mean it.
I won't, I say, and almost want to hug her. I don't even care if this place gets any furniture at all. It's safe, and it's out of Bethany. It's somewhere else. It's away. I won't say a word, Mom. Mom has to stop at the grocery store on her way home, and I can't stop smiling all the way there. Mom got us an apartment. She's finally had enough. When Max comes home, he will have a place to be that's safe, away from Dad, away from everything. I'm practically skipping as I push the cart through the sliding doors. The grocery store is big, and it's in Mount Keenan, which is where we go to get groceries because Bethany is too small to have a chain supermarket. We get meat from the butcher, and we get eggs and milk from a farm near the school, but we get most things here. Mom squeezes tomatoes, checks the expiration date on ground beef, and chooses the right can of beans from the selection on the shelf. She says she wants to make chili for dinner. It's not lost on me that chili is Max's favorite. Most times Mom announced she was making chili, Max would wriggle his arms in a sort of happy dance, and later, when we were eating, he would pile on so much Mexican cheese that there was more cheese than chili in his bowl. I notice the bruised skin on Mom's wrists when her sleeves ride up as she reaches to take things off a high shelf. My stomach churns. I wish we could just go now, but I understand why she has to wait. I'm putting maple syrup in the chili because it's how Max likes it, Mom says, putting a large container of syrup into the cart. He's so cute, the way he loves maple syrup on everything. Remember those candies he made when he put the syrup out in the snow? I do remember those. I love Max, but they were gross. Don't we have syrup at the house? It's not enough. She loads 2 more containers, then another one into the cart, clearing the entire supply on the shelf. There are only small containers left. I'm going to put it in the chili. She moves on. This way. Mom must be going out of her mind with worry. I know none of her search parties have turned up anything, and it's been 8 days now. At least I know something. I can't imagine how hard it would be to have all your actions feel random and worthless. Mom puts a bag of onions into the cart and wipes her eyes with her palms. Have you decided to go to the homecoming dance? I blink at her. With everything going on, talking about the homecoming dance feels so trivial. I honestly wish I could stop thinking about the dance. I managed to avoid Miles until gym class, the one afternoon class that we have together, and made embarrassing eye contact with him across the gym as I emerged from the locker room. I wrapped my arms around myself, trying to hide in the shorts that I realized were hugging me in all the wrong places, but he just looked away. He's mad at me. Of course he is. I know what I said really hurt him, but I don't know how to make it better. I'm not ready to love him, but I don't want to lose him. Probably not, I say. Mom taps her fist into her palm as if she's trying to remember what else she needs. She remembers and scurries toward the spice aisle. I had a wonderful time at my homecoming dance when I was your age, she says as I follow her with the cart. Didn't you go with Dad? A small smile tugs on the corner of her mouth. No, actually. It was before I met him. I went with a boy who I knew had the biggest crush on me at the time, and it was actually quite lovely. She chuckles, and I raise my eyebrows at her. It's easy to forget that Mom had a life before Dad because they met so young. Imagining her dancing with another boy is hard, but based on the look on her face, it must have been nice. That's awesome. You should try to get Miles to ask you. Mom looks almost cheeky. It would be nice for you to have a little bit of fun. I don't have it in me to tell her what I told Call Me Bill earlier, that I don't think Miles will want to go. So I lie and say, I will. Mom looks pleased with this. Farther down the aisle, she runs into Mrs. McNabb from Bethany, who is full of questions about how we're doing and when the search parties are going out this week. I can tell Mom is not in the right headspace for this because her gaze keeps flitting around the room as if she's looking for a way out. I train my eyes on the row of salad dressings on the shelf across from me. If I don't focus on them and squint a little, the labels swim together, making all the bottles look like one continuous bottle, falling away into the distance like train tracks in a picture. I glance up from the dressing, over Mom's shoulder, and spot Principal Orr carrying a shopping basket past the dairy section. Her hair is down, cascading over her back in long, dark waves, and a floral skirt that I hadn't realized she was wearing earlier in school molds to her ankles. What is she doing here? I lean over so I can see her around Mom. Duh, she's getting groceries. Even principals have to eat. Principal Orr disappears down another aisle, and I step after her. Where are you going? Mom asks me. I'll be right back, I tell her. Just 1 second. I slip around the aisle after Principal Orr. She's made it to the freezer section now. I hang back so she doesn't see me. I don't think I've seen Principal Orr outside of school, and never with her hair down. She balances her basket in the crook of her arm as she opens the fridge and peers inside, reaching out to grab a packet of dinosaur chicken nuggets to put in her basket. She was weird in school earlier, talking about Lewis and how she wants to hold him again, and giving me that weird cryptic answer to the question of whether ghosts are real. She keeps walking until she stops in front of a row of snacks, reaching up to get a box of Gushers to put in her basket. Why is she getting Gushers? I thought she said Lewis was her only grandkid. She does not strike me as someone who would buy dinosaur nuggets and Gushers for herself. I've never seen an adult eat Gushers in my life. I'm turning the corner towards the self-checkouts, following her, when my elbow catches a display of tortilla chips and knocks it to the floor. Principal Orr glances backwards and notices me. Shiloh Oleson? I don't think I've ever heard her use my first name before. I hurry to straighten the display stand, and Principal Orr joins me, picking up a bag of chips and rearranging it on the cardboard stand. Once it's done, I glance at her awkwardly and take a few steps back. Hi, Principal Orr. I didn't see you there. I try to come up with an excuse to have been following her. I was shopping with my mom, and I saw you. I was just coming to say hi. Hello. She gives me a little wave. I hope Mom doesn't show up so Principal Orr won't see our matching bruises, although Mom's are better covered up than mine. I glance down into her basket. It's only the box of Gushers sitting next to the chicken nuggets. Are those your groceries for the week? Principal Orr pulls the basket closer to her chest. Those aren't for me. Who are they for? Her eyes dart behind my head. I'm sorry, Shiloh, but I'm in a bit of a rush. It was good seeing you. Principal Orr hurries to the self-checkout, and I stare at her. She looked almost guilty, like she was doing something I knew she wasn't supposed to. I think about parents who don't go into their kids' rooms after they've died, leaving everything the same as it always was, like some kind of a shrine. Never being found is almost worse than being dead. I wonder if Principal Orr's freezer is a shrine to Lewis, full of nuggets and burgers and ice cream. She scans the nuggets and candy before hurrying out of the store with her bag. Something occurs to me, something I haven't thought of before. I've been trying to find Max by tracking down Leonard, but maybe that isn't the only way to do it. Leonard wants to use Max to bring back another kid, and that kid must be someone with a family who misses him and wants him back. A kid exactly like Lewis. 28. Shiloh. It makes sense. Principal Orr knows who Max is, and she obviously knows, or at least suspects, what our situation at home is like, so she could have told Leonard. Leonard must have found out about our home life somehow, and I don't think he snuck into our house to watch. No, he had to have heard about it from somebody. Who better than the school principal? She was torn up after I mentioned Lewis in her office. She is obviously in pain, and pain makes people do unimaginable things. Mom and I eat bowls of chili in front of the TV for dinner since Dad isn't home to tell us we can't. Mom has to remind me to act upset when Dad gets back. Can't have him suspecting anything. I need to tell Francesca about Principal Orr. She doesn't react to things as emotionally as I do, so she will be able to tell me whether there's something to this or not. As soon as I get to school the next day, I scan the hallway for Francesca and quickly spot the blue ribbon she's woven into her braid. I race up to her. "Hi," I say, tapping her on the shoulder. "I like your ribbon." Francesca's cheeks flush red. Her hand flies up to her hair. "I was feeling quite sad about all this going on, so I wanted to do something pretty." "It is pretty." I lower my voice. "I had a conversation with Principal Orr yesterday, and she acted kind of weird." Francesca's eyebrows knit together. "What makes you say so?" I glance over both shoulders before grabbing Francesca's wrist and pulling her around the corner and into the women's bathroom. There's no one in here, so it's as safe a place as any to talk. "She told me her grandson Louis went missing a few years ago," I say. "And she said some weird things about how she's going to see him soon. But get this, I also saw her at Kroger after school buying snacks for kids." "Don't kids and adults eat the same snacks?" "I'm talking dinosaur chicken nuggets and Gushers, like kid snacks." "Ah." I scratch my temple. "Do you think Leonard might be trying to bring Louis back?" Francesca tightens her ribbon. "There's nobody named Louis in the cemetery." "I'm sure he's dead if he hasn't turned up in so long. Does it matter where he is as long as Leonard can find his ghost?" "I suppose not." I know it's a long shot, but it just made me think. Leonard has to bring back somebody, right? Finding him isn't the only way to find Max. If we can figure out who he's going to bring back, their family might know where Leonard is. Francesca purses her lips. I lean onto the balls of my feet and watch her consider it, turn it over in her brain, and parse through it. I hope she agrees with me. It will make me feel less crazy. "I suppose you're right, and it's worth inquiring into," she finally says. "But there is something I don't understand. If Leonard is kidnapping children with difficult lives, why did he choose Max?" She asks the question like she's just wondering, not like she's accusing me of anything. I pull my bottom lip between my teeth. I remember the nights Dad came home from the bar throwing things. Max would sit immobile and silent until I grabbed his hand and took him to his room to make a tent with the bed covers, where we'd stay quiet and wait for Dad to calm down or sober up. Sometimes that would take a while. I didn't want Max to hear too much. I couldn't play music because Dad would get angry if he heard us playing music. So I did my best to distract him with bad stories about his dinosaurs that I'd make up on the spot. Dad didn't usually come into the room. Once, last month, on the night Miles asked me to be his girlfriend after watching Star Wars, I came home to find Mom holding a bag of frozen peas to a welt on Max's arm in the bathroom. I can live with it when Dad hurts me, but when he hurts Max, I want him to burn. I don't care how drunk he gets or how much he misses Jim. For hurting Max, he deserves to rot in hell. Or someplace worse. Principal Orr called me to her office to talk to me about what happened to my face. I say, glancing at my reflection in the mirror. It still looks bruised, but the swelling around my eye is going down. Not realizing what I'm doing until I've lifted up my shirt, I turn around to show my back to Francesca. She sucks in a tight breath before I drop my shirt and turn back around to face her. Her eyes stay wide for a moment before they return to normal size. "My dad hits us," I say, "and nobody else knows." Red-hot shame burns my face. I can't believe I just said that to someone else. I've never told anyone about Dad before. I add, "Please don't tell anybody." Francesca raises her finger to her lips. "I will not tell a soul. I promise you." A drawn-out moment of silence passes before Francesca offers. "People remind me of metal sometimes. They often treat their struggles like rust, but I like to think they are more like tarnish." I have no idea what she means, but she sounds like she's trying to comfort me, and I appreciate that. During my next class, I try to pay attention to the lecture, but I just can't stop fidgeting. I drum my fingers against my desk, my foot taps on the floor. I can't believe I finally told someone. It's such a relief that I smile, and that makes me feel like a nutjob, grinning like an idiot as Mr. Mueller drones on about mitosis. All the time I've spent thinking about how I should maybe tell Miles, and I can't believe I told Francesca. I just said it, like it wasn't a big deal. My dad hits us, a statement of fact. My dad is an alcoholic and hits us because he can't control his surroundings but believes he can control us. Saying it feels good. I thought it would be harder. Putting things into words makes them real, but this is already real. It's not like Dad would stop hitting us if I stayed silent about it. I straighten my spine. I need to find Miles. This is what he wanted from me, to open up to him and talk to him about what I'm going through, wasn't it? It didn't scare Francesca away, so I guess it might not scare Miles. Miles has a free period now. When the bell rings, I race to the library to catch him before he leaves for class. It only takes me a second to spot him, sliding a notebook into his messenger bag at the table by the window. He's wearing a gray sweater that I know is scratchy because he wore it once when we watched a movie together, and my face broke out in a rash from where I pressed my head onto his shoulder. I might be allergic to wool. Whatever. My heart tenses at the sight of him. He looks almost angelic, with the light shining from behind his head and forming a kind of halo. I run to him and tap him on the shoulder. He looks up at me, and his face twists like he's just sucked on a lemon. Seeing him look unhappy to see me, my chest deflates a little. Hi. My voice is barely a whisper. I glance over at the librarian who is glaring at me. I shoot her an apologetic smile before returning my gaze to Miles. Miles? My dad hits us. Miles stares at me for a long second. Excuse me, what? My dad hits me. I repeat, relief washing over me as the words leave my mouth. I hope nobody else can hear me. The girl sitting over by the window doesn't look over, so I guess that's a good sign. He hits my mom too. And Max. He gets drunk and angry. Miles's eyes are locked on me. He doesn't say anything. As the silence stretches on, the smile on my face sinks on both sides. He hit me 2 nights ago because he was angry that I was trying to find Max after he told me not to. I continue. He hit me with a belt, and when I fought back, he punched me. That happened before I came to see you. Miles's brow furrows in pain. Why is he mad? I thought he wanted me to open up to him. I touch his shoulder and remember what it looks like under his shirt, how I could see its sharp definition against his sheets in the lamplight. I curl my fingers around it. I think he wants me to keep going. I don't like talking about bad things that happened to me, I say. I'm not used to it, and I'm bad at talking about my feelings. But I know you said it was important to you, and I'm trying. Miles pulls away from me. He zips up his bag and slings it over his shoulder. I need to go to class. But I thought, I'm sorry that happened to you, he says. But I have class. When he leaves the library, all the excitement drains out of my body like water running out of a bathtub as I watch him walk away. I don't understand. I thought that's what he wanted. He was probably just in a rush, I tell myself. But a part of me doesn't believe that. I sit down behind one of the computers, letting my backpack fall beside my chair. Numbness creeps into my chest. I can find him again during lunch, but until then, I'll distract myself. I angle the monitor slightly toward the wall before typing, Child Drowns, Bethany, Ohio, 2016. An article recounting the drowning appears in the Bethany Citizen. I click on it and read. Search called off for 10-year-old boy presumed drowned in Coshocton River. Published 9:12 a.m. Eastern Standard, August 26, 2016. No further searches are planned after Bethany police and fire spent a 4th day combing the Coshocton River for a missing 10-year-old boy from Youngstown who is presumed to have drowned, authorities said.
Lewis Orr 10 was reported missing at 1:44 p.m. Thursday from the river where it runs through Bethany. The boy had just finished 5th grade at St. Parish Elementary in Youngstown, was last seen swimming in the river with 2 of his cousins and an adult. The stretch of river where the boy was last seen contains a large tree hanging over the water, and there are also underwater rock formations, crevices, and dangerous currents that pose potential hazards for swimmers, according to a release from the York County Sheriff's Office. Over the past 4 days, first responders used boats, sonar, divers, and canine units in the effort to locate the victim. Crews are disappointed they have not been able to bring closure to the victim's family, said Sheriff Ernest Oleson in a press release.
One comment under the article reads that there's a bad undercurrent in the river and it's not safe to swim there. My fingers curl around the mouse. I can so easily picture Lewis's father turning his back for 1 second while his child slipped beneath the surface, never to return. If it were Max, I would never be able to forgive myself. And if I found a way to get him back, I would do anything to make it happen, no matter what it took. I find Francesca sitting alone in the cafeteria, peeling back the skin from a browning banana. I slide onto the bench across from her and lean forward onto my elbows. I want to look through Principal Orr's office, I say, taking my sandwich out of the paper bag. Watching your grandson drown can mess with your head, so I want to see if there's anything suspicious on her computer or in her desk that could lead us to Leonard. I suppose it couldn't hurt, Francesca says. I'm happy with that response. Miles would respond to the idea of breaking into Principal Orr's office and searching her hard drive with all sorts of doubts and protests, but not Francesca. A crinkled paper bag sits in front of her on the table. I tip it over to peek at what's inside and find that it's empty. Is that banana all you packed for lunch? Francesca crumples the bag in her hand. Richie hasn't gone to get groceries for this week yet. She's going to be hungry. I take my peanut butter sandwich out of the Ziploc bag and give her half. Take this. The white bread dimples between her fingers. I cannot take your food. Just take it, dummy. I flash her a smile. Francesca's been a good friend to me. I feel a sort of protective urge towards her, like it's my job to make sure she doesn't starve. 1 banana isn't enough. She takes a huge bite of the sandwich. Peanut butter sticks to her teeth as she smiles back. At the table behind Francesca, some girls are passing around magazine cutouts of dresses. They're probably talking about what they're wearing to homecoming. I catch a glimpse of leopard print on one of the photos and roll my eyes back into my head. Judging by the gold lettering on the banner and the We Belong Together theme, I'm guessing whoever's in charge of the props is going to go with the smoke machines, a disco ball, and pastel purple party favors to make everyone feel like they're in a bad music video or some kind of luxury shampoo commercial. As much as I hate to admit it, going to the dance would probably be pretty fun. If I went with Miles, at least. He would tell me how pretty I looked in my dress, and we would dance to dumb music while he talked about how impressive the yearbook committee's decorations were. He would enjoy it enough for me to enjoy it. I hope we can still go. I know he's mad at me now, but I really hope he doesn't stay mad at me forever. Suddenly, I remember something. I rummage through my backpack to find the crumpled up photo of Leonard I printed out at the library 2 days ago. I flatten it against the table and slide it to Francesca. I was meaning to ask you, is this guy here the same guy you saw come to the cemetery? Francesca holds the photo up to the light and frowns. This isn't him. My stomach sinks. Really? This man only has 3 fingers on each hand, see? Francesca points to each of Leonard Galis's hands, and I nod, because I knew that already. The man I saw come to the cemetery had all his fingers. Weird. In every photo of Leonard on that website, he only has 3 fingers. I wonder how this can be possible when a tray clatters down onto the aluminum table beside me and I jump. You were rude to me yesterday, Jonah says. Rude. I try to remember what he said to me yesterday. So much has happened, it feels like a long time ago. Oh, right, about your magical monocle? Francesca looks at me strangely.
There is no such thing as magic.
It isn't magical, Jonah says, sliding onto the bench next to me. But I think my neighbor can see ghosts through it.
Someone else can see ghosts?
Francesca asks. Jonah's black hair tumbles out over his forehead as he nods. With the monocle, she can. Francesca looks suspicious.
Are you sure about this?
He's not, I say quickly, shooting a sidelong glare at Jonah. I don't want him to give her false hope that someone else can see ghosts when it might not even be true. Don't listen to him. Jonah glares at me. And don't listen to Scooby. She wasn't even there. I told you yesterday, and I'll tell you again, I say. We don't need anyone else who sees ghosts because we have Francesca. I clap Francesca on the shoulder, and she smiles over at me. Jonah looks annoyed, but honestly, I don't really care. Good, glad that's settled. Jonah usually eats lunch with Miles. I glance past him, over at the rest of the cafeteria, but don't see Miles anywhere. Where's Miles? Avoiding you. Jonah wipes tomato sauce from the corner of his mouth before taking another big bite of cafeteria pizza. You were mean to him too, I guess. I search his eyes to try and figure out how much he knows. What did Miles tell you? He didn't have to say much, but he had the look on his face like he did the day after he finished all the Lego Star Wars sets, so I know it was bad. What did you do to him? Why do you assume I'm the one who did something? Nobody else has the power of the dark side, he says. Hoping he doesn't see the guilt I feel, I take another bite out of my sandwich. I need to go find him.
He is walking over right now.
Francesca gestures behind me, and I twist around to see that she's right. Oh God, Jonah didn't lie. Miles looks miserable. He sits down next to Francesca. With jerky motions, he takes his lunch out of his lunchbox. Francesca shifts toward him.
Hello, Miles.
Miles takes his Tupperware containers out of the box and arranges them in a neat line in front of him. Hi.
Shiloh was just telling me she believes Principal Orr might know something about Max and Leonard.
Francesca explains. Miles glares at me and I'm suddenly cold. Now why does she think that? I just think we should look through her office. I mumble. Miles lets out a pained sigh and opens his Tupperware with a small pop. I notice the thin, folded bread I'm forgetting the name of tucked against the side and pull my bottom lip between my teeth. I had that last time I ate dinner at his house. His mom's cooking is legendary. I want to ask for a bite, but I'm scared he'll say no. So you're saying this Scooby-Doo club, or whatever we are, is going to break into the school principal's office just like that? Miles says. Yeah, Jonah counters. We're going to unmask the evil principal for the villain she is. Then Velma and Daphne are going to go to the dance while Shaggy sparks up and Scooby gets the munchies. I laugh. Jonah is better at teasing than I am. If we're going to look through Principal Orr's office, I say, we need to do it when she's not there. You can't be serious, says Miles. We might as well just ask her. There is a moment of silence. Jonah's remark was funny. Miles's was mean. Do you think Leonard's running a business? Jonah says to nobody in particular. What, like he's advertising on the black market? Give me 10 grand and I'll bring your kid back from the dead? I scoff at the idea. Doubt it. I bet he approaches the families himself. The dance. Miles whispers absent-mindedly. I glance at him. The homecoming dance? He nods. School administrators have to chaperone during school functions, so it's unlikely Principal Orr would be in her office at the time. If we go to the dance, we can search her computer while she is distracted. Holy crap, that might actually work. You're a genius. I tell him. I can get her password from someone at the paper. He continues. He knows all the administrator passwords and uses them to access student files and such. She probably wouldn't keep anything incriminating on her school computer, but her Chrome search history would sync between devices, so we can go look through it if we find a way to go to the dance. Gee, and here we are, 2 boys and 2 girls. How the hell are we going to do that? Jonah asks.
I've never been to a school dance before.
Francesca bounces on her seat and glances over at me.
Do you think it's a good idea, Shiloh?
I wonder if Dad would let me go. He has barely spoken to me since breakfast yesterday. As much as I don't want to ask him, he does have the power to stop me from going. If I can convince my dad, I'm in. We can do it without you. Miles mutters. Something burns inside of me at the idea of being left out. Nobody's doing anything without me. It's my brother who's missing, remember? Do whatever you want. Miles stands up from the table. I'm going to sit outside until next period. You okay, buddy? Jonah asks. Want company? I'm fine. Miles is definitely angry with me, but this is my chance to talk to him, so I grab my lunch. I'll come. Miles holds up his palm. Please don't. He walks away from the table. I plop back down onto the bench in defeat. Miles has never spoken to me like that before. I glance at Jonah helplessly. Go, Jonah urges, dropping his attention back down to his pizza. I glance back at Miles. He's already almost out of the cafeteria, carrying his messenger bag like a suitcase. Jonah waves his arm. Go after him, Scooby, or I will. I grab my sandwich and hurry after Miles. Miles is sitting on a bench in front of the school. I stop walking, mostly because I want to put off having to face him for as long as possible. The doors close behind me with a soft thud, but Miles doesn't hear them and instead opens a book on his lap. I can't tell what the book is. I focus on the rise and fall of his shoulders, the rigidity of his posture, and the way his hair swoops into his face as he angles his head into the pages. I walk toward him, and he notices me, averting his eyes, but closing the book over with his finger. I catch a glimpse of the cover. It's poetry, something called lyrical ballads. I don't know it. Can I sit with you? I ask. Without a response, he slides over on the bench. I sit down beside him and fold my hands on my lap as he looks down at the 2 old guys on the book's cover. I don't exactly know what I'm supposed to say. I just know I feel guilty about telling him I don't love him, even though it's the truth. Just because I don't love him doesn't mean I don't want to be with him. I need him to be patient with me. I consider asking him what the book is about, but the bell is going to ring soon, so I should cut right to the chase. My dad hits us. I tell him for the 2nd time. Miles doesn't say anything. All he does is nod. He probably wants me to keep going. And I feel... How do I feel? Bad about that, and about Max. He hits him too. Miles still doesn't react. I pivot on the bench so I'm facing him. Come on, Miles, I'm trying here. Miles hangs his head and sits forward onto his knees. I don't know if I can do this. My heart double thumps. What are you talking about? With careful and capable fingers, Miles opens the book to where the receipt he's using as a bookmark is poking out of the pages. I realize it's a receipt from Rite Aid he must have kept from this summer. God, even small things matter to him. Maybe that's what love is. Read this poem, he says, touching a title reading, We Are 7 by William Wordsworth. I look at him funny. Seriously? It's a good poem. Class is starting soon, and I want to talk. It's short. There's time. Partly because I'm curious, and partly because I know I won't be able to avoid it, I sigh and pull the book onto my lap. Miles is right. The poem is short. I start to read. The poem tells the story of a small girl who, when asked how many siblings she has, says that they are 7. But when she's asked where her siblings are, the girl says that 2 of them are buried in the churchyard. If 2 of them are buried, that means there's only 5. But even though 2 of them are dead and up in heaven, the girl is adamant that they are still 7. It's cute. Well written. I hand Miles back the book. Why did I just read that? Because that's what I feel like. I try very hard to figure out what he means. You have 6 siblings? Miles sighs. I'm being deliberately dumb. He's an only child, I know that. I feel like the girl. His eyes are filled with real emotion, like they are windows to his pained and bleeding heart. With all the problems, you don't love me. You don't open up to me. I did open up to you. Because you felt you had to, not because you wanted to. He pounds his fist into his palm. You don't love me, but I still love you. I hold on to that and ignore the very real reasons I shouldn't, like the girl in the poem does. He pauses to think. Why did you come to my house the other night? It's my turn to think. Because you make me feel safe, I say. I was upset, and I wanted to feel good. What I'm hearing is that I love you, and you used me. I can't believe this. You don't understand. You don't have a family life like mine. Definitely don't try and explain it to me because I'd be too dumb to understand. I sigh. Opening up is hard for me. I don't like being vulnerable. Because it makes me feel weak, I almost finish, but don't. What we did was a big deal to me, he says. I'm struck by the overwhelming urge to kiss him and make it better. I've never done that, with anyone before. Me neither. Really? He sounds genuinely surprised. I don't know if I'm supposed to be offended by that or not. Miles buries his head in his hands for a moment before looking back up at me. I don't know, Shiloh. I don't think this is what falling in love is supposed to be like. This is too hard. My heart drops into my stomach. I sit on my hands and look out into the parking lot. Wind rustles through the tops of the trees. Over by the school field, I can see through the upside-down tree now. It's dropping its leaves like secrets, letting them float away with the breeze. Max used to say that trees look like skeletons without their leaves. I agree with him. Swaying in the wind, they look like they're dancing. I've never broken up with someone, but this sounds like he's breaking up with me. I don't understand how he can go from loving me to not wanting me so quickly. But he looks like he's already made up his mind. I take a ragged breath and stand up from the bench. Okay. Miles sits up straight. I'm still going to help look for Max. I can handle it. I don't want to be the asshole who breaks up with you and stops helping look for your brother. Okay, thanks, I guess. He looks at me with flat brown eyes and my chest tightens. I walk back into school just as the bell rings and go straight to biology lab, where my lab partner and I have to dissect an earthworm. My lab partner, Chris, pins the worm in place like it's said to do in the textbook. It says to make a single incision from here, he says, pointing at the pin at the top of the worm. Down to here. He looks up from the book. Cloudy safety goggles cover his eyes. Do you want to do it, or should I? I take the scalpel and press down on the worm where Chris told me to, drawing the blade down the worm's skin. But my grip is too firm. Both halves of the worm spring away from each other, and tiny clusters of intestines fall out onto the dissection board. 29. Shiloh. I'm waving off a customer when 2 women enter Rite Aid. I vaguely recognize one of them, but I don't know where I recognize her from. Her spine is straight as she disappears down one of the aisles, then reappears moments later holding a tube of Pringles. She walks up and sets them down at the counter with a soft clink. I scan the barcode and the scanner beeps. Will that be all? Yes, thank you. Her eyes stick to me as I bag the Pringles, and when I go to hand them back to her, her eyes are glued on my face. Shiloh Oleson? She says with an edge of warmth in her voice. A clip holds her shiny hair low on her neck. My name is Phoebe Huang. I'm with the FBI. She flashes the badge. I'd like to ask you a few questions if you have somewhere we could talk in private. Ice shoots down my spine. That's where I recognized her from. Walking out from Dad's office in Mount Keenan. I glance back at Sandy, my manager, for permission, and he gives me a brief nod. We can use the break room, I say. I walk around the counter on stiff legs, past Brian, whose eyebrows are raised in an I knew it way, as if he'd known this whole time it was me who kidnapped Max. I want to slap that expression right off his face. I lead Agent Huang back to the break room, and her partner joins us without introducing herself. My body folds into an aluminum chair across from them, my foot drumming against the floor. What is this about? I ask Agent Huang. I don't want to talk to her partner, whose bob is cut at an angle as sharp as the one on her nose, pointing it upward. For some reason, I just have a bad feeling about her. Agent Huang leans forward, clasping her hands out in front of her on the table. You aren't in any trouble, Miss Oleson. Shiloh, do you mind if I call you Shiloh? Sure, I guess. Okay, Shiloh. As you know, we've been looking for your brother, Max. And there are some things that just don't line up. Her voice is made of silk, like she's leading a meditation. There's no one else in the room except her partner, so the slight echo of her voice from the walls makes me feel very exposed. I'm going to be very frank with you, Shiloh, and I want you to be honest with me. Has your father ever raised his voice to you, your mother, or Max? I pull my vest tighter over my chest. Why? Do you suspect him of something? Please, Shiloh, just answer the question. I read somewhere that people can gain the psychological advantage and establish trust by constant use of your name. It's probably the first thing these guys learn during training. It gets on my nerves real quick. I run through the day Max went missing in my head. Dad was the one who went to pick Max up. I had to remind him to go because he was late and he had been drinking. But Coach Bozhart said Max disappeared at pickup time and that Dad arrived late, so Max was taken before Dad got there. Duncan's is close to the park. In their eyes, what would have stopped him from picking Max up on time, losing his temper, and going back to Duncan's to drink off the guilt of what he did, only to go back to the park to avoid suspicion after I called him, reminding him of Max's pickup time? That's not what happened, but the women sitting across from me wouldn't know what happened. Without Francesca, how could they trace it back to Leonard, who supposedly died in 1934? It wouldn't take Agent Huang long to stop Shilohing me if I ran the whole ghost thing past her. I wring my hands together in my lap. Agent Huang is not asking me if Dad is guilty. She's asking me if Dad has ever raised his voice at me. Don't all fathers raise their voices at their kids from time to time? But I know just by looking at them, that's not what they mean. Is this where I'm supposed to admit it? With the backing of the FBI and a black eye that the whole town has probably seen by now? Would the town believe it? Mom has already gotten the apartment. They can't take me away from Max because he's not here right now. I drop my eyes to the table. Guilt wraps a spindly hand around my throat as I whisper a soft, yes. Agent Huang exchanges a glance with her bob-haired partner before asking, I understand he's a drinker. Has he ever lost his temper or done anything to hurt you? I'm doing something wrong. I can't do this to Dad when I know he wasn't the one who hurt Max. But before I can fully comprehend what I'm doing, I reach into my pocket and take out my iPod. They scroll through the pictures. I always imagined the audible gasps in the court as I whipped them out as evidence. I imagine my attorney turning them into a slideshow. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, click, click, like a giant gotcha finger pointed at Dad. But I guess these guys have seen worse. Agent Huang scrolls through them one after the other. Upside down, I see the broken glass on the carpet, my almost naked torso, a lip Dad said I busted playing catch. She asks my permission to copy the photos. I've come this far. I can't back down now. After she's done, she slides the iPod back over to me. I'm so sorry, she says as I tuck it back into my pocket. She's stopped using my name now. The partner with the bob pipes up. Did he hurt Max that same way? She asks. Does he hit your mom? Keeping my eyes on Agent Huang, I nod. Seconds pass. I don't know how I feel. If Dad didn't want it to get out, then he never should have done it in the first place. But guilt's hand has not moved from my throat. I'll let you get back to work, says Agent Huang, and her partner stands up. What are you going to do to him? I ask. Agent Huang takes a card from her wallet and gives it to me. I hold it by the edges in the fingers of both hands like it's about to self-destruct. If you remember anything else, she says, please contact me. Anytime. I stand up and follow her back out to the counter because I don't want anyone to think there's something wrong. Did that really just happen? I force myself to keep my head up until my shift is done, as my brain races to try and figure out whether I did the right thing. Sandy and Brian keep side-eyeing me. Dad might not have killed Max, but if he'd smashed his head a little harder into the wall that time, he could have. I'm starting to wonder if right and wrong matter as much as people say they do. Everything's too complicated for that. I'm going to need to ask Dad for permission to go to the dance tonight. I'll have to get him in a good mood so he'll let me go. I'm still rehearsing the way I'm going to ask him when I turn down my street and see the squad car lights flashing, soundless, down by our house. In front of our house. I quicken my pace to a run. I hear Dad's voice before I even reach the mouth of our driveway, where I stop in my tracks and watch Connie and Finnegan walk him out of the house with his hands behind his back. Agent Huang and her partner stand on the grass, watching. Dad's eyes lock on me.
Shiloh, tell them. They're making a mistake.
I hurry around him to where Mom is standing in the doorway, watching him go with her hand over her mouth. What's going on? I ask. They're arresting him, she says in a faraway voice. For killing your brother. But they didn't find a body. Doesn't matter, apparently, she says, and Finnegan pushes Dad's head down as he gets into the back of the car. I look at Agent Huang and she looks right back. I can see the weight behind her eyes. It's like she's waiting for me to breathe a sigh of relief or cry or react in some way. But as they take Dad away, I don't know how to give her what she wants. It won't last forever. When I find Max, they will let him go. But the beloved sheriff's fall from grace is all over the news. Ernest Oleson hits his kids. Ernest Oleson beats his wife. They don't know the worst of it, and I hope they never will. But they have most of it. Mom makes me turn it off. I know how it must make her feel, but I can't tell whether she believes he did it. She hasn't asked me how they found out. I wonder if the reason she hasn't asked is because she said something to them herself. Maybe we reached our breaking points at the same time. Going to the dance tomorrow will be hell. With everyone staring at me, I wonder if I'll be able to get away long enough to get to Principal Orr's office. Mom gives me permission to go. She says she'll drive me. Once she's had time to process what's happened, she'll turn to me and start demanding answers. But hopefully it won't get that far. Tomorrow, something in Principal Orr's office will lead me to Max. and I will have him home before Mom even has time to believe he's dead. 30. Shiloh. At 7 o'clock, half an hour before I have to leave for the dance, Mom knocks on my bedroom door. She holds up a comb. I thought she might need some help getting ready. I wasn't planning to dress up for the dance. I want to blend in, but I also want to wear something I can move in. I already censored my black eye with concealer, but I guess I could let Mom do my hair. Thanks. I keep my hands folded in my lap as Mom takes out my hair tie, sending my sandy hair cascading over my shoulders. She runs her fingers through the freshly washed strands, combing it so it's out of my face. My beautiful, brave, strong girl. Mom's hands rest on my shoulders. Her fingers feel like they're made of twigs, like I could break them if I moved too fast. I'm so sorry for what I did to you. What did you do to me? If I had left earlier, your father wouldn't have taken him from us. Her words are empty, like they haven't been imbued with meaning yet, like she doesn't truly believe they're real. Because they're not. I twist around to look her in the eye. I'm going to bring him home. Shiloh. I will, I say, gripping the back of the chair. He's not dead yet, and I will save him. I promise you that. Mom looks like she's about to cry as she tells me to sit back down. Once she's done straightening my hair, she leaves the room and returns with a yellow dress hanging over her arm. The dress is long. I don't know if I'll be able to run in it. This was the dress I wore to my homecoming, she says, like a puppet moving through the motions without any life. She turns her back as I wriggle out of my jeans. I pull the dress on before tapping on Mom's shoulder for help zipping it up. A small gasp catches in her throat when she sees me. She zips me up and I walk over to the mirror hanging over my door where it's my turn to gasp. The dress is beautiful. It hugs my rib cage and flares out at my hips. A fabric rose attaches at the middle of the chest. The dress smells musty and dusty, like it's been sitting in the back of a closet for years. In high school, Mom was shorter than me, so the dress stops just above my ankles. I twist around and the material flares out around my legs. Mom grins behind me. I have matching shoes. Let me get them for you. I'll just wear sneakers. I can hike up the dress to run, but if I wear nice shoes, I know I will trip. The dress will still look cool with sneakers. Mom touches my hair again. Let me put a braid in your hair. She ushers me back into the seat and braids the front of my hair back so it's out of my face. She cups my cheek. You look beautiful. Thanks, Mom. Do you want to take that bracelet off? I cut my hand over the rubber Wonder Woman bracelet Max gave me. No, it stays on. Are you sure you want to do this tonight? She asks. I know how it looks. To her, I'm going to a dance, having fun after the news of my father's arrest for my brother's murder. She doesn't know that tonight, I'm going to war. Yes. All right. She leaves the room. A shuddering breath slips through my lips. I have to do it now. This is my chance. Pressing my ear to the door to make sure Mom is in the kitchen, I step into the hallway. I turn the corner out of sight from the kitchen and find that Mom and Dad's bedroom door is already open. I slip inside. The lights are off. A stale smell lingers in the air as I walk around to Dad's nightstand and pull the top drawer open. It's empty. He keeps a gun by his bed, that much I know, but I thought it would be in the nightstand. I glance around the room. My eyes settle on his closet door. Belt loops clink against the door, but I silence them with my hand. The television turns off in the living room, and I freeze, waiting to hear if Mom is coming toward me, but she's not. I push Dad's dress shirts to the side and crouch down to rummage through the piles of papers and trays of miscellaneous items on the floor. Nothing here. I lean up onto my tiptoes to take a frayed shoebox from the top shelf and pull back the lid. A pistol, 2 magazines, and a bag of ammo roll around in the box. I know it's semi-automatic because I've asked Dad before, and after Mom went to bed last night, I watched a bunch of YouTube videos to learn how it works. I've never shot a gun before, and I'm not planning to shoot it tonight. But if we find something in Principal Orr's office that leads us to Max, I don't want to confront Leonard unless I'm prepared. I pick up the pistol and carefully release the magazine the way the video showed me. I pull back the slide. It's not loaded. Shiloh? Mom calls from down the hall. I grab a loaded magazine and conceal the gun under the fabric of my dress. Ready to go? Coming. I rush out of their room and around the corner to see Mom standing in the mouth of the hallway. I brush my hair out of my face and hope I don't look guilty. Sorry, I was in the bathroom. I'll wait for you in the car. I close my bedroom door and use a scarf to wrap the gun and magazine before tucking the bundle into my purse and leaving to join Mom. My purse sits heavily on my lap. I fold both of my hands over it. Mom drums her fingers against the steering wheel. I can feel the gun through the fabric. This is okay, I assure myself. You are only going to use it if you really have to. I'm going to be glad I have it if I find Max tonight. Leonard probably has a gun. What's the point in finding Max if I can't get past Leonard? We're getting close. I can feel it deep inside me. Mom pulls up right in front of the school. Parents stop talking and crane their necks to peer into the car and look at us. I jerk my chin up. I need to do what I came here for. I will not let them get to me. Mom grips the steering wheel hard. Call me using the school's phone or borrow someone's phone if you need to be picked up. I will. She drives away, and I turn to face the doors. Here goes nothing. I keep my head high as I walk through the doors. Am I going to look heartless? Will they see me differently? One mom looks like she's undressing me, wondering what kind of bruises or scars could be lurking beneath the fabric of my long dress. I knew people would know, but every head turns and every eye is glued to me. One foot in front of the other. I don't know why I think it'll be better when I get to the gymnasium. I stop in front of the ticket booth and clear my throat. The girl blinks up at me from under long, fake eyelashes that are pressing up against the inside of her glasses. A small gasp slips through her lips. I pull the ticket from my purse and hand it to her. She's still staring at me. I can't deal with this right now. I leave the ticket on the table and push through the red streamers hanging over the door to the gym. Happy homecoming, Shiloh! The girl calls after me, but she sounds far away as I stop to take in the gym. Whoa. The place has been transformed. Red, black, and purple balloons arch over the doors. Streamers and lanterns hang from the ceiling, illuminating the black cloth tables and displays of snacks along the side of the room. There is a large cardboard cutout of an eagle by the archway, and someone dressed in an eagle costume is standing in the corner. Fabric feathers sag under his arms. I can't help but scoff in amusement. Poor guy. I hope the school is paying him well. The most striking decoration in the gym is the large fake tree in the center of the dance floor. Red lights circle the trunk. Nobody's dancing yet, so I walk closer to it and find that its branches are covered in leaves cut from construction paper. Glitter glue clings to the edges of the leaves, making them look as if they're rimmed with frost. God works hard, but the decorations committee seems to work harder. I do a quick sweep for Jonah, Francesca, and Miles, but by the looks of it, none of them are here yet. I can hear the whispers as I cross the room to take 3 chocolate chip cookies from the snack tray and sit alone at an unoccupied table to wait for them. A bouncy pop song starts playing. It's still early into the night, so for the most part, people are eating or wandering around the hall like I just was, talking about how cool the tree looks. I can't help but marvel at the number of sequins in some of the girls' dresses. If the dresses aren't sequined, they're metallic, making most of the girls look like different breeds of the same teenage alien. I'm glad my dress is soft. It's more comfortable. I catch glimpses of smudged red paint on some of the girls' faces and hands. I forgot there was a football game today, too. A lot of people go to those, but I've never been interested. By the time Jonah arrives, I've just finished my 3rd cookie. He walks through the streamers wearing a crinkled gray shirt tucked into khakis. A brunette in fluorescent green hangs off his arm like a monkey. A frown tugs on my mouth. Why did he bring a date? I thought we were all coming alone so that we could focus on the mission. But come to think of it, I didn't tell him that's what I expected. Jonah waves at me, and I run over to him.
Cool dress,
he says. I flatten the front of the skirt. Nice shirt.
I didn't iron it.
Yeah, I can tell. I wave at his date, who is not paying attention to me and is pushing her bangs out of her face. I don't recognize her, either because I don't know her or because of the amount of makeup she's wearing. I'm Shiloh, by the way. She smiles like she doesn't care. Rachel. I thought you were going with Miles, I say to Jonah. Jonah shrugs.
Turns out I'm not his type.
Without warning, Rachel shrieks in excitement and exclaims, Cindy! In a high-pitched voice. She drops Jonah's arm and stumbles on her high heels towards another girl standing by the snacks with their arms stretched out. I shoot Jonah a mocking smile. She seems nice. Jonah quirks up his brow.
Is it true?
He asks straight up, not like he's gossiping, and not like there's weight attached to it. Jonah seems like he's had a tough life. He gets it. So I say, yeah. He echoes my nod and purses his lips into a line. He looks like he's searching for something to say, but there isn't anything to be said about it. So before he can get anything else out, I ask, are Francesca and Miles here?
Miles is never late,
Jonah says.
He'll be somewhere in here.
As if on cue, I spot Miles walk through the streamers with Francesca on his heels. Francesca's face opens when she sees the decorations. She steps into the light, and I notice she isn't wearing a dress. She's wearing a t-shirt with a chain of bandanas tied around the middle. Guilt squeezes my stomach. I know Francesca likes to feel pretty. I should have given her one of my dresses to wear. Miles's shirt is ironed under his pea coat, and the coat's rows of buttons glint in the red light. Francesca sees us first and waves before bounding up to us.
Isn't this wonderful?
She meets my eyes, and even though she already knew about Dad, I can tell she's feeling sad for me, but isn't going to say anything. Francesca always knows the right thing to say. In this case, it's nothing. Miles knew already too, but he isn't good at hiding the shock on his face.
Shiloh, I didn't know.
Yes, you did. I literally told you. I don't want to talk about it. Two red-lipped mothers are standing by the door. They look close enough to hear what we're saying. I don't want anyone to hear, so I beckon for everyone to step away from the wall, closer to the center of the room. Francesca reaches up to touch one of the tree's orange leaves while I go over the plan. Principal Orr isn't here yet, so there's nothing for us to do but wait. Miles wanders off with Francesca to go and socialize with some kids from the paper. Jonah goes to get food. Not wanting to stand on the dance floor alone and vulnerable to the vultures, I sit down at a table. There are 4 doors leading in and out of the gymnasium. 2 are blocked off, and both are guarded by chaperones. Standing against the wall is Call Me Bill, who catches me looking at him and looks almost disappointed. I probably look pathetic sitting alone. I hope he's not going to come over here. Call Me Bill takes a step forward. Smack. Jonah drops his paper plate onto the table and lowers himself into a folding chair, saving me from whatever that conversation would have been like.
How's it going, Scoob?
I appreciate his attempt at normalcy. I say the first normal thing that pops into my head. Where's your date?
Rachel? She's not my date.
I remember the way she hung from Jonah's arm. Well, she sure looked comfortable with you.
She's friends with my sister,
Jonah says.
Or actually, her sister is friends with my sister.
You're not going to try and find her? Jonah shakes his head. I can't help but smirk at him. She's that boring?
She's also pretty drunk.
You're kind of a jerk to abandon her.
She abandoned me, remember? You were there. And besides, it would be just as rude to abandon you, sitting over here looking sorry for yourself.
I'd never admit it, but I'm glad he's here. I raise my eyes over Jonah's shoulder to where Miles is standing beside Francesca. He seems to be introducing her to the other kids from the paper. Francesca shakes the hand of the girl with the bug-eyed glasses. She looks happy, which makes me happy. At least until Miles puts his hand on Francesca's shoulder and my stomach drops.
What are you staring at?
Jonah asks and follows my gaze over to Miles.
Oh.
Do you think they're going to date? I can't believe how stupid the question sounds coming out of my mouth. Jonah's reaction is immediate.
Those two?
He laughs, kicking back in his chair.
No way.
You didn't see the way Miles looked at me.
When?
When I told him I didn't love him, I almost say. But I can't say that to Jonah. He's Miles's best friend, and he will always take Miles's side. Instead, I joke. When he learned I had a mistress. Jonah mocks surprise.
Oh no, he learned about Tiny Tim?
Imagining the Christmas Carol character in a romantic context brings a smile to my face. He's got a little something, what can I say? Jonah fits an entire chip into his mouth.
It's the crutch.
I laugh. Jonah's eyes glint in playful amusement, and he looks like he's about to say something else when I catch a glimpse of the turquoise rock sitting on Principal Orr's chest as she walks through the door in a conservative black dress. The smile disappears from my face. If she's in here, then she's not in her office. It's time. Come on, let's move, I say. Jonah gives me a burner phone and says he'll give the other to Francesca. If he's done what he said he would, he already saved his and Miles's numbers on both phones, so Francesca can reach us if she sees anything while she's on lookout. Jonah goes to tell Miles and Francesca that we're starting. As soon as he reaches them, I tell the chaperones at the main door that I have to go to the bathroom and walk out the door. We need to leave one at a time so nobody suspects us. Francesca and Jonah will leave through the side door. Miles will leave through the far door because it's the closest to Principal Orr's office, and he needs to meet me there in case his friend's password is wrong. But before I meet him, I need to get the key from the janitor's office. I stop in front of the door, glance over my shoulder, and when I'm sure nobody is looking at me, I slip around the corner and run towards the janitor's closet. The door is closed. I try the handle to find that it's unlocked. With one last glance over my shoulder, I open the door and step inside. My hand claps over my mouth, but it's too late. The sound has already escaped. Sitting on a stool against the back wall is the janitor. I forget his name, even though I know Miles has told me. He's a mean, crotchety old man with a scowl etched across his face. He doesn't talk much, and I've always been a little scared of him. He looks like the kind of person who collects insects, who enjoys catching them alive and sticking needles through their abdomens and pinning them to a display board until they stop twitching and die. He straightens his uniform and frowns at the sight of me. I didn't think the janitor would be working during school dances. I glance up at the master key. There it is, as Miles promised, hanging on a hook behind the janitor's head. The janitor blinks at me.
Students aren't permitted to leave the gym during dances.
I got lost. It sounds lame even as I say it. The door opens behind me. I glance back to see Francesca walk in. What is she doing here? I saw the door open, Francesca explains as if reading my mind. Oh, hello, Alfred. Alfred, that's his name. Alfred's brow pinches together.
What are you doing here, huh? You kids planning to spark up a doobie in the janitorial closet?
Francesca laughs and I glare at her. I don't know who uses the word doobie anymore, but now is not the time to laugh.
If you do, you'll be out this school before your skinny asses touch the ground. Get back to the gym, or I'm going to call Bill.
Bill would love that, I think. Call Me Bill has this security earpiece he wears sometimes, because I guess he thinks it makes him look like he's guarding the president. Francesca frowns. I'm sorry, Alfred, but I'm afraid we can't do that.
What are you gonna do, kid, huh?
Alfred stands up. I can't get around him. He's too big.
Set me on fire like you did that poor guy?
Pain flashes across her eyes. My fists curl at my sides. Before Alfred can say anything more, I reach across Francesca, grab the mop leaning against the wall, and drive the end into Alfred's side. He yells in surprise as I race around him, slip the key off its hook, take Francesca's wrist, and pull her after me into the hallway. I run around the corner as fast as I can and slip into one of the classrooms, locking the door behind me. Francesca and I crouch under the window.
"What on earth did you do that for?"
Francesca whispers.
"Alfred is a good man."
"He was going to call Bill," I say.
"He's certainly going to call him now,"
she hisses.
"You didn't need to hurt him with a mop."
"Would you have preferred me to unzip my dress a little?" Alfred's heavy footsteps drum against the hallway floor. I know I shouldn't have done it, but the way he was talking to Francesca sent me over the edge. Hopefully, we were fast enough for him not to see us come in here.
"We should not stab good people with mops,"
Francesca says.
"We should not hurt people and then act as if it means nothing."
I'm surprised Francesca is so upset. Death doesn't seem to bother her. But I guess there's a difference between death and suffering. Not that Alfred is suffering right now. It's not like I hit him hard. Okay, I assure her. Not again. I think about the gun in my purse. Alfred is speaking on the phone. Must be to call me Bill. Hitting Alfred means that Bill will probably go and find Principal Orr. I peer through the window. Sure enough, there's Bill running toward Alfred with Principal Orr walking on his heels. They walk around the corner, probably in the direction Alfred thought he saw us go. "Stay here to keep watch," I say to Francesca. "You've got the burner phone?" She does.
"I will call Miles if Alfred comes back."
Good. I slip out the door and run in the direction of Principal Orr's office. My heart is pounding, but my head is clear. If I can get into Principal Orr's office and keep the lights off, we might have a little time. I don't think they're going to open every door to check for Francesca. Do they have a second master key? I hope Alfred isn't hurt. I didn't mean to hurt him. I just wanted to surprise him enough to get out of the way. Something's wrong with me. I don't get violent with people, and I know this is going to mean more than a suspension. But I can't worry about that right now. Miles is waiting in front of the door when I get there. I ask, "Where's Jonah?" "By the library, where you said he should be." I hold up the key with a mischievous grin. "Let's do this." My hands on the key are steady as I push it into the office lock and twist the handle with a click. Principal Orr's office is quiet, and everything looks the same as it did when I was here last, except there are more shadows. The masks look like demons, their eyes and mouths hollow and bottomless. I walk around to her chair and sit down, bracing my forearms on the leather armrests. Miles looks over my shoulder. He rubs his hands together like he does when he's anxious about something. I memorize the passcode Miles provided, but I pull the piece of paper out from under the gun in my purse so that I don't make a mistake as I type it in. Please work. I hit enter. The desktop fills the screen. Relief washes over me as I open Chrome. Go look through her drawers. I hiss at Miles. For what? Anything weird? Anything that could link her to Leonard or indicate she might be thinking about ghosts? Remember, pay attention to her search history, Miles says. She wouldn't leave anything incriminating on a computer she doesn't properly password protect, but her search history syncs between all her devices. Okay. Miles uses his phone flashlight to look through Principal Orr's desk so we don't have to put the office light on. He pulls a stack of papers out of her drawer, and I open her search history. My hand curls around the mouse as I scroll through it. Max went missing 2 weeks ago. If Leonard approached Principal Orr with a promise he could bring Lewis back 3 weeks ago, I bet Principal Orr would have wanted to check whether he's legitimate. If she's a logical person, which she seems to be, she would have gone through the same period of questioning that I did. She would have had to consider whether ghosts were real, who Leonard was, whether he could do what he promised. This means she would have found the circus profile, articles reporting Evangeline Duran's death, Googled reasonable questions like, are ghosts real? I scroll back to 4 weeks ago and move forward to the day Max went missing. What are you looking for? Miles asks. Something weird, I guess. There's an online shopping website. a Romance Writers of America forum. Searches of words like adjacent, I assume she looked up to spell correctly. Nothing weird.
Do you think Principal Orr could do something like this?
Miles asks. I don't know. I wonder if there's something on her home computer, an email or something. Miles may be right. If Leonard uses email, she would not email him from work. She would email him from home. What's the first thing cops do when they have a suspect? Search their computers. Principal Orr might be many things, but she's not stupid. Is all this for nothing?
But she's so normal.
Miles puts papers back into her desk.
I'm sorry, but I just don't buy any of this.
So why are you helping me?
Because I love you.
I sigh sharply. I didn't expect him to say it so easily, like it's an easy thing to just say. This again. I've just returned my focus to the monitor when Miles's phone starts to vibrate. I feel a sudden pang of warmth for him. The eternal Boy Scout has set his phone to vibrate rather than ring.
I'm a planner,
I remember him saying before in his room. Miles glances at the screen.
It's Jonah.
Jonah's only supposed to call if he sees someone coming. Miles picks up the phone. I can hear Jonah's voice through the line.
Bill, the janitor, and Orr passed the library. They didn't see me, but they're headed your way.
Come on, I tell myself. Think, what else can you search for?
Shiloh, we've got to get out of here,
Miles says. I tighten my grip on the mouse. I know we've got to move, but there has to be something I haven't thought of yet. Miles rushes to the window.
Oh God, they're just down the hall. They're going to see us if we leave. What do we do?
Defeat rising in my gut, I close out of the browser and put Principal Orr's computer to sleep. We need to hide. There isn't enough space under her desk for both of us, and the front of the desk is open so they'd see us anyway. Miles presses his back against the wall behind the door. I drop behind the chair and pull the material of my dress close to me. I keep my breathing shallow. The door clicks open. I don't dare look to see if they see Miles pressed up behind the wood. I bite down on my tongue. Principal Orr clears her throat. In a calm voice, she says,
Did your mother not teach you it's rude to hide from your superiors, Miss Oleson?
Blood drains from my face. Slowly, I stand up to find Principal Orr standing in the doorway in front of Call Me Bill and Alfred. Alfred is holding his side and wincing theatrically, and even Bill is frowning at me. Anything I say as an excuse is going to sound weak, so I settle for, I'm sorry.
Am I to understand that you assaulted Alfred with a mop?
The calmness of her tone makes me shift in my shoes. Dropping my eyes to the floor, I say, Yes, ma'am.
I cannot begin to tell you the severity of such an action, as well as the severity of the consequences you will face.
Principal Orr says.
But right now is not the time for such things.
Huh? I look back up and watch a smile slowly stretch across her face. What's going on? Why is she smiling?
I have good news for you.
Good news? I ask.
Yes. I was going to make an announcement over the loudspeaker to ask you to come to my office, but you appear to be one step ahead of me.
Her smile gets wider.
The police have found your brother. Your mother has been here, but we couldn't find you and she couldn't wait. She has left for Akron to confirm it's him.
The news sinks in. They found Max? In Akron? Principal Orr nods vigorously.
They found Max, Shiloh. He's alive.
31. Shiloh. I shove past Principal Orr and Call Me Bill. Someone shouts my name, but I keep running down the hallway and out the doors. They couldn't have found Max.
If they found Max, it means I'm too late. The Max they found isn't Max at all. My sneaker snags on the edge of my dress, and I stumble forward and grip the fence, pressing my forehead into the chain-link fence in front of the school. Jonah appears beside me. I don't know where he came from. His face swims in my field of vision.
Stop running, Scooby. I'm not in good enough shape for this.
I failed, I say.
You don't know that.
Leonard wouldn't just let him go. If someone found him, it means he's dead, and someone else is walking around in his body.
You don't know that either,
Jonah says.
You don't even know it's him.
Miles catches up to us with Francesca on his heels. He must have relieved her from her post. His face is red. He holds Francesca's shoulder to steady himself. Miles sucks in a deep breath.
Where are you going?
To the cemetery, I say. I have to see if Max is there. Francesca scratches her temple. It took Poppy nearly a day to walk to the cemetery after Leonard killed her. I'll wait. Another thing dawns on me. I grab her shoulders and she yelps in surprise. Did Leonard come back to the cemetery? No, Francesca stammers. I promise, I didn't hear about anything. I swear to God, if you're lying. I would not lie to you. Jonah pulls me off Francesca. I don't realize how hard I was gripping her shoulders until my hands are hanging at my sides. I'm not lying, Francesca repeats. Leonard didn't come back.
She's not lying, Shiloh,
Miles says, and I want to punch him in the face. First, he's touching Francesca's shoulder, and now he's defending her. I know he's probably right. I grip my knees and force myself to focus. I'm going to the cemetery. I need to see if Max is there. Jonah says he's coming too, so are Miles and Francesca, but I've already started walking. I run at the beginning, slow down to breathe, then run again. Jonah keeps up with me. Miles gets tired, so Francesca hangs back with him. My hands won't stop shaking. Is Max going to be there? Am I too late? I can picture his small, ghostly face. A face I know I'll never be able to see, looking at me with his arms crossed like I've failed him. I'm supposed to protect him, and I didn't make it in time. Twice. I run faster. Only Francesca will see him, but will she tell me the truth? Why is she hanging back with Miles when she should be up here with me? She knows how important this is. She knows how much I need her. I push through the creaky gate. Jonah is by my side. There are crescents of sweat at the armpits of his dress shirt. Miles and Francesca arrive 5 minutes later. When I see Francesca, I stand up straight. Is he here? Desperation bleeds through my words. Francesca glances around. Do not cry. Do not do it. Everything is all right, Francesca says. My head snaps up, but I realize she's not speaking to us. She's answering a question from a ghost. She asks if anybody has seen a boy. Around waist high. Dead, I add. They understand, Francesca says. After a moment, she says, They haven't. They haven't seen him? He is not here. I sink back against the tree, feeling a moment's relief. Are you sure? I ask, and she nods. You said it took Poppy a day to get here? I believe so, yes. Just because he isn't here yet doesn't mean he's not dead. I'm going to wait here. Do you think that's smart? Miles asks, a wrinkle appearing between his eyebrows. Shouldn't you call your mom? That boy in Akron might not be Max. I realize Mom won't have my number on this burner phone, so I call her and reach her voicemail, probably because she's driving. So I leave her a message and tell her it's me and to call me on this number as soon as she has news. I turn the ringer on. If Max comes here, I will be waiting for him. If Mom calls and it's Max, I'll meet them by the school. I sit underneath the oak tree. It's damp and the dress is going to be ruined, but it's close enough to the street for the street lamps to illuminate my arms. Please, Francesca, tell me if he gets here. Francesca nods. I will.
I lean my head back against the bark. Jonah sinks to the ground across from me, and after a moment's hesitation, Miles does the same. The grass is wet. The moisture absorbs into the fabric of my dress and presses against my bare skin. Francesca sits down too. She runs her hands through the grass like it's the locks of somebody's hair. I hope Max doesn't get lost in the woods. All of the safety rules I drilled into his head relied on memorizing phone numbers and asking restaurant workers to use their phones. Things he couldn't do if he were dead. Stop thinking he's dead. Besides, I don't think those safety rules stuck. I also told him not to talk to strangers, and look how that turned out. I stretched my legs out in front of me. Half an hour of silence goes by, and I notice Miles's head begin to droop. His curls fall and cover his face, and my heart can't help but ache. After an hour, Francesca stands up without a word and wanders into the shadows. I watch her among the gravestones, and she starts to talk, but I can't make sense of her words. I wish I could do what she can. I glance back at Jonah. He meets my gaze. His blue eyes shine even in the dark, reflecting the glow from the street lamps.
Thinking about Max?
He asks, and I nod.
What about him?
I guess I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do if he comes. I say. Jonah thinks for a second.
How to see him?
How to go forward. This whole time, I haven't confronted the possibility of Max being dead. Not really. Mom could bring Max home, but he won't be Max. We would have an alien living inside our house. Another kid. I wonder if I'd ever get used to it. I wonder if Mom would think Max acted different because he had PTSD. I could come down here with Francesca and talk to the real Max, but I couldn't see him. Francesca would have to help me communicate with Max. But he's my Max. Part of me would rather he was just plain dead. I wrap my arms around my stomach and try to push the bad feeling down.
If it's Max, then you find Leonard,
Jonah says.
You stop him from doing this to another kid.
But it will be too late for Max, I say.
You have to dig deep, and you have to stop Leonard because it's the right thing to do.
He's right. I know he's right. I'm going to kill Leonard. Whether or not he killed Max, I'm going to make sure he pays. I reach into my purse and pull out the scarf, unwrapping it from around the pistol. Jonah sees it and shoots upright.
Jesus, Shiloh, where did you get that from?
It's my dad's. I turn it over in my hands. Jonah is pressed up against the gravestone, his face twisted in fear. Don't worry, it's not loaded.
You can't bring guns to school. You know how seriously they take that stuff.
I wasn't going to use it at school. It's for Leonard. I'm not going to face him without a way to defend myself. Jonah freezes. For a second, I think he's going to say something about the gun, but instead, as if his mind is someplace else, he says,
Hold on. You said you want to see ghosts.
I blink at him. I mean, sure, seeing ghosts would be nice, but it's not like I can take a drug and bam, you know? A smile creeps onto his face.
What if you could?
I'm not following.
Remember that woman I told you about who lives across the street from me?
Oh no, this again? The one with the magical monocle?
What if we take it?
What he's suggesting sinks in, and my heart begins to pound. Steal it?
Borrow it,
he says.
So you can see Max.
Jonah nudges Miles with his leg.
Wake up.
Miles sputters to life like an old car.
Huh? We're going on an adventure,
he tells Miles.
2? To get the monocle.
Jonah looks back at me.
We need to go to her house. If we have the monocle, then we can see ghosts like Francesca.
And I can see Max, I say.
And she can see Max,
Jonah says. I guess it's better than waiting. Anything is better than waiting. What if you're wrong and it's just a normal monocle?
Then I'm wrong and we give it back. Or we get arrested for breaking into this woman's house?
Miles interrupts, catching on to our plan.
We don't need to break into her house, Jonah says, grinning. She knows me. I'm just going to knock on the door and ask her.
Jonah explains his plan. I have to admit it sounds insane, but so does just about everything we do these days.
We should see if Francesca wants to come,
Miles says. I glance back at Francesca. I know it's not fair, but when I look at her, I remember Miles's hand on her back, and I'm struck by a sense of betrayal I have no right to feel because she didn't do anything wrong. Sure, why don't you go ask her? I say. Miles gives me a funny look, then rushes off to ask her. I guess she wants to come because she hops up and comes over to join us. Jonah assures us the woman knows who he is. He's spoken to her before. I suggest sneaking into the house through a ground floor window, but he wants to knock on our door. We'll need an excuse to do that. We could say that we need something, Francesca suggests on the way there. Like sugar to cook? It's the middle of the night, I say, and then pause. Maybe we can fake an injury? A puff of air leaves Miles's nose. You don't need a first aid kit to fix a sprained ankle. Without warning, Francesca drops to the ground. I spin around to see her on her knees, her face twisted in pain. She pushes herself to her feet, and the air catches in the back of my throat. Skin peels back from her left knee. Dirt and pieces of pavement speckle the wound, along with pricks of blood. Miles's jaw drops. Francesca kicks out her legs like a puppet taking its first steps. Now, you see, you will not need to fake an injury, she says. Miles looks like his brain is being held together by fraying rubber bands. Any second they could snap, and pieces of his brain will fly in all directions, splattering over our clothes. Has everybody, he says, lost their goddamn minds? Jonah places a hand on Miles's shoulder. Deep breaths there, buddy. I can't do this. Miles bends over with his hands braced against his knees. This is insane. Everything is insane. I can't do it anymore. I put a hand on his shoulder. Miles, I begin. He shrugs me off and my chest tightens. Shut up. Not you. Don't touch me. I take Francesca's arm instead and walk out of earshot of what Jonah and Miles are saying. Francesca picks at her cuticles like she's bored. A line of blood runs down her left knee. I can't imagine it hurts that badly, but she doesn't seem to be feeling any pain at all. She dropped without thinking. Why did you do that? I ask. Francesca shrugs like it was no big deal and says airily, No one else would have. After a few minutes, Jonah rejoins us. Miles trails behind him with his lips drawn into a scowl. I raise my eyebrows at Jonah as if to ask whether we're good, and he waves his arm and says, Come on, let's keep moving. Jonah leads us down his street and stops on the sidewalk in front of an old purple house with white shutters and a rickety porch with wind chimes hanging off the front. The wind chimes are ringing, but there's no wind. In the silence of the street, it makes the hairs rise on the back of my neck. They sound like stars, Francesca remarks. If stars could make sound. Hearing a deep muffled bark, I spin around to see a massive white dog press its face into a window. Jonah, is that your dog? Kind of. Kind of? How can you kind of have a dog? She's my foster mom's, he says, and I feel stupid. Bessie's going to wake up Mo, though, so we've got to get off the street. Francesca loops an arm around both Miles's and my necks. As soon as her arms touch my skin, the strength leaves Francesca's body and I stagger to hold her up. I can't believe I ever underestimated Francesca. She's kind of a badass. Jonah raises his arm to knock on the door, but then he pauses as if he's remembered something. He walks over to one of the wind chimes twinkling on the porch and unties it from the rung and hands it to me. I turn it over in my hand and realize it's made of keys. Just in case you need to unlock something, he says. Keep that in your bag. What a weird and random thing. Some are new keys, but some are old and long with clover-shaped loops on the end. I unzip my purse and nestle the chime in there on top of the gun. Jonah knocks on the door 3 times. There is no movement in the house. I guess the woman may not be awake. It was close to 10 o'clock when we left the cemetery. Jonah knocks again, and a light turns on. I hold on to Francesca as the door opens with a creak and a small woman peers out at us.
Please.
Jonah steps aside to reveal Francesca's torn-up knees.
My friend just fell and hurt herself, and I'm locked out of my house. Do you have a first aid kit we could use?
The woman looks up at Francesca's face, then down at her knee. The woman is way shorter than me, with frizzy hair, a hunched back, and warm skin etched with wrinkles. She's wearing a pair of matching purple pajamas, but she isn't wearing a monocle. Her eye twitches before she steps out of the way to let us inside. Before I can get through the door, the smell of old carpet and incense hits me. I'm not squeamish around smells, unless it's like a dirty toilet or something, but there's something weird about this smell. Only when I spot the cage do I realize what I was smelling. A cage stretches up from the floor to the ceiling and has newspaper on the bottom. A thick layer of black and white feces clings to the headlines. My eyes fix on the bird. It's the size of a Halloween pumpkin, and it sits at eye level, its head and body covered in vibrant red feathers. Talons the size of fingers wrap around dowels and fake tree branches. Its beak looks sharp enough to take an eye out.
"Intruders!"
cries the parrot, and I jump.
"Intruders, Winnie! Intruders!"
"Don't mind Malcolm," says the woman, walking past the cage and dismissing the bird with a wave of her hand. "We don't get many guests." We walk into the adjoining room. A red carpet with short-cropped pile and gold trim stretches beneath our feet. Miles and I carry Francesca into a room that looks like the interior of a peculiarity shop. Long oil paintings of wrinkled men with really strange hairstyles hang on the wall. Flower pots decorate the windowsill, a bowl of pine cones sits on the coffee table, and an iron chandelier hangs above our heads. One of the bulbs is flickering, casting long shadows across the room. Miles helps Francesca onto a couch, and Francesca whimpers. The woman pays her no attention and wanders into her kitchen. The hair on the back of my neck stands up. There's something weird about this place. Something weird about the fact that the woman seems unfazed. I whisper to Jonah,
"Are you sure your dog wasn't barking at that parrot?"
I swear.
"That parrot's big enough to pass as a dog."
Just as the words come out of my mouth, I noticed a skeletal gray cat sitting on one of the armchairs. There are too many animals in this house. I don't like it here. I'm going to follow her. I find the woman in the kitchen, elbow deep in a cabinet. I don't know what to say, so I muster, "Thank you for helping us." A pile of dirty dishes sits in the sink, food sits open on the counters, and mold clings to the soggy peaches clumped together in a fruit bowl. I hope she's okay. I imagine it would be hard to cook and clean by yourself in a house this big. I glance over my shoulder back at the portraits of men hanging on the living room wall. "Do you live here alone?" "I live here with my sister." The woman pulls out a roll of yellowed gauze from the cabinet. "But she is sleeping." "Oh." The woman shuffles back into the living room. "The phone is over there if you're needing to use it." I need to go look for the monocle. "Can I use your bathroom?" The woman stops and peers back at me. She's slow, almost mechanical in her movements, like every joint needs to be greased. "Down the hall and up the stairs," she says. "Thank you." Walking down the hallway, I get the illusion that the hallway is growing narrower the farther I get. Once I reach the bottom of the stairs, goosebumps rise on the back of my neck, and I rub my hand over them to make them go away. Every stair groans under my weight. I glance between photographs along the wall until my gaze settles on one. It's a photo of two girls in their teens, smiling and sitting on a bale of hay in long dresses with puffs on their shoulders. This must be the woman and her sister. Walking inside the bathroom and closing the door, I open every drawer and cabinet to try and find a monocle, but all I find are towels, toiletries, and orange prescription bottles. I flush the toilet to make it seem like I used it, then turn off the light and open the door. I can hear Miles's voice downstairs, blabbering about his deep appreciation for scarlet macaws. I glance down the hallway. There are 3 doors. Each of them is closed. The woman's voice echoes in my head. "I live here with my sister. but she's sleeping. The sister must be sleeping in one of those rooms. If I open the wrong door, I'm going to get caught. One door sits at the end of the hallway, the other two frame it. In my house, the master bedroom is at the end of the hallway. When you live with your sister, do you share a master bedroom? Probably not. My guess is that the woman sleeps in the master bedroom. Unless this is their childhood home, in which case my guess is that neither of them would want the master bedroom because their parents would have used it. I turn the master bedroom's glass doorknob with a soft click and poke my head inside. I squint through the shadows. There's a bed, but the sheets are pulled tight. No sister. That's a relief. I slip through the door and close it behind me. Slowly, my eyes adjust. It's definitely a bedroom, but it's neat. I remember the dishes piled in the kitchen sink. Something tells me this is not the woman's bedroom. I'm uncomfortable being in somebody else's private space, but I have to push through it. I walk up to the bedside table. There's nothing on its surface. I open the drawer and crouch to look inside it. No monocle. On the walk over here, Jonah described the monocle as looking thick, layered, and mechanical, like some kind of costume accessory for a nerd at Comic-Con. I open the closet and push musty clothes to the side. Could the monocle be in the ground? I don't find anything, so I close the door and re-enter the hallway. A wave of relief washes over me at the sound of Miles's voice. Good, he's still talking, which means the woman is still occupied. I don't hear any movement on the stairs, but I need to move fast in order not to be detected as having left the bathroom. There are 2 rooms left. I press my ear to one of the doors. Maybe the sister snores? Hearing nothing, I close my fist around the knob. Here goes nothing. I open the door and glance in the room. There's also a bed in this room, but the covers are pulled tight like the last one. I pause. It looks kind of like a child's room, with pink sheets and a teddy bear sitting between the pillows. This can't be the woman's room. Can it? I guess it's possible. So I check the nightstand, drawers, and closet, and still don't find any sort of monocle. On my way out the door, I collide with something hard and I stumble backwards. Jonah! I hiss. Jonah presses a finger to his lips. What are you doing up here?
Coming for you,
he says.
You've been up here so long, Miles has started telling Ella about his stamp collection.
I didn't find the monocle, I say. Her sister is sleeping in that room, so I can't look there.
The monocle isn't up here.
How do you know?
She's got it.
My eyes widen.
She has it,
he says.
It was in her pocket the whole time. She took it out and she's using it right now. This place is so haunted. I wasn't making it up, I swear to God.
How are we going to get the monocle if she's using it? Jonah grabs my arm. I glance down at the place his fingers are digging into the fleshy part of my forearm.
Just come downstairs.
Downstairs, the woman is using a cotton ball to help Miles dab betadine onto Francesca's knees. When she turns around to see us, I see the monocle, clear as day, hanging around her neck. Your friend here is just about ready to leave, says the woman, screwing the cap back on the betadine bottle before walking into the kitchen to put it away. I spin onto Jonah and whisper, What are we supposed to do?
I don't know.
I glance down at my purse. Once Jonah realizes what I'm suggesting, his eyes bulge out of his head.
Don't.
But we need the monocle.
You can't draw a gun on an old woman.
We're still bickering when a voice behind us asks, slowly and sweetly, and without a hint of antagonism, Am I seeing things? Or are you kids trying to steal my monocle? 32. Shiloh. Should we run? The woman doesn't look capable of attacking us. Jonah could take her. So I say, Yes?
Shiloh!
Jonah snaps. Sorry. The woman takes the monocle from her neck, holds it in her hand, and gestures to the couch. You kids, take a seat. With nervous steps, I sit next to Miles. Jonah sits on my other side. My mouth goes dry as the old woman lowers herself into an armchair. The gray cat stalks around the corner, flicking its tail before curling around the woman's legs and continuing into the kitchen. Resting the cane beside her, the woman leans forward and slides the monocle across the coffee table toward us. I blink at it. Multiple lenses cross over one another and move like they are made of clockwork, but there are no gears. The woman's eyes crystallize on Francesca. I see that you can see her. I realize Francesca isn't looking at the woman. Instead, her eyes are focused just to the side of the woman's head. What are you seeing? I whisper to her. Miles makes a noise. Is there a ghost in here? I see a girl. Francesca whispers as if transfixed. Of no more than 13. 14, corrects the woman. You kids, meet Winifred. I told you this house was messed up, Jonah says. When the woman glares at him, he hangs his head. It's true. The woman makes a swooping gesture at the monocle resting on the table. Take a look for yourself if you'd like. Everybody looks at me. I stare at the monocle like it's challenging me. My heart thumps inside my chest. Part of me wants nothing to do with that thing, whatever it is. But Francesca looks so scared that I have to see what she's looking at. Careful not to drop it, I pick up the monocle and raise it to my eye. It's heavier than I expected, and slick from the oils the woman was rubbing into Francesca's knee. I move my eye around the room. Every couch and painting looks the same as it did without the lens. I scan the space beside the woman, where Francesca seems to be looking, but I see nothing. It's not working. Look harder, urges the woman. This is dumb. I'm about to put the monocle back on the table when a face jumps into my field of vision only inches from my nose. I scream and drop the monocle in my lap. What did you see? Francesca asks. I can't breathe. Jesus Christ, what was that? Did I really see that face? I pick up the monocle and slowly raise it back to my eye. I see it again, a girl's face right in front of mine. The girl is breathing heavily, but her face doesn't have a shape, although it becomes undeniably human as it slowly comes into focus in the fog. I can see a hooked nose, pinched eyebrows, and a downturned mouth, open enough for me to see that she's baring her teeth at me. She's young. Francesca was right. Looks around 13, with sunken-in eyes and uneven strands of hair springing from her skull. The girl's eyes burn with a frigid intensity that makes me want to hug my torso. She runs her tongue over her teeth, and I tighten my grip on the monocle. What is that thing? Did it work? Jonah asks. I pass him the monocle in response and watch the blood drain from his face as he sees the girl too. It's Miles' turn. He takes the monocle and jumps back against the couch. He spits out a slew of expletives, more than I've ever heard him use consecutively before. I lock eyes with the old woman in the chair. She looks like she's having a great time, watching us squirm so much. I narrow my eyes into slits. What's your name? My name is Ella Ruggles. When did you die? Francesca asks in a kind voice, and it takes me a second to realize that she's talking to the ghost. She won't talk to you, says Miss Ruggles. Why not? Francesca asks. She never talked to nobody, not even when she was on this planet. How long ago did she die? Francesca asks. When she was 14 years old. A crease appears between Francesca's eyebrows. I don't understand. That would mean she's been dead almost 60 years. But the longest I have seen somebody stay before fading is 20. A finger drags across the top of my left shoulder. I jump and turn around, but there is nobody standing behind me. Did that ghost just touch me? Ghosts cannot touch us. Francesca narrows her eyes at Miss Ruggles. It's not possible, is it? Instead of replying, Miss Ruggles pulls a cable-knit quilt over her legs and says, "I believe you'd be surprised at what is and isn't possible, my dear." Miss Ruggles goes on to tell us that her sister Winifred was born different. "Winnie was not the same as you and me," she says. "Never was. They say my ma made Winnie slow, holding her head in so long, but I guess that's something we'll never know. She never cried, only moaned and groaned till somebody came to help her." Behind me, a book topples over and lands with a flat slap. I sit up at the noise. Miss Ruggles tells us Winnie grew up without ever saying a word. As soon as she could walk, she followed Ella around the house, and Ella woke up in the middle of the night to find Winnie standing over her bed, touching her cheeks, her lips, her throat. The whole thing is so creepy that I wrap my arms around my torso and try not to think about this girl wandering around us. I wish I was wearing more than this stupid yellow prom dress. At least something more practical. Miss Ruggles tells us that when Winnie turned 8, their mother sent her to an institution that promised to fix her, but it made her come back different. The first night Winnie spent back home, Ella woke up to see Winnie standing over her bed with a letter opener in her hand. Crash! I spin around to see another book on the ground, its pages splayed open. Miles points over his shoulder. "Did the ghost do that?" he says, his voice much higher than normal. When Francesca asks the next question, my blood goes cold. "How exactly did Winifred die?" Miss Ruggles buckles over and lets out a loud sob. "I never meant for it to happen. I was awake, and her hands were on my neck like this. I'd always been small as a girl. See, we got to the landing right there, and..." She gestures up at the landing in front of the bathroom, with a creaky wooden banister hanging onto the side. Miss Ruggles rubs her eyes. "I told them she'd gone and fell." Francesca's expression grows dark. I don't think I've ever seen her look so angry, almost betrayed. "You lied." "See, you kids can't conceive of what it was like. I felt so afraid." Miss Ruggles sputters. "I wasn't 20 years old when I noticed strange things going on in the house. Lights came on without a soul touching them. My soul nearly left my body when Malcolm began saying her name. Winifred, Winifred." It takes me a second to remember Malcolm is the name of the parrot. "I was haunted, see? My parents, too. My mother, bless her heart, passed after contracting the hiccups, and my father from getting a peanut lodged deep in here." She gestures to her throat. "I was sure of it. Surer I've ever been of anything in my life. Why, when I was a girl, I went to the circus show and saw this young man kill a rabbit, stone dead, then bring it back to life like he was the Lord himself. I couldn't believe it myself. Not a soul would believe that on television. They'd say it was some trick. Mind, I thought it was a trick myself, until the day he choked that girl to death." Shock roots itself in the pit of my stomach. She has to be talking about Leonard. I don't know how many other teenage necromancers were performing in sideshows when she was a teenager. "Did you go looking for him?" "See, when he killed him, that girl, he was in such a state that he took himself a shotgun and blowed his own head clean off." I pull my purse closer to myself and feel the gun beneath the fabric. "The circus show was quiet about it all, of course. Said he died of shame. He liked one of the boys looking after the horses. That horse boy, he wasn't the same after that. Nobody knows what became of him, and I swear I don't know myself where he ran off to. Maybe him and Leonard were sweet on each other. I do believe that's allowed now, but of course it wasn't then." I'm having trouble feeling sorry for Leonard. I'm about to ask where she found all this out when she continues. "Off into the winds the performers went, joining this and that. I paid a visit to the lady who told the show's fortunes, who gave me this monocle here.
She had just about anything you could imagine. Potions that'd make you believe your left foot was your lover. Told me all sorts of stories about that murdering circus boy.
Miss Ruggles reaches over to the table to take the monocle into her hands. She holds it up to her eye, and a smile stretches across her face as she sees what must be Winnie standing behind the couch. Francesca grips her bleeding knees and leans forward over them. But Winifred must fade, eventually. Miss Ruggles' eyes sparkle with the hint of mischief.
Nobody ever dies, my dear. Every person who dies, they stay.
No, they fade, Francesca says. I'm sure of it.
They stay,
Miss Ruggles emphasizes.
See, when they fade, they don't go away. They only go somewhere else.
How has Winnie not yet faded? Francesca asks. Why can she touch the material world? Miss Ruggles lowers the monocle.
Because Winifred returns.
The dead can return?
You.
Miss Ruggles gestures at Francesca with a bony finger.
Would you be a dear and retrieve some cling wrap from the kitchen? I keep it in the drawer to the right of the sink.
Francesca is back moments later with a long carton. She hands it to Miss Ruggles, who opens it, takes hold of the end, and pulls upward.
It's not so much a place of their own as a version of this world, a layer that exists side by side atop of ours, resembling this cling wrap.
She rotates the plastic wrap so it lies flat across her lap.
See, the dead live among us, but cannot touch us, unless they died long ago and there is a tear in the barrier.
Using her pointed finger, she pokes the plastic wrap. It bends around her forefinger, and she presses harder, puncturing the film and breaking through to the other side.
Around these parts, the cling wrap's thin.
Miss Ruggles continues.
No reason why, just one of those places. Souls can occasionally break free on their own, return here, or perhaps one could help them.
Miss Ruggles puts the plastic wrap on the floor and stands up, walking over to the bookcase and pulling out a thin, leather-bound book. Running her finger over the frayed spine, Miss Ruggles opens it on her lap.
A palmist in Toledo swore this book's incantations could send the dead back to their place crying.
She thumbs through the worn pages.
Worked almost a day before Winifred found her way back.
A hand lands on my shoulder, but when I glance back, there's no one there. A fist of terror lodges down my throat.
I thought ghosts couldn't touch things, I say. The older they become, the more mana they have.
What is mana? Francesca asks.
It comes from some belief. Polynesian, I believe. But the word doesn't matter so much as the idea. It's spiritual, supernatural energy, released in death and held onto by souls in what comes after, feeding back into our world without us so much as noticing and causing odd mutations.
The sheep with 2 heads,
Miles mutters like he's realizing something.
Or sunflowers the size of plates,
Francesca adds.
Did the palmist mention how to tear the barrier?
Oh, dear. The living cannot cross through, nor should they want to.
From behind Miss Ruggles, another book crashes onto the floor, harder this time. Miss Ruggles leans forward onto her knees and says to Francesca,
My lord, in all my life, I never met anybody who can see the dead. You fascinate me.
A toothless grin spreads over her lips. I'm surprised she hadn't heard about Francesca burning the guy, but something tells me this woman isn't too connected with the outside world. She is looking at Francesca like she belongs in a museum of medical oddities, like Miles's 2-headed sheep or a baby in a jar. Francesca seems unaware of how creepy this lady is being, and I want to get her out of here.
Can you hear the dead as well?
Miss Ruggles asks. Francesca rubs her neck.
Well, I do. I can converse with them usually, but Winnie hasn't spoken to me because, as you mentioned, she does not speak.
I glance at Jonah. He seems to be thinking the same as me, because he shoots up from the couch and says, "Come on, Francesca. Let's go."
You see, I never could find out how to communicate with Winifred.
Miss Ruggles pushes herself to her feet, looking at Francesca like the rest of us aren't even here. Her cane wobbles beneath her weight.
Perhaps you'd be able to help an old woman out,
It's Miles who speaks next. He grabs Francesca's upper arm. "I appreciate your time, Miss Ruggles, but we need to go now." Francesca stands up too. The woman tries to steady herself on her feet and grabs hold of the wall.
Please, you must tell her to leave me be.
Behind us, there's a loud bang. I take Francesca's hand and pull her behind me. She's tugged backwards, and I see the woman gripping Francesca's arm so hard her knuckles have turned white.
I'm begging.
Something creaks above my head. I glance up to see the chandelier swinging. I'm done with this. I yank Francesca free and pull her through the hallway and out through the front door. Jonah pushes Miles after us out from under the swinging chandelier.
Please!
Miss Ruggles screams after us as we run down the steps and out into the street.
I'm begging you!
I squeeze Francesca's hand tighter and don't slow down until we've turned the corner and are out of sight from Miss Ruggles. Miles and Jonah catch up. I drop Francesca's hand and wipe my sweaty palm on the front of my dress as Miles wheezes to catch his breath.
What was she talking about in there? About ghosts fading away and stuff?
I ask Francesca. Francesca's brow pinches.
I'm trying to figure that out for myself.
Who decides when they disappear?
God?
Somehow I doubt it, but whatever. I don't know how Francesca can be religious when she sees the things she does, but more power to her, I guess. It's not that I don't believe in God. I see the whole question as a fat maybe, something we won't understand until we get there. But that's not important right now. It's almost midnight when we get back to the cemetery, and I'm worried that I haven't heard anything from Mom. Does she have Max? Is it another kid? Is she losing her mind because Max is saying he's not Max? I pull the phone out of my bag to check.
No.
I click the power button and beg for it to turn on, but it's dead. Maybe if I hold it over a gravestone, the mana would bring it back to life. I utter a short, high-pitched laugh at the ridiculousness of this entire situation. I saw a dead person. With a pang, I realized that in the commotion of trying to get Francesca out of that house, I forgot to steal the monocle. Francesca tells me Max isn't there. I'm staying awake, I say, leaning against one of the gravestones. Miles sits next to me this time, opposite Jonah, who's leaning against a grave facing me and away from the road. Francesca sits next to me on the other side, her shoulder pressing against mine, and I'm glad she's there. I know Francesca's calm, so her pressure on my shoulder calms me down too. I close my eyes, just for a second. At least that's what it feels like, because when I open them again, Miles has fallen onto his side and is fast asleep. Jonah's eyes are closed too. Francesca isn't here anymore. She's leaning against the front fence, looking out onto the road. My eyes rest on Miles. I remember what it felt like to be tangled in his arms, with my head resting on his chest, feeling his breath against the back of my shoulder blade. He told me he loves me. I never believed anybody would ever say that to me, let alone someone like Miles. Is there a problem with me? Am I just incapable of feeling love for anybody except Max? Careful not to wake anybody up, I push myself to my feet and walk away. I wander through the gravestones. Some are arranged in rows, others are clustered more randomly in the grass. I scan the people's names, but don't recognize any of them. Until I do. Toward the back of the cemetery, I find a short stone with a cross carved on top. Natalie Dorado.
Hey.
I glance behind me to see Jonah running a hand down his groggy face. He gestures at the stone.
Paying your respects?
I just wish we hadn't forgotten the monocle, I say, returning my gaze to the moss growing from the cracks in the stone.
What, this monocle?
Jonah reaches into his pocket and the moonlight glints off the copper casing and the glass. I gape at him. How did you?
I took it when the chandelier started swinging,
he says, offering it to me.
When she was distracted.
I reach out to take it, but hesitate. Part of me doesn't want to hold it up to my eye because I'm scared of what I'm going to see. Jonah must understand what I'm thinking because he jerks his chin at the old shed near the trees, and we both sit down with our backs pressed against the splintering dead wood.
Remember, they can't touch you,
Jonah says, handing me the monocle. Somebody did, back in that house, I say, taking it this time. I don't think the dead have rules. Pressing my back hard against the wood, I take the monocle and lift it to my eye, and I see them immediately. The ghosts look like they're made of fog, clinging to the gravestones. Shapes of people made of shades of gray, much paler than Winifred Ruggles. I can see right through them. There's an old bearded man in a suit with thin hair sticking straight up from his head, wearing a black overcoat and clutching a book to his chest. Over by the wall is a young blonde soldier wearing camo with a bandage strapped across his left eye, barely working to hold back the blood soaking through the gauze. I remember him. Sam. He used to work at the deli. I had a crush on him for about a week in middle school. I knew he joined the army because the paper put a picture on the front page when they sent him to Afghanistan, but I didn't know he died. I guess we like our heroes whole. Under the tree stands a sad woman wearing an old-fashioned dress with lace around the collar. Pieces of her raven black hair fall out of her updo. Another woman holds a shawl tightly around her shoulders. Her arms are stripped of all her skin from what must have been a fire. They look like Mom's hand did that time too much oil splattered up from a pan. Or Dad threw it on her, I realize. I'd never thought of that. Two red-haired boys stand peering down at Miles, who is lying fast asleep. They have matching bowl cuts and are giggling as they try to mess with Miles's long hair. Their hands go straight through him. I don't see Max anywhere. My fingers tighten around the monocle before I lower it from my eye as I pass it to Jonah. He keeps it on his lap.
It's nuts that they've been here all this time and we didn't know.
Tell me about it. Jonah reaches into his pocket. I wonder what he's going to pull out when he procures what looks like a twig and offers it to me on his palm.
Want a carrot stick?
I'll bet he took those from the dance. I usually wouldn't want to eat something that's been sitting in someone's pocket for a few hours, but tonight's been a weird night, and I'm kind of hungry. Sure. I bite through the carrot stick and find that it's warm, but for some reason, I don't want to stop eating it. I look back over to where Miles is sleeping in the grass. I wish I was over there with him. I miss him. A small sigh tugs on my lungs. Did Miles ever tell you what happened on Thursday? Jonah shakes his head.
He didn't want to talk about it. Why?
I made a mistake, I say, and I don't know if I can fix it. Jonah glances over at me with a playful glint in his eyes.
You finally told him you don't like Star Wars?
He told me he loved me. I'm surprised at how easily the words come out. The glint disappears from Jonah's eyes.
Did you say it back?
I couldn't, because I don't know if I do. I rub my eyes with the heels of my hands. Growing up, my dad would tell me that I was nothing, and that I was lucky he puts up with me at all. I hated him for it, but he got to me on some level. Like, deep down, I think I'm nothing too. Jonah swallows a bite of his carrot stick and doesn't take another. I've never said that out loud before. I should feel naked or uncomfortable or scared. I don't know why I don't.
It's weird how that works,
Jonah says. I don't think I can love anyone other than Max. The words are pouring out of me now. And that scares me because Miles is so good. If I can't love him, I guess I can't love anybody. Jonah spins the hemp necklace around his neck, and I stretch my legs out in front of me in the dirt. I'm probably biased, Jonah says. Each of his words are clearly enunciated, like he's choosing them carefully. But Miles is worth it. What I'm saying is that I can't do it, Jonah. You opened up to me just then. Yeah, but it's different. What's that supposed to mean? I don't know, you're... you. Why is he looking at me so weirdly? I don't like you like that, you know? You're my buddy. I'm your buddy, Jonah echoes. Yes, buddy. Jonah sighs. He turns the carrot stick over in his hands, flipping it upside down, then right side up, staring at it like it's somehow going to tell him what to say. Finally, he says, just because you've gone through stuff doesn't mean you're undeserving of love. I want to love Miles. As I say it, I realize it's true. I want to be the person he loves. I want to let him in. I want to be the person who's capable of loving him. Jonah smiles over at me, an unreadable glimmer in his eyes. Even the darkest night will end, and the sun will rise. A smile tugs on my lips. You listen to Les Mis? I thought it was good, he says. Just like you said. Can I ask you a question? I ask, a weight lifting slightly from my shoulders. He nods. Did you really steal Melissa Mulvey's underwear like everyone says? Jonah stares at me. For a second, I could swear he looks unhappy, like I just asked about someone who died. But then a cocky smile wipes the sadness from his face. She left them in the bathroom. I laugh. So you just took them? What do you want me to do? Hold them up in homeroom and ask if they were hers? I'm a disgusting human being. What can I say? He says it as a joke, but there's an edge to his voice. You're not disgusting. I point over my shoulder. I'm going to go wake up Miles. Jonah balances a carrot stick between his teeth like it's a cigarette. See you later, Scooby. I grab my bag and walk back to where Miles is sleeping on the grass. I don't want to tell him I love him because it would be a lie. I don't want to make any declarations, but I want him to feel that I care. Careful not to hurt him, I lift up his arm and crawl under it, pressing my back into his chest and resting my head on his arm. Miles stirs. Are you okay? I'm absolutely fine, I say, pulling his arm tighter around me. A small sigh leaves his lips, but he doesn't push me away. I melt into him, and the world melts away. The last thing I think of is Max. I won't be able to avoid knowing forever.
33. Francesca. Sitting on the rock wall, facing away from the cemetery, it's easy to forget where I am. The scrapes on my knees have long since stopped burning, but part of me wishes they still were. Pain is good. It makes me feel alive, more connected to my body somehow. I wonder how Ella Ruggles would have responded to me if I told her that I couldn't only see ghosts, but I could reanimate people, like Leonard could. I glance back at Shiloh, curled up in Miles's arms on the grass. How would she react? She no longer looks at me the way she used to, like there were chia sprouts growing from the top of my head. Actually, she doesn't seem to mind me, and I have grown fond of having a friend. But if I told her that I had the same abilities as poor Max's captor, how would she see me? Reverend Gaspard would assure me it isn't the abilities you have, but the way you use them that defines you as a person. But surely Leonard can't have always been this way. Do some abilities have the power to twist your mind? I dig my finger into the wound on my knee,
sending a needle of pain up through the nerves in my thigh. I'm considering going for a walk around the cemetery to keep myself awake when I catch a glimmer of movement between the trees. I notice the loafers, the tweed. I spring to my feet. "Mr. Haggerty," I whisper. "Please do not run from me." George hurries away, but I'm not going to let him get away this time. I jump onto the leaves and race after him. My sudden burst of movement appears to take him by surprise, and before he can get away, I grab hold of his arm. Cold shoots up my wrist as my fingers curl around something firm. I force myself not to let go as George gapes at me. "It's me," I say. "Francesca Russo."
Little Francesca Russo?
George stutters, and I almost smile. He said the same thing to me that day at the funeral parlor. He shines brightly against the night, brighter than anyone else in the cemetery, although not quite as bright as Winifred.
Oh my, you've grown up.
I drop his arm, and he does not run away. His hands are trembling. Even after all this time, he appears to be just as anxious as he is in my memories. "How is it you were able to come back?" I ask. He moves his wireframe glasses up the bridge of his nose.
"Through a hole,"
he says.
"A hole in the wall."
I remember how Ella Ruggles poked her finger through the plastic wrap. From her description, it seems like there are small gates opening and closing all over Bethany, like the spores of a fungus. These must be the holes George speaks of. "Please, take me there."
"I found one a good half-hour's walk from here,"
he says. I glance back at the cemetery. I cannot stray far. I must keep watch for Max.
"I come back here any time I happen to find a hole. They open, they close, in different places, but they never stay open for long."
"Why have you returned?" He shifts uneasily between his feet.
"Oh, Francesca Russo. It's dark over there, and cold. I come to see my granddaughter, my little girl. I cannot see her while I'm over there, at least not clearly."
An uncomfortable feeling settles into my stomach. Deep down, I've always hoped the afterlife would be like heaven, somewhere you go to get all the things you want. But perhaps I was wrong about that too. "I'm very sorry I didn't succeed in burning you," I tell him, and as I say it, I realize I've been wanting to tell him that for a very long time.
"I should never have asked you to,"
he says.
"Besides, Francesca Russo, I would have ended up in the same place just the same. Oh, it's a terrible place. If people knew where they were going, I'll bet you that they wouldn't write so much poetry about death, or half as many hymns."
I'm about to ask him more when somewhere down the road an engine roars. 34. Shiloh. I wake up to the sound of an engine. Pushing myself onto my forearm, I nudge Miles. "Do you hear that?" Miles blinks his eyes open.
"What?"
The engine cuts out and a car door opens. On the street, there's a truck parked against the curb. Out of it steps a tall figure. Miles gasps.
"Is that
Leonard?" I spring to my feet, but Miles pulls me down.
"What are you doing?"
he hisses. "Rescuing Max," I say.
"Even if this is Leonard, Max wouldn't be here with him."
The man walks around the front of the car.
"Quick, come on, we have to hide."
Miles is right. I follow him to the edge of the cemetery and climb over the rock wall. We crouch behind it, and I crane my neck up just enough to see a man walking through the gravestones. He's wearing a long trench coat, but it's too dark to see the color. Miles clutches my upper arm. I can't breathe. The man swings a piece of cloth around his arm as he surveys the gravestones, mumbling the words of a tune I don't recognize. Under the moon, his coat comes into view. Emerald green. I turn to Miles, whose index finger is glued to his lips. Leaves crunch to my left, and I glance over to see Jonah moving toward us, ducking behind the wall.
"Where are you, Henry?"
Leonard spins around.
"I'm here for you, boy."
I didn't expect him to have such a thick southern accent, but Francesca was right. He doesn't look like the man in that photo. I looked down at his hands. 5 fingers. Those hands touched Max. They took him away from me. This man deserves to die. Cold metal burns my palm as I grasp the gun. Before I can draw it out, Jonah's arm shoots out to grab my wrist.
"Stop,"
he whispers. "I'm going to kill him," I say.
"Then he can't take us to Max."
Jonah glances at the car, and my eyes widen in understanding. Leonard stops walking. His eyes are glued to the air in front of him.
"Well, hi there, Henry."
Brandishing the burlap, he lunges forward and grabs hold of something invisible, pushing a shape I can't see into the sack and drawing the string closed. He strolls out of the cemetery holding the sack like a grocery bag. "He's going to get away if we don't follow him," I say. "We need to move."
"How?"
Miles asks.
"We can't get into the car?"
A door slams. I look over to see the headlights turn on as the engine revs to life. I spring to my feet and tear through the gravestones. I don't have a plan, but I have to follow him. The truck pulls away from the curb and I run into the street. I wave my arms over my head. "Hey!" My feet pound against the asphalt. "Wait! Come back!" Leonard's truck does not slow down. My legs burn as I turn the corner, but the truck is already at the end of the road. I surge forward, but an arm pulls me back. I spin to face Jonah.
"What are you doing? You're not going to outrun a car, Shiloh."
"We need to follow him," I say. Francesca catches up to us, breathing heavily. Where did she come from? "We can..." My voice trails off as I remember what Leonard said. "I'm here for you, Henry." Hold on a second. "Francesca, who is Henry?" Francesca itches her eyebrow. "One of the children." Could it be that Leonard hasn't killed Max yet and is coming to the cemetery to retrieve the ghost? If that's the case, who is Mom going to see in Akron? Maybe I was wrong about Lewis and the whole thing with Principal Orr. Maybe this Henry kid is the one meant for Max's body. Why else would Leonard have come to get him? Max is not dead yet. We have more time. "What's Henry's last name?" I ask. "Henry perished in a car accident 2 years ago while his mother was driving the car. She ran a stoplight and a driver hit them, killing Henry on impact. He doesn't speak much." "Francesca, what is Henry's last name?" I ask again. "Vaughn," Francesca says. "Henry Vaughn, I believe." My blood goes cold. Vaughn is Connie's last name. Connie from the sheriff's department. Connie who works for Dad. But it can't be her. I know someone with that last name, but she doesn't have any children.
"It's a common enough last name,"
Miles says.
"If we go to one of our houses, not mine, because I didn't tell my parents I'd be out all night and they're going to be so mad. But maybe yours, Jonah. We can search the town directory."
It hits me, hard and square in the chest. Connie doesn't have children, but she has a sister. Blood rushes from my face. All it would have taken was an ear to the door for Connie to have found out about the abuse, or for her to see Dad grabbing me by the neck in the supply closet after he found the mess Max and I made making paper airplanes. I picture the framed photograph on her desk of her and her sister looking so alike they could be twins. Connie loves her sister, and if her sister was in pain, she would want to help. But she has always been so nice to me. I grab Miles' shoulder, and he steadies me.
"What's wrong?"
"It's Connie's nephew," I say and explain everything. The more I talk about it, the more it makes sense.
I even remember Dad talking about having to put more time in at work a couple years ago because Connie was off on some kind of compassionate leave. Connie didn't want me poking around looking for Leonard because she knew I was onto something. I had seen something shift behind her eyes that day I spoke to her. But the betrayal knits my hands into fists and makes me want to tear Connie's eyeballs out of her face. She must know where Leonard is, or at least know enough to help us find him. I know where she lives. I went to her house with Dad one time he had to drop something off. I stayed in the car, but I remember the house. She lives in Mount Keenan.
That's way too far to walk,
Miles says.
So we drive,
Jonah says, staring at Miles.
We're close to your place.
Miles's mouth falls open.
I can't drive. You have your permit. I've only taken like 3 lessons.
Miles stammers.
I'd have to steal my parents' car, not to mention driving with passengers is illegal on a permit. The alternative is to steal a car and hotwire it,
Jonah says.
But I don't know how to do that, and I'm assuming none of you do either. And you know what else is illegal? Murder, which is what's going to happen to Max if you don't go get that car.
Miles swallows hard. Jonah steps backward and gestures for them all to follow.
Come on, this way.
Miles goes inside to get the keys as the rest of us wait down at the end of his street. I realize we're standing next to the stop sign I was holding on to the other night when I ran from Miles. I wrap one arm around my stomach. Francesca leans against the sign.
Sometimes bravery is about quieting the fairies in your belly, but other times it's about turning those fairies into angels and asking them to help you be strong.
I sigh.
Truth is, I'm terrified.
I'm not feeling very brave right now.
Excuse me, Shiloh, but I was not talking to you.
Francesca says. Oh. Who are you talking to?
My friend, George Haggerty, who has come to help.
Francesca says. I use the monocle. Standing beside Francesca is a scruffy-looking man in a tattered suit with burn marks on the front.
He said what you're doing to find your brother is very noble.
Isn't that the guy you...
Yes.
Cool. I say. I don't have the bandwidth to ask her why he is there or why he wants to help, but the more help we have, the better, I guess. I wonder if ghosts can ride in cars. I have a sudden mental image of us driving off and leaving George Haggerty in a sitting position, midair, a foot or so above the road, and I snort. Moments later, Miles hurries out of the house with the keys and unlocks the car. The taillights flash. He starts it and moves it as quietly as possible from the driveway to the end of the street. He gestures.
Get in, I guess.
I climb into the passenger seat. Jonah sits behind Miles, and Francesca sits in the middle, leaving the seat next to her for George Haggerty. She reaches out as if she's holding on to something or someone. Maybe that's how you transport a ghost. Miles pulls away from the curb.
Where are we going?
I buckle my seatbelt. Get on Route 13 to Mount Keenan. As Miles turns onto the road, the porch lights come on and the door opens to reveal Miles's mom clutching her bathrobe around herself. She shields her eyes with her hand and peers at the car. She's seen us. Her lips form Miles's name.
Drive!
Jonah urges from the back seat.
What are you doing, man? Let's go!
Miles's mom starts walking down the steps. Without warning, the car lurches forward and shoots down the road.
Shit!
Miles grips the steering wheel.
Shit!
I glance over my shoulder to see his mom standing in the road, waving her arms at an alarming rate. Jonah lets out a yee-haw! I can't tell if Miles is going to puke or pass out.
She's going to kill me,
Miles says.
She's actually going to kill me.
I look around for some water and find a crinkled plastic bottle wedged into the passenger side cup holder. I unscrew the cap and offer it to him.
You're looking pale.
Miles sniffs it.
I'm not drinking that.
I sniff it too. It reeks of plastic. I don't blame him for not wanting it.
Can you drive faster?
I don't even know how to drive slow.
Miles's voice cracks.
If I go any faster, we're ending up in a tree. Just hit the pedal harder.
Jonah leans over the center console and presses on Miles's leg. The car lurches and speeds up, and Miles screams.
Everyone shut up! Jonah, get your hands off me!
Once Miles reaches Route 13, he drives faster. Because it's so late at night, there's nobody on the road, which is lucky because Miles is driving like he's drunk. Miles gives me his phone and asks me to text his mom, telling her not to worry. Like it's going to make a difference. I do it anyway, and then turn the phone off. I don't want Miles checking for a reply while he's trying to drive. We turn down Connie's road, and I try to picture her house. It's tan with a brick chimney and a bronze star on the front. I can't remember the number. Both of the first houses are tan. The next is blue. None of these are right, but the road feels familiar. I spot the bronze star and yell, "Stop!" Miles slams on the brakes and I lurch forward into the seatbelt. Connie's red sedan is parked on the curb. Realization settles deep in my bones. This is her house. Jonah waves his arm.
Park behind the tree so she doesn't see us.
Miles parks, turns off the headlights, and lets out a shaky breath as he leans his forehead against the steering wheel. As I get out of the car, Francesca mutters, "Congratulations on driving well, Miles." None of the lights are on in the house. My sneakers crunch on the gravel of the neighbor's driveway as I creep up Connie's front path. I run my fingers over the house's red railings as I climb the front steps, wincing at every creak I make. Using my hand to shield my eyes from the glow of the moon, I lean up and look through the window on the door. I squint to see through the shadows. Nothing moves. Maybe Connie is asleep. Maybe she's off duty. Maybe she knows nothing about Max being found, if it is really Max who was found. I grip the door handle. One glance over my shoulder shows Jonah and Miles behind me, with Francesca on the grass. I can't just knock on the door like we did to Ella Ruggles. Connie knows I'm on to Leonard. I told her when I saw her at the hospital. If she knows it's me, she might not answer the door. Or she might know we're here and is inside, preparing herself for the confrontation. If she has such disregard for Max's life, who's to say she'd care any more about mine? I close my eyes and go through the standard cop arsenal. Police issue gun, nightstick, taser, pepper spray. If 4 kids break into her house at stupid o'clock in the morning, no one's going to blame her for asking questions later, are they? My heart is beating so hard I can't hear myself think. I have to be smart. I have to be strong. Leonard might kill Max tonight, and I don't have a lot of time to stop him. I take the gun out of my purse and click a magazine into place. I'm not going to shoot Connie, but I have to be prepared if she tries to shoot me. I try the door handle, but it does not budge. Of course it doesn't. I try to count how many cops would leave their doors unlocked at night and come up with 0. Jonah looks down at the gun in my hand, but he doesn't say anything. He must be thinking the same thing I am. Miles comes up the stairs, and I hide the gun back inside my purse before he can see it.
Are you going to knock?
Miles whispers. I need to catch her by surprise. I say, and it's everything I can do to keep my voice steady. We don't have much time and need answers. Miles doesn't look happy with this, but he doesn't protest. Instead, he says, check if there's an alarm. Usually there's a card, some kind of indicator of alarm to dissuade burglars from entering. I'd be surprised if Connie doesn't have an alarm. She knows how terrible people can be. But Jonah checks the windows and says, no card. She has to have a spare key, Miles says, and I agree. Jonah walks around the back of the house and Miles scours the sides. Where would she keep a spare key? I lift the doormat and find nothing but dust. The key isn't in the ceramic pumpkin by the door, nor is it stuck behind the bronze star. The mailbox pops open, but there's no key. With my hands on my hips, I turn around. Connie isn't tall, so it can't be in the gutter. I bend over to reach my hand up the downspout, feeling for anything stuck to the edge. Nothing. Jonah comes back, and I raise my eyebrows in question, but he shakes his head.
Come check this out.
Miles whispers, and he pokes his finger into what looks like a birdhouse hanging off the side of the house.
It's blocked off, see?
I touch the opening, but my finger catches on wire mesh. My lips curve upward. Big brain, Miles. Miles points to a small padlock on the bottom.
Needs a code.
As I try to think of what the code could be, Jonah takes the birdhouse off its hook, carries it to the path, and smashes it with his boot.
What the hell are you doing?
Miles asks. Jonah pulls a key out of the splintered wood.
Stopping you from wasting time.
I take the key and walk up to the front door. I remember what Francesca said earlier. Sometimes bravery is about quieting the fairies in your belly, but other times it's about turning those fairies into angels and asking them to help you be strong.
Please, angels, help me be strong.
I glance back at Jonah, who says,
We're right behind you.
I notice Francesca wander around the back of the house. I take the gun out of my purse and hear Miles gasp.
Why on earth do you have a gun?
He hisses. Balancing my finger on the trigger, I turn the key in the handle and open the door. Jonah closes the door behind us, and I tighten my hold on the gun and try to ignore how fast my heart is beating. Connie must be in the bedroom. If we can wake her up and catch her by surprise, Jonah and Miles could restrain her and we could force her to take us to Max. That's about all I have in terms of a plan, I realize. But I don't have time to stop and think. I reach a hallway that looks like it leads to the bedrooms. But before I can start walking down it, there's a clatter behind me. I spin around. Miles is frozen, staring at the knitting needles and yarn that just fell onto the floor. He looks up as if to say, "What do I do now?"
Breathe,
I tell myself.
It wasn't that loud.
In the living room, there's a creak. I look up to see Connie standing in the shadows, facing me and holding a baseball bat in both hands. 35. Shiloh. I hold the gun out in front of me. Don't move. Connie steps out of the shadows and into the moonlight. Her eyes widen in recognition.
Shiloh, what the hell do you think you're doing?
You know what you did.
I'm so scared I can't move.
You're going to take me to Max, right now.
Shouldn't you be with your mother in Akron?
I want you to take me to Max. Connie grips the bat. She glances at Jonah, whose arms are crossed over his chest, and then at the open front door behind us. We've got her cornered.
I don't know where Max is,
she says. I know about Leonard and what he can do. I know about your nephew. I know about everything.
You don't understand.
Her voice is thick with resignation, and my stomach twists at the realization that we've got her. I was right.
I didn't mean for it to happen, Shiloh. He came to me, said he had a way to bring Henry back, but I swear I didn't know he would do this.
You're going to take me there.
I'd trusted Connie, looked up to her even. I always thought she was on my side.
I can't. Connie doesn't lower the bat.
He came to me, gave me no way to contact him, said he'd find me if he needed something.
How could you do this to Max?
Behind Connie, there's a flicker of movement as Francesca turns the corner with a branch in her hands. I keep my eyes on Connie so as not to betray Francesca's presence. I know it's hard, Shiloh, but Max's life was also hard. And now Henry has a chance to get his life back with a family who loves him.
I love Max.
As Francesca raises the branch, Connie twists her lip into a sad, pitying smile. But you aren't enough, are you? Not against your father.
Francesca swings the branch into Connie's side, and before Connie can spin around with the bat, Jonah rushes in and knocks it from her hands, pinning her arms behind her back. Miles grabs a baseball bat and points it at Connie like a sword. I point the gun at Connie's face. You're going to take me to Max. I told you I don't know where he is. Connie struggles against Jonah, but he holds her still. I was right, he is strong. Leonard only ever met me. Take me to where you met Leonard, the exact location, and stay with us until we find him. Miles, she'll have handcuffs in here somewhere. Find them and put them on her. Miles looks startled, and it's Francesca who moves over to Connie's uniform jacket, which is hanging on her coat rack in the hall. I see the handcuffs, the baton, and spray. I put the spray in my pocket and pick up the baseball bat as Francesca clumsily locks Connie's hands behind her back. I don't want to underestimate Connie's strength. She's a cop, and I know from Dad that they get trained in restraining people and escaping from situations exactly like these. There's a click as Francesca finally locks the cuff. A smile flicks across Connie's face. You're too late to stop him. I jerk my chin in the direction of the door and tell Jonah, let's get her in the car. Miles pulls the car up to the curb. Connie sits in the back next to Jonah, and I keep the gun trained on her from where I'm sitting in the passenger seat so that she doesn't see an opportunity to try anything. Connie shoots Francesca a questioning look as Francesca squashes up against her, leaving what looks like an empty seat next to the rear door. If you don't take us to the exact location you met him, I tell Connie, trying to keep my voice steady, I swear to God I will shoot you dead and go to jail for the rest of my life. I've lost my brother, my father, and my home, and I have nothing left to lose. Got it? Connie keeps her eyes on me as Miles drives us all away. She tells Miles to go to the church by Mount Keenan's elementary school, then directs him past the university and down a long, winding road into the parking lot of an unmarked brick building surrounded by fields. Miles's headlights cast long shadows into the tall grass and trees. I realize we're close to the tent city we walked through and that we've approached it from the opposite side. I peer out the window at the woods, illuminated by the headlights. Are you sure this is it? I met him in the woods over there. Connie points across the street. A little past those trees, but I parked my car here. All right. Jonah claps his hands. Looks like we're going into the woods. Miles, what are the odds you have flashlights in the car? Given my parents are professors, close to 0, I'd guess. Miles replies. I can sense that he's stretched to his breaking point. Francesca and I each assaulted someone tonight. Miles has stolen a car and driven without his license, and we're all guilty of kidnapping an officer of the law at gunpoint. I don't know how Miles is still breathing. Miles and Jonah walk around to the trunk and open it, while I keep the gun on Connie. Connie exhales through her nose. Next time your dad hits Max, remember what you did to enable it. Dad isn't going to hit Max again, because Mom is going to leave his ass and take us with her. I'll bet he'll also lose his job. The thought fills me with satisfaction inappropriate for the current situation. Pity. If you'd played your cards right, you could have been the new sheriff. I think of Detective Finnegan. It's not like you have much competition. I clench my teeth as Jonah opens the door to announce that Miles has found a flashlight. Francesca takes Connie's arm and leads her across the street. I'm holding the gun in Connie's vague direction, but I quietly slip the safety back on because I don't trust myself with it. We cross the street, pass a no trespassing sign nailed to a tree, and walk into the woods. Francesca keeps hold of Connie's arm. Jonah holds the flashlight and walks out in front of us. Miles walks with me, beads of sweat running down his face. They drip onto his lips and glue his curls to his forehead, making him look kind of sick. Miles, I say, you don't look so good. He glances back at me. That's not a very kind thing to say. But he doesn't look mad. My shoes crush leaves. There are no street lamps on this road. Miles's flashlight is the only thing illuminating our path, as the canopy is still thick enough to stop the moonlight from cutting through.
George Haggerty says he can see something over that way,
Francesca remarks, pointing to our right. I forgot George was there, and Miles looks up in surprise. We walk in the direction Francesca indicated. Connie doesn't say a word. Nothing is appearing in the flashlight apart from trees and rotting logs. I'm beginning to doubt that we're even in the right place when I see a flash of blue and tell Jonah to stop. Miles runs the flashlight over a rusted blue pickup truck sitting between the trees, half covered by a dirty brown tarp. I glance back the way we came, astounded that a truck could get so far into here. There must be another entrance into the woods from the other side. I take the flashlight from Jonah and hand him the gun, and I creep around the tarp and peek into the bed of the truck. There's a coil of rope in there and a spare wheel. In the back seat is a crowbar sitting on the torn leather. Imagining what that could have been used for, I dig my nails into my palms. It's the same truck from the cemetery, I say. It's got the same plate. My eyes rest on the burlap sack and the ratty fleece blankets on the floor. A hand rests against my back and I just manage to stop myself from jumping in surprise. Miles is watching me, sweat beading on his temples.
Max is close,
he assures me. I hope so. I hope we aren't too late. I have this grainy feeling behind my eyes from lack of sleep. It won't be long before dawn, and I wonder where Mom is. She's probably out there somewhere wondering where I am. Does she have some strange kid? Now she's lost her husband, her home, and both of her children. She'll be going out of her mind with worry. But I can't think about that now. I glance at Connie, who is as rigid as a board beside Jonah. If Leonard's truck is here, he can't be far away. I don't want to bring Connie along to confront him. She's a loose cannon, and she'd be on Leonard's side. I can't focus on two of them at once. I open the unlocked truck door and reach inside to grab the coil of rope. Jonah keeps Connie at gunpoint as I pin her against a tree and tie her to the trunk with Leonard's rope. I imagine Connie telling Leonard about Dad and Leonard luring Max into his car with an ugly smile after T-ball, yanking the rope tight around his wrists. Something worse occurs to me. Maybe Connie took him herself. Come on, Max. I hear her voice say. Your dad's at home watching the game. Asked me to come get you. Max knew not to talk to strangers, but he would have gone with Connie. I run my hands down the sides of Connie's pajama pants to check for any weapons she might have hidden, before I use a rock to tear a strip of fabric from Mom's old dress. It's ruined now anyway, that's for sure. Max would have gone with Connie more easily than Leonard. She's not a stranger. I think of Connie leaning over in the squad car to open the passenger door. I think of Max's trusting smile as he hops in and runs his hands over the siren switches. And I want to smash the rock into Connie's teeth until there's nothing left but a gaping hole. Instead, I shove the cloth into Connie's mouth. I can't have her screaming or giving us away. Connie's eyes grow wide, and rage boils inside me as I shove the fabric down harder. Let's go, Miles says, taking my hand. I grip onto his fingers as he leads me away from Connie, who stands secured against the tree with her hands cuffed behind her. God only knows where the keys are, and right now if I had them, I'd throw them into the brambles. We walk deeper into the woods, past the truck. My heart quickens with every step we take. Is Max around this tree, or the next one? It takes every ounce of self-control I have not to run forward and scream for him. If I betray our position, we might lose our chance to rescue him. Francesca waves her hand and whispers at us to stop. She holds her finger up to her lips as she creeps forward to run her hand along a sheet of camouflage netting that obscures the path, which has been secured to the trees with zip ties. Jonah makes a face at it. Francesca peeks around the netting before darting behind it, her eyes wide. I creep up to the net and peer through it. My breath catches in the back of my throat. Sitting in the woods, framed by mostly leafless trees and half covered by dusty netting, is a small trailer. It's the kind of trailer you'd attach to your car while moving, not a trailer you would live inside. There are no windows, and it's long. I can tell it had once been painted, but years of wear have rusted the metal and reduced the paint to pale outlines of its original designs. There are stars, flames, an enormous elephant uncovered by the unevenly applied netting. The circus? The freak show? The tragic accident? We need to get in there, I say. Jonah points at the heavy chain pulled between the trailer doors.
Doesn't look like we can.
I wonder where Leonard bathes, Francesca says.
Interesting point, Frankie, but not important right now,
Jonah says. He's the only one who calls her Frankie, but she doesn't seem to care.
Miles and I will draw him out. When he's distracted, Shiloh and Frankie, you get in that trailer, grab Max, and make a run for it.
I will get Max, I echo. Jonah nods and pats the gun, which he's still holding.
And I'll keep Leonard away from you.
Sounds good to me, Miles says, squeezing my hand. I squeeze it back. With a brief glance around the netting, Jonah slips out of hiding to get closer to the trailer, and Miles follows him. His hand slips from mine. As Miles is walking away, I realize I didn't wish him luck. Come on. I grab Francesca's hand and pull her after me as I run out from behind the netting and press my body against the side of the trailer. We need to be close to the door so we can slip in as soon as Miles and Jonah lure Leonard out. But we're too out in the open here. He's going to see us the second he steps out. And if Jonah has a gun, Leonard might too. Getting an idea, I drop to the ground and squeeze underneath the trailer on my stomach. Francesca follows me as I inch close to the edge, staying under the rim so that Leonard won't see me. Pressing my shoulder against a tire, I watch Jonah and Miles stand. Jonah points the gun at the trailer doors. Without warning, Miles steps forward and pulls the chain from the double doors. I guess it wasn't padlocked. The chain slides through the buckles with a loud clang and tumbles onto the dirt. One of the ends falls onto the ground inches from my fingers, and I pull my hand away in a reflex action. Miles slams his fist on the door. Jonah calls.
Open up, Leonard. It's over.
I don't know what's over. Nothing's over. But he says it with such confidence that I'm almost convinced. There's no sound. Jonah cocks his head at the doors. Quickly, Miles grabs onto both doors and yanks them open. They crash onto the sides of the trailer. I listen for something. A voice? A laugh? A whimper from Max, even. Miles shines his flashlight up into the trailer's bed. I'm trying to read Miles's and Jonah's faces to figure out what they're looking at, when I hear a low voice above me saying,
I, didn't expect no visitors.
The accent is southern, like a cowboy in a cartoon or an old movie. It's the same as the voice of the man in the cemetery. Jonah holds the gun in both hands.
Step down from the trailer, asshole, or I'll shoot. Now why would you want to do a thing like that?
Footsteps creak above my head, and I press my body harder into the ground.
Step down from the trailer.
Jonah repeats, enunciating each word like he's talking to a kid.
Or I will shoot you. I don't mean you kids no harm.
Leonard's boots land on the ground with a thump. In the light of Miles's flashlight, the bottom of his coat brushes against his calves.
Step away from the trailer,
Jonah says, and Leonard takes a step forward. Miles holds up his cell phone like a weapon.
I'm calling the sheriff,
he says. He'd probably want to know we found his son. My throat closes. Can they see Max? Is he up there? I pull on the rubber bracelet on my wrist, and it's all I can do not to burst into tears. Leonard laughs. It's not a pleasant sound, and there is not a drop of humor in it.
That sheriff don't care about that boy,
drawls Leonard.
Last thing I remember, he beat the living Jesus out of him. Still, ain't nothing to what he did to his precious girl.
Miles says nothing, but I can hear him breathe from here. I bury my head in the carpet of leaves, shame crawling all over me like an army of invisible spiders. Jonah takes the phone from Miles. He taps the screen, making it glow against the night.
That may be true, but finding Max would make him a hero,
Jonah says. I sense Leonard's bravado slipping.
Who in the hell are you?
It doesn't matter who we are. It's over, Leonard, Miles says. I hear a tremor in his voice. Leonard must hear it too because he chuckles.
I didn't think no one would find me way out here,
Leonard says. His voice is a soft mumble. It's lulling me. I shake my head and lean forward to hear him.
It's one of those things that, no one ever did.
It's about time someone found you, because what you're doing is wrong, Miles says. You're playing God.
Only God plays God.
There's an edge of anger in Leonard's voice.
And no one ever dies, if truth be told. People just move. Ain't nobody that's ever gone.
Miles isn't having any of it. Death makes them gone. Leonard takes a long breath and eventually sighs.
Know that little girl, Poppy. Her stepfather had the carnal knowledge of her, and her mother watched him sometimes as well.
His voice is barely a whisper. I have to concentrate hard to hear him.
Reckon I'm doing good doing this. You must always do good.
Another step away from the trailer, man, Jonah says, and there's no tremble in his voice. I notice the design etched in the leather of Leonard's shoes. Francesca is staring at Leonard with her mouth wide open. Leonard takes another step forward. If I were to jump onto the trailer now, he would be close enough to snatch me up before I even made it on the bed. I need a better distraction. I want to kill him. I wish I had the gun now because I swear I would shoot him stone cold dead. I press my mouth against Francesca's ear and whisper as soft as I can. You need to get out there. Francesca crawls out onto the leaves and walks around from the side of the trailer, appearing in Leonard's periphery. As soon as Leonard sees her, he gasps.
You!
His back and shoulders stiffen.
From the graveyard.
A sharp laugh prickles out of Leonard.
Gee, we're the same, kid, you and me. You're like me, and that means you should understand what I'm doing is good.
I am nothing like you, Francesca says. Leonard scoffs.
There's something about this place.
He continues.
It's one of them places where, the wall is thin. I can get through it here, I can find her again.
Her? Francesca asks quietly. Leonard inches closer to Francesca. Seizing my opportunity, I push myself out from under the trailer and hoist myself onto the bed. My nose prickles at the smell. It's rancid, mold and feces and rotting animal flesh. Dirt cakes the floor, and the mangled maroon carpet stretching all the way to the back is stained brown and in some places black where the dirt has caked onto it. To my left is a couch, and across from it, there are 3 wooden chests with cast iron latches pressed against the wall. They are all closed. Chained to the wall is a single handcuff. Sitting on the coffee table is a lantern with some kind of candle inside, sending weak golden light flickering across the rest of the trailer. To the side is what looks like an old banner stretching from the floor to the ceiling, announcing that the Durand Brothers Traveling Circus presents The Amazing Necromancer. A vibrant illustration shows a young boy holding a spot of light over a dead chicken and staring forward. It's the same picture I saw online. All the way at the back of the trailer is a wall of iron bars. They're thick enough to hold the elephant painted on the trailer's exterior, I bet. Hay sprinkles the floor. Behind the bars is a small body lying on the floor, curled inward, facing the wall. The red uniform. It's a size too big.
He'll grow into it,
Dad said, and it's wrinkled because I forgot to tell Mom it needed to be washed. His usually clean white pants are caked with grime. Max. I creep down toward him past the candle and deeper into the shadows. Leonard is speaking behind me, but he's talking to Francesca. I can't make out what he's saying, but it covers any noise I make, so I don't care. When I reach the back, I grip the bars. The cage is unlocked and the door is sitting slightly open. It makes a soft creak when I push it open, and I glance backward in fear. but Leonard is too busy with Francesca to notice. I rush inside the cage, crushing damp hay beneath my knees as I pull Max onto my lap. His head falls back, turning his face to the ceiling. His eyes are closed. Grease has glued his hair together, but his cowlick has not been flattened. He's cold, so cold. I press my forehead into his hair. He smells like the rest of the trailer. I move my fingers and check his pulse. It's faint, but still there. "Max?" I say, relief crashing over me as I hold him in my arms. He isn't waking up. Why isn't he waking up? I need to get him to a hospital. Jonah told me to grab him and run, but I need to make it out of the trailer first. I hoist Max into my arms and stand up. He feels so much thinner. I carefully place one foot in front of the other as I walk down the filthy carpet. Max's head bobs against my shoulder and I steady it with my hand. I step over a crinkled towel lying on the ground. I can hear Francesca's voice now. I'm almost at the mouth of the trailer, and I'm in full view of the candle. I can't be more than 10 feet from Leonard. Just a few more steps and I'll be on the ground. Something falls at my feet with a clatter. I look down to see the burner phone on the dirty carpet. It must have fallen out of my purse. Oh God, no. Leonard turns around. His eyes fall on me for a moment before they darken in recognition, or in realization of what I'm doing.
"Stop walking,"
he says. I step forward.
"Do not keep walking."
Jonah hurries around into Leonard's field of vision with a gun, but Leonard's eyes are fixed on me. He has a lazy eye, I realize, that looks off to the side. It makes him look like he can watch two things at once.
"I'll shoot you,"
Jonah repeats. I realize he has to repeat it because he doesn't want to do it.
"The boy is mine."
Leonard's eyes tear through me.
"Give him to me."
I hold Max to me and jump off the end of the trailer. As soon as my feet hit the ground, Leonard screams. I look up to see him barreling towards me. I run as fast as I can for the netting, but Leonard yanks me back. He knocks the back of his hand into my head and I writhe away from him. "No!" I scream, pulling Max out of his reach. Bam! A gunshot sounds from behind Leonard and he falls still. His grip loosens on my arm and I pull away from him. Leonard arches his back, and when he falls onto his knees, Jonah comes into view behind him. Jonah lowers the gun, his mouth opening and closing. Leonard's eyes get dark. He's so big, a single gunshot won't hold him for long. He grips the dirt in front of him as he twists backward to look at Jonah, a deep growl gurgling from his throat.
"Run, Shiloh!"
Jonah shouts. I run from Leonard. Holding Max's head to my shoulder, I brush past the tarp. I need to get to the road. I'm in sight of Leonard's truck when Francesca screams behind me. "Shiloh!" Something's wrong. I glance back. In the moonlight, Leonard is holding Miles from behind. One of Leonard's hands holds Miles's torso, while the other holds a gun against Miles's temple. Jonah's hands are empty. Where's Dad's gun? The air is knocked out of my lungs when I realize Leonard has it. My heart hammers like a fist inside my chest.
"Stop running,"
Leonard shouts, his voice breaking over the words. Miles's eyes dart around, not focusing on anything.
"Bring me the boy,"
Leonard says.
"or I'm gonna kill your friend."
"Please," Miles stammers, his bottom lip trembling. "I'm just a kid. I do good in school. My parents will miss me." Leonard bristles as if he's annoyed that Miles is speaking.
"I'm warning you,"
he tells me. I grip Max tighter, and Leonard presses the gun harder into Miles's skull.
"Give me the boy. I don't want to hurt you."
Leonard is tall and broad. He's easily double Miles's size. Jonah is shouting at Leonard to let Miles go, but he can't do anything or Leonard will hurt Miles. I glance over my shoulder at the woods stretching behind me. If I run right now, I might be able to make it to the road and get Max to safety.
1.
Leonard begins to count.
2.
What do I do? I can't give Max to him. I can't. Leonard stomps his foot on the ground.
I will shoot him. I swear to God Almighty, I'll blow his brains all over the goddamn place.
Jonah screams. He grabs a rock by his feet and pelts it at Leonard's head, but it whizzes past Leonard's ear. Slowly, Leonard turns to face Jonah. He buries the gun into Miles's back. Darkness twists his features into something unrecognizable.
Don't you move, I said, and you moved. This is on you. It's on all of you.
Miles's eyes bulge out of his skull.
Shiloh!
Before I can do anything to stop him, Leonard pulls the trigger and shoots Miles in the side. 36. Shiloh. I scream. Miles falls backwards into Leonard's chest before crumpling to his knees. His legs thrash out as he falls onto his side and a cough tears through his body. Without thinking, I run to Miles and drop to my knees in front of him, resting Max on the dirt beside me. I grab Miles's shoulder as he retches. He gasps for air. There's more blood. Miles's eyes are bulging from his head. This can't be happening. This isn't real. I gather my dress and press it against the wound and shriek. Jonah, where are you? Jonah is there beside me, staring at Miles, his face white with shock. Call an ambulance, I say. Jonah takes out his phone and his fingers fumble on the buttons. I can't. What do you mean you can't? No service. Miles lifts his hand and grabs the strap of my dress. His grip is so tight that it registers as being painful, yet I don't feel any pain. We need to get him to the road, I say, hitting the side of Miles's face to keep him awake. Come on, Miles, please. Miles groans. Jonah rips off his shirt, and I use it to pack the wound before helping sling Miles around Jonah's shoulder. I knit my fist into the sleeve of Miles's shirt. Stay awake, okay? We're going to get help. I'm right behind you with Max. I tell Jonah. Go! With a crazed look in his eyes, Jonah nods and carries Miles away from the trailer. I reach down to pick up Max, but he isn't there. My throat closes. No. Oh, God, no. Where's Leonard? A rattling sound comes from the trailer, and I look up just in time to see Leonard hunched over in the opening, with Max's tiny body slung over his shoulder like a dish rag. Blood stains the hole in Leonard's coat. With a glance back at me that seems to betray sadness as much as anything else, he pulls the doors closed. No! I scream, but it's too late. A loud bang sounds from inside as the doors click into place, locked from the inside. I throw myself against the doors. I smash my shoulder against them once and then again. Help me! I shout back at Francesca, who's standing where Miles was shot, with saliva and snot dropping from her trembling lips. Francesca wipes her mouth on her sleeve and comes to help me push, but the doors do not budge. Open the door, you son of a bitch! I had Max. I had him. If I had kept running and not come back for Miles, we would be on the road. I grab a branch from the ground, wedge it between the doors, and press with all my weight into it. Francesca comes behind me and helps. We open the doors enough to see that Leonard has latched them closed with a wooden plank, but then the branch snaps and I stumble backwards. I bend over with my hands on my knees, gasping. There has to be another way. There has to be some way to open the trailer, something I overlooked, something I don't see. Come on, Shiloh, think. I rub my hands over my stomach before feeling a bulge in one of my dress pockets. My hand closes around the monocle, and I get an idea. Can the ghost do it? Francesca sniffles, wiping the snot pouring from her nose with the back of her hand.
I don't believe they can touch things.
The one at Ella Ruggles' house did. It touched me. Can George, whatever his name is, get in there and pull out the wood? I raise the monocle to my eye and scan the trees for the man in tweed who is standing behind Francesca and rubbing his arm.
Please,
I beg, the words catching on my throat.
it's my brother. Please, you have to try.
George glances over at Francesca, who echoes my words, before he balls his fists and rushes through the trailer door. Oh my God, he actually did it. I press my ear to the metal. I can't hear anything other than the clunk of Leonard's footsteps inside.
Please don't notice him,
I pray. There's a scratch. Did I imagine it? A loud clatter sounds from inside and the trailer doors open with a creak. Before Leonard can reach them, I yank them open and throw myself inside. Max is lying still on an old overstuffed couch. Leonard's giant hands are wrapped around his throat, but Leonard drops them when he sees me. Dad's gun is on the floor between us, and Leonard moves towards it when I remember something, pull Connie's pepper spray out of my pocket, and let Leonard have it right in the face. He cries out, clutching his eyes as he staggers back to the couch next to Max's feet. I reach for Dad's gun sitting discarded on the floor and point it at Leonard. Get away from my brother. Leonard takes his hands from his face. His nose and eyes are streaming. He grips the side of the couch with one arm and forces himself to his feet before grabbing the coat rack unsteadily. All the blood has left his face. Underneath his open coat, blood is soaking his white shirt.
Ain't no point in trying,
Leonard says.
See, hon, Max is already gone from this world.
37. Francesca. Bam, bam, bam. Shiloh shoots Leonard in the chest, shoulder, and head. The gunshots are so loud that I have to cover my ears, and Leonard falls into the back of the trailer as the bullets rip through his flesh. The last one goes in just under his right eye and seems to take the whole of the back of his head off. I don't realize until the shots have stopped that Shiloh is screaming. I'm about to try and comfort her when I spot a glimmer of light shining out from inside Max's body. I pause. The light sparkles, then dims. All of a sudden, Max sits up from his body, rubbing his eyes as if he were waking up from a nap. He blinks at the room as if he's trying to get his bearings, glitching and freezing like a picture on a scratched DVD as his greasy cowlick falls across his face. When his eyes land on Shiloh, his entire face blossoms with relief. "Shiloh!" he exclaims, leaping up from the couch to throw his arms around her leg. But instead of colliding with her, he runs right through her and stumbles face first out of the trailer, landing softly in the grass. He looks down at his hands in confusion. Shiloh shoots Leonard again, although at this point, I'm pretty sure he's dead. His final thoughts are sliding down the back wall of his trailer, although I don't see a soul rising from his body. Perhaps he does not have one. Shiloh sinks to her knees, still screaming. I lean over the end of the trailer and reach out my hand. "Max?" I ask, and he looks at me with sad and confused eyes. I'm struck by how like Shiloh's they are. "Will you take my hand?" Max rubs his nose. "Why is my sister crying?" Shiloh stops screaming and twists around. I open my palm and say, "It's all right, Max. Take my hand." Max hesitates before putting his small hand in mine, and I curl my fingers around it, feeling the now familiar sharp chill shoot up my arm as I pull him up to where I'm standing. I understand why Shiloh wants to protect him so badly. He is so small. "Is that Max?" Shiloh asks, fumbling to get the monocle from her pocket and raising it to her eye. Max brushes off his pants and points at his body lying on the couch. "That's me, isn't it?" "Come with me." I lead him back over to his body, pick him up by the crook of his arms, and set him down on the couch. Max twists around to look at his body. The corpse's eyes are closed, like it is sleeping, and Max reaches out to press his finger into his cheek. His finger passes through the corpse's clammy skin like a bad special effect in an old movie. "Can you do something for me, Max?" I ask. Max stares at me. Not like he's afraid, just like he's interested in what I'm going to say next. "Okay." "I need you to relax and lean back for me when I tell you to, okay?" "Okay." I glance back at Shiloh, who is clutching the monocle to her eye, and then at Leonard, who is lying still and bloodied on the ground. Trying to remember what I did at the tent city, I lock eyes with Max, take both of his hands, and lower him until he is completely aligned with his body. His hands are freezing, like the woman's were that time, but I lean into the pain. I tell Max it will be all right as he lies stiff as a board. Slowly, he dissolves. Liquid ice fills my body, freezing my bones in place. It's a sharp, overwhelming pain. I grasp at my ribcage, writhing backwards onto my haunches until the pain withdraws and dissolves and then becomes a searing heat. A sharp exhale leaves my lips. I lean forward and press 2 fingers against Max's wrist. He has a pulse. Shiloh staggers toward me.
"What did you do to him?"
I don't answer her. I cannot put it into words. She checks his pulse too, before looking up at me. What I did registers in her swollen red eyes, and I wait for her to gasp, push me away, to look at me like all the other girls at school. But instead, she gets up and throws her arms around me. My spine stiffens as I did not expect the gesture. She presses her hands into my shoulder blades, and I let out a shaky breath as she whispers, "Thank you, Francesca," and lets me go. An empty feeling fills the space she had just taken up as she drops back to her knees, pulls Max to her chest, and lifts him off the couch. She jumps off the end of the trailer.
"Come on, let's go."
I look back at Leonard on the ground, bullet holes tearing through the front of his shirt. Holding Miles, he had looked like a wild animal, but now the expression on his face is peaceful. In a way, I feel a bit bad for him. "Francesca!" Shiloh calls again, her voice breaking. "Please!" With one last glance at Leonard, I hop to the ground and follow Shiloh as she runs into the shadows of the trees.
38. Shiloh. Small puffs of air leave my lips. We have to be getting close to the road, but the trees all look the same. "Jonah!" I shout, holding Max close to me. It's so quiet I can hear him breathing. Tiny breaths. The burner phone is dead, so I can't call 911. I need to find Jonah before Miles's ambulance comes. I stop. Did I just hear a car? I turn in the direction of the sound and make it 2 steps before I stop in my tracks. My blood goes cold. Miles is sitting propped against a tree with his head hanging down and brown curls falling into his face. I reach down and pinch the matted strands. Crimson coats my fingers. Keeping Max pressed against me, I tilt Miles's head back. His open, glassy eyes stare up to the sky. "Jonah!" I scream. Blood runs out of the corner of Miles's mouth. I wipe it away with my thumb, smearing it over his lips. "Jonah, where are you?" Jonah crashes to the ground beside me. "I had to go to the road." He's out of breath, gasping for air. "He was losing too much blood. I needed to call an ambulance." Jonah's voice trails off when he sees Miles, and the color drains from his cheeks. I can see the realization settle over his face.
Jonah grabs Miles's shoulders and pulls him to his chest, wrapping his arms around him and knitting his fists into Miles's shirt. I sit back on my heels. Out of Jonah's throat comes a scream so raw that it seems to strip the skin from his windpipe on its way out. He screams until his lungs run out of air, sucks in a breath, and screams again until those screams turn into sobs. He pounds his fist on Miles's chest. I rock back and forth. This can't be happening. Miles's face swims before my eyes, the way he looked in the woods, flashing me a smile behind the camouflage netting. Leonard asked me for Max, and I refused. Leonard used Dad's gun. I knit my hands into the dirt as tears spill over my cheeks. Miles had screamed for help, and I wasn't fast enough. A siren sounds as if from far away. I gather Max in my arms. "Jonah, come on," I say, but he doesn't move. He's still holding Miles. "We have to go." Tears shining on his cheeks in the moonlight, Jonah lifts Miles under the arms and carries him through the trees and onto the road. Lights from the ambulance glance around the corner at us. I wave my arms and it slows down. Paramedics rush out. When a woman pulls Max from my arms, my chest deflates. A young man straps Miles to a gurney. I climb into the ambulance after Jonah and pull Francesca in after me. Jonah shakes as the paramedics rip open Miles's shirt and a woman charges the paddles. Jonah's broken sobs grow louder, and I turn his face into my bare shoulder to muffle them. The woman shocks Miles. His back arches. I watch for his heartbeat on the monitor, but the line stays flat. "Come on," I pray. "Please, Miles, you can't be gone." The paramedic shocks Miles again. Beep. My jaw drops. On the monitor there is a single peak, then another. A heartbeat. Miles's heartbeat. I elbow Jonah in the ribs and he looks up. It takes him a second to notice, but when he does, he says, "He's alive?" Relief crashes over me. I grab Miles's arm and press my forehead into the gurney, rolling my face over to look at Max propped up on the paramedic's lap with an oxygen mask strapped to his face. Even though the world threatens to pull away from me, I don't take my eyes off Max's face until we reach the hospital. I press my nose into Max's dirty hair as I lie beside him on the small hospital bed. Tape holds tubes inside his nostrils. There's another tube in his mouth. The doctor didn't let me on the bed before, but he's gone now, so he can't say anything to me. All that's left to do for Max is wait for him to wake up. Hope for him to wake up. Pray for him to wake up. Mom hasn't stopped praying since she arrived, her hands clasped and pressed against her forehead as she rocks back and forth in a chair in the corner. I prayed too. There are no atheists in emergency rooms, I guess. But I'm not going to let him go. No matter what happens, I'm going to hold him. I tried to ask Mom what happened in Akron, but she waved me into silence. Later, we're here. He's here, was all she said. My guess is they found the wrong kid. It obviously wasn't Max, because Max is right here. We sit in silence for a while, listening to the reassuring, steady beep of the monitor. "How are you feeling?" Mom asks eventually, looking up and resting her chin on top of her clasped hands. Mascara runs down her face, but it's dry, like a scar from a long night of crying. The words come out more easily than I would have expected. I killed the guy. I tighten my grip around Max's thin arms to remind myself that he's here. I said I would if he hurt Max. I told him, Mom. I had to. I start to shake and Mom comes over and holds me. "Shh," she says. There, my lovely, brave girl." I don't feel that brave. All I feel is scared. I don't dare go to sleep. I know that as soon as I close my eyes, Leonard would be flying backwards through the air, the back of his head opening like some dark red flower. My hand knits into the comforter. I hate that I did it, that I killed someone, but more than anything, I hate that it felt so good. I remember Miles's face, the crescent moon reflected in each of his pupils, his eyes looking through me, blank and unrecognizing. Miles is alive, I remind myself. But all it takes is a glance down at the front of my dress, stained crimson with Miles's blood, for the sick feeling to come back. He looked pretty dead in the woods, and when the ambulance pulled up, I was sure he was gone. The boy who loved me. The boy I couldn't love back. I broke his heart, and he gave me his life. He's still sleeping after his surgery. Francesca promised to come get me when there's news. She said she would wait with Jonah to keep an eye on him, and I'm relieved she is because he didn't look so good in the ambulance. Without Francesca, I'd worry he'd run off and do something dangerous. But with Francesca there, and Miles's parents too, I know he won't do anything.
Shiloh!
I replay the last word Miles said over in my head and pull Max to me tighter as hot tears spill out over my cheeks. Please, dear God, protect Miles. I pray again. Please have him be okay. You must be dehydrated, Mom says, feeding her arms through the sleeves of her oversized sweater. How about I go and get you some water? Would you like anything else? Crackers, saltines, or... I stop listening when I see Francesca in the doorway, lifting her hand in a small wave. I prop myself up on the bed. Is he? Miles has woken up, Francesca says, and I glance back at Max. Mom seems to read the expression on my face because she says, Go, honey. It's all right. I'm here with him, and I'm not going anywhere. I push myself to my feet slowly, gripping the side of the bed to steady myself. Mom's right. I am dehydrated, or something else is wrong. Fatigue and stress from the last few days. Shock from tonight. Francesca steadies me by pulling my arm around her shoulder, and we walk up the stairs to Miles's room together.
I listened in when the doctor came to talk to Miles's mother and father,
Francesca says as we climb the stairs. Daylight cuts through a window above our heads.
I believe the surgery went well as he is awake now, but he appears to be a bit loopy.
Jonah stands the way down the end of the hallway, standing in a doorway with his arms hanging at his sides. He looks small. I know it's the perspective of the hallway, but he's hunched over, reduced somehow. He doesn't look over when Francesca and I reach him. I follow his gaze through the window and gasp. Miles is sitting propped up on the bed with his eyes closed, completely still. The hospital gown is split open to display the wires strapped to his bare chest, but the sheets are bunched up over his stomach. I brush past Jonah into the room. Miles's mom and dad stand together, huddled beside Miles's bed. His mom has her thumbs hooked into her necklace, pulling the golden pendant up to her chin, while his father pinches the bridge of his nose underneath his glasses. His hair is sticking up haphazardly like he had come here straight from bed. Miles's mom sees me first, and her hand flies to her mouth. She points at me, and I remember my dress. Out in plain sight, covered in Miles's blood. I look like a prom queen from some Halloween nightmare. I try to cover myself, but it's too late. I'm sorry. My voice is breathy. I just heard he's awake. I wanted to know how he is. Is that? Miles's mom can't say it. She points to the stains on my dress instead. I notice the red rimming her eyes and realize that she isn't just sad. She wants my head. It's obvious she wants nothing more than to make me pay for letting such a terrible thing happen to her boy. I shouldn't be here. Miles's dad removes his glasses.
He has had a lot of medications. Can you tell us what happened exactly? A nurse told us he had been in the woods.
As I try to fit my mouth around the words, I knit my fists into the yellow tulle of the dress, and a tight whimper slips through my lips. I'm sorry. I walk up to the foot of the bed. Miles is completely still, like he's sleeping. I thought Francesca said he was awake. Miles, I say, touching his foot under the blanket. I'm so sorry. Miles's eyes shoot open. An urgent groan escapes his lips as he kicks his foot into my hand. I leap away as he thrashes underneath the white blanket. Miles, I rub my gummy nose with the back of my hand. I'm sorry. Miles sounds like he's screaming through clenched teeth and thrashes his legs harder. The nurse who had been checking his IV turns to me and says, "Step out of the room, please. He's going to hurt himself." Miles groans louder and moves his head from side to side. The sound he's making is almost inhuman. Saliva bubbles at the corners of his mouth. "Get out!" Miles's mom hisses. She points at me again like she's exorcising a demon, and I back out into the doorway, behind Francesca, who is watching Miles through the window with a sad look on her face. He must be in immense pain, she says, and I realize Jonah is not here anymore. Where did Jonah go? I ask. I believe he could not bear to watch his friend like this, and so he went back downstairs. Francesca twirls a piece of hair between her fingers. I wish Miles strength. It will be a difficult recovery, but I believe he will be all right. We can come back and visit him again tomorrow, if his parents allow us to. Watching Miles's thrashing slow down, it takes everything in me to believe her. But I let her drag me away from the window. I hear it as soon as Francesca and I exit the stairs. A familiar giggle, sounding weaker than usual, as if it's coming from far away. I stop walking. Did you hear that? Francesca's brow pinches. Hear what? The giggle sounds again, and my heart leaps. Every shred of guilt or worry flakes off me and drops to the floor. I rush forward. Which room is Max's? I don't remember. They all look the same. But I know that laugh. I skid to a stop in the doorway. Mom is sitting on the foot of Max's bed, a teary smile plastered over her face. I glance at the top of the bed. Max looks over at me, the ends of his hair hanging into his eyes. Scooter! Max exclaims, and a laugh gurgles deep in my stomach. Before that laugh can even leave my chest cavity, I run across the room and launch myself onto the bed. Overcome with relief, I press my face into Max's greasy hair, and he coughs a small cough. Oh God, I'm probably crushing him. I let him go. Are you okay? Yes, he says, and I take his face in both hands. He wriggles away from me. Why is your dress all dirty? I pull him into another hug. I wrap my arms all the way around his small body so that I'm holding my own elbows, and I bury my nose into his hospital gown. He smells like the trailer, of straw and dirt and something sour, but I don't care. Max giggles in my arms. You're squeezing me too tight. I let him go and rub the smear of dirt on his cheek. Sorry. Why are you crying? He asks, and I laugh. I didn't even realize I was crying. I don't feel any tears on my face. Sorry, I say again, and Mom rubs my back before pulling both of us closer to her, and the three of us stay there laughing under the artificial lights, free from Leonard, free from Dad, free from the fear of never seeing Max again. And I have a feeling that this just might be the happiest I've ever felt in my whole entire life. Sometime later, after Max has dozed off again, I open my eyes to see a steady rain falling against the window of his room. I have a sudden realization and look around for Francesca, but she's gone, and there's no sign of Jonah. Did either of them tell the cops about Connie Vaughn tied up against a tree out there in her pajamas? I guess I'll tell someone. Soon, but not right now. 39. Francesca. On my walk home, my steps are light. Shiloh and Max's laughter plays in my ears like an old favorite song, almost working to drown out the memories of what happened last night and the things Miss Ruggles told me that are trying to take shape in my head. There is an afterlife, and there's a way to get to it from inside Bethany. Although I don't understand. How do you open a passage into the what comes after? Is that what Miss Ruggles called it? And is it really as bleak as George described? If Miss Ruggles and George are correct, that would mean that there is a way not necessarily to get those who are lost back, but to see them again. Leonard said he was going to try to break through to the realm, but something tells me he will not be able to now. I cannot wipe the image of him from my mind, collapsed on the floor of the trailer. In his final moments, as he gazed up at Shiloh, he looked almost sad, as if he'd found peace, at least of a sort. I would be lying if I said it did not break a piece of my heart. But I am too exhausted to dwell on any of it right now, and need a good day's rest before I revisit it. The neighborhood is rather active for this time of morning. It is a Sunday, and on Sundays there are not usually many people milling about, apart from those with children. I dodge a young child barreling down the road on a scooter and wave at our neighbor sitting out on his lawn chair. I'm turning around the end of our trailer to the front door when my sleepy eyes settle on a familiar figure on our front steps, and a spike of terror jumps up and blocks my throat. Miles stands up so fast that it takes his body a moment to reassume its shape. His hands and feet are barely visible wisps of fog spinning around each other. It cannot be. I was just there with Shiloh at his hospital room. He was alive. The boy standing in front of me is not. I remembered where you live from walking you to the dance, he says by way of explanation. I didn't know where else to go. I gape at him as he glances down at his transparent figure in the fog. Francesca? He says. I think I might be dead.
Thank you so much for listening to this audiobook. If you have a second, I would really appreciate it if you liked this video, subscribed to my channel, and left a comment down below sharing your thoughts. It would really help me out with the algorithm and getting this book out there more. Book 2, They Whisper, is also available on this channel. Go to the comment section below to get the link to continue the series and find out what happens to Miles. I make videos on this channel sharing behind-the-scenes information about the series like exclusive character backstories, world-building explanations, character art, relationship timelines, bonus content, and more. So be sure to subscribe to make sure you don't miss an upload from me.
This has been They Stay, a suspenseful young adult supernatural mystery. They Stay series, Book 1. Written by Claire Fraise. Narrated by Elizabeth Phillips and Tristan Fraise. Copyright 2021 by Claire Fraise. Production copyright by Claire Fraise.